Another significant advantage is their comprehensive raw material supply chain. Customer satisfaction is also quite high, with few disputes or conflicts. And Yunxi continued reviewing the information. The company's head was named Song Mingrue. Wait, Song Mingrue? A guess formed in her mind. Continuing to read, sure enough, Xingyuan Decoration was a subsidiary of Hongxing Real Estate Group. And the chairman of Hongxing Real Estate Group, Song Changhe, was the second son of Song Jinshan, the head of the Song family, one of Beijing's 5 major families. Isn't it a coincidence? And Yunxi had previously learned a bit about Beijing's 5 major families: Zhou, Song, Yun, Gu, and Yi. After all, she would be working in Beijing in the future. In the vortex of power and politics in the capital, she couldn't just blindly rush in. The Song family's strength was second only to the Zhou family, demonstrating their considerable power. The Song family's core competitiveness actually lies in politics. Their influence dates back to Song Mingzhu's great-grandfather's generation, who had already entered the central government. 3 generations of accumulation have created a deep-rooted foundation that is not easily shaken by ordinary people. However, in the 3rd generation, the generation of Song Mingzhu's father, the second son, Song Changhe, did not follow the path arranged by his family. In this world, the setting is that those in the military or politics cannot engage in business themselves, but their relatives can. This is just for clarification. Instead, he took a different path, starting his own business. Although his family wasn't entirely happy about it at the time, they still provided some support. Who knew he would actually carve out a successful path? Song Changhe started in the building materials industry and later seized the opportunities in the real estate industry, building a business worth hundreds of billions. Last year, his Red Star Real Estate Group was valued at over 120 billion. It can be said that he is the undisputed number 1 in Beijing's real estate sector. And Yunxi took out her phone and called her roommate, Song Mingzhu. Yunxi? Mingzhu, you know Song Mingrue, the general manager of Xingyuan Decoration, right? Yunxi, you know my cousin? Song Mingzhu's tone was full of surprise. Not now. That's why I came to find you. So, is there something you need from my cousin? Song Mingzhu thought Yunxi was a decent person, not the type to make unreasonable demands. As classmates, she was willing to help if she could. It's like this: I have an office building that needs renovation, and I saw the name Song Mingrue in the documents my assistant brought. The name immediately reminded me of yours, so I asked you, and it turns out it really is him? Song Mingzhu understood immediately. Yunxi, you want my cousin to help you with the renovation?
Yes.
No problem. I'll tell my cousin. Anyway, her cousin's company needs business. It doesn't matter whose business it is. She had to tell her cousin to make sure Yunxi got a discount. Song Mingrue, thank you so much. And Yunxi got Song Mingrue's contact information from Song Mingzhu and even added him on WeChat. At first, when Song Mingrue received his sister's call, he thought it was another woman using his sister's name to get close to him. However, not wanting to offend his sister, he added the woman on WeChat. Before they could even exchange 3 pleasantries, he sent over information about an office building that needed renovation. Song Mingrue. This made him seem a bit narcissistic. There really was a building that needed renovation. Mingzhu's doing well. She even knows how to help her brother get business. I'll have to prepare a gift for her later. The two chatted briefly on WeChat before handing it over to their subordinates. Yang Wei was caught off guard by her boss's efficiency. She had only been gone a short while, and her boss had already selected a renovation company. Not only that, he had even contacted the general manager. This even made her, a self-proclaimed workaholic, feel impressed. And Yunxi, having finished handing over the tasks, was also happy. It seemed she had taken the first step into Beijing's upper echelons. She hadn't expected her luck to be so high. It's only been a short time since the start of the semester, and one of her roommates is from the Song family, and her cousin's business partner, Yun Jinyan, is likely from the Yun family as well. She's already made contact with 2 of the 5 major families in Beijing. Although it's only superficial contact, it's already a good start. It seems she needs to work even harder. After all, ability is the only way to break into this circle. After arranging her work and Yunxi called in Yunzhou and Fong Jiaxing. She told them her parents and brother would be coming tomorrow and invited them to dinner the following evening. Both of them readily agreed. Shortly after, Chu Zi delivered the compiled personnel information. It included Yang Wei and his own. The information was quite comprehensive. It included basic personal information, education and work experience, certifications and skills. Each skill level was also listed. It's starting to resemble a system control panel. I was surprised to find so many things to discover. For example, besides her expertise in investment, management, and negotiation, which in Yunxi already knew, Yang Wei also studied psychology and even excelled at it. Furthermore, her interests are quite diverse. She's quite good at golf, horseback riding, and tennis. Furthermore, her business manager, Chu Zi, not only possesses legal professional qualification certificates and lawyer's licenses, but also a certified public accountant certificate. And Yunxi? Does he have to be so demanding? She felt that being her business manager was a bit of a waste of his talents. However, Chu Zi didn't seem to think so. Even the chef Chen Fong, who is said to specialize in Western cuisine, was actually quite skilled in Cantonese cuisine. In that case, he could help Zheng Liwen with the cooking. After all, the probability of eating Western food at home was relatively low. It wouldn't be good to leave him idle all the time. Since Fong Wen can also cook Cantonese food, let him help with the cooking from now on. We rarely eat Western food at home. Yes, miss, I'll talk to Butler Ming in a bit. And Yunxi ate dinner with Yang Wei, Ming Hui, and Chu Zi. Yang Wei was moving out tomorrow, so this was a farewell dinner. Not long after dinner, and Yunxi went back to her room to shower, then lay down on her bed and entered the system's learning space. Her mind was now completely focused on learning and improving, obtaining more rewards, and increasing her strength. That night, and Yunxi studied until 11:30 p.m. before reluctantly leaving the learning space. Lying in bed, and Yunxi drifted off to sleep, thinking about her plans. In her dream, she became the world's richest woman. Her properties and businesses spanned the globe. She also owned her own private jet, luxury cruise ship, and even a private island. The life in her dream was so wonderful that even in her sleep, and Yunxi couldn't suppress the upward curve of her lips. The next day, and Yunxi slept in late, waking up at 9 o'clock. Mainly because she had dreamed all night. She still felt sleepy when she woke up, so she went back to sleep. After getting ready and having breakfast, it was time to head to the airport to pick someone up. Although her parents' flight arrived around 11 a.m., the airport was indeed far away. It was almost 50 kilometers, a drive that would take at least an hour. With heavy traffic, it would be even more difficult. Chengdu drove his Maybach 7-seater minivan, carrying in Yunxi, towards the airport. They arrived at the airport at 11 a.m. After waiting for 20 minutes, they heard the announcement that their flight had arrived. While waiting, and Yunxi completed her daily check-in task. Ding dong. Checked in at Kyoto International Airport, received a double funds card, already deposited into the system inventory. Huh? A new card appeared again. Did the system know she was short of money and send her some? And Yunxi told Chengdu to stay there while she went to the restroom. After locking the stall door, and Yunxi took the card out of her system inventory. It was the same familiar formula and the same familiar feeling. An ordinary white card displayed a line of black text. Funds doubling card, 5x. Wait, 5 times? And Yunxi checked the number in parentheses again in disbelief. It definitely showed 5 times. A surge of excitement welled up inside her. A doubling card? She thought it was double. She never expected the little system to always do big things. It came with 5 times right away. What a pleasant surprise. What was there to hesitate about? And Yunxi immediately mentally chanted, "System, use the funds doubling card." As soon as she finished speaking, the card in her hand transformed into a wisp of white light and entered her body, then slowly disappeared. Immediately afterward, the system's familiar mechanical voice rang in Yunxi's mind. "Congratulations, host, on successfully using the funds doubling card. This doubling multiplier is 5 times, and the funds will be deposited into the host's bank account within 1 minute." A series of text message notifications rang out, and Yunxi took out her phone and saw that they were all bank balance change notifications. Moreover, this doubling wasn't just for one card, but for all the funds in all her bank accounts, increasing them fivefold, including her ordinary Huagua commercial bank card used to pay tuition fees. Her mother had transferred 100,000 yuan into this card to pay for tuition and accommodation. At the start of the semester, after deducting tuition and accommodation fees for her first year, she had a little over 92,000 yuan left. But now, the balance in her card has increased to 460,000 yuan, not to mention her other 3 cards. Now, her total funds have increased from over 1.1 billion yuan to over 5.592 billion yuan. While this is far from enough compared to the huge investment required for her plan, at least she won't be short of money for the time being. After admiring her bank account balance, Yunxi returned to the airport exit with satisfaction. And Jianhua and Fang Mingxia, pushing their youngest son with their luggage, emerged 20 minutes after hearing the announcement. Dad, Mom, Xiaoza, over here. As soon as they reached the exit, they saw Yunxi calling and waving towards them from afar. The 3 of them quickly quickened their pace to meet her. Xiao 11.
Sister.
Upon seeing her family, Yunxi excitedly rushed forward and hugged Fang Mingxia, saying, Mom, I missed you so much. Fang Mingxia patted her daughter's back and said with a smile, You're such a grown-up now, still acting like a baby. And Yunxi let go of her mother's hand, then took her arm again, replying with a grin, Is this the first time I've been separated from Mom for so long? And Jianhua, standing nearby, said somewhat sourly, You only think about your mom, not Dad, seeing her. Father's jealousy, and Yunxi quickly took in Jianhua's arm and coaxed, Oh, of course I think about him. I think about him every day. You're so good at sweet-talking. That must be because of Mom and Dad's good genes. Otherwise, how could I be so eloquent? This made Jianhua and Fang Mingxia laugh. Sister, what about me? Yes, of course I haven't forgotten. I even prepared a gift for you. And Yunzi became interested at the mention of a gift. Sister, what is the gift? It's a secret for now, you'll find out later. All right, let's talk about it when we get back. Fang Mingxia quickly interrupted, seeing the siblings chatting. What's the point of chatting at the airport exit? Dad, Mom, should we grab a bite nearby? It'll take at least an hour to get back. And Jianhua glanced at his wife, indicating it was up to her to decide. We ate something on the plane. We're not hungry now, let's eat when we get back. Okay, by the way, let me introduce you. This is Chengdu, my driver. Sir, Madam, young master, hello, I'm Chengdu. You can call me Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng, right? Thank you for picking us up. Madam, you're too kind, it's my duty. And Yunxi ignored their opening remarks, focusing instead on taking out her phone to call Ming Hui and instruct her to arrange lunch for the family. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the family followed Chengdu to the parking lot. Is that a Maybach S680? And Jianhua recognized the car immediately, as the company also had one used. For picking up clients. Yes, Dad. This car is nice. And Jianhua nodded, approving of the car his daughter had bought. Who cares what kind of car it is? Get in. Fang Mingxia was speechless. If she didn't speak up, they'd probably start talking about cars again. Don't they realize the situation? The group quickly shut up and got in the car. Soon, Chengdu put the luggage away, got in the driver's seat, and started the car. The car drove out of the airport, along the airport expressway for a while, then exited and entered the North Fifth Ring Road. They drove all the way to the western suburbs before leaving the North Fifth Ring Road and turning onto the road leading to Tsuaming Lake. Xiao 11, where is the villa Master Zhang gave you? Seeing the car driving further and further out of the way, Fang Mingxia asked. It's in the western suburbs, not far from here. Although the location is a bit remote, there are mountains and water there. The environment is particularly good. Soon, the Tsuaming Lake Villa area came into view. Mom and Dad, Xiaoza, look, that's the villa area up ahead. Looking at the villa complex built against the mountainside, and Jianhua nodded again and said, These villas are very well built. Having worked on many real estate projects, he could immediately tell the luxury and high-end nature of this villa area. I think it's especially nice too. My villa is right by the lake, and it has a very large garden. Speaking of her villa, and Yunxi thought it was perfect in every way. By the way, it has a really nice name, Yunxi Residence. In a place like Beijing, a villa like this probably won't be cheap. Fang Mingxia also noticed the extraordinary nature of this villa complex. And Yunxi nodded and replied, I've looked into it. The villas here cost at least 200 million. For this location and level, the price is about right. After all, this is Beijing, not Yunzhou. As they spoke, the car had already entered the villa complex and arrived at the entrance of Yunxi Residence. We're here. This is the entrance to Yunxi Residence. The car didn't stop but drove in through the open gate, then turned left at the roundabout, driving directly to the villa's entrance before stopping. It was almost 1 o'clock by now, and Yunxi led her family directly into the villa. As soon as they entered, Minghui greeted them. Miss, lunch is almost ready. It will be served in 10 minutes. Okay, is the room all ready? Don't worry, miss, everything is ready. After they changed into slippers, Yunxi first had them sit down in the living room to rest for a while, use the restroom, and wash their hands. The food was ready shortly. Since there were 4 people eating, and they were all family members of the boss, Minghui arranged 7 dishes and a soup. The meat dishes included braised pork belly, steamed sea bass, boiled shrimp, and stir-fried beef with yellow peppers. The vegetable dishes included steamed eggplant with garlic, baby bok choy in broth, and romaine lettuce with garlic. The soup was a black-bone chicken soup with wild herbs. All the dishes were prepared in a home-style style, but the chef's skill was excellent, and the dishes were delicious and visually appealing. The family of 4 ate to their heart's content. Mom and Dad, you 2 rest for a while. This afternoon I'll take you to see Yunxi Residence and the villa area. Tonight I've invited my second brother and cousin over for dinner. After catching a flight early this morning and then driving for over an hour after landing, you must be exhausted. Okay, Xiaoxi, you should take a nap too. The whole family knew their daughter/sister had a habit of taking afternoon naps. Since Yunxi had taken the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, she arranged for her parents and younger brother to stay in the large suite on the 2nd floor. Of the 4 suites, Yang Wei had moved out, so they were all empty. She chose 2 with better orientation, lighting, and ventilation. Minghui not only had the rooms tidied up, but she even asked in Yunxi's size and had some clean clothes, shoes, and accessories delivered to the walk-in closet. It was incredibly thoughtful. And Yunxi herself hadn't even thought of that. After her afternoon nap, Yunxi first took out the gifts she had prepared for the 3 of them. And Jianhua and Fang Mingxia were both pleased and happy about this. And Yunza, on the other hand, excitedly put them on immediately. Your brother is still young. Why did you buy him such an expensive watch? In Fang Mingxia's educational philosophy, her son was not yet an adult. His thinking and ability to distinguish right from wrong were still immature, and he shouldn't develop extravagant habits too early. Before her daughter turned 18, the family hadn't bought her anything so expensive. Unexpectedly, her daughter broke this rule with her son. Mom, it's just a watch. It won't corrupt your son. And Yunxi understood her mother's concerns. But she knew what kind of person her brother was. At the same time, she believed that he had his own pursuits and judgments. Fang Mingxia didn't say anything more after hearing this. Since it was already bought, she couldn't just take it back and not let her son wear it. And Yunxi took her family to visit her manor villa and the Tsuaming Lake residential area. Then they went to see the Yinfeng International Building, which hadn't started renovations yet, and the Huanyu International Financial Building in Chaoyang CBD. Standing atop the rooftop overlooking the surrounding buildings, roads, and the endless stream of traffic, and Jianhua and Fang Mingxia were deeply awestruck. They hadn't expected Master Zhang to casually acquire such a massive amount of property. Judging from their daughter's words, this was just the beginning. More properties would be transferred to their daughter later. Moreover, their daughter had already started her own company. From the very beginning, their daughter had reached a height unattainable by ordinary people. Dad, Mom, I already have quite a few properties, and there will be even more in the future, so there's really no need to transfer any more of the family's assets to me. This was also the purpose of Yunxi bringing her parents to see the place. If she didn't have the system, she probably wouldn't have refused. But as someone with a cheat-like ability, she felt it was truly unnecessary. How can that be? What's yours is yours. Fang Mingxia was the first to object. And Jianhua remained silent for a while before saying, "You and Xiaozi can divide the household belongings equally. If you don't want the property, your parents will give you cash or real estate in return." Fang Mingxia didn't speak, clearly agreeing with her husband's suggestion. And Yunxi? She couldn't refuse her parents' offer. "Okay, thank you, Mom and Dad. I think you're just trying to avoid trouble." Fang Mingxia tapped her daughter's forehead, somewhat annoyed. "Oh, no way.
I didn't mean it that way."
Fang Mingxia didn't argue with her daughter about the issue. In the future, more and more of Master Zhang's businesses will be transferred to his daughter, so she'll definitely have a tough time. Thinking of this, she felt a pang of heartache for her daughter. The family looked at the 88-story building, and Yunxi called Fang Jiaxing and Yunzhou. Since they were already here, she could pick them up for dinner. However, Fang Jiaxing said he had already arranged to drive and pick up Yunzhou. He was already on his way to pick them up. There was no other way. The guests had already left, so they could only hurry back. When they returned to Yunshui residence, Fang Jiaxing and Yunzhou were already there. There were many people eating dinner, so Minghui arranged for the chef to prepare 9 dishes and a soup, symbolizing perfection. Because they knew the number of diners well in advance, they had ample time to prepare. Dishes like king crab, Buddha jumps over the wall, fish maw stewed chicken, and sea cucumber soup were all served. This family dinner turned out anything but casual. Of course, no one cared. The important thing was that everything was delicious. The family enjoyed a lively dinner, and Yunzhou and his wife stayed the night. Unfortunately, they couldn't join the upcoming trip. Fang Jiaxing's law firm was always busy, and Yunzhou also had to join his mentor's project team. Both were very busy, and they planned to head back after breakfast the next day. Back in her room, Yunxi first put the large boxes of property deeds and documents that Chu Zi had brought back into her purple cloud immortal abode. Compared to the safe in her room, the immortal abode was 100% safe. Just as she was about to take a shower, she heard a knock at the door. Opening the door, she saw Jianhua and his wife. "Dad, Mom, come in quickly." Leading the two to the sofa, Yunxi asked, "Dad, Mom, did you need something?" "Yes, we did." After saying that, Jianhua took a box out of the bag he was carrying and placed it on the table. "This is a gift from your father for getting into university. I was supposed to give it to you right after the semester started, but I wasn't fully prepared, so it's been delayed until now." "A gift? What could it be?" And Yunxi was a little curious. "Open it and see," Fang Mingxia urged. And Yunxi untied the ribbon binding the box and opened the lid. Inside was a property deed. She took it out and opened it, only to find that the property owner's name was on it. How did her father buy her a house and get the deed done without her knowledge? And in a place like Beijing. "Dad, when did you buy this for me?" "When your college entrance exam results came out and you said you wanted to apply to Peking University, your dad had someone come to Beijing and buy an apartment there. Don't even mention it, I didn't even know about it at the time." She had also considered buying an apartment near the university for her daughter. But when she discussed it with her husband, she found out he had already taken action. She was furious and didn't speak to him for 3 days. She hadn't been involved in something so important for her daughter. How could she not be angry? And Jianhua was also innocent. He had arranged for his assistant to handle it as soon as he thought of it, and he had intended to tell his wife. But then he had to go on a business trip, and after returning, he was busy with this and that and forgot about it. It wasn't until his wife mentioned buying an apartment for their daughter that he remembered he hadn't told anyone. He swore he really didn't mean to not tell anyone. Your dad wasn't satisfied with the interior decoration, so he had someone change some things for you. It was finished a while ago, and now it's ready for you. But what about the paperwork? I have no idea. Ahem.
You don't need to worry about that.
And Jianhua changed the subject. After all, it wasn't easy to tell his daughter about going through the trouble of finding connections and spending money. Fang Mingxia quickly took over the conversation. Your villa is still a bit far from the school. This house is right next to your school, so you can stay there during the school term. Didn't you say the school's wardrobe was too small? Your dad converted it into a super large walk-in closet for you. You can put everything that doesn't fit at school there. Because there wasn't enough space, he hadn't bought many clothes for his daughter before. Fang Mingxia remembered this. Your dad bought you a house, so mom will buy you a car. I'll transfer the money to you. Buy whatever you like. Mom, I already have a car. Your own car is yours. What mom gives you is different. Besides, which wealthy family doesn't have 10 or 8 cars? What's wrong with my daughter buying a few more? And Yunxi. Looking at the address A2301, Building 12, Bihai Yuntian Community on the property certificate, and Yunxi silently abandoned the idea of telling her parents she owned 5 buildings in Bihai Yuntian Community. Yes, her dad bought her a 430 square meter, 5-bedroom, type apartment in Bihai Yuntian. This apartment, if bought in full, would cost over 40 million yuan.
Dad really went all out this time.
The next morning, as soon as Yunxi woke up, she received 20 million yuan transferred from Fang Mingxia for the car purchase. It seems she absolutely has to buy this car. She still needed to carefully consider what to buy and how to buy it. October 2nd, sunny. The family of 4 began their Beijing tour that day. The National Day holiday was indeed very crowded, with major tourist attractions packed with people. But for the family, it wasn't too bad. They had already visited popular places like Tiananmen Square, the Forbidden City, the Great Wall, the Chairman Mao Memorial Hall, the Summer Palace, and the Old Summer Palace, so they weren't on this trip's itinerary. They had also seen the flag-raising ceremony, so there was no need to go to Tiananmen Square in the middle of the night to wait. Therefore, their planned itinerary mainly included Prince Gong's mansion, the National Museum, Shikahai and Hohai, Nanluoguxiang, and the Beijing Grand View Garden. Furthermore, they could avoid the peak season A.
Bit.
As for the Great Wall, they planned to visit it again, but not the Badaling section. And Yunzhou recommended a section of the Great Wall that wasn't part of the tourist area, where there shouldn't be too many people. Anyway, they weren't on a tour and had their own driver and car. They could go wherever they wanted and rest when they got tired. They didn't care at all whether they had completed the day's itinerary. It was a very laid-back way of traveling, but extremely free and comfortable. After several days of sightseeing, the family didn't feel too tired. That day, after visiting Shikahai and Hohai, the 4 members of the family went to a restaurant called Meiyuan Restaurant for dinner. This restaurant was a very famous private kitchen in Beijing. It was said that the family that owned the restaurant was descended from imperial chefs. Because it operated on a membership system, the number of customers they could accommodate each day was limited, making it very difficult to book a table. To reserve a table here, and Yunxi had Minghui top up her account with 1 million yuan to get a gold card. They booked several days in advance and finally managed to get a private room. Upon arriving here, and Yunxi realized that the restaurant was actually located in a 3-courtyard Sihiyuan, traditional courtyard house. Following the waiter inside, they were greeted by antique-style buildings, as if transported back to ancient times. The lush, tree-lined gardens exuded a tranquil and elegant atmosphere. The vibrant flowers blooming in the gardens, releasing their various fragrances, also lifted their spirits. The exquisite traditional Chinese calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls added to the cultural and artistic ambience. Everything here was imbued with poetry and refinement, captivating them. This didn't look like a typical restaurant at all. Many of the private rooms in these courtyard-style buildings didn't have private restrooms, so the group, having just sat down, was led to the restroom by the waiter. After using the restroom, and Yunxi checked her rewards for checking in today. 2 custom top-tier manager summoning cards, which she had obtained from checking in at Shikahai today. Strange yet familiar. Strange because she had never received one before. This was her first time. Familiar because she had received similar custom top-tier researcher summoning cards before. It seems the 2 cards have the same effect, only the types of characters summoned are different. After reading the introduction, I was right. This way, building the core team will be much easier after the company registration is successful. Although there are only 2 now, knowing the system's track record, there will likely be more later. Today is October 5th. The check-in locations that have been refreshed these past few days are basically the tourist attractions they've planned. October 2nd, checked in at Prince Gong's mansion, received 20 million yuan in cash. October 3rd, checked in at the Great Wall, received a 5 million yuan 10x cashback card. October 4th, checked in at the National Museum, received 10 collectible antiques. And today, the reward is a management personnel summoning card. This is the second time Yunxi has received a cashback card. Just like last time, it's a 5 million yuan limit with a 10x cashback. An antique. This is the second time I've received one. But last time it was an antique ornament, while this time it's a collector's item. And Yunxi checked and compared them, finding that this collector's item, in terms of both value and rarity, is a significant improvement over the previous ornament. It seems that the system rewards are mostly things she can use at this stage. When she returned to the private room, Fang Mingxia was chatting animatedly with another lady. She wore a dark green Chinese-style cheongsam, meticulously embroidered with exquisite patterns, delicate and elegant. This cheongsam perfectly accentuated her figure, showcasing a unique charm. Paired with a pearl necklace and a pair of pearl earrings, she looked noble and elegant. Furthermore, she wore a crystal-clear jade bracelet on her wrist. The warm texture of the jade complemented her skin, further highlighting her taste and status. At first glance, Yunxi felt that this lady exuded elegance and confidence in every smile and gesture, radiating an innate air of aristocratic refinement. And Jianhua and Yunzi sat to the side, occasionally refilling the two ladies' tea. The waiter, whose tea-refilling duties had been taken away, seemed a little bewildered. And Yunxi, "Wait, what's going on? Xiaoxi, come here quickly, let me introduce you." Seeing her daughter return, Fang Mingxia quickly beckoned her over. And Yunxi hurried over and sat down next to her brother. "Yunxi, this is my daughter, and Yunxi. This is a friend Mom just met, Aunt Yunxi." "Hello, Aunt Yunxi." And Yunxi greeted her politely. When elders were present, she was always a well-behaved and sensible person. "Mingxia, is this your daughter? She's so beautiful, just like you." "Yunxi, don't keep praising her. She's just fair-skinned." "I'm not exaggerating. Look at her face, her skin." "Oh, I really envy you having such a sweet daughter." "Yunxi, how old are you this year?" "Auntie, I'm 18. "Only 18? Are you still studying?" "A freshman at Peking University." "Peking University? My son went to Peking University too, but he went abroad for graduate school after graduation. So, you're practically classmates. Your son must be very outstanding. He's just all right." Looking at the girl before her, Yunxi was incredibly fond of her. Her long, glossy black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, making her look gentle and obedient. Her skin was as white as snow, like white jade, delicate and smooth. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her eyebrows like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, her nose straight, and her lips red and glossy. Tall and slender, with graceful curves, even a simple white shirt and jeans couldn't conceal her elegance. Moreover, this girl was exceptionally polite. Although she appeared somewhat aloof, her eyes were bright and clear, and she spoke with poise and confidence. She clearly came from an excellent family and was a top student at Peking University. What a beautiful and intelligent girl. She was perfect in every way. If only she were her daughter. What a pity, she only has a brat at home. She was thinking of adopting a goddaughter. But bringing it up so soon after meeting was a bit presumptuous. She could wait and see. No, even if she couldn't be her daughter, she could be her daughter-in-law. Isn't a daughter-in-law half a daughter? However, thinking of her son's cold personality, forget it. She decided not to ruin someone else's daughter's life. "Yunxi, why don't you stay and have dinner with us?" Fang Mingxia rarely met someone she could really connect with, so she extended an invitation. "Mingxia, I'm so sorry. I'm here because I have an appointment. How about tomorrow? I'll treat your family to dinner tomorrow. Our flight is in the afternoon tomorrow, so how about we meet at noon?" "Sure, no problem. I'll head over now. The guests have already arrived." "Yunxi, take care." "Goodbye, Aunt Yunxi." After she left, and Yunxi asked what had happened. It turned out that Yunxi had also come to the Plum Garden restaurant for dinner. After she came out of the restroom, she happened to witness a chaotic scene of a wife catching her husband's mistress. The two sides started fighting, and in the process, she accidentally bumped into Yunxi, who had just come out of the restroom. Caught off guard, Yunxi lost her balance and was about to fall to one side. Just as she was about to fall, she landed right on a corner of a wall. If her head hit the corner, she would be seriously injured if not killed. At the critical moment, Fang Mingxia, who was passing by, grabbed her, preventing her from falling and getting seriously injured. This was thanks to Fang Mingxia, who had practiced a few moves within Yunxi regularly. It was originally for self-defense. Although it was just a few fancy moves, nothing like Yunxi's serious training from childhood. But compared to the average person, she had an advantage in strength and reaction speed. And so the two met. Sitting down to chat, they discovered they were quite compatible in both personality and interests. The more they talked, the more they felt like they had known each other for a long time. This led to the scene Yunxi witnessed when she returned to the private room. And Yunxi, what kind of situation is this? Such a melodramatic plot and scenario actually happened to her mother. However, it's a good thing that her mother made a friend. Who would have thought that a trip to Beijing would lead to making a friend? This is quite a coincidence. And Yunxi could tell that Aunt Yunxi, like her mother, was straightforward and generous. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to connect. Wait, Yunxi? Surname Yin? Could she be from the Yin family? If so, it's truly a remarkable coincidence. And Yunxi smiled and shook her head, banishing the thought from her mind. A knock sounded at the door. It was the waiter coming to serve the food. This restaurant truly lived up to its reputation as a descendant of imperial chefs. Many of the dishes were court cuisine. Regardless of the taste, each dish was exquisitely presented. Each dish felt like a work of art, almost too beautiful to eat. The chef at this restaurant is highly skilled, and Manhwa praised sincerely after tasting several dishes. Indeed, it's excellent. Many of the dishes can't be found anywhere else. Fang Mingxia agreed. It's said the owner is a descendant of an imperial chef, and they limit the number of guests they can accommodate each day. I doubt most people know about this place. And Manhwa had also noticed the restaurant's environment when they entered. Besides the plaque that read Mei Yuan Plum Garden, there wasn't even a signboard at the entrance. Even if someone walked right past the entrance, they probably wouldn't realize it was a restaurant. Sister, you've only been here a short time, and you've already found a place like this? I didn't know either. My roommate told me. She's a local from Beijing. Is she the girl who came to school with a bodyguard and a housekeeper? Fang Mingxia remembered that only one person in her daughter's dormitory was a local from Beijing. Yes, it's her. This girl's family background is probably extraordinary. Although I didn't ask, I heard that one of the 5 major families in Beijing is surnamed Song. You mean that girl is from the Song family? Most likely. Is she easy to get along with? I don't want a powerful and influential young lady to cause my daughter any trouble. She's easy to get along with. Mom, your daughter isn't a delicate flower. No one can make me suffer, so don't worry. Exactly. With my sister's fighting skills, who can bully her? And Yunxi swallowed the mutton in his mouth and muttered something. What do you know? Nothing can be solved with violence. This brat, he's thinking too simply. This is Beijing. There are plenty of families richer and more powerful than theirs. Mom, families of this caliber must have good upbringing. They wouldn't bully people.
But not every family is like that.
Fang Mingxia instructed her daughter, Xiaoxi, just interact with people normally and treat them with a calm attitude. If you encounter something you can't handle, be sure to tell your father and me, okay? Her daughter was indeed smart and capable, but she still lacked experience. Their family wasn't as powerful as these large families, but they still had some connections and networks. Mom, I understand. After this meal, Meiyuan restaurant was added to Yunxi's list of potential restaurants. October 6th was the day An's father and his family were to return to Yunzhou. Because they had an appointment with Aunt Yunxi at noon, they didn't go out in the morning. Instead, they slept in and then packed their luggage. As for the local specialties to bring back for relatives and friends, they had already bought them and sent them back a few days ago. Seeing that it was almost time, The family loaded all their luggage into the car and headed to their appointment with Aunt Yunxi. The restaurant Yunxi had booked was near the second ring road in the city center. After lunch, they could go directly to the airport from there. Before leaving, and Yunxi gave her mother the gift they had discussed the night before for Aunt Yunxi. It was a jade Buddha pendant, which could be strung on a cord and worn around the neck. The jade quality of the pendant was quite good, reaching the level of icy jadeite. A jade Buddha pendant of this quality would have a market price of over 1 million yuan, about the same price as the jade bracelet Aunt Yunxi wore yesterday. This level of gift was neither too extravagant nor too impolite. At the same time, it would be befit the recipient's status. This jade Buddha was collected by an Yunxi during the apocalypse. In that zombie-infested world, gold, silver, jade, and antiques were all less valuable than food and drink. And Yunxi, possessing a spatial ability, had collected many such items and stored them there. Since in Jianhua and Fangmingxia were on a trip, they hadn't brought anything suitable as a gift. Buying one now might not be in time. And Yunxi rummaged through the storeroom of the Ziyun immortal mansion and found this jade Buddha with its box. As the saying goes, men wear guanyin and women wear Buddha. This jade Buddha would be quite suitable as a gift for Aunt Yunxi. But a box seemed a bit plain.
And
Yunxi then had Minghui carefully wrap it up and place it in a delicate little gift bag. For this, Fangmingxia transferred another 2 million to an Yunxi. She said her friend should prepare the gift herself. And Yunxi. At 11:30 a.m., the 4 members of the Yin family arrived at the agreed-upon restaurant Jun Ting Chinese restaurant. This restaurant mainly serves southern Chinese cuisine, specializing in Hunan and Cantonese dishes. Aunt Yunxi's choice of this restaurant clearly considered the Yin family's tastes. System, sign in, ding dong. Signed in at Jun Ting Chinese restaurant, received 10 million yuan in cash, deposited into the host's unlimited black card at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Okay. After giving her good things for 3 consecutive days, the system started giving her money again. But it's okay, the more money the better. Accumulating more money now will allow it to be used more effectively when she receives the double fund card next time. Yunxi, this is a gift I prepared for you. It's nothing too expensive. Please don't mind. After the group sat down in the private room, Fangmingxia took out the prepared gift and handed it to Yunxi. Yunxi smiled and accepted the gift, saying, "No wonder we became friends. We're really on the same wavelength. I also prepared a small gift for you." After exchanging gifts, they chatted happily. "I don't know what you like to eat, so take a look at the menu and order a few things you like. I'll order the rest." And Jianhua took the menu, and seeing his wife busy chatting, he handed it to their daughter. "Xiaoxi, take a look. What do you like to eat?" Seeing that her father didn't seem inclined to order, and Yunxi took the menu, glanced at it, and whispered a few words with Yunza. Then, without any hesitation, she ordered 3 dishes: thick-cut sea snails with scallion oil and ginger, rose-flavored soy sauce chicken, and stir-fried red amaranth. Yunxi, who was also chatting with Fangmingxia, noticed in Yunxi's natural and unpretentious behavior, and her smile deepened. Yunxi's personality really suited her taste. She really disliked those hesitant and awkward scenes. This direct and decisive approach was much better. Seeing her daughter order 3 dishes, Fangmingxia casually ordered a preserved egg and green pepper dish herself. Judging from the information on the menu, these were considered classic dishes of this restaurant. The menu returned to Yunxi's hands, and she added a dish of peppered pork belly with shark fin, boneless pork trotters with scallions, cured pork ribs, and fish head tofu soup. The shop's millet cakes were also good, so Yunxi ordered one as well. "I've only just met you, and you're leaving again today." Yunxi's voice was full of regret. "What's wrong with that? Yun 11 will be here all the time, so we'll definitely come often." "That's true. I'll come to Yunzhou to visit you when I have time." "Mingxia, you can't look down on me, can you?" "How could I look down on you? I'll definitely welcome you, with the highest honors." "Haha, then I'll be waiting." "By the way, Yun 11, Xiao Zi, let's exchange contact information. Come visit Andy's house when you have time." And Yun 11 and Yun Zi quickly took out their phones, scanned the QR code, and added each other on WeChat. Yunxi, Auntie's house is nearby. Since you're here, I'll have someone make you something delicious. Thank you, Auntie. I'll definitely come when I have time. Auntie will remember that. Annie has always wanted a daughter like you, but unfortunately, I only have a son. And Xiaoza, if you ever come to Beijing, be sure to tell Auntie. And Yunzi quickly agreed. After the dishes were served, the group ate and chatted. Over the meal, both sides gained a deeper understanding of each other. Yunxi learned that the Yin family were business owners in Yunzhou and that their eldest daughter, Yunxi, had practiced martial arts since childhood and inherited a large sum of money from her master. Yunxi, you practice martial arts? Yunxi looked at the little girl's slender arms and legs, somewhat incredulous. Auntie, I started practicing martial arts when I was 3, and I've been learning for 15 years now. Yunxi is really amazing. Starting martial arts at such a young age, she must have endured a lot of hardship. The Yin family also learned that Yunxi's husband's surname was Zhou, and they lived in a courtyard house near the Second Ring Road. They had only one son, who graduated with a bachelor's degree in finance from Peking University and then went to the United States for graduate studies. He was said to be returning to China soon. As for whether Aunt Yunxi was a member of the Yin family, and Yunxi didn't specifically inquire. She was a friend her mother had made. She would simply treat her as an elder. Too many other things mixed in wouldn't be ideal. Both sides enjoyed the meal. After a reluctant farewell to Aunt Yunxi, and Yunxi took her family to the airport. In the car, and Yunxi prepared a bottle of water for each of the 3 of them. She had placed a nourishing essence pill inside each bottle beforehand. After several days of continuous travel, they were bound to be a little tired. This water with the nourishing essence pill dissolved in it would be perfect for her family to recover. Fang Mingxia gently opened the gift box that Yunxi had carefully prepared. Upon lifting the lid, the contents were revealed. It was an exquisite and gorgeous diamond brooch, resembling a blooming flower, radiating dazzling light. The brooch had a unique design. The flower's shape was lifelike. A slightly larger diamond was set in the center of the flower, sparkling brightly, like the heart of the flower, pulsating with the vitality of life. The surrounding petals are adorned with tiny diamonds like scattered stars, adding a touch of mystery and romance. The brooch is exquisitely crafted, with meticulous attention to detail. Each diamond is cleverly set within a metal frame, perfectly blending with the shape of the flower. The facets of the diamonds sparkle with dazzling brilliance, making the brooch exceptionally eye-catching. This brooch should be worth around 1,000,000 yuan. Fang Mingxia smiled again, pleased by their unspoken understanding. Happy days together are always fleeting. However, separation is only temporary. A reunion will soon follow. Therefore, and Yunxi wasn't too sad. After seeing her family off at the airport, and Yunxi had Chengdu drive her to Baiyunshan. She wanted to see the house her father had bought for her. She first took the property certificate to the property management office to complete the necessary move-in procedures. Then I arrived at building A number 12, swiped my card, and took the elevator to the 23rd floor. It's a 1 apartment per floor apartment, essentially a large single-level unit. Upon exiting the elevator, I saw a full-wall shoe cabinet on the right side of the space between the elevator and the entrance. On the left side, against the wall, was a row of lower storage cabinets. The cabinet doors could be opened to store shoes, and there were cushions on top of the cabinets. Presumably, these were for people to sit down and change their shoes. Without an elevator card, it's impossible to reach the 23rd floor. This area was essentially her private space. Entering the house, and Yunxi immediately noticed a blend of modern and creamy styles. The entire room was designed simply and elegantly, without excessive decorative elements, yet every detail exuded high quality and a sense of style. The overall space felt very open and airy, with smooth, flowing lines. Furthermore, the use of off-white, creamy coffee, and pale yellow instead of black, gray, and white, combined with exquisite soft furnishings, created a gentle atmosphere. It gave off a warm, soft, and comfortable feeling. This style of decoration was both suitable for living and reflected the owner's taste and personality. And Yunxi smiled, her father still treated her like a little girl. However, the decoration was indeed quite cozy. What surprised Yunxi the most was that Manhwa had converted the original 5-bedroom house into a 4-bedroom house. The bedroom next to the master bedroom's walk-in closet was directly converted into a large walk-in closet. Although this resulted in one less room, it perfectly suited Yunxi's needs. The room next to the walk-in closet was set up as a study, also decorated very cozy. The remaining 2 rooms are guest rooms. Thanks to Manhwa's involvement, the rooms are fully furnished. Even bedding, trash cans and bags, shampoo and shower gel, cushions, pillows, plush bears, and even pots and pans for the bay window are all provided. She can truly move in with just her luggage. Unfortunately, to facilitate the management of freshmen, students are not allowed to stay off campus during their first year. Moving out of the dormitory will likely take some time. However, staying here is quite convenient if she has something to do on weekends or doesn't want to go back to Tsuaming Lake. After all, it's not only close to the school but also close to her future company headquarters. Back at Yunxi residence that evening, Yunxi gave Minghui some instructions. She asked Minghui to arrange for someone to tidy up and replace anything missing. She also asked for someone to clean the house once or twice a week. Minghui agreed and began making the arrangements. As the sun rose, a new day began. Today was the day for the wealthy second-generation heirs of Yunzhou in Beijing to gather, scheduled for 6 p.m. Having spent several days traveling with her family, Yunxi didn't plan to go out during the day and intended to rest at home. In the morning, Yunxi first went for a half-hour run along Tsuaming Lake. Although she had a gym at home, she preferred running in such a scenic and fresh-air place. After breakfast, Yunxi stayed in her room and downloaded the Douyin app on her phone. Yunxi noticed it because in her original world, this app had skyrocketed in popularity since its launch. Although this is a parallel world, the names of many leaders and celebrities and the timelines of some major events don't match up. However, Yunxi has observed that the general development trajectory is similar. The Douyin in this world will most likely achieve great success in the end. And right now, it has just been launched and is in need of funding. If she could get involved and get a share of the profits, the future returns would be substantial. Yunxi has already instructed Yang Wei to investigate and gather information about this matter. She registered an account and chose the nickname Yun Jianyu. After watching a few videos, Yunxi closed them without much interest. At this stage, Douyin has relatively few users and the content isn't very attractive. However, according to this algorithm, as long as funding is invested and promotion is increased, it will quickly become popular. Feeling rather bored, Yunxi started browsing Weibo again. She scrolled through countless posts, mostly celebrity gossip. Who fell in love on set, who had a falling out, whose marriage broke down, who was discussing scripts late at night in the same room. Yunxi. Is life in the entertainment industry really this exciting? This is really... Yunxi sighed and rubbed her forehead. Forget it. She'd better go study in the system space. Through her efforts, she had successfully raised her calligraphy skill to advanced level. Her financial skills had also improved from 92% to 97%, and with a little more effort, she could reach intermediate level. Even her previously neglected hacking skills had reached 86% of beginner level. After reaching advanced calligraphy, she could choose a new course. Yunxi weighed her previous studies. Painting? She had only studied Chinese painting. If she chose this course, she would probably have to learn sketching and oil painting as well, and she didn't have any advantage in that area. Musical instruments? She knows the piano and the guqin, but there are too many kinds of instruments. If the system requires her to learn them all to advance to the advanced level, she'll never achieve it in her lifetime. Languages? That's not an option for now either, for the same reason as musical instruments. Yunxi flipped through the rich and beautiful course page in the learning section again and again. Finally, she decided to choose martial arts. After all, it was what she'd been learning since elementary school. Besides, the system shouldn't have courses in foreign martial arts, right? After selecting it, Yunxi's vision went black. There were indeed no foreign martial arts, but unfortunately, there were just too many types and styles of Chinese martial arts. Countless types of knife techniques, sword techniques, staff techniques, spear techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, and so on. Just fist techniques alone included more than a dozen styles such as Tai Chi, Wing Chun, Xingyi Quan, Shaolin Quan, Yin Yang Quan, and so on. Not to mention the others. Fortunately, after reading the explanation, Yunxi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the system wasn't that abnormal. For all courses, if there were more than 5 different subjects, she only needed to select any 3 and learn them to an advanced level to be rated as advanced for that category. This meant she could confidently choose subjects like musical instruments and languages. She had learned another new system rule, and Yunxi quickly took out her notebook and jotted it down. Looking at the martial arts options, she chose Tai Chi, snowdrift swordplay, and cloud pushing palm. Her initial martial arts level rating was intermediate, 8%. This was probably because she had already learned Tai Chi and snowdrift swordplay. However, one thing surprised Yunxi. Snowdrift swordplay was a sword technique she had collected in the cultivation world. It was a sword technique that emphasized seamless, free-flowing movements created by a powerful being on a snowy day. The characteristics of this sword technique were its graceful and agile movements and its sharp and varied swordplay. The variations between its sword moves were numerous. Each move could evolve into multiple attack methods, making it difficult for the opponent to predict. The application of this sword technique was as natural as falling snowflakes. It was both beautiful and practical, capable of unleashing powerful force in combat. This is specifically for those without spiritual roots. If one can cultivate to the 10th level, one can also attain enlightenment through martial arts. This is probably a path of cultivation left by heaven for ordinary people. And Yunxi had collected quite a few techniques like this. However, what Yunxi hadn't expected was that she could find courses for learning this particular sword technique within the system. Not only that, but many of the martial arts manuals she had collected also had corresponding courses available within the system. This was definitely not just a coincidence. And Yunxi couldn't figure out the reason behind this, and she figured the system wouldn't tell her anyway. And Yunxi could only put it aside for now. She only needed to know that the system was harmless to her. As for the secrets behind it, she had the patience to explore them slowly. And Yunxi spent the entire morning in the learning space. Teaching classes within the system truly had its advantages. Not only did she have 10 times the time, but she also had top-tier teachers providing one-on-one instruction. The learning effect was better, and the efficiency was higher. Compared to studying outside, she naturally preferred to lie in bed and consciously enter the learning space to study. Even her school courses followed this method. Therefore, Yunxi's learning was practically effortless. For example, many students had to consult English-Chinese dictionaries while reading that thick, all-English economics textbook. But Yunxi, having memorized the entire dictionary, didn't need to. Because for her, reading an English textbook was almost no different from reading a Chinese one. As for subjects like advanced mathematics and linear algebra, Yunxi was already good at math. As long as she listened attentively in class and spent some time practicing afterward, getting good grades wasn't too difficult. With a 10 times learning room, she had significantly more study time than others. Overall, the school courses were indeed no pressure for her. Next, she decided to focus on improving her financial skills. Once she reached intermediate level or higher, she would open a stock account to practice. Although stock trading is only a small part of finance, it's definitely a good way to test what she's learned. In addition, she also wanted to study the futures market. Practice makes perfect. Adding practical experience would allow her to gain a deeper and more thorough understanding of the theoretical knowledge she was learning. That afternoon, Yunxi received a call from Yang Wei, who said she had found a suitable location to build a research institute. Found it so quickly, Yunxi was surprised. She hadn't expected it either. She had only asked Yang Wei to keep an eye out, and there was already news in just a few days. It's quite a coincidence. I have a classmate who works at the China Academy of Space Technology. That place is right next to their workplace. We were having dinner together the other day and talked about it, and he gave me this information. I inquired about it, and the owner's name is Zhang Li. He made his fortune in real estate. After acquiring the land, The original plan was to build a small science and technology industrial park. The basic building framework was already built, but before it was officially put up for lease, the company encountered a cash flow problem and now plans to sell the entire project. Next to the China Academy of Space Technology, and Yunxi knew without even looking at the place that it was perfect for a research institute. Is there anything wrong with this place? Such a good location, there must be quite a few people interested. Boss, I've investigated everything. All the paperwork is complete, and there are no other problems. Quite a few people must be interested in this project, right? Boss, you don't know this, but there are indeed many interested people. However, Zhongli is eager to recoup cash and requires a down payment of at least 60%. Many people are stuck on this and can't negotiate any further. Send me the information. Yes, boss. The information arrived, and Yunxi immediately knew the location was quite good. It was located outside the North Fifth Ring Road. It was about 13 kilometers from their school and even closer to Tsuaming Lake, only 6 kilometers away. Although not particularly secluded, it was adjacent to the China Academy of Space Technology, and there were many research institutions and residential compounds nearby. As for security, as long as security was handled well, it shouldn't be a problem. In terms of living, there were many residential areas nearby, and across the street there was a shopping district and a park. The entire plot of land was quite square, all enclosed by a wall. As for buildings, there were 3 buildings in total, or rather 5. Because the 2 annex buildings are connected to the main building, you could call it 1 building, or you could call it 3. The 10-story main building faces southeast, directly opposite the corner where the 2 roads intersect. The triangular area in front of the entrance can be used as a small plaza. There are 2 16-story annex buildings, one parallel to the right angle of the wall on the southwest and northeast sides. One on the left, one on the right, one on the east, one on the west, like 2 soldiers guarding the central main building. In addition, there are 2 separate buildings on the northwest and west sides of this area. The one facing northwest is 9 stories, and the one facing due west is 7 stories. The area surrounded by these buildings is a small garden. The open-air space above ground has approximately 30 parking spaces. There is also an underground parking garage that can accommodate several hundred cars. And Yunxi's idea is that the main building can be used as offices, exhibition halls, conference rooms, etc. The 2 annex buildings can be used as research labs and laboratories. Later, they will likely need to be divided into different labs depending on the project. The 2 separate buildings at the back will have their northwest-facing buildings converted into dormitories. The western building can be used as a canteen and staff recreation center. However, the land and buildings together will likely be very expensive. A 30,000 square meter plot of land would probably cost at least 2 billion yuan just for the land itself. That doesn't even include the buildings. The other party urgently needs money, so there should be room for negotiation on the price. Thinking of this, and Yunxi dialed Yang Wei's number. This place is good. Go and contact Zhang Li, find out his price for the whole package. Yes, boss. If the acquisition were to actually go through, and Yunxi estimated that her current 5 billion plus yuan would be almost entirely depleted. To be honest, there were simply too many areas requiring investment. This was unavoidable. With a research institute location secured and the top-tier researcher summoning card available to solve the core researcher problem, next, she needed to consider which project to focus on. And Yunxi searched through the Ziyun Immortal Mansion's warehouse and retrieved 3 documents. The first was a hair growth serum formula. This product was already widely accepted and used in the post-apocalyptic world. It was a pure traditional Chinese medicine formula, effective and without side effects. Crucially, all the raw materials could be found in this world. The second document was a nearsightedness treatment and recovery technology. In this world, nearsightedness was considered irreversible. However, in the post-apocalyptic world Yunxi had lived in, this technology had already been mastered. It used a 3-pronged approach: physical optics therapy, medication, and exercise. Therefore, nearsightedness was practically non-existent in that world. The third technology was solar photovoltaic panels. This technology had existed in this world for many years. However, the conversion rate between solar energy and electrical energy remained low. It was typically only between 15% and 22%. The highest recorded conversion rate globally was only 34.6%. This resulted in excessively high installation and deployment costs and required a large amount of space. This severely limited its application scenarios. In the post-apocalyptic world, this technology had already been surpassed. The best implementations even achieved conversion rates exceeding 90%. If they could realize this technology in this world, one can imagine the sensation it would cause. And Yunxi had collected a considerable amount of information on technologies like this, and even more advanced ones, in her spatial storage. However, achieving all of these goals would require a process. Therefore, establishing a research institute was only the first step in her plan. Seeing that it was almost time, and Yunxi drove to the Yunlin Club in Beijing. In October, the weather in Beijing had already turned cool, and Yunxi had also begun to change into autumn clothes. Today, she wore a pink Chanel cardigan with black trim, adding a touch of feminine softness to her elegant demeanor. She paired it with slightly thicker black trousers, which kept her warm while making her legs appear long and straight. Overall, she wore a black wool coat with a large Chanel-style lapel. The coat's design was unique, with a white trim around the cuffs and white piping around the collar and hem. This made the entire coat look both elegant and fashionable. Her entire outfit was from Chanel, exuding luxury from head to toe. Even her bag was a medium-sized pink Chanel classic flap, the color perfectly complementing her knitted top. Upon arriving at the door, the valet, seeing the LaFerrari reeking of money, immediately approached. And Yunxi tossed the car keys to the valet and pulled out a wad of tip from her bag. The valet thanked her profusely. And Yunxi walked inside, and before she even entered, a staff member approached to inquire. "Madam, do you have a reservation?" "Phantom Room 3. "Excuse me, do you know the name of the person who made the reservation?" And Yunxi knew this was to verify the visitor's identity. This place operates on a membership system. Only members or those accompanied by members can enter. The person who made the reservation had informed her of this beforehand. So, she directly said, "Liang Wentao." The staff immediately verified her identity, taking only a short while. A staff member stepped forward and said, "Madam, I'll take you there." As she walked through the lobby, and Yunxi silently recited in her mind, "System, check-in, ding-dong." Checking in at the entrance of Yunlin Club in Beijing. Ownership of Yunlin Club has been obtained. Relevant property certificates and documents have been stored in your system inventory. The system is giving her more properties again. Before coming, and Yunxi had researched this club. This is a famous, top-tier high-end club in Beijing. This place is a one-stop shop for dining, entertainment, and leisure, featuring bars, cigar lounges, tea rooms, KTV, Chinese restaurants, Western restaurants, a gym, swimming pool, archery range, and more. It also offers private rooms of various sizes and specifications. This is a gathering place for Beijing's wealthy elite. This place is frequented by the powerful and wealthy elites of Beijing. The parking lot outside is filled with all sorts of luxury cars. Even limited edition supercars are frequently seen here. Now, this place is his? With her current abilities, she really couldn't acquire assets of this caliber. But the system just gave it to her like that. Many times, she couldn't help but admire the system's power. Following the waiter to the Phantom Room 3, and Yunxi found 4 people already inside. Among them was Xia Siyuan, whom she knew. "Yunxi, come in quickly." "Sister Siyuan." She only knew one person, so she greeted her first. Xia Siyuan obviously knew her situation and immediately introduced her. "Yunxi, let me introduce you. This is Liang Wentao, the son of Siyuan Holdings." Siyuan Holdings? That's the Liang family, the richest family in Nanling Province, ranked ahead of her father. And this is Yi Zhou, the second son of Zhika Electronics. And this beautiful Lady Luo Jiaxuan, her family is in the new energy business. Although Yunxi hadn't met these 3 people in person, she had seen their posts in the group chat. This is Yunxi. I don't need to tell you, everyone knows her, right? "Hello everyone, I'm Yunxi, you can just call me Yunxi." "Yunxi, you used to be so mysterious. None of us had ever seen you before." It was Liang Wentao who spoke. As a leading figure among the wealthy second generation in Naling province, he stood there like a dazzling star. Tall and imposing, with an extraordinary air, he exuded an aura of authority, a quintessential image of a rich young master. Handsome, with bright eyes that gleamed with the wisdom and composure of someone who had seen it all. What was rare was that he didn't come across as unapproachable. On the contrary, his smile was gentle and friendly, quite deceptive. Before this, the Yin family's daughter had never appeared in their circle. This made a large group of people eager to know more. It was during high school. I was quite busy with my studies, so I came out after the college entrance exam, and Yunxi explained simply. From the messages in the group chat before, and Yunxi had thought Liang Wentao was approachable and easy to talk to. But meeting him today, that wasn't entirely true. Based on her vast experience of judging people over several lifetimes, this person's apparent friendliness was likely selective. A top student is different, huh? Even ordinary people like us have our share of social activities in high school, haha. Compared to Liang Wentao, Izhou seemed more lively. He had delicate features, always wore a smile, and loved to joke around. But don't mistake this for approachability. Those who spent time with him knew that if someone didn't meet his standards, he would be ruthless and cold-blooded. This duality made Izhou an enigmatic figure, but it was precisely this complexity that made him charming and mysterious. Young Master Yi is so humorous. Hey, don't call me Young Master Yi, just call me Izhou. Besides Xia Xiyuan, there was another girl, Luo Jiaxuan, a gentle-spoken, girl-next-door type. This contrasted sharply with Xia Xiyuan, who was intelligent, independent, and had a confident, assertive personality. Just as the five were getting to know each other, two more people arrived. One was Wei Cheng, the youngest son of the owner of Runda Technology, a freshman like in Yunxi. The other was Qi Tai, the future heir to Xining Optoelectronics. Unexpectedly, this circle of wealthy second-generation individuals alone had 7 people studying at universities in Beijing. The WeChat group had quite a few people, but it was still hierarchical. For example, in Nanling province, this circle was basically headed by Liang Wentao. Among them, the people in Yunxi met in Yunzhou, such as Luan and Xia Xiyuan, and those she met today, such as Izhou, were all of considerable status. After all, the strength of one's family company, whether one is an heir, and whether one has already taken over a certain amount of business determine one's status in the circle. Before Yunxi appeared, everyone was simply curious about this mysterious figure and eager to investigate. After she entered the circle, many people tried to find out more about her. In many families with sons, daughters rarely become heirs. But Yunxi's situation was different. Although she had a younger brother who hadn't yet taken over the family business, she had a mysterious and powerful master. Whether she could inherit the Yin family's assets was another matter, but at only 18 years old, she already possessed considerable wealth, and more was expected in the future. Thanks to Jianhua's ranking first in Yunzhou and second in Naling province, and the businesses in Yunxi controlled, everyone in this circle wanted to befriend her. Of course, this was only within Nanling province. Outside the province, things were different, especially in places like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangdong province. There were countless, even more powerful and wealthy individuals there. They were nothing compared to her. Power determines status. This statement applies in any environment. Everyone's here, let's eat first. Liang Wentao waved to a waiter and ordered the dishes to be served. Then, the group moved from the sofa area to the dining area in the private room. Their room, Phantom Number 3, was a large, multifunctional room where one could eat, drink, sing karaoke, play mahjong, and play games. It was perfect for a gathering. Considering there were several ladies present, Liang Wentao ordered red wine for the table. The 7 of them ate, drank, and chatted, enjoying a harmonious and pleasant time. When they had almost finished eating, Yunxi brought up her land plot. I have a plot of land in Beijing, and am planning to invest in building a large-scale integrated resort combining dining, entertainment, shopping, and leisure. I wonder if you'd be interested in investing and doing it together? How big is the land? Liang Wentao swallowed a sip of wine and asked. More than 3,000 mu.
How much did you say?
He asked again, surprised. 3,600 mu. The others? My goodness. This is Beijing. People fight tooth and nail for even a few dozen mu of land. How did you manage to get over 3,000 mu? Yunxi, where exactly is this land? Xia Siyuan asked, regaining her senses. In the western suburbs. It's a bit remote, but there are many high-end villas and residential areas nearby. Since there are many residences, it's not exactly remote. This must require a lot of capital, right? Luo Jiaxuan said softly. Her meager allowance certainly couldn't afford such a project. We haven't done a specific budget yet, but it's estimated to be no less than 10 billion. Wait, you're already working on such a huge project? And Yunxi's own investment company and research institute don't want anyone else involved for the time being. The only project that requires partners is this piece of land. She'd only mentioned it casually, not expecting them to definitely participate. Yunxi, this project of yours is too big, Xia Siyuan said. Although she was the heiress to Qingyuan jewelry, she hadn't yet taken control, and the funds she could access were only 50 or 60 million. If we don't participate in the overall project, there will be some smaller sub-projects later. Siyuan, you can see if there are any suitable ones then? That works too. Yunxi, have you found other investors yet? Not yet. The proposal isn't finished yet. I'm just asking you guys to see if you're interested in participating. Also, it would be best to find a reputable local company in Beijing to participate. Upon hearing this, everyone present understood and agreed. Doing such a large project in Beijing still required the help and protection of local powerful figures. Once the proposal is finished, please send me a copy. I'll have my cousin take a look. Your cousin is from Beijing? And Yunxi asked in surprise. The Yi family in Beijing? They have quite a bit of influence in Beijing. That's more than just some influence. They're one of the 5 major families in Beijing. No wonder the Liang family was able to expand their business to Beijing. And no wonder the Liang family surpassed her father to become the richest family in Nanling province. So that's the connection they have. Her father, and Jianhua, was the richest man in Yunzhou, with thriving businesses in Nanling province and many surrounding provinces. However, in places like Beijing and Shanghai, his family had absolutely no opportunity to get involved. They simply lacked a breakthrough point and opportunity to help him break through this circle. At the time, she had considered helping her father again, but after careful consideration, she gave up. Her father's achievements, with the help of her so-called mentor, were already quite remarkable. Those places were full of powerful and influential people, offering many opportunities, but also great risks. There was no need to force her father to get involved. Once she grew up, she would have plenty of time and opportunities. Today's events were truly an unexpected surprise. Okay, I'll send it to you later. And Yunxi felt that this was another opportunity for her. So, and Yunxi added the others on WeChat. Liang Wentao even created a small group chat with 7 people. After dinner, the group started singing and playing dice. And Yunxi didn't drink the imported liquor and beer they ordered later. She didn't like mixing different kinds of alcohol. Yunxi, it's your turn. Hurry up and choose a song. And Yunxi chose Light Years Away. As soon as she opened her mouth, everyone was stunned by her clear and beautiful voice. Yunxi, I didn't expect you to sing so well. With this level of skill, you could debut right away. Yunxi doesn't need to go into the entertainment industry. That's true. Yunxi, you sing so well. Sing another song. Led by Xia Siyuan, the others urged her to sing another song. And Yunxi didn't pay much attention to their praise. She knew her own abilities very well. Among amateurs, she was indeed considered a good singer. However, compared to professionals, there's still a significant gap. The claim that she could debut directly was just flattery. Unable to resist everyone's enthusiasm, and Yunxi requested another song, a slightly indie-chic English song called I Wanted You. The completely different style and melody once again captivated everyone. The group partied until 11 p.m. before heading home. The 7 of them left the private room and walked to the door. Yunxi, did you drive here?
Yes.
Did you call a designated driver? Everyone had drunk a bit tonight, so the car definitely wouldn't be able to run. I called my family driver. That's good. And Yunxi dialed Chengda's number. Miss, Come to the club entrance. Okay, it'll be right there. Soon, a valet brought in Yunxi's car to the entrance. A Ferrari LaFerrari? Wei Chen exclaimed in surprise, his eyes burning with the intensity of someone looking at a dream lover. What a cool car. That red is so beautiful. Xia Siyuan, standing beside him, also exclaimed. Liang Wentao's eyes darkened as he looked at the sports car worth over 20 million yuan. A car worth over 20 million was nothing to him. He owned even more expensive cars. But as a Ferrari member, he knew the immense power required to buy this limited edition sports car. It seemed Yunxi's master's family was quite powerful. Chengdu took the keys from the valet and opened the passenger door. I'm going back now. Let's meet again sometime. Goodbye, Yunxi. Drive safely. After waving goodbye to her friends at the party, and Yunxi got into the passenger seat. Chengdu walked around the front of the car, got into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove away. Brother Cheng, how did you get here? And Yunxi asked after getting in the car. I drove here with Butler Chu. Butler Chu dropped me off, and then drove back by himself. If there were any drinking sessions like this in the future, she'd try not to drive herself. Chengdu seemed a little excited the whole way. This was a LaFerrari. It was the first time in his life he'd driven a sports car worth tens of millions. Even with his excitement, his military background allowed him to remain calm and drive smoothly and quickly. And Yunxi, sitting in the car with her eyes closed, almost fell asleep. Upon arriving home, Yunxi immediately washed her hair and took a shower, then lay down on her comfortable bed. It was already past midnight, far past her usual bedtime. The next morning, Yang Wei sent a message. Boss, we've contacted Zhang Li. He's asking for 5 billion, with an initial payment of at least 60%. 5 billion? That price isn't bad. Have you seen the site? Yes, the buildings and infrastructure are complete. It can be put into use after some renovations. Since they were negotiating the price, she naturally wanted to see it and make a comprehensive assessment. You talk to him. We can pay in full. Whatever we can negotiate, we'll take it. Yang Wei. Once again, she was stunned by her boss's generosity. Okay, I'll do my best to negotiate. After finishing breakfast, Yunxi was about to enter the system space to study when her phone rang. Yunxi glanced at it. It was a local Beijing number. Without thinking much, she answered directly. Hello? Hello, MS. And this is Yan Hao, the person in charge at Yunlin Club. Is this Mr. Yan? Is there something you need? No, I mainly wanted to ask the boss for instructions on the club's operation. No instructions. Just manage it as usual, Mr. Yan. Send me the relevant documents and reports. Okay. By the way, I'll give you my assistant's contact information later. You can contact him for reporting in the future. After hanging up, Yunxi sent her email address and Chu Zhe's contact information. She explained the club situation to Chu Zhe on WeChat. Then, she entered the system space, opened the finance course, and began studying. She would take a break every 2 hours. After completing a small phase of a course, she would switch to another. If it was a martial arts course, she would leave the system space after a while to practice in the dance studio on the 3rd floor. The dance studio was spacious and had mirrors to check her movements, making it quite suitable for martial arts practice. Although, she could also practice within the system space. However, practicing in the virtual world and then returning to the physical world requires some adjustment time. Yunxi had done the same when learning etiquette. After her afternoon nap, Yunxi drove out to complete her daily check-in task. The check-in location wasn't far, just a park near Tsuaming Lake. Ding dong. Checked in at the entrance of Zhuxin Park in the western suburbs, received 20 million yuan in cash, deposited into the host's unlimited black card at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. At this moment, she wished she could get a doubling funds card. After all, once she bought the place next to the Space Research Institute, her money was almost gone. Therefore, she especially wanted to double her funds before spending them all. She wondered how the negotiations with Yang Wei were going. She just hoped to get another doubling funds card before the deal was finalized. October 9th was the day Peking University ended its holiday and classes resumed. It was Sunday, and they were making up for Friday's classes. Since Yunxi had no classes on Friday, she didn't return to school last night. It wasn't until after lunch that Yunxi, carrying some warm clothes, got into Chengdu's car and returned to school. The first thing she did upon arriving at school was to complete her daily check-in task at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Her wish came true, and Yunxi received another double funds card. However, this time it wasn't 5 times but 2 times. Of course, 2 times was already a pleasant surprise for Yunxi. This meant she would have the money for the renovations of the Yunfeng building and the research institute. After this experience, Yunxi was basically certain that her thoughts sometimes influence the system's rewards. This influence wasn't 100% guaranteed, but when the thought was strong enough, there was a certain probability it would come true. Today's check-in reward once again confirmed this. This discovery was quite important to her. Having received another double funds card, Yunxi chose to use it immediately. So, her funds increased to over 11.28 billion. Great! Her finances suddenly became much more comfortable. Finally, she no longer needed to be so constrained. Before, she was worried that after buying the research institute, she wouldn't have enough money to cover the renovation costs of the Yunfeng building. Moreover, the renovation of the research institute, the establishment of the company team, and the land in the western suburbs, everything required money. Now, although it was still far from enough compared to the huge investments required for these projects, at least in the short term, she wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Satisfied, Yunxi got back into the car and had Chengdu drive her to her dormitory. Only Tong Yao was in the dormitory. Yunxi, you're finally back. What's wrong? The results are out tomorrow. I'm a little nervous. No. What's the use of being nervous now? It won't affect the results at all. She'll still get the same score. Seeing Tong Yao's restless expression, Yunxi began to comfort her. It's just a placement test. Relax. By the way, how's your tutoring going? She tried to divert her roommate's attention by changing the subject. Sure enough, Tong Yao immediately launched into a long explanation. Not bad. 200 yuan an hour. I've earned over 4,000 this holiday. I'll go every Saturday from now on. Seeing Tong Yao's energetic and motivated demeanor, Yunxi felt quite pleased. The two chatted for a while until the other 2 roommates returned, after which Tong Yao started finding new people to confide in. Yunxi, however, didn't participate. After all, she had already comforted her. And so, Yunxi resumed her formal teaching life. Mondays were basically full of classes, keeping her quite busy all day. She didn't get back to her dorm until after 9 p.m. after class. Yunxi, have you checked your grades? No, have you checked? Chu and I both checked. It's CET4. Tong Yao was just hesitating for ages, too scared to log in. Song Mingzhu replied. Yunxi took out her phone, opened the school's academic affairs system website, entered her student ID and password, and logged in. Soon, she saw her grades, also CET4, with a score of 148, only 2 points deducted. Huh? You all got CET4? Tong Yao wailed. At her level, passing CET4 was impossible. She'd be grateful if she could just get CET3. Hurry up and check. If you're too scared, I'll help you. Chu couldn't stand her dawdling. Then, you can check for me. Tong Yao said softly. Give me your student ID and password. A moment later, Chu had found Tong Yao's score. How is it? Tong Yao asked softly. Don't worry, CET3. Yay! I knew my efforts wouldn't be in vain. Tong Yao jumped for joy. But quickly, she said regretfully, Sigh, it's just that I can't take the CET4 exam with you guys. You can take it next year. Haha, that's true. She was already very satisfied with this score. Alright, go take a shower. Don't you know what time it is? Chi reminded her. This person had been back long ago and had been struggling to log in for over an hour. Even when she checked her college entrance exam scores, it wasn't this bad. She was speechless. Yunxi quickly went to wash her hair, shower, and use the toilet, then promptly climbed into bed. She couldn't wait to know what the system's reward was. Opening the system panel, sure enough, the task of achieving the highest grade in the entrance English exam had changed to completed. System, claim task reward.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the learning task, achieving the highest grade in the entrance English exam. Reward: custom character summoning card *2, stored in system inventory. She recognized this reward. Yunxi was obtained through a custom character summoning card, an all-around assistant with an ability rating of 99 and loyalty of 100. Unexpectedly, this reward was the same again. And 2 at once. This means she will have 2 subordinates as excellent as Yunxi, and the kind whose types she can define herself. Once the research institute is built, it will definitely need management. At that time, she can summon someone with some technical knowledge and management skills to take charge. As for the remaining card, she won't rush it. She'll think about it some more. Today's sign-in reward was 10 million, nothing special. However, the reward for completing the task was a big surprise. On Tuesday, Yunxi's schedule was full except for the first 2 periods in the morning. Therefore, after having breakfast at the cafeteria, she walked to Jingyuan to sign in. Jingyuan is a very familiar and meaningful place for students of Peking University. It's not just a scenic spot on campus. It carries countless youthful memories and vitality. At the heart of Jingyuan is a wide lawn, like a huge green carpet, soft and vibrant. This lawn not only provides ample space for students to move around freely, but it's also an ideal venue for various outdoor activities. Whether it's leisurely sunbathing, taking a stroll, or holding class or club gatherings, you can find a suitable spot here. Besides the expansive lawn, Jingyuan also features several quaint courtyards on its east and west sides. These courtyards retain their ancient architectural style and are filled with a rich cultural atmosphere. Especially the dense ivy climbing the walls and the beautiful wisteria blooming every year make the entire environment exceptionally charming. It has become a favorite spot for many students to take photos and has also attracted many tourists. System check-in.
Ding.
Checked in at Jingyuan, Kyoto University, and obtained a skill upgrade card, which has been stored in your system inventory. Skill upgrade card? This is another card I haven't seen before. And Yunxi quickly opened her system inventory to check the description of the skill upgrade card. Skill upgrade card. Can upgrade any skill by 1 level up to the highest level, God. System. Isn't the highest skill level master? How come there's a God level now? Host. The system divides skill levels into 6 levels: beginner, elementary, intermediate, advanced, master, and God level. The highest level is indeed God level. Then why did the previous introduction only go up to master level? Before it was triggered, the host didn't have permission to know. How come I have permission now? The host obtained a skill upgrade card and triggered a certain condition, which unlocked the permission. Are you sure God level is the highest level? Is there going to be an even higher level later?
System.
And Yunxi. There really isn't an even higher level, is there? Could it be that her casual guess was right? After a long while, the system's mechanical voice finally sounded. In this world, God level is the highest level. And Yunxi immediately understood. She only needed to know that God level was the highest level here. As for other worlds, she could consider that when she actually went there someday. But then Yunxi started having headaches again. Since this skill upgrade card can raise a skill to the highest level, God level, upgrading a master level skill is the natural first choice. However, there are 2 master level skills but only 1 upgrade card. And Yunxi hesitated between the driving and shooting skills. Ultimately, she chose to upgrade the shooting skill first. She should have more upgrade cards like this in the future. The master level driving skill is already sufficient. As for the shooting skill, well, it's not really very useful. But using other skills without upgrading them to God level seems like a waste. Never mind. Hopefully, she'll get a few more in the future. System. Use skill upgrade card to upgrade shooting skill. And Yunxi was too lazy to even look at the card and directly selected to use it. The card in her system inventory vanished in a flash of white light. Immediately afterwards, her skill panel changed.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the skill upgrade card. Your shooting skill has been upgraded to God level.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained your first God level skill. Reward. 21% stake in Pinduoduo network technology. Related documents and certificates have been stored in your system inventory. Wow, there's an extra reward? And Yunxi used her backpack as a cover to take out the company's information to check. This is a platform for a mainstream mobile internet e-commerce application product, established last year. In other words, it's a third-party social e-commerce platform focusing on C2M group buying. Users can purchase products at lower prices by initiating group purchases with friends, family, and neighbors. Within 2 months of its launch last year, it gained over 1 million followers. By July of this year, its user base had exceeded 100 million. Currently, the company's market valuation is $500 million or over 3 billion RMB. Operatingly, it's currently operating at a pure loss. Although she is the second largest shareholder, it's estimated that there will be no profits to distribute in the short term. However, in Yunxi's original world, there was also such a company. It later successfully went public and grew very large, with net profits reaching tens of billions. It seems that to receive dividends from this company, she'll have to wait a few more years. After putting away the documents, Yunxi headed towards the second teaching building. She had 2 advanced mathematics classes at 10 a.m.
Today.
On the way, Yunxi received a call from Yang saying that the land for the research institute had been secured for 4.6 billion yuan to be paid in full upfront. When asked when to sign the contract, Yunxi checked her schedule. She had no classes on Wednesday morning. She told Yang they would meet tomorrow, Wednesday morning at 9:30 a.m. The next morning, Yunxi arrived at the agreed-upon Plaza Mingxiang Pavilion 10 minutes early. This was a tea house hidden in a narrow alley near Hohai. Without a friend's recommendation, it would have been difficult to find such a place. The 3-story building had a distinctly Jiangnan water town feel to it. White walls and black tiles, winding corridors and flowing water. It felt like stepping into a traditional Chinese ink painting. Entering the tea house, Yunxi found the interior furnishings quite exquisite. Natural elements were the primary focus, such as wooden furniture and bamboo tea sets, complemented by cultural decorations like classical calligraphy and paintings and porcelain ornaments. This created a simple yet elegant environment and a comfortable, warm atmosphere, making one feel as if they had traveled back to the time of ancient literati. While observing the tea house's decor, Yunxi silently recited in her mind, "System. Sign in. Ding dong." Signing in at Mingxiang Pavilion in Beijing, you have received a top-grade tea gift pack now stored in your system inventory. Signing in at a tea house and getting a tea gift pack as a reward? That's quite reasonable. The system never disappoints. This tea must be extraordinary. It wasn't convenient to check right now, so Yunxi put the matter aside for the time being. Guided by a waitress in an elegant cheongsam, Yunxi arrived at the private room Yang had reserved. When she arrived, 4 people were already seated inside. Yang and Chu Zi were on her side. The remaining middle-aged man must be Zhang Li. Zhang Li had meticulously styled short hair, slightly graying. He was slightly overweight, but dressed impeccably. He wore a sharp gray suit, a simple yet tasteful tie, and a fine Rolex watch on his wrist. What was most striking was the wisdom and decisiveness that inadvertently shone in his eyes. Even in adversity, he remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. Judging from his past experience, this man is indeed very capable. Otherwise, the company wouldn't have grown so large. Besides Zhang Li, there was another young man sitting next to him, whose relationship to Zhang Li was unclear to Yunxi. Yang had been handling this matter, and she had specifically called Chu Zi over to review the contract. Since he was a lawyer, it was reasonable for her to make the best use of him. Upon seeing Yunxi arrive, everyone stood up to greet her. "I'm sorry I'm late," Yunxi said as she walked into the private room. "This must be Chairmanin? I'm Zhang Li. It's an honor to have the opportunity to work with you." Yunxi shook hands with him. After they were seated, Yang formally introduced the 2 parties. Yunxi then realized that the young man with Zhang Li was actually his son, Zhang Wenjie. President and is truly young and accomplished, to have achieved so much at such a young age. "President Zhang, you flatter me." It's all thanks to our predecessors. This is also due to President An's personal ability. If the younger generation lacked ability, even the largest family fortune couldn't be maintained. Zhang Li's words were deeply insightful. The reason their family business was facing a cash flow crisis was related to his good-for-nothing younger brother. And Yunxi had learned about these circumstances beforehand. President Zhang has such decisiveness. I believe this crisis is only temporary and a turnaround will soon follow. As far as she knew, Zhang Li had used this opportunity to completely sever ties with his brother. The assets had been completely divided. With that dragging person out of the way, the company's future development would be much smoother. Then I'll take your kind words, Mr. N, within Yunxi's 4.6 billion yuan, plus the funds raised from other sources. This ordeal can finally be weathered. When Zhang Li's son, Zhang Wenjie, began discussing the contract details, he dismissed the tea server and took over the tea-making himself. He focused intently on brewing and refilling the tea, listening attentively without interrupting. He was certainly someone who could remain calm and composed. The price had already been agreed upon beforehand. Today, only some details needed to be finalized. Yang Wei led the discussions, and Yunxi provided supplementary information, and Chu Ziyi revised the relevant contract clauses on the spot. After both parties confirmed that there were no problems, Chu Ziyi printed out the contract, which was signed on the spot. Mr. Zhang, the payment will be transferred to your company account tomorrow. Mr. N, you are decisive and efficient. I admire you greatly. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Would you like to treat Mr. N to lunch sometime? I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhang. I have to rush back to class soon. We can talk about lunch another time. Mr. N, you're still a student? Zhang Li was surprised. He thought this person just looked young, but it turns out they really are. Yes, that's right. I didn't have classes this morning, so I arranged to meet with Mr. Zhang at this time. Mr. N, you are truly so outstanding. What kind of parents could raise such an outstanding child? Mr. Zhang, I think your son is also very outstanding. Not at all. He still has a lot to learn from Mr. N after saying goodbye to Zhang Li and his son, and Yunxi got into the car Chu Ziyi had driven to take her back to school. Chu Ziyi was driving the Mercedes-Benz GLE 350 SUV. Butler Chu, you should also buy a car. The budget is 2 million. You can swipe it from my card. Chu Ziyi is a business butler, different from a personal butler. He will be involved in more and more business activities in the future, so having a car is necessary. Okay, thank you, miss. Also, buy me one, a BMW 650i's Drive Grand Coupe, 4-seater, the newest model this year, in Alpine White. And Yunxi had already inquired. The school could issue parking permits and vehicle passes. But her sports car really wasn't suitable for driving on campus. It was too flashy, and more importantly, a sports car only had 2 seats, not enough for even a simple meal with her roommates. After thinking about it, she decided to buy another 4-seater, a cheaper one, specifically for driving on campus. She chose this BMW 6 Series herself after researching online. The base price was over 1.48 million yuan. Even with options and paperwork, it shouldn't exceed 2 million yuan. On campus, that would be considered a rare luxury car. Chu Zi agreed to the young lady's request, while simultaneously considering what car he should buy. After finishing her 2 afternoon classes, and Yunxi, who had no evening classes, ate dinner early and returned to her dorm. Only Song Mingzhu was in the dorm. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity to be alone, Song Mingzhu asked, Yunxi, how's the office building renovation going? Have you contacted my cousin yet? Yes, he has. It should be in the design phase now. That's good. Mingzhu, thanks to your introduction this time. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. I didn't really help you much. Even if you hadn't gone through me and had contacted him directly, the deal would have been done. Business delivered to your door, especially such a large order for an entire building only a fool would refuse. That's true. But your introduction saved me a lot of trouble. It's still a collaboration, but the difference is huge. And Yunxi understood perfectly well. Okay, then I'll be waiting for your big meal. Song Mingzhu said with a smile. No problem, I have a lot of classes tomorrow. How about Friday night? How about we invite Chu Yu and Tong Yao along? Song Mingzhu thought for a moment and suggested. Sure, Let's treat it to a dorm get-together. I'll tell them now. After saying that, Song Mingju took out her phone and did some work. They said Friday night is fine. Okay, then Friday night is fine. And Yunxi also opened the Beautiful Girls Alliance group and asked for everyone's suggestions. And Yunxi, Friday night is my treat. What do you all want to eat? Tong Yao, hot pot. And Yunxi, what kind? Lamb hot pot. Lamb spine? Chaos Han beef? Or Sichuan spicy? And Yunxi had seen all these restaurants on the food street outside the southwest gate. Tong Yao, I want to eat them all in Yunxi. And Yunxi at Chuyu, where's Chuyu? Chuyu, I'm fine with anything. Mingzhu, Tong Yao said she wants to eat hot pot. Are you okay with that? I'm okay. And Yunxi, let's eat lamb spine first tomorrow. We can eat something else later, if we have the chance. Chuyu, agreed Tong Yao. Agreed +1 Song Mingzhu. Okay Tong Yao, Mingzhu, you're breaking the formation Song Mingzhu. Agreed +2 in Yunxi. Then it settled. After confirming the dinner arrangement, and Yunxi started checking the top-tier tea gift pack she received for checking in today. Opening the gift package revealed 10 of the finest and most expensive teas. Wui Mountain de Hong Pao, costing 3 to 4 million yuan per kilogram. Ryukyu Oriental Beauty Tea, costing 1 million yuan per kilogram. An Aged Pu'er tea cake worth 2 million yuan. Westlake Longjing Tea, costing 18,000 yuan per kilogram. Ryukyu Oolong Tea, worth 1,900,000 yuan. Also included were Darjeeling Tea, Anshi Tiguanyan, Mengding Huangya, Jinjun Mei Black Tea, and Anji White Tea. All 10 teas were of high quality, excellent taste, and expensive. She now possessed 2 kilograms of each type, and Yunxi enjoyed and was knowledgeable about tea. However, she had never tasted such expensive teas before. Even as a gift, they would be quite presentable. The system was as generous as ever. Thursday was a busy day for Yunxi, filled with diligent study. The sign-in location that day was the school's west gate, which was also the main entrance. The reward was the unremarkable 20 million. And Yunxi accepted it all. Of course, she didn't forget to transfer the money for the research institute to Zhongli. Because the amount was quite large, she used funds from her unlimited limit black card at the Bank of China. And Yunxi named the location for the research institute Yunnan Science and Technology Park. And the research institute within it, in keeping with that name, was simply called the Yunnan Research Institute. After transferring the money, and Yunxi suddenly remembered that she seemed to have an investment cashback card she hadn't used. It had been so long that she had completely forgotten about it. System, can I use the investment cashback card for this transaction? The host's purchase of land and office buildings are both considered investments, so the investment cashback card can be used. Is that so? That's great. System, use the investment cashback
Card. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully using the 10 million limit 5 times investment cashback card, receiving a cashback of 50 million, which has been deposited into the host's unlimited black card at China Bank. It's a pity that she spent 4.6 billion, but the cashback card's limit was only 10 million. If the limit were higher, she would have made a fortune. Seeing the cashback funds arrive, and Yunxi was satisfied. The contract was signed, and the money was paid. Yang Wei was responsible for the subsequent handover and registration procedures. After entrusting the renovation of her research institute to Xingyuan Decoration, and Yunxi became a hands-off manager. Because she was treating her dorm mates to dinner on Friday, and Yunxi didn't return to Yunshui residence this week. On the day of the dinner, aside from going out to sign in, she spent the rest of the time in her dorm. She also spent some time in the system's learning space. That evening, the 4 girls from dorm 303 went out for lamb spine hot pot as planned. A large portion of the customers on this food street were students, so the prices weren't too high. The 4 of them ordered a huge amount of food, and it only cost a little over 400 yuan. This place is pretty good. We can come again next time. On the way home, Tong Yao was still craving more hot pot. Go back to this place? Aren't you going to eat anything else? And Yunxi said jokingly. Tong Yao. Then let's try each place first, and then come back to this one. Clearly, this question was no challenge for the little foodie Tong Yao. And Yunxi recalled the gentle, refined, and well-educated appearance of Tong Yao's parents. This was completely different from the lively, gossipy, and talkative Tong Yao. Was this a genetic mutation? Or a case of positives making negatives? Thinking this, and Yunxi shook her head with amusement. Look everyone, the new school beauty and handsome guy rankings have started voting. Undoubtedly, it was Tong Yao, who loved to exaggerate, who said this. Oh my, Yunxi and Mingzhu are both candidates. Ha ha ha, Chiyu, you're a candidate too, but for the handsome guy rankings. My god, what kind of dorm did I get into? I'm so lucky, the school beauty and handsome guy are both in my dorm. Hee hee, if everyone else knew, they'd be so envious. The other three watched this girl muttering to herself for a long time, somewhat exasperated. After talking for a while and getting no response, Tong Yao looked up and saw her three roommates staring at her with a complicated expression. What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and vote. No way. I have to get everyone in our School of Economics and Management to vote. We have to win this honor back for our school. She immediately opened the app and started urging everyone to vote. Everyone. What kind of honor is this? This person is completely hopeless. Back in the dorm, and Yunxi also opened the campus forum. The pinned post was about the new campus beauty and handsome guy selection. And Yunxi clicked to take a look. Wow, who collected all this information? It's so comprehensive. Each candidate's name, department, age, brief introduction, and photo were displayed. And there were more than one photo. And Yunxi alone had over a dozen. It was a complete photo collection. There were ID photos taken when applying for a campus card, street photos taken during registration, training photos with sweat on her face during military training, smiling photos chatting with her roommates on the opening ceremony day, and even close-up photos of her shooting during military training. And Yunxi, completely shocked. Apart from the ID photos, she didn't have any of the other photos. And Yunxi naturally knew that someone was taking photos of her during military training. But she thought it was just group photos for publicity purposes. She didn't expect there to be such individual close-up photos. The key question was how these photos got leaked and even appeared on the forum for the campus beauty pageant. And Yunxi quickly traced the source of the photo. While her hacking skills were still at a beginner level, finding something like this was easy enough. Then, she discovered a photo collection showcasing the 2016 freshmen's military training on the school's official website. It contained many photos from the training, group photos of each company, training scenes, performance scenes, everyday scenes, and some close-up shots. There were over 600 photos in total, but only 2 were close-up shots of Yunxi. Did this girl look at every single photo? Because she discovered that a close-up photo of Song Mingzhu from her military training had also been dug up and posted. Although somewhat speechless, Yunxi still downloaded and saved all the photos in the collection, those of her company, the 4 members of her 303 class, and herself, and shared them in the dormitory group chat. She also saved the photos taken by passers-by that she thought were good in the Campus Beauties list into her photo album folder. I never imagined she'd be looking for her own photos on the official website. And, surprisingly, many of the photos were quite good. Wow, Yunxi, where did you get these photos? The school website has a compilation. Go check it out yourselves. Maybe I missed some. The 3 of them quickly went to the website to look at the photos. From time to time, Tong Yao's exclamations of surprise echoed in the dormitory as she looked at the photos. After washing up, Yunxi climbed into bed, took out her tablet, put on her headphones, and started watching a TV series. It was Hua's latest tablet, perfect for watching dramas. It was a gift from Jianhua's business partner. They had everything: phones, laptops, tablets, cameras, and so on. And Jianhua couldn't use it all himself, so he bought his daughter the whole set. Recently, she discovered a pretty good drama. The plot was fast-paced, the production was excellent, the costumes and props were exquisite, and the actors' performances were superb. Moreover, the director had a great eye for casting. The actors weren't the mass-produced, cookie-cutter type. Each had their own unique charm, and even the supporting roles were all distinctive. She had only watched the beginning before, but following the updates was too tedious, so she gave up. Now that it was finally all released, she could finally watch it to the end. In this era of fast-paced culture, it's truly rare to find such a good drama. At this moment, Yunxi even considered investing in the film and television industry. It's definitely a lucrative industry. But what she hoped for even more was to produce some good TV series and movies. However, at this stage, it was just an idea. She didn't have any connections or clues yet. Yunxi watched 4 episodes in one go before going to bed. This weekend, Yunxi didn't return to Yunxi Manor. On Saturday, after signing in at Weiming Lake and receiving 20 million, Yunxi went directly to a 2301, Building 12, Bihai Yuntian. Minghui had already arranged for someone to clean up the place. She'd added quite a few small items, even filling her walk-in closet with things. If she didn't go back to the manor, she could just stay here. Leaning back on the soft, comfortable sofa, Yunxi stretched. This is so much more comfortable than the dorm, Yunxi muttered to herself. After her first year of university, she'd arranged to live off campus. During her 2-day holiday, Yunxi stayed home and watched her favorite drama series. After finishing it, Yunxi still felt a bit unsatisfied. She checked the time. It was already 5:30 p.m. She hadn't completed today's check-in task. Yunxi put down her tablet, got up, changed her clothes and shoes, and walked to today's check-in location. Ding dong. Checking in at Zhongguancun Plaza, you have received a Rolls-Royce Phantom Ambilight Edition. You can collect it at the Rolls-Royce Force store in Beijing. Unexpectedly, today's reward was another car. Yunxi knew that the Phantom was a classic Rolls-Royce model, and the one the system rewarded her with wasn't an ordinary Phantom. The Ambilight Edition was a limited edition special version released by Rolls-Royce. The market price started at 13.98 million. It wasn't particularly expensive, but only 25 of these customized models were produced worldwide, highlighting their rarity and preciousness. And now, the system had simply given her one. Yunxi took out her phone and checked the car's information. It was a blue car. The color looked very noble and eye-catching. The exterior design embodied ultimate luxury and individuality. When light shone on the custom-made celebratory blue paint, the car body immediately shimmered and became captivating. The three-dimensional dreamlike effect created by the shell-colored and black hand-painted waistline with diamond patterns was like wearing a diamond bracelet on the car, making the entire exterior unique and eye-catching. Furthermore, the addition of 9-spoke alloy wheels pushed the luxury and beauty of this model to a new level. It stood there, waiting for its owner to step out of the vehicle, onto the center stage, and become the focus of everyone's attention. Just looking at the pictures and descriptions, Yunxi could feel the car's luxury, nobility, and elegance. It truly deserved the title Radiant Splendor. She couldn't wait to see what the car looked like.
Her phone rang.
Hello, is this MS Yunxi? Yes, it is. Hello, MS. And I'm the manager of the Rolls-Royce Force dealership. The Rolls-Royce Phantom Ambilight Edition you ordered has arrived. When would be a convenient time for you to pick it up? I'll send you my contact information. You can contact my butler. After ending the call, Yunxi first contacted Minghui to explain the situation, then sent Minghui's phone number to the manager and left it at that. The cars rewarded by the system are so much better. If she were to buy one herself, even a decent car would require a waiting period. But system rewards are always ready to be picked up immediately. Yunxi decided that she wouldn't buy a car herself unless absolutely necessary. She guessed the system would reward her with other cars in the future. After having dinner, Yunxi returned to her dormitory. Tomorrow is Monday, and she has class as her first class. Staying at school is more convenient. She took all her summer clothes and shoes from the dormitory to her apartment in Baiyunshan, leaving only some autumn and winter clothes. Back in her dorm, Yunxi tidied up her things. Yunxi, what are you doing? Tong Yao asked, seeing Yunxi fiddling with the wardrobe as soon as she returned. Just tidying up. I can't wear my summer clothes anymore, so I bought a new batch of thicker ones. The wardrobe's a bit messy. Should I tidy up too? Although she didn't own a place in Beijing, she could pack the clothes she didn't want to wear into her suitcase. Never mind, she'd wait until the weekend. It would take time to tidy up. What are you tidying up? Have you finished your linear algebra homework? Song Mingzhu looked up from her homework and reminded her. Huh, Oh my god, it's due first thing tomorrow morning, and I haven't even started. Song Mingju. She knew it would be like this. It wasn't a waste of a reminder. She was used to her roommate's forgetfulness. Tong Yao hurriedly found her textbooks and notebooks and started working on her homework. Song Mingju continued to work diligently. The last problem was a bit difficult, and it took her quite a while to figure out the solution. As for Yunxi and Chuyu, these two self-disciplined individuals never left assignments until the last minute. Generally, assignments given in this class were due at the same time the following week, and Yunxi would finish them either that day or at the latest the next day. She would never procrastinate. With a week to go, it's easy to forget things if you put them off. Besides, not every course had homework. Only calculus and linear algebra always had homework. Other courses either didn't, or had it occasionally, or it was a large assignment or group project that only needed to be completed once a semester. So overall, the workload wasn't particularly heavy. After all, the school wanted to give everyone an adjustment period in the first semester. The new week began, and after 2 days of feeling down, Yunxi adjusted her mindset and threw herself into her studies. On her way to lunch after finishing 2 classes in the morning, Yunxi noticed that the small square in front of the Centennial Hall and both sides of the road running east to west were filled with all sorts of small tents. Under the tents were tables and chairs similar to those used during orientation for new students and people wearing various vests. It turns out that student clubs are recruiting new members. And Yunxi glanced at them as she passed by. Law Club, Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, Classical Chinese Studies Club, Guqin Club, Choir. All kinds of clubs were represented. Even clubs like the West Coast Development Research Association and the Nuclear Energy Development Association were represented. Can you believe it? As she walked, Yunxi was handed a stack of brochures for various clubs. Yunxi didn't have time to look at them carefully at the moment. She had classes in the afternoon and evening. After finishing her evening elective course on documentary and feature film production, Yunxi returned to her dormitory and began to consider joining a club. Club activities count towards practical credits, meaning she had to join at least one club. Looking at the pile of flyers on the table, Yunxi was at a loss for what to do. So, she decided to ask others first. Ladies, what clubs have you joined? The piano club. Excellent. That certainly suits Song Mingju's refined, sophisticated air. Basketball Association. Yeah, that's definitely Chuyu's choice. I joined the anime club and the badminton association. Badminton? Are you serious? And Yunxi wasn't the only one with this question. Chuyu and Song Mingju also looked at Tong Yao in disbelief. Don't underestimate me. I also want to cultivate an interest in sports. When she said the second half of that sentence, Tong Yao's tone involuntarily softened. Then good luck. Keep going. Believe in yourself. Tong Yao. What should she do if she started to not want to go anymore? After asking around, there was absolutely no helpful information. And Yunxi directly opened the school's official website and checked the club section. There were nearly 100 clubs in 8 categories, including political theory, academic innovation, culture and arts, and sports and fitness. It was dazzling. After browsing through them, Yunxi decided to choose the Martial Arts Association. There's 1 learning activity per week and 1 or 2 large events per semester. It won't take up too much time. Besides, it's something she's good at, so participating in the learning activities shouldn't be too difficult. The next morning, taking advantage of her free time, Yunxi found the martial arts club's queue and joined the back of the line. Fortunately, there weren't too many people. There were only 3 people ahead of her. Beautiful women attract attention wherever they go. As soon as Yunxi walked over, quite a few people noticed her. Everyone hoped the beautiful girl would join their club. But she walked over and chose the martial arts club, which was located in a relatively secluded spot. The martial arts club members were overjoyed. Their club already had very few girls, and now they had a campus beauty of that caliber. The brothers in the club were in luck. When it was Yunxi's turn, the senior student in charge of recruitment was very enthusiastic. Junior, do you want to join the Martial Arts Association?
Yes.
That's great. Have you practiced before? I practiced for a few years. Wow, she actually has some basic skills. Not bad, not bad. The person in charge became even more enthusiastic. It seems you're a good fit for our martial arts association. He handed her an application form. Please fill out this form, Junior. While Yunxi filled out the form, the person in charge began to explain some details. Our martial arts association's learning and exchange activities are held once a week, on Thursday or Friday evenings. You can choose one day to register. Extra large-scale events are usually scheduled for Saturdays or Sundays. We'll notify you separately then. They're most likely exchange performances or similar events, and occasionally will select outstanding members to participate in competitions. I'll give you a detailed introduction to our association later. You can take a good look at it when you get home. Handing over the completed form, Yunxi smiled and replied, Okay, thank you, Senior. After adding the person in charge on WeChat, Yunxi left with the Martial Arts Association's information. Having settled the matter of joining the club, Yunxi began to consider the timing of the activities. She wanted to attend Thursday's class, but she had a computer practical session on Thursday evening. This practice session was really just a scheduled time to practice what the teacher had taught in class. The teacher didn't attend these classes, but teaching assistants were on duty to answer questions and provide guidance. So, after her computer science introductory get out of class on Thursday, Yunxi approached the teacher and requested to skip the practical session, claiming she had already mastered the material. The teacher was a little surprised, but gave her a small test on the spot. With her near-beginner hacking skills, handling this basic task was a piece of cake. Seeing that she had indeed grasped the material, the teacher granted her request. After all, it was just a practice session. If she hadn't skipped his main course, he certainly wouldn't have agreed so easily. And so, Yunxi's Thursday evening schedule changed from a computer practical session to a martial arts club activity. However, the club was recruiting new members this week, and the activity wouldn't start until next week. After returning to her dorm after class in the afternoon, Yunxi turned on her computer and reviewed the renovation plan sent by Xingyuan Decoration. It was a modern minimalist style, yet it looked high-end and sophisticated. The functional areas were also very well arranged. Many of Yunxi's ideas were incorporated into the overall design plan. Due to Yunxi's high standards and insistence on environmentally friendly materials, the renovation cost per square meter reached over 1,200 yuan, which is considered very high-end for an office building. The Yunfeng International Building has a total construction area of 150,000 square meters, plus the cost of renovating the large external screen. Even with a discounted price, the total cost was still a staggering 180 million yuan. This cost was divided into 3 payments, 60% prepayment, 35% when the project was halfway completed, and the final 5% upon successful completion and acceptance. Overall, Yunxi was quite satisfied. After reviewing the design plan, Yunxi called Yang Wei. I've reviewed the design plan, it's quite good. I'll transfer the prepayment tomorrow. The company's paperwork isn't complete yet. There's no official bank account, so all payments have to go through her personal account. Contact Xingyuan Decoration and expedite construction. Start with the first floor and the top 3 floors, then proceed from top to bottom. Use only environmentally friendly materials. This arrangement was primarily because Yunxi wanted several floors to be operational as soon as possible. Otherwise, the company wouldn't have office space, and hiring would be difficult. Okay, I'll expedite the renovations. The next day was Friday, and Yunxi, who had no classes, immediately transferred the advance payment for the renovations. 108 million. She didn't skimp on the change. Song Mingrue, hearing his assistant report that the payment had been received, smiled knowingly. If only there were more clients as decisive as her. Arrange for the construction team to move in and start work immediately. Send as many people as possible and speed up the process. Also, keep a close eye on the design plans for the Yunnan Science and Technology Park. Get them ready and send them to the client as soon as possible. Yes, Mr. Song. Song Mingrue truly hadn't expected that the roommate his sister had introduced him to would bring him 2 such large deals in such a short time. Both the 36-story office building and the entire science and technology park behind it were massive projects. Moreover, the other party was incredibly decisive and efficient in negotiating prices and making payments. She was clearly just a young woman not even 20 years old, yet she had such a large business and so much capital.
Compared to that, his own
decoration company, registered under his family's company, was nothing. He had just sent Yang Wei the confirmation of the transfer when Yang Wei called. Boss, the business licenses for Yunfeng Capital and Yunchuang Technology came in today. Yang Wei's tone was excited. Then I congratulate President Yang on officially assuming the position of CEO of Yunfeng Group. Yang Wei chuckled. Then I also congratulate the boss on officially becoming the chairman of Yunfeng Group. Congratulations to you too. So, from now on, I'll call you chairmanin? It's just a title, call me whatever you like. Then I'll still call you boss. It feels more intimate than chairmanin. Perhaps it's just a matter of habit. And Yunxi didn't say anything about it. Continue to follow up on the subsequent procedures and keep an eye on the research institute as well. The business license has been issued, but the company account and official seal still need to be processed. Yang Wei still needs to keep an eye on the progress. Yes, boss. Yang Wei readily agreed. Although the team hasn't been assembled yet, many things only require her to assign tasks and monitor progress. The specific tasks are handled by others. The only thing she needs to do personally is the project proposal for the western suburbs land. The boss isn't in a hurry for this proposal at this stage, so she can manage it on her own for now. Also, we need to register a biotechnology company, and the name will be... And Yunxi paused to think. It will be called Huaxi Biotechnology Beijing Company Limited. This is what Yunxi is preparing for the products the Research Institute will be developing. She already had the formulas for some products. They could actually be put into production without further research. The trip to the Research Institute was merely to provide a source for the formulas. Yang Wei had no questions about her boss registering a third company after just two. She only knew that as her boss's agent, her job was to steadfastly execute his plans. After assigning her tasks, Yunxi opened the system panel. Sure enough, the task of registering a new company had changed to completed. System, claim your task reward.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully completing another task registering a new company, receiving the reward, a 100 million yuan tenfold investment cashback card, already deposited into the system inventory. And Yunxi, why didn't this card come sooner? She just paid a 100 million yuan advance payment for renovations. After a moment of regret, Yunxi thought again that the company had many expenses coming up recently, so she should have a chance to use it soon. And Yunxi, who had been checking in and earning money for 5 consecutive days from Monday to Friday, finally received something new and was quite pleased. Ding dong. The system's familiar notification sound rang out, and Yunxi was startled. Host has achieved the second stage of the Beauty, Rich, and Beautiful achievement. System upgrade initiation. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Starting upgrade. Countdown 59 minutes and 55 seconds. The system upgraded again? That means new features will be unlocked again? Even the usually composed Yunxi couldn't help but feel excited and began to anticipate the system's new features. She spent the next hour anxiously. Ding dong. Upgrade successful. System panel updated. Open the system panel. Yunxi couldn't wait to see the changes after the system upgrade. The Rich, Beautiful, and Blissful Development System. Host Yunxi. Level 2. Appearance 93. Height 168 centimeters. Weight 48 kilograms. Charm 78. Charm 73. Talent 48. Functions 1. Backpack 2. Check-in 3. Learning 10 times study room. Rich and Beautiful Girl. Training course 4. Team 5. Lottery wealth value 5.8. Career value 5.5. Skills photographic memory. Shooting God level. Driving Master level. Etiquette advanced. Calligraphy advanced. Martial arts intermediate. Finance intermediate. Hacking beginner. Industries Yunxi property 100%. Jinxiu Xiangjiang Hotel 100%. Mingxi Pedestrian Street 100%. Jingyuan School District Housing Buildings 7, 8, and 9. Juxionli 100%. Quimingguiansha Manor Villas. Dongling Aviation 20%. Huanyu International Financial Building 100%. Yunfeng Building 100%. Too many to list. Collapsed. Click here to expand for details. Tasks, check-in tasks. Refreshing. Learning tasks. 1. Please learn 3 items in the rich, beautiful, and elegant course to the advanced level. Time frame. Within 1 year. 2. Please achieve excellent grades in the midterm exams. All courses above 90 points. Time frame. Within 3 months. Other tasks. 1. Please start a research project. Time frame. Within 1 year. 2. Please launch a new product. Time frame. Within 1 year. Clearly, 2 significant changes occurred after upgrading to level 2. First, a lottery function was added, and Yunxi checked the lottery function. The lottery was held once a month, with the rewards hidden behind countless squares. The contents were never visible. In short, it was like opening blind boxes. Seeing the one next to the remaining lottery attempts, and Yunxi didn't hesitate to select Start Lottery. Countless small squares jumped and rolled, until finally one square turned red and grew larger, transforming into a gift box. Then, the box opened, and a flash of golden light appeared.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for drawing a prize and winning 1 kilogram of gold. And Yunxi, 20 gold bars, each weighing 50 grams. Spotted there, everyone would love them. This reward was certainly straightforward. No wonder it glittered when the gift box was opened. And Yunxi didn't know whether this gold bar was considered good or average in the reward pool, because she couldn't see what the other rewards were right now. She should be able to find out after drawing a few more times. Besides some functional changes, the task section had also changed from 1 task to 2. That is to say, 4 tasks could be refreshed simultaneously. Completing one would trigger another task of the same type. In short, the system panel would always display 4 tasks. However, in Yunxi's opinion, these other tasks had all become related to her career for some time now. She thought she might as well just rename them career tasks. Other aspects included changes to skill levels and various stats. Shooting had reached God level, and finance had reached intermediate 1%. After choosing the martial arts course, she gained another martial arts skill, currently at intermediate 10%. The changes to her personal stats were also significant. From her temperament, charm, and talent to her wealth and career points, everything had improved significantly. This was partly due to her coursework and partly because Yunxi had a related hunch. While both are industries, the companies and shares awarded by the system have a greater impact on wealth and career points than companies she started herself. She had only registered a few companies, yet she was already seeing initial results. If these companies achieved significant success, her wealth, especially her career points, would definitely increase even more dramatically. Although it was just a guess, it was probably close to the truth. Because this was a baifume, a woman who becomes rich and beautiful, nurturing system. Since it was a nurturing system, it likely encouraged the host to study hard and manage her career, achieving considerable success in all aspects. That was the true meaning of nurturing. In Yunxi's busy and fulfilling university life, it was the 2nd week of November. Midterm exams began on the 7th. Because 3 weeks were taken up by military training and the National Day holiday, students only had 6 weeks of classes in total. Many students hadn't even gotten back into the swing of things when midterms started. Just thinking about it made them feel dizzy. Fortunately, most midterms were just simple tests. Only 4 subjects, advanced mathematics, linear algebra, English, and economics, had proper, formal exams. With a little effort, everyone could manage. Thus, the first-year students at Kyoto University spent their first midterm week of university in this hectic rush. As the new week began, midterm results started coming out one after another. And Yunxi logged into the academic affairs system to check her score for her last subject and breathed a sigh of relief. Converted to a percentage system, all her subjects were above 90. That meant she had completed another learning task. System. Claim your mission reward.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the learning mission, achieving excellent grades in the midterms, all courses above 90 points, and receiving the reward, master-level language skills. Please select 8 languages you are proficient in. And Yunxi raised an eyebrow. Language skills? And fluency in 8 languages? This reward is pretty impressive. The system is always generous with money, cars, and houses, but it's relatively stingy when it comes to skills. She had originally planned to acquire language skills through language courses within the system later, but she didn't expect the system to reward her directly this time. They even gave her 8 options. That's incredibly generous. And Yunxi looked at the system page, considered it, and then chose 7 foreign languages: English, French, German, Russian, Italian, Japanese, and Korean, plus 1 dialect, Cantonese. Yes, the system not only offered numerous foreign language options, but also a wide variety of dialects from all over China. And Yunxi ultimately decided to choose Cantonese. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about mispronouncing Cantonese songs in the future. Besides, knowing so many foreign languages doesn't guarantee you'll ever use them. Losing one won't matter much. And so, Yunxi happily decided on this mixed Chinese and Western language package. After clicking confirm, ding. Master level language skills will begin loading in 10 seconds. Loading countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. As the countdown ended, Yunxi felt countless words, grammar rules, pronunciations, and other information flooding into her brain. She even felt a throbbing sensation in her head. And Yunxi figured it was probably because of the sheer volume of information. The vocabulary alone from all these languages combined was enough to overwhelm her. After receiving this master-level language skill package, Yunxi felt she could now communicate and interact with anyone who spoke those languages without any obstacles. Her fluency was practically indistinguishable from her native language. In short, choosing English was definitely very useful. Although Yunxi had a large English vocabulary, her listening and speaking skills were still somewhat weak. But now, even that weakness has been overcome. It's safe to say that she won't need to spend any more time studying English from now on. And Yunxi checked the system panel again. After completing the midterm exam study task, another task appeared, achieving excellent grades in the final exam. And Yunxi. No wonder it's a study task. It's relentlessly pushing her through all her exams. Now, she has no choice but to get a 4.0 GPA. Time flies. The first snow in Beijing arrived on December 1st. Overnight, the entire city was covered in snow. It created countless beautiful scenes throughout the campus of Kyoto University. Snowflakes fluttered down, gently covering this ancient land. On the treetops, under the eaves, beside the stone paths, everywhere was covered in traces of snow. The snow-covered campus transformed into a white fairy tale world, captivating all who beheld it. Golden tiles and green roofs, vermilion and white, intertwined to create a unique beauty characteristic of Peking University. On her way to class, Yunxi, umbrella in hand, walked through the snow-covered campus amidst the swirling snowflakes. At that moment, Yunxi felt a sense of wonder. Before such beauty, words seemed to lose their power. Perhaps it was due to her limited literary skills, but she couldn't find the right words to describe the breathtaking scenery before her. That day, the snow fell all day and all night. It only finally stopped the next morning. It happened to be Friday, and Yunxi, who had no classes, invited Song Mingzhu, who also had no classes, to take photos. The snow-covered campus appeared even more pristine and ethereal. Every building was blanketed in white snow, resembling a splashed ink landscape painting, enchanting all who beheld it. The two of them explored every scenic corner of the campus. They took many landscape photos and took numerous photos of each other, occasionally even asking passers-by to take group photos. Finally, they went to the lawn of Jingyuan to play a game of building snowmen. They left their own artwork on the winter campus. During these 40-plus days, Yunxi didn't miss a single sign-in. During this time, besides money, she also signed in with many good things. For example, she had accumulated 18 custom top-tier researcher summoning cards and 11 custom top-tier manager summoning cards. Also, the system gave her a shopping center called Magic Orange Era Shopping Center. While this shopping center wasn't among the top tier in Beijing, it was still considered a first-tier destination. Located in the core area of Chaoyang District in Beijing, Magic Orange Era Shopping Center adopted the globally popular lifestyle shopping center business model, seamlessly connecting with international trends. After obtaining the property rights, Yunxi made a point of visiting it. The entire commercial area is dominated by European-style architecture and is divided into different functional areas such as a children's city, a brand street, a food street, the left bank, and a central square. It brings together over 1,200 well-known brands, more than 600 retail stores, over 50 restaurants, over 20 waterfront bars, as well as a cinema, ice skating rink, and amusement park. By integrating 5 different aspects: shopping, entertainment, leisure, tourism, and culture, it has created China's first lifestyle shopping center. This mall is designed like a scenic area, with its design inspired by tourist attractions. It not only features European-style buildings, but also incorporates various commercial formats such as park-style and lakeside commercial areas. In Beijing, where natural landscapes are relatively scarce, such a large-scale open-air commercial area is quite attractive. Because of this unique feature, the area currently enjoys a very good flow of customers. The rent here varies depending on the area. However, the biggest difference between the shopping center and the Mingxi commercial street in Yunzhou is that it not only collects rent but also takes a percentage of the revenue. In other words, this shopping center can generate 850 million yuan in rental income for Yunxi annually. Meanwhile, based on last year's total sales of over 26 billion yuan, an 8% commission from the mall would amount to 2.08 billion yuan. That's nearly 3 billion yuan in revenue annually. Moreover, the rent here is paid annually. According to Wang Xichao, the head of the property management company, they will begin collecting rent for the next year in December. This year's commission will be settled and collected from merchants in early January. Soon, she will have nearly 2 billion yuan in revenue. This brought a small measure of comfort to Yunxi, whose personal bank account balance had recently dwindled. Acquiring this shopping center means that Yunxi's commercial real estate holdings in Beijing have expanded once again. A shopping center, 2 office buildings, a small research institute-like campus, and a plot of land in the western suburbs together constitute the foundation of Yunxi's commercial real estate portfolio in Beijing. She believes that the number and scale of these assets will further expand in the future. One day, she will stand at a higher vantage point and overlook the world. Her abilities gave her ample confidence, and the system's existence further fueled her boundless faith. And Yunxi thought, perhaps fate is truly favoring her. In addition, the previous 100 million yuan tenfold investment cashback card had already been used when she transferred startup capital to the company's public account. She transferred 3 billion yuan to Yinfeng Capital's public account, and after the procedures for Yunnan Research Institute were completed, she transferred another 2 billion yuan to the institute's public account. That's it for now. We'll deal with it later if we run out of funds. Later, she received another 300 million yuan five-fold investment cashback card for daily check-ins, which is currently lying unused in her system inventory. Aside from the industry rewards and these cards, all other rewards are in cash. And Yunxi noticed that the amount of cash rewards had increased after the system upgrade. Previously, it was mostly 10 million yuan at a time, occasionally 20 million. Now it's mostly 20 million, occasionally 30 million. During this period, the funds obtained from check-ins alone totaled 680 million yuan. That's quite a sum. Besides the check-in rewards, Yunxi also made considerable progress on various matters at hand. First, the cars ordered previously, the Ferrari F12 Berlinetta and the Bentley Mulsanne Ultimate Edition, have arrived and are now parked in the underground garage of Yinshui residence. Also parked in the garage is the limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom Reflective Light, a system reward. Additionally, the 4-seater BMW 650i's drive that Yunxi planned to buy for driving at school is parked in the simple carport downstairs from the dormitory. Chu Zi selected numerous options for her on top of the base price, totaling over 1.8 million yuan. Meanwhile, within Yunxi's budget, he chose a Land Rover Range Rover 3.0 SCV6 Vogue for over 1.5 million yuan. Yang Wei doesn't live here. Her car is parked in the underground garage of the Bihai Yuntian residential complex. Secondly, all the paperwork at the Research Institute has been completed. Construction has begun. While the buildings here aren't as tall as the Yunfeng building, there are 5 buildings in total. Furthermore, some laboratories had higher requirements, so the total cost of the renovation plan was even higher than that of the Yunfeng building. The total cost was $220 million, with an advance payment of $132 million. This payment was made before the research institute's license was issued, and was made from Yunxi's black card at Huagua Bank. And Yunxi used a custom character summoning card to obtain a person capable of managing the research institute. Xian Yulin, 39 years old this year, holds a PhD in physics and excels in scientific research, management, and innovation. His ability score is 99, and his loyalty is 100, the same data as Yang Wei. And Yunxi guessed that people recruited with the same card would have similar scores. After Xian Yulin reported for duty, and Yunxi immediately assigned him to oversee the renovation of the research institute. At the same time, she compiled a list of the equipment and materials needed for each laboratory. And Yunxi and Yang Wei were completely clueless in this area. In addition, Yunxi used 2 custom top-level management personnel summoning cards to find Yang Wei a CFO and an HR director. Xie Qiubai, male, 33 years old this year, graduated from Tsinghua University with a master's degree and previously worked as a finance manager in a Fortune 500 company. This person double-majored in computer science during university, specializing in finance, risk control, and analysis. His performance in information gathering and data analysis, in particular, is astounding. He can quickly extract the desired information from a vast amount of data and, through scientific and precise data analysis, derive reliable results, guiding the company's decision-making in the right direction. The system rated Xie Qiubai's ability at 98 points, demonstrating his exceptional skills. And Yunxi believes that such talent will find a place wherever he goes. Another HR director, Chen Wan, is a 32-year-old woman. She graduated from Fudan University and pursued further studies at the University of Chicago. She has many years of experience in headhunting firms and is renowned in the industry for her keen eye for talent and outstanding negotiation skills. The system rated her ability at 97 points. She is also a young, promising, and independent woman. And Yunxi has not yet used the other summoning cards. The company is currently in the preparatory stage, and the office is not yet available. These people are sufficient for now. And Yunxi assigned each of the 3 newly arrived employees an apartment in the Bihai Lantian complex as their accommodation. All were type A units, suitable for families both currently living with children and those planning to move in. The renovation of the Yunfeng building is progressing well, albeit with tight deadlines. The renovation of the first floor and the 3 upper floors is expected to be completed by mid-December. All materials used are eco-friendly, and 2 months of airing out will suffice. And Yunxi plans to move in after the Spring Festival. This will allow her to catch the peak recruitment season in spring. Furthermore, regarding the opening of a 5-star hotel branch, Qin Lian has already found suitable locations in 2 cities. After comparing various options, Yunxi chose Jiangqing City, the capital city of Jiangxia Province, which borders Nanling Province. Jiangqing City is currently undergoing a comprehensive demolition and development of its old city area, and Yunxi's Century Jinxiu Hotel Group acquired a 26,000 square meter plot of land for 780 million yuan. It's understood that this area is densely populated, and the surrounding land has already been acquired. Some are building shopping malls, some commercial streets, and some residential areas. A wide road lies in front, and behind it is a lush forest park with mountains and a lake. Once the hotel is built, at least half of the rooms will offer views of the forest park from their windows. In short, it's a great location. Therefore, Yunxi transferred another 2 billion to the hotel group's public account for land purchase and subsequent hotel construction. While transferring the money, she didn't hesitate to use her 300 million limit 5-fold investment cashback card. She transferred out 2 billion and received 1.5 billion in cashback. Looking at the remaining balance of over 2 billion in her personal account, Yunxi felt at ease. She still needed to invest in a plot of land in Beijing. She felt very insecure when her account balance dwindled. During this time, she had been praying that the system would reward her with another double fund card. This time, however, The system seemed oblivious to her inner turmoil, remaining completely unmoved. And Yunxi seemed to have no other recourse but to continue praying. December 9th, a Friday, a week after the first snowfall. Several days of rising temperatures and sunny weather had melted all the snow. And Yunxi drove from school to Nanfeng Street near the Second Ring Road. Nanfeng, a very poetic name. And Nanfeng Street is also a very beautiful street. Tall, lush locust trees lined both sides of the street. The dense branches stretched out, covering the entire road and the adjacent pedestrian walkway. The dense shade made it perfect for a cool stroll in the summer. Various courtyard houses of varying sizes were scattered along both sides of the street. Some belonged to work units, while others were privately owned. Aunt Yunxi's house was located here. Today, she was visiting Aunt Yunxi's house. And Yunxi had previously met with Aunt Yunxi alone, but that was just a casual outing and a meal. This was the second time Aunt Yunxi had invited Yunxi to her home. And Yunxi couldn't refuse, so she prepared a gift and went to visit. Number 39, 40, 41. 41 on Nanfeng Street Hatsit. And Yunxi found a place to park her car nearby. Sitting in the car, she silently said in her mind, "System, check in." Ding dong. Checking in on Nanfeng Street, Beijing, you have obtained a courtyard house at number 13 Nanfeng Street. The relevant property certificate and documents have been stored in your system inventory. Huh. A courtyard house. That's something money can't buy. She owns it now. The system has been idly sitting around for so long. Was it accumulating energy for a big surprise? It's no wonder Yunxi complained. She'd been consistently racking up 20 million and 30 million check-ins for a long time. Finally, something different happened today. How could she not be surprised? But she didn't have time to investigate yet. And Yunxi picked up the prepared gift and bag, got out of the car, walked to the door of courtyard house number 41, and rang the doorbell. Not long after, the door opened. An auntie, whom Yunxi didn't recognize, smiled and said, "Are you Miss Yunxi?" "Yes, hello, auntie. Eve comes specifically to visit Aunt Yunxi." Hearing this, the auntie smiled even more kindly. "Madam instructed me to come in, Miss Sin, please come in." And Yunxi followed the auntie into the courtyard house, passing through the first courtyard and arriving at the second. This courtyard had clearly been renovated. The main house was 2 stories, with floor-to-ceiling windows and a large balcony on the second floor. "Miss Sin, my surname is Tian. You can just call me Aunt Tian." Madam was very happy to hear that Miss Sin was coming this morning. Aunt Tian was a kind and talkative person, expressing the hostess' welcome to her guest as they walked. And Yunxi was led directly to the living room. "Yunxi's here. I knew it was you as soon as I heard the doorbell ring. Come and sit down." And Yunxi took off her heavy down jacket and sat down on the sofa in the living room. "Aunt Yun, knowing you enjoy tea, I specially brought you some." She placed the gift on the coffee table. Yunxi's interest was piqued upon hearing it was tea. She immediately opened the packaging. Inside were 3 delicate ceramic jars filled with tea leaves. Each jar contained only about 2 ounces. Yunxi picked up one jar, opened the lid, and immediately smelled the fragrant aroma of tea. Yunxi, a frequent tea drinker, immediately recognized it. "This is Da Hong Pao, and a rare quality at that. Quick, Yun 11, let's brew some and try it." Yunxi eagerly pulled Yun 11 to the tea table in the house. "Yun 11, do you know how to brew tea?" "A little." She learned tea ceremony in the ancient world. "Then you brew it." And Yun 11 sat down and first boiled a kettle of water. Then she rinsed the teaware with the boiling water. Place the tea leaves, rinse the tea, brew, pour the tea, and enjoy the tea. The entire process is not only performed with perfect accuracy, but the movements are also remarkably elegant and fluid. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the girl. The aroma of tea filled the air, and her delicate features, subtly revealed by the refracted light, resembled a beautiful traditional Chinese painting, tranquil, peaceful, and serene. This was the scene that greeted Zhou Shiyan as he entered the living room. For a moment, he stood frozen, feeling a sense of unreality. The beauty of tea ceremony lies in its atmosphere. The beauty of a woman lies in her temperament. Today, he truly understood these two sayings. Yunxi, you've studied tea ceremony, haven't you? You look like a professional. I have studied a little. And Yunxi placed a cup of brewed tea in front of Yunshu. Aunt Yun, please. Yunshu picked up the teacup, first inhaling the aroma, then taking a small sip. The rich tea aroma carried a faint hint of rocky notes, followed by the delicate and light fragrance of osmanthus. The taste is rich and full-bodied, with a lingering aftertaste. Indeed, this is top-grade Da Hong Pao. Yunshu took another small sip with satisfaction. Yun 11, it's kind of you to go to such lengths to find such fine tea. I'm glad. Auntie likes it. Your uncle also likes tea. When he comes back, let him try some too. He'll definitely like it. Young master, what are you doing standing here? The two looked over at the sound of the voice and saw a tall figure standing in the doorway. And Yun 11 had to admit, this man was truly handsome. He was the most handsome man she had ever seen. His face was exquisitely sculpted, with sharply defined features that exuded a cold, aloof aura. His high, straight nose, as if carved by a knife, added a three-dimensional quality to his face. His deep eyes, like cold stars, shone with an icy light, making it difficult to look directly at him. Only when he saw his family did a hint of warmth involuntarily appear in his usually cold eyes. The young man, having regained his composure, took off his coat and handed it to the woman beside him. The well-tailored black suit underneath accentuated his tall, imposing figure. This guy is so tall. He's probably almost 1.9 meters. Eye on your back? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Her son's sudden return without a word caught her completely off guard. Mom, I said a month ago I'd be back today. The man's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Who would remember something from a month ago? Couldn't you have told me a day in advance? Yunshu was getting annoyed at her son's attitude. What's the use of having a son? He's not caring at all. Mom, I'll definitely tell you more next time. She couldn't reason with her own mother. She could only coax her. That's more like it. By the way, Yunxi, let me introduce you. This is my son, Zhou Shiyan. He's 5 years older than you and used to attend Peking University too. This is my best friend's daughter, and Yunxi. She's a freshman at Peking University. It's nice to meet her today. You'll have to take good care of your little sister Yunxi in the future. Zhou Shiyan. He graduated a few years ago and isn't usually on campus. How can he take care of her? Yunshu was very dissatisfied with her son's silence. I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Mom, I know. You know, but why aren't you adding your sister, Yunxi, on WeChat? How will you contact her later? Yunshu glared at her son, displeased. This son is usually as cold as ice, and now he's as wooden as a log. He's destined to be single forever. And Yunxi awkwardly took out her phone and added Zhou Shiyan on WeChat. Yunxi, if you need any help in the future, just ask him. He has a lot of connections and can solve anything.
Don't be shy.
Those fair-weather friends have to be of some use, right? And Yunxi. Zhou Shiyan. He'd been sold out by his mother. The two exchanged an awkward glance, then awkwardly looked away. Mom, I'm going back to my room to put my luggage away. Go ahead, go ahead. Yunxi, and I still have a lot to talk about. After Zhou Shiyan left, and Yunxi felt much more at ease. The two chatted and drank tea, quite relaxed and comfortable. At noon, Yunshu invited Yunxi to stay for lunch. Unable to refuse, Yunxi stayed. Fortunately, after a period of adjustment, she could now face Zhou Shiyan with ease. At the table, Zhou Shiyan occasionally chatted about school life. The atmosphere was finally harmonious. It was as if the previous awkwardness had never existed. What's Yunxi studying at Peking University? Zhou Shiyan asked casually while eating. Yunshu looked at her son in surprise. Today, her son hadn't embarrassed her. He even knew to initiate conversation with the young lady. He'd really grown up. This was the first time she'd seen him like this. I'm in the School of Economics and Management. I plan to major in finance in my second year. Yunxi, you're studying finance too? The same major as your brother Shiyan. Yunshu inwardly marveled at this delightful coincidence. Brother Shiyan is studying finance too? That was indeed quite a coincidence. Yes, I'm also from the School of Economics and Management. And Yunxi had heard Aunt Yunshu mention before that he went to the S for further studies after graduating with his bachelor's degree. Have you graduated with a master's degree yet? Preparing for my doctorate. He had completed all his coursework and research projects and was just waiting to receive his degree. So, why are you back now? To expand the company's business to China. His father's repeated urging for him to return to China to take over the company was also a major reason for his immediate return. And Yunxi, this guy is only 23 years old and about to get his doctorate. What's even more surprising is that he started a company in the S while studying.
What?
How does his brain work? This made even someone like her, with her system cheat, feel inferior. Brother Shuryen, you're amazing. This praise was absolutely heartfelt. At this moment, her feelings were somewhat complicated. She, a transmigrator with a system who had lived several lifetimes, had actually lost to a native without any cheat abilities. Where is the justice? It seems she still needs to work harder. Deep down, and Yunxi has a bit of a competitive spirit. His only strength is in academics. Yunshu modestly teased her son. But Yunxi could still detect a hint of pride and self-satisfaction in her teasing. Of course, with such an outstanding son, any parent would be proud. Since you're in the same major, if Yunxi needs any help with her studies or work in the future, she can always ask your brother Shuryen. Although her son's personality wasn't easy to get along with, he was quite reliable in his profession. Then thank you, Auntie and Brother Shuryen. And Yunxi felt a little awkward calling him Brother Shuryen, but she didn't know what else to call him. After thinking for a while, she couldn't think of a better option, so she could only go along with Aunt Yunshu's suggestion and call him that. Come visit Auntie's house more often when you don't have classes. I'll have someone prepare some delicious food for you. Auntie, I will.
Don't be so polite.
Your mother entrusted me to take good care of you. My mother is hoping Auntie Yun will have the opportunity to visit Yunzhou. That's right, Auntie is looking forward to it too. Our whole family welcomes Auntie anytime. Auntie will definitely come. Auntie Yunshu was so enthusiastic that she felt a little overwhelmed. When she said goodbye and left, Yunshu hugged Yunxi and patted her back, very reluctant to part. Yunxi, take care of yourself. I will, Auntie, you too. This girl is just too much to her liking. Her desire to adopt a goddaughter is growing stronger. Zhou Shuryen, standing to the side, watched his mother's reluctant farewell and couldn't quite understand. They're both in Beijing. Meeting up is easy enough. Why make it seem like a life or death separation? Of course, he only thought this to himself. On the surface, he remained expressionless. After seeing Yunshu off, Yunshu smiled and said to her son, "How is it? This little girl is quite nice, isn't she?"
Yes.
What do you mean by yes? Seeing his mother getting a little agitated again, Zhou Shuryen quickly added, "It's really good." Yunshu glanced at her son smugly. Of course, when has my taste ever been bad? As she spoke, Yunshu leaned closer to her son and continued, "So, what do you think about me taking Yun 11 as my goddaughter? Didn't you say you wanted a little sister when you were little? How about Yun 11 be your little sister?" Zhou Shuryen. Couldn't his mother stop being so unpredictable? It wasn't that he wanted a little sister. It was that his mother kept saying in his ear how wonderful it would be if he had one. What could he do? Could he say no? He didn't know how his father could stand it. After considering for a moment, Zhou Shuryen said, "She might not even be willing." "You mean you agree?" Zhou Shuryen didn't speak for a moment. For some reason, he didn't really want a little girl to be his little sister. Seeing that her son didn't object, Yunshu took it as tacit agreement. She was already happily imagining the scene of dressing up her daughter beautifully and showing her off everywhere. The more she thought about it, the more wonderful it seemed. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. If it weren't for the difficult childbirth she suffered while giving birth to her son, she would have definitely wanted a second child to try for a daughter. But things in this world rarely go as planned. It was precisely because of this regret that she liked Yun 11 so much. Leaving Aunt Yunshu's house, and Yun 11 returned to her car and took out information about courtyard houses from her system inventory. A courtyard house in Beijing. And Yun 11 hadn't been someone who hadn't dreamed of owning one. But these were scarce resources, very few people would sell them. Even if someone wanted one, it would probably be sold before she even heard about it. But all these difficulties were nothing to the system. And just like that, with a simple check-in, she successfully owned a courtyard house in Beijing. Right now, she's on Nanfeng Street. Why not go and take a look? And Yunxi started the car and drove forward for a while before arriving at the courtyard house that the system had rewarded her with. No. 13. Nanfeng Street. Nanfeng Street is an east-west street. And Yunxi's number 13 and Aunt Yunxi's house are both located on the north side of Nanfeng Street, both facing south. The difference is that the Zhou family's number 41 courtyard house is actually 2 3-courtyard houses combined together. And Yunxi's house, however, is a 3-courtyard house with a side garden. In terms of area, and Yunxi's house is slightly smaller. The main gate is located in the southwest corner of the courtyard house, occupying one bay. The vermilion wooden gate is very imposing, and the exquisite carvings and paintings on the beams above, along with the 2 large red lanterns hanging on either side, add to its elegance. A pair of round stone drums, one on each side, are carved with auspicious patterns of qilin lying on pine trees, the craftsmanship exquisite and the carvings lifelike. And Yunxi took out her key and opened the main gate of the courtyard house. The first thing that caught her eye was a brick screen wall, decorated with auspicious clouds and longevity symbols. To the right of the main gate was a gatehouse. Passing through the left-hand doorway, she entered the main courtyard. A row of 5 rooms facing backwards, plus 2 rooms in the west corner courtyard, made 8 rooms in the first courtyard alone. There was also a small door in the west corner courtyard leading to the west wing courtyard. Passing through the hanging flower gate between the first and second courtyards, she entered the second, main courtyard. Normally, the layout would be 5 main rooms and 3 wing rooms on each side. However, the main rooms here, like those in the Zhou family's house, had clearly been renovated, with the side rooms all built in the style of a 2-story Chinese villa. The first floor houses the living room, tea room, dining room, kitchen, and bathroom. The second floor contains 3 bedrooms, including the master bedroom. The east and west wing rooms have been converted into guest rooms. The courtyard of the second courtyard is quite large. A traditional courtyard house, framing its own world. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows in the courtyard, as if the courtyard is awakening in this play of light and shadow. It quietly tells the story of time with its calm and elegant demeanor. Walking along the covered walkway past the main house of the second courtyard, you arrive at the third courtyard. A row of 2-story rear buildings awaits the owner's planning. Although this courtyard house has undergone some renovations, its overall layout remains that of a traditional 3-courtyard house. What immediately catches the eye is the western wing. Like the main courtyard in length, but slightly narrower in width, the western wing is divided into 2 parts. A small portion of the southern section was converted into a garage, with a large roller shutter door leading outwards and 2 smaller doors leading into the courtyard house itself. One small door leads directly from the garage to the southwest corner courtyard of the first, main courtyard. The other small door, to the north, leads to a large garden. A winding covered walkway leads directly to the second courtyard of the main courtyard. The garden features pavilions, terraces, rockeries, flowing water, and various scenic views created with flowers and greenery, all imbued with a classic, antique charm. The flowers, trees, and ancient architecture complement each other, every detail revealing the marks of time and the flavor of history. With a main courtyard of over 1,200 square meters and an additional 700 square meters of side courtyards, and Yunxi's courtyard house totals 2,000 square meters. This is absolutely a symbol of wealth, status, and prestige in Beijing. Let alone 2,000 square meters, even an 800 or 900 square meter courtyard house is something most people couldn't afford. Her house is top tier. If it weren't for the system's reward, she wouldn't have any way to buy it even if she wanted to. Every time Yunxi felt she understood the system well enough, the system would unleash a powerful surprise to prove itself. Such surprises are never too many. It seems she needs to expand her housekeeping team. Such a large courtyard house needs someone to take care of it. Thinking of this, and Yunxi immediately dialed Minghui's number. Butler Ming, I have a courtyard house on Nanfeng Street and need to hire a few people to manage it. And Yunxi thought for a moment and continued, for now, I just need one butler, one doorman/security guard, one gardener, and 2 cleaners. She wouldn't be staying there for the time being, so these few people to take care of the house would suffice. And Yunxi figured Minghui and her colleagues in this line of work must have some connections. Yes, miss. They'll get it done as soon as possible. Professional tasks should be left to professionals. Within 3 days, Minghui had arranged the staff for the courtyard house according to Yunxi's requirements. Butler Xia En, 40 years old, had over 10 years of experience as a butler. His previous employers had all immigrated abroad, but he didn't want to go and didn't go with them. Doorman/security guard Xiao Guoping, 42 years old, was previously a taekwondo instructor. However, he left due to disappointment and being ostracized by his team, and somehow ended up being recruited by Minghui. The gardener, Wu Zhong, 38 years old, previously served the same household as Xian, and like him, he chose to stay and not go abroad. There are also 2 cleaning ladies, Tang Aiqin and Zhu Guifan, both in their 40s. Their children are grown up, and they want to earn a living to supplement their family income. Both of them had received professional training. Tang Aiqin even knew a bit about cooking and had previously worked as a nanny for wealthy families. This way, they could conveniently solve the problem of meals for these people. There were 5 people in total, with Xiao Guoping definitely staying in the courtyard house. As for the others, and Yunxi didn't insist they stay there. However, the housekeeper, Xian, requested to live at home, saying it was more convenient for work. And Yunxi let him have his way. The other 3 could come to work during the day and go home to sleep at night. After settling things at the courtyard house, and Yunxi once again threw herself into her busy studies. Time passed day by day, and Christmas Eve was fast approaching. The sign-in rewards during this period were nothing more than money and the various cards that had appeared before. She signed in again and received a cashback card, this time a 10-fold cashback card with a limit of 50 million. She even got a card that doubled her funds by 5 times. She simply didn't have enough funds on hand yet, so she hadn't chosen to use them for the time being. Various rent and commission payments would arrive later, and using them then would allow them to better realize their value. As for the shares and other assets, she hadn't seen them even once. However, the monthly lottery gave her a pleasant surprise. This was a new feature that appeared after the system upgraded to level 2 in October. In October, she won 1 kilogram of gold in the lottery. In November, she won a set of imperial green jadeite jewelry. This set included a headdress, a pair of earrings, a necklace, a pair of bracelets, a ring, and a brooch. Except for the bracelets, which were made entirely of jadeite, the rest were set in platinum with polished jadeite. A shimmering pool, verdant jadeite. That shimmering emerald green, like the color of spring, brought endless vitality and life. It was so beautiful, and Yunxi fell in love at first sight. Jade of this quality is priceless. As far as she knew, a Burmese natural jadeite bracelet of even lower quality than hers had sold for a whopping 53 million RMB at auction in Hong Kong. This set included 2 such bracelets. Adding the others, the entire set was estimated to be worth, well, over 200 million RMB. This could be considered top-tier luxury goods. After admiring it for a while, and Yunxi stored the set of jewelry away in her purple cloud immortal mansion. In the December lottery, the system gave Yunxi 100 million RMB. And Yunxi, was that 1 kilogram of gold just the lowest consolation prize in the lottery pool? Naturally, Yunxi was happy to receive such a good item. However, she wasn't particularly excited. After so much training with the system, her inner strength had grown considerably. During this time, besides studying and checking in, Yunxi continued to make progress in her career as usual. Thanks to her years of martial arts experience and insights, she progressed rapidly in the systematic courses. She has successfully reached the advanced level in martial arts and received the reward for completing the learning task leveling up 3 skills in the beauty, richness, and beauty course. This reward is 30% of the shares in Hengxin Group Company, Limited. After reviewing the information, and Yunxi discovered that this was a company headquartered in Suzhou City. Suzhou City? It seemed her roommate, Tong Yao, was from there. Unlike Pinduoduo, a relatively new and growing company, Yunxi Group was founded in 1992 and is an international enterprise with a complete industrial chain encompassing oil refining, petrochemicals, polyester new materials, and textiles. The group currently owns one of the world's largest single-unit PDA plants, one of the world's largest production bases for ultra-bright yarn and industrial yarn, and one of the world's largest weaving companies. As a private enterprise, Yunxi Group ranks among the top in the international industry in terms of both corporate competitiveness and product brand value. According to data released in 2015, Yunxi Group's operating revenue last year exceeded 250 billion yuan, with a net profit of 2.07 billion yuan, ranking 65th among China's top 500 companies. This on-the-ground strength is undeniable. And Yunxi's 30% stake made her the second-largest shareholder of Yunxi Group. Besides her, founder and chairman Cheng Huaxin controls 67% of the group shares. The remaining 3% is held by Zhang Zhangwen, one of the group's founding members. This shareholding structure is quite simple. What makes Yunxi happy is that this 30% is a stake in the entire group. Yunxi Group has dozens of subsidiaries, covering various fields such as petrochemicals, shipbuilding, thin films and new materials, polyester fibers, textiles, and the industrial internet. Adding to this the upstream and downstream supply chain partners, the number of companies involved is probably at least 1,000. Having the status of the group's second-largest shareholder will make future collaborations with these companies much easier. The value of the connections and resources accumulated by a group company that has been operating for over 20 years is probably immeasurable. This time, the system has truly given her another great gift. And Yunxi also noticed that the system either gave her 100% of the shares or made her the second-largest shareholder. Being the second-largest shareholder was actually quite nice. She didn't have to manage anything, yet she had a certain amount of influence. No one dared to underestimate her. The feeling of sitting back and waiting to receive profits without doing anything was truly wonderful. As soon as she completed one learning task, a new one immediately appeared. Raise any skill to master level through your own comprehension within 3 years. And Yunxi stared at this new learning task, lost in thought. She knew that doing only easy tasks wouldn't work. Look, it's starting to get more difficult. Through the Rich and Beautiful Girl course, the highest skill level she could raise was to advanced. To advance from advanced to master level, and Yunxi needed to gain insight and break through the bottleneck herself. But such enlightenment required perfect timing, favorable circumstances, and the right peeplight wasn't something easily achieved. Even after 3 years, she wasn't entirely confident. How to put it? She could only do her best and leave the rest to fate. After reaching the advanced level in martial arts, and Yunxi chose a new Core C musical instrument. Like the martial arts course, she needed to choose 3 instruments to learn to an advanced level. And Yunxi chose piano, guqin, and guitar. The 2 instruments she only knew were naturally included, and the guitar wasn't too difficult to learn. As for the other instruments, she could learn them whenever she felt interested. Happily, her initial instrumental level had also reached intermediate. With the 10-time learning room bonus, it wouldn't be long before she could raise them to advanced. Currently, at the top of Yunxi's skill list was the unleveled skill of photographic memory. Next was her only god-level skill shooting. Master-level skills included driving and language, both of which were system rewards. Then, there are 3 advanced skills acquired through the courses: etiquette, calligraphy, and martial arts. In addition, her financial skills are currently at 67% intermediate level, and her hacking skills have finally moved beyond the beginner level to 29% beginner level. To complete the task and earn the reward as quickly as possible, and Yunxi has devoted most of her course time this month to martial arts. Now that task is complete, she can focus on improving her financial skills. Besides her studies, and Yunxi hasn't neglected her career either. First, regarding the head office, Yunfeng Group. The first floor and the top 3 floors of the Yunfeng building are already renovated. The 2 classmates Yang Wei contacted have also confirmed they're joining Yunfeng. These 2, a man and a woman, are both 1 year older than Yang Wei. The man, Du Juanhao, with an ability score of 93, has been assigned by Yang Wei to the position of Investment Department Director. The woman, Xin Shui, with an ability score of 90, is temporarily serving as the president's assistant. The two initially had a loyalty score of only 60-something, which was considered acceptable for new employees. This high score was largely due to Yang Wei's influence, and Yunxi trusted Yang Wei's judgment. Therefore, Yunxi decided to wait and see how their loyalty scores changed after some time. Since the office isn't yet in use, everyone is temporarily working from their residence in Bihai Lantian. When meetings are needed, Yang Wei will call everyone to her residence. Secondly, the financing issue for Douyin Company, which Yang Wei had previously asked her to keep an eye on, has also yielded results. Yunfeng Capital acquired a 15% stake in Douyin Company with an investment of $150 million, approximately RMB 1.03 billion. Currently, Yunfeng Capital is Douyin's third largest shareholder. There's no way around it. The lead venture capital firm is too powerful. Yunfeng currently doesn't have the strength to compete with them. Strictly speaking, this is Yunfeng Capital's first investment project. The shares previously awarded by the system were actually held personally by Yunxi. This time, however, the investment is being made on behalf of the company. Also, the initial draft of the design for the new hotel in Jiangqing City has been completed, and Yunxi has made a few revisions, but it hasn't been finalized yet. As for the name, Yunxi has come up with Ana Jingxiu Jiangling Grand Hotel. The name is taken from Li Bai's poem, Returning to Jiangling in a Single Day. It has history, culture, and depth, and also reflects local characteristics. And Yunxi thought it was quite suitable. In addition, Yang Wei had already completed the business plan for the development of the land in the western suburbs and sent it to her. She had been thinking about how to improve it. But no matter how much she thought about it, she had no clue. Often, those involved are often blinded, while bystanders see things more clearly. Should she ask an outsider to take a look? And Yunxi went through the names of people she knew in her mind, and finally took out her phone and opened a chat window. Beijing, ZTE Corporation. Zhou Shiyan, sitting at his desk, was staring blankly at his phone. The chat window for the contact named Yunxi was still showing the notification from when they added each other as friends. There wasn't a single subsequent chat history. His mother told the girl to contact him if she needed any help, but more than half a month has passed, and she hasn't contacted him even once. Did he have nothing to help with? Or did he think he couldn't help? Zhou Shiyan was completely baffled. Should he take the initiative to contact him? But what should he say? How have you been lately? Is there anything I can help you with? This didn't sound like something he would say at all. Just then, a knock sounded on the office door. This successfully snapped Zhou Shiyan out of his reverie. Come in, the voice was as cold as ever. The door opened, and a young man in a suit walked in. This was Zhou Shiyan's special assistant, Wang Lin. President, there's a document here that needs your signature. Zhou Shiyan took the document, glanced at it, and then took out a pen and signed it. As he handed the phone back to Wang Lin, he suddenly asked, Wang Lin, what do you mean when someone adds you on WeChat but hasn't said a word to you for half a month?
Huh.
Wang Lin was caught off guard by his boss's sudden, nonsensical question. After finally regaining his composure, he cautiously replied, Maybe you're not interested in this person? Zhou Shiyan frowned upon hearing this. Sensing the sudden drop in his boss's mood, he tentatively added, Or maybe you don't know what to talk about. Seeing his boss's brow relax slightly, Wang Lin quietly patted his chest, silently breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He almost became one of the unemployed. So, if you were to contact her first, what topics would you usually talk about? Wang Lin's heart immediately jumped into his throat again. He was too hasty. He relaxed too soon. He didn't expect his boss to have an even bigger trick up his sleeve. After careful consideration, Wang Lin replied, How about we check in on them? Or maybe we could invite them to dinner. As he spoke, he cautiously observed his boss's expression. Wang Lin waited anxiously for his boss's response. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyan was considering the feasibility of implementing this plan. A ding sounded. A message had arrived. Zhou Shiyan saw the sender and immediately picked up his phone to check. After reading the message, his previously furrowed brows relaxed, and a pleasant aura emanated from him. President Wang Lin called out. "Oh, nothing. You can go back to work." Leaving the office, Wang Lin silently thanked the person who sent the message. He wondered who this person was. A single message had improved his boss's mood and successfully saved him from a potential disaster. No wonder being a president's special assistant is such a high-risk job. He felt he was doing well enough to justify the high salary the CEO had given him. In his office, Zhou Shiyan read the message again. It turned out that Yunxi had sent him the message. After careful consideration, Yunxi decided that Zhou Shiyan was the most suitable friend among her acquaintances to help her review the business plan. Aunt Yunxi had said that she could ask him for help if she needed anything. So, Yunxi sent Zhou Shiyan the following message. "Brother Shiyan, I have a business plan and I'd like someone to take a look and see if there are any areas that need improvement. Could you please take a look?" A simple request for help instantly lifted Zhou Shiyan's spirits. A smile played on his lips as he typed a reply with a cheerful tone. "Okay, I'll send it over and take a look." Upon receiving the reply, Yunxi immediately sent over the project proposal, adding, "Thanks, Brother Shiyan. I'll treat you to dinner another day." Asking for help and then thanking someone with a meal was perfectly normal to Yunxi. But to Zhou Shiyan, it made him even happier. Okay. This guy's WeChat conversation style was exactly like his usual way of speaking. Concise and to the point, never uttering a word of nonsense. Zhou Shiyan replied to Yunxi the next day. "I've read the proposal, it's pretty good. If Brother Shiyan says it's good, then it must really be good." Yunxi casually flattered him. Asking for a favor, saying a few nice words doesn't cost anything. Completely unaware of the even greater joy he felt upon seeing this message. Just as Yunxi was pondering what to discuss next, another message arrived. "I suggest you partner with a large company in Beijing for this project." This suggestion coincided perfectly with Yunxi's plans. "Yes, I'm planning on that." "Got a target?" "My friend said he could send it to the Yi family in Beijing for me to take a look." "The Yi family?" Zhou Shiyan thought for a moment, then continued typing in reply. "The Yi family is fine, but would you mind looking for another one?" Yunxi's fingers curled up as she typed. After a while, she tentatively typed, "Brother Shiyan, are you also interested in investing in this project? Would you be welcome?" Of course. If she wasn't mistaken, Zhou Shiyan's Zhou should be the Zhou family, one of the 5 major families in Beijing. That's a real big shot. Yunxi had done a lot of research on this. The Zhou family, as the head of the 5 major families, is a powerful military and political force in Beijing. Especially in the military, they are the pinnacle of power. Zhou Shiyan's great-grandfather was a founding general. Although he has passed away, his legacy, resources, and connections have been inherited by Zhou Shiyan's grandfather, Zhou Yanfeng. Zhou Yanfeng followed in his father's footsteps, joining the army at a young age. With his father's help and his own outstanding abilities, he retired as a general, equivalent to a vice premier. The old saying goes that wealth doesn't last 3 generations. But the Zhou family is clearly different. The next 2 generations of the Zhou family were also very successful. Zhou Yanfeng himself reached the highest military rank, while his younger brother, Zhou Yanzheng, pursued a political career. He was also capable, eventually retiring from a ministerial-level position. The next generation of Zhou Yanfeng has 2 sons. His eldest son, Zhou Xingjing, and his wife, Qiaoying, are both military personnel. Zhou Xingjing is currently the commander of the Beijing military region, holding the rank of lieutenant general. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he has a very high chance of being awarded the rank of general during his tenure. Zhou Shiyan's aunt, Qiaoying, although born into an ordinary working-class family, joined the special forces at the age of 19. She rose through the ranks solely through her own skills. After marrying Zhou Xingjing, her path to advancement became even smoother. The couple has a son, Zhou Shiyan's cousin Zhou Xiu, who is also in the military and currently holds the rank of lieutenant colonel. Unlike Zhou Xingjing's family of 3, all in the military, Zhou Yanfeng's second son, Zhou Shimhua, went into business. His company, Zhongxing Group, primarily engages in high-tech industries. Some of these industries involve the transfer of military technology to civilian applications, maintaining close cooperation with the military. His wife, Yunxi, also runs her own clothing brand. Their only son, Zhou Shiyan, holds a doctorate in finance and started his own company while still a student, making waves on Wall Street. Now that she's back in China, things are bound to get interesting soon. It's not just Zhou Yanfeng's branch of the family. The descendants of Zhou Yanjing's branch are also involved in politics or business, each achieving considerable success. This is likely related to the Zhou family's traditions. With such a powerful figure joining, how could her project not take off? Shall we meet and talk? Looking at the message, and Yunxi thought for a moment and continued typing a reply. Brother Shiyan, is tomorrow okay? Today is Christmas Eve, and it's also Saturday. The four of them from dormitory 303 had planned to go shopping, eat, and see a movie.
Sure.
Where should we meet tomorrow? At your company. Brother Shiyan, my office was just renovated and isn't in use yet. How about we go to your company?
Sure.
After saying that, he sent the address of the ZTE Corporation building. And Yunxi used navigation. It was 20 kilometers, an hour's drive. Brother Shiyan, is 10 a.m. tomorrow okay?
Okay.
The four girls from dormitory 303 left at 2 p.m. And Yunxi drove her three roommates, while Song Mingzhu's bodyguard followed in another car. The three of them were already used to Song Mingzhu's habit of having bodyguards with her whenever she left the school. After getting to know each other for 2 months, Tong Yao brought up the matter. Not everyone in Song Mingzhu's family always had bodyguards. The reason they did was because Song Mingzhu had been kidnapped once when she was a child by her father's political enemies. Although she was quickly found and rescued, it had greatly frightened the whole family. Since then, Song's father had hired a personal bodyguard for his daughter. Whenever his daughter went out, the bodyguard had to accompany her. They didn't go far, staying at the nearby Zhongwen shopping center. Shopping, watching a movie, and eating everything could be done there in one place. After parking the car, it was already past 2:20. The four of them quickly bought drinks and popcorn, then picked up their tickets. The movie was at 2:40, and they were already letting in. They were watching a Hollywood movie, Captain Ridley. They chose the original version, since dubbed films always lacked a certain something. Anyway, everyone's English was decent. Even if it wasn't, they could read. There shouldn't be any problems understanding it. This is a film based on a true story. It's a story about flying skills and decision-making. More importantly, it's a story about humanity, responsibility, and honor. It must be said that storytelling is truly the most praiseworthy aspect of this film. Using textbook cinematic language, through an ingenious narrative structure, superb acting, and precise audio-visual language, it tells a story that would otherwise have no suspense, making it gripping and reshaping a well-known hero into a truly moving figure. The 90-plus minute film, with its clear logic and reasonable presentation, constitutes this wonderful story. After watching the movie, it was a little past 4. Having had some time after dinner, the group immediately started shopping. And Yunxi actually didn't lack anything. But as a woman, who can resist the temptation of shopping? So, after shopping around, all four of them were carrying numerous shopping bags of various sizes. Tong Yao had earned a considerable amount of money tutoring this semester, and her parents had recently increased her allowance. She bought quite a bit this time. Moreover, the other three weren't short of money to begin with. After spending most of the semester together, the roommates knew each other quite well. Of the four, Song Mingzhu was the daughter of a wealthy and powerful family in Beijing. And Yunxi was a wealthy businesswoman, both from a wealthy family and herself. Although Chuyu's parents were divorced and didn't care much about her, both were successful career women. Aside from not having much time to spend with her, they never skimped on her financial support. As for Tong Yao, who seemed to have the least money among the four, both her parents were university professors, and her family was at least upper middle class. In short, none of them were poor. Therefore, everyone had a very fruitful day. The four of them first put their shopping haul in the car, then found a restaurant in the mall to eat at. Today, they chose grilled fish. Because it was Christmas Eve, The restaurant gave each of them a complimentary apple in a gift box. The mall was quite lively on Christmas Eve. Everywhere was decorated with all sorts of Christmas trees and colorful lights. The various merchant promotions repeatedly pushed the mall's atmosphere to a climax. Every Christmas, they would inevitably be patronized by these merchants. They were already used to it. System sign-in. Ding dong. Signed in at the Zhenzongguan shopping center in Beijing, received a 300 million yuan five-fold investment cashback card, already deposited into the system inventory. Today's sign-in reward was really good. She had already used the last investment cashback card, and this was another one. Perfect timing. She figured she'd need it soon. And Yunxi and her roommates spent a leisurely Christmas Eve. The next day, Christmas Day, happened to be a Sunday, and Yunxi drove to the ZTE Group building as promised. When she arrived, Zhou Shiyan's special assistant, Wang Lin, was waiting for her in the lobby. This was a first for Wang Lin as well. Today was supposed to be his day off, but since the president was coming to the company as his assistant, he naturally had to work overtime. Strangely, upon arriving at the company, his boss immediately asked him to go downstairs to pick up a young woman. He initially thought he had misheard. After confirming several times that he was indeed picking up a young woman, Wang Lin dazedly went downstairs to wait. Assistant Wang. Hello, Assistant Wang. Passing employees greeted him. Although Sunday was a day off, some staff members were still on duty at ZTE Group. Wang Lin went directly to the sofa waiting area in the lobby and sat down, pretending to be waiting for someone. The company receptionist and passing employees were all curious about who required Assistant Wang to come down early to pick them up. As expected of ZTE Corporation, even this headquarters building looks so imposing. And Yunxi parked her car, looked up at the towering building in front of her, and sighed inwardly. This ZTE Corporation building is located in the core area of Beijing's Chaoyang CBD, bordered by Jinhe East Road to the east, a planned green space to the south, Jinhe Road to the west, and Guanghua Road to the north. It occupies 12,000 square meters, stands 530 meters tall, has 108 floors above ground and 5 floors underground, and can accommodate 15,000 office workers. This building was named one of the top 10 contemporary buildings in China a couple of years ago. It's located quite close to Yunxi's Huanyu International Financial Building, but it's taller and occupies a larger area. The location and scale of this building perfectly showcase ZTE Corporation's status in China. It seems Zhou Shiyan's return to China this time is not only to develop his own company's business, but also to begin taking over ZTE Corporation. Upon arriving at the entrance, Yunxi didn't go in immediately, but instead dialed Assistant Wang's number. Okay, MS, and I'll come pick you up right away. The receptionist, seeing Assistant Wang answer the phone, quickly got up and left the company premises. He then led a young woman into the company, behaving respectfully, and escorted her to the executive elevator on the top floor. The receptionist. Once the two figures disappeared into the elevator, the receptionist quickly pulled out her phone and opened a group chat. Family members, guess what I saw? Don't keep me in suspense, tell us quickly. Soon, people in the group started replying enthusiastically. The president's special assistant actually picked up a beautiful woman on the executive elevator. She's a very young and beautiful woman. To avoid disbelief, she specifically emphasized the woman's age and gender. What? It's really a woman? It's no wonder they were so surprised. Since the president had been back in the country for half a month, they thought they had a general understanding of his character and temperament. The cold and ruthless president, besides his special assistant Wang, had never been seen with anyone else. How could a handsome, wealthy, and single president not have anyone eyeing him? However, those who took the lead repeatedly suffered setbacks, and the most serious ones were fired from the company. After that, no one dared to risk their lives anymore. After all, a CEO like that isn't someone an ordinary person can be worthy of. A good job like ZT Corporation isn't easy to find either. It wouldn't be good to lose out on something big for a small gain. It's a woman, and a beautiful one at that. How beautiful. I won't believe you without a picture. I only took one from afar. After saying that, she quickly sent the picture she had just secretly taken. In the photo, Assistant Wang is guiding Yunxi through the company gate. Because she was there to discuss cooperation, and Yunxi was wearing a thick wool suit underneath a thick cashmere coat. Wearing high heels, and Yunxi walked in with a slender figure and a confident stride. Even in the photo, you could feel her powerful aura. You took this picture too far away. I can't even see her features. If you dare take a close-up, you try? She wasn't kidding. She didn't want to lose her job. Just look at that figure. You can tell she's a beauty. Exactly. Even such thick clothes can't hide her slender figure. Is she here to discuss a business deal? How does she manage to be both rich and beautiful? Yeah. What's wrong with one more rich person in the world? Haha, I wish there was one more. And Yunxi was naturally unaware of the discussions in the group chat. Wang Lin led her directly to the CEO's office on the top floor. CEO, Miss Than has arrived. You can go ahead with your work. And Yunxi, having taken off her coat and hung it up, greeted him with a smile. Brother Shiryan. Hearing this, Wang Lin paused, then casually left the office. He gently closed the office door behind him. Yunxi, come sit here. Zhou Shiryan got up from his office and led in Yunxi to the adjacent tea room. A handsome and aristocratic young master, dressed in a perfectly tailored custom suit, sat there brewing tea. His every gesture exuded elegance and nobility. Every movement, every glance, was a picture of breathtaking beauty. For a moment, and Yunxi was mesmerized. Ding, a message notification sounded. And Yunxi picked up her phone and glanced at it. Then, she frowned, looking thoughtful. What's wrong? Zhou Shiryan asked casually. He didn't particularly like girls frowning. And Yunxi thought for a moment, deciding there was nothing she couldn't say. It's my friend. He said he sent the proposal to the Yi family, and they want to meet with me to discuss it. Have the Yi family come too. Here? And Yunxi asked uncertainly. Yes, let's talk together. Tilting her head slightly in thought, and Yunxi decided it was a good idea. So, she typed a reply to Liang Wentao. I'm at ZT Corporation discussing this project right now. Ask your cousin if he wants to come along. A while later, she received Liang Wentao's reply. My cousin and I are on our way now. We'll be there in about half an hour. And Yunxi immediately relayed the reply to Zhou Shiryan. Have some tea first. We'll talk when we get there. The half hour passed quickly as the two chatted about school life. Afterwards, and Yunxi met Yi Moyang, the eldest son of Yi Yaowen, the head of the Yi group, who had come with Liang Wentao. Yi Moyang, 31 years old this year, is the heir to the Yi group. He joined the group after graduating from university and began participating in its affairs. Now, he has become a capable president. Chairman Yi Yaowen has also entrusted the management of the group to his eldest son, only providing general guidance. Liang Wentao still had the image of the wealthy young master that Yunxi knew. Because it was a business meeting, he had specially changed into a suit under his down jacket. Compared to his previous casual attire, he appeared more mature and composed today. His cousin, Yi Moyang, was in his early 30s, in the prime of his life. Tall and upright, as straight as a pine tree, he wore a dark suit that exuded a regal aura, inspiring awe. His dark eyes were as deep as the sea, seemingly able to see through the secrets of people's hearts, and the occasional flash of shrewdness always gave people a feeling that they were about to be manipulated. This person is probably a cunning strategist, adept at planning and manipulating people's hearts. No wonder Zhou Shiryan warned her beforehand that she must stick to her bottom line in front of Yi Moyang and never give in easily. After introducing themselves, the group sat down and began discussing the project. According to Yunxi's plan, leveraging Lingbo Mountain and Lingyan Lake, the name Yunxi gave to the area, a comprehensive resort integrating tourism, leisure, health and wellness, hot spring hotels, gourmet shopping, and more would be developed. This would include a traditional culture exhibition area. And Yunxi planned to invite people related to intangible cultural heritage and traditional crafts to set up shop there to promote traditional culture and sell cultural and creative products. And Yunxi planned to have her Century Splendor Hotel Group invest in, build, and operate the Hot Spring Hotel. With the support of bigwigs like Zhou Shiryan and Yi Moyang, plus Liang Wentao, the main investor in the resort, there would be 4 parties involved. Of course, the main participants were Yunxi and Zhou Yi, Liang Wentao was merely an afterthought. After a series of negotiations, and Yunxi had to thank her past lives for the confidence and aura they had gained. Otherwise, she might have been completely suppressed by these two powerful figures. The negotiations were intense, a battle of words raging. Ultimately, aside from the hot spring hotel, which Yunxi operated independently, the resort project, with a total investment of 10 billion yuan, was allocated equity according to the proportion of investment. According to the agreement, a new company, Beijing Dongliyuan Resort Company, Limited, was established to develop and operate the resort. And Yunxi, as the land provider and initiator, contributed the land and 2 billion yuan, holding a 40% stake. Of this 40%, and Yunxi, as the landowner, personally held 25%, and the remaining 2 billion yuan was invested through Yunfeng Capital, holding 15%. Zhou Shiyan's Sirui investment invested 4 billion yuan, holding a 30% stake. Yi Moyang, investing 3 billion yuan under the name of the Yi Group, acquired a 22.5% stake. The remaining 7.5% went to Liang Wentao, who also needed to invest 1 billion yuan. Although when Yunxi only invested 2 billion yuan, she was actually at a disadvantage. The total value of the 3,600 mu, approximately 240 hectares, of land alone far exceeded 60 billion yuan. However, this wasn't the correct calculation. Furthermore, any participation in smaller projects within the complex, such as the amusement park and food street, would require signing a cooperation agreement with Dongliyuan Resort Company, Limited. The group was efficient and decisive. After negotiating on-site, they drafted a contract. During lunch, Yunxi notified Yang Wei and Chu Ziyi to bring the company seal. That afternoon, they signed the contract, finalizing this over 10 billion yuan cooperation project. Liang Wentao was completely bewildered throughout the entire process. He knew, of course, that Yunxi and his cousin had guided him in this project. Actually, his presence or absence wouldn't have made much difference. Back home, he, Liang Xiao, was always the one leading and guiding others. This was the first time he'd been guided. Seriously, the feeling of being led for the first time was quite nice. When Wang Lin was called in to assist with drafting the contract, he was shocked. Was the miss and he'd brought in really this capable? Not only had she brought over young Master Yi, but she'd also brought such a large project right away. At that moment, Yunxi's status in his eyes skyrocketed, reaching a whole new level. Yang Wei would be responsible for following up on this project from now on, and as for Chu Ziyi, Yunxi planned to have him as her assistant to handle business matters. Therefore, Yunxi introduced Yang Wei and Chu Ziyi to the others. As they were leaving, Zhou Shiyan suddenly said, "Yunxi, have you been busy lately? My mom said she'd like to invite you for tea." Not only Yunxi, but Wang Lin, Yi Moyang, Liang Wentao, and the others nearby all heard it. And Yunxi. The others. And Yunxi thought that if Aunt Yunxi wanted to invite her for tea, she would definitely contact her directly. Why would she ask him to relay the message? The others, however, were thinking, what's your relationship? You've even met each other's parents? And Yunxi didn't voice her doubts and complaints. Instead, she smiled politely and replied, "There's a holiday for New Year's Day. I'll contact Andy then." Zhou Shiyan was a little surprised when he said it. His mother had indeed mentioned wanting to invite Yunxi for tea a couple of days ago. But she knew Yunxi was busy with classes and running the company. She hadn't had a chance to make the invitation yet. Zhou Shiyan didn't know why the words had just slipped out. Only after saying it did he realize it was a bit out of character for him. Perhaps it was because his mother always asked him to take care of Yunxi that he was so attentive. Having successfully won her over, Zhou Shiyan didn't think much of it. However, the others present that day were all speculating about the relationship between the two. Before leaving Zhongxing Group, Yunxi checked in at the Zhongxing building for the day. Ding dong. Checked in at Zhongxing building in Beijing, received a 2x funds multiplier card, already deposited into system inventory. And Yunxi, another funds multiplier card. Was it because Zhongxing Group's inhuman generosity stimulated the system, so it directly gave her money again? Adding to the unused 5x funds multiplier card from before, Wouldn't her money be multiplied tenfold at once?
Wow.
This is truly generous. Looks like she needs to start saving money more. With the land issue resolved, a huge weight was finally lifted from Yunxi's shoulders. Thanks to the involvement of the Zhou and Yi families, the new company registration process went smoothly and quickly. Before the new week was even over, the business license was issued. But Yunxi didn't rush to deposit money into the company's public account. Firstly, the contract they signed stated that the invested funds would be in place before March after the new year. In addition, Yunxi still had 2 funds doubling cards she hadn't used. She hoped to use them when she had more funds on hand to maximize her profits. During this period, several deposits were made into Yunxi's personal account. The rent for Yunzhou Mingxi Commercial Street in the first quarter of next year is 65 million yuan. The rent for Yunzhou Jinxiu Xiangjiang Hotel in the entire year is 96 million yuan. The rent for Beijing Huanyu International Financial Building in the first quarter of next year is 400 million yuan. The rent for Beijing Magic Moju Times Shopping Center in the entire year of next year is 850 million yuan. This shopping mall also has a commission fee, which is expected to arrive next month. These payments were all deposited into Yunxi's black card at Huagua Bank. Furthermore, the apartments in Yunzhou Jingyuan are basically all rented out. The rent of 8.4 million yuan for the first quarter of next year has already been deposited into Yunxi's China Construction Bank card. In Beijing, only half of the apartments in the Bihai Yuntian residential complex are rented out, but the rent for 1 quarter is still as high as 36 million yuan. Because of the stable deposit amount and inflow of funds into her account, her China Construction Bank card, which was originally only a platinum card, has now been upgraded to a black card. Because 9 billion yuan had been transferred to the company accounts of several companies under her name in succession, after adding and subtracting, Yunxi now has a total of over 4.7 billion yuan in funds. It's already the end of December, and several dividends will be credited to her account next month. Yunxi decided that once all the dividends arrive, she will use her funds doubling card. After Christmas, with New Year's Day approaching, Yunxi didn't receive an invitation from Aunt Yunxi, but instead received an invitation to an auction in Beijing. An auction? Her parents had taken her to 2 auctions before when she was in Yunzhou, but she had never participated in an auction of the level of Debao auction. After all, Debao auction is the #1 auction house in China and the 3rd largest in the world. Normally, within Yunxi's current influence in Beijing, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to receive such an invitation. The one she had was sent to the owners of the Huanyu International Financial Building through Yueya. Moreover, it was just seating in the outer area, not in a private room. This was a good opportunity to showcase herself and build connections in Beijing. Without much thought, Yunxi decided to attend. If she remembered correctly, she still had a 50 million yuan credit card with tenfold cashback on spending that she hadn't used. She had been worrying about what to buy with that 50 million yuan. An auction was that a great place to spend money? So her goal this time was to spend all 50 million yuan. She flipped through the auction catalog several times, roughly selecting a few items she wanted to bid on. The auction happened to be held on a Saturday. When Yunxi didn't have classes, she returned to her villa at Yunshui Residence Manor. For this, Minghui specially arranged for a professional styling team to do Yunxi's hair and makeup. Yunxi had already chosen her dress, a Georges Hobika haute couture gown. This is a Lebanese haute couture brand that offers both ready-to-wear and haute couture. Ready-to-wear gowns can be found for just over 10,000 yuan, but haute couture gowns often start at hundreds of thousands. Some haute couture gowns even reach prices of hundreds of thousands or millions of yuan. Yunxi chose a white, 3/4-sleeved long dress, resembling a blooming white lotus flower, exuding a fresh and elegant aura. It was winter, after all, and even with indoor heating, exposed skin still felt cold. The dress she chose was perfect for this time of year. The dress was covered in delicate white 3D embroidered floral and leaf patterns, every stitch reflecting the designer's ingenuity. The flowing tulle cape and skirt embellishments made the entire dress look even more ethereal. After seeing the dress, the stylist gave Yunxi a simple half-up hairstyle, adding a platinum and diamond-encrusted leaf-shaped hair accessory behind her right ear. This echoed the floral and leaf patterns on the dress, adding a touch of nobility and glamour. For makeup, the stylist continued the fresh and refined, ethereal fairy style. Whether it was her fair, jade-like skin with a soft glow, her long, naturally curved eyebrows, or her full, red lips, everything perfectly complemented her overall look for the day. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The stylist, hired at a high price, certainly lived up to expectations. This auction has a 3-day preview, including today, with the official auction starting at 7 p.m. And Yunxi arrived at 6 p.m. Allowing time for the preview area to see tonight's auction items is ample. December 31st, Beijing Debao Auction Center. A lavish auction is being held in this building located in the city center. Elegantly dressed figures and a multitude of luxury cars. Many wealthy individuals and collectors, dressed in splendid attire, arrived at the auction venue. A Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly pulled up at the entrance of the auction center. The unique custom blue color and the car model attracted the attention of many auction attendees. Limited edition luxury cars always attract attention wherever they go. The first to alight was Chu Zi, who was sitting in the passenger seat. He immediately stepped out of the car and opened the back door, respectfully welcoming An Yunxi out. After showing her invitation at the entrance, An Yunxi, arm in arm with Chu Zi, entered the auction center. Upon reaching the heated area, both of them removed their coats, which were immediately taken by a staff member and stored in a designated area. System, check-in. As soon as she stepped into the auction center, An Yunxi began completing today's check-in task. The previous day's check-ins had all yielded money. She wondered if today would bring a surprise.
Ding.
Checked in at Beijing Debao Auction Center, acquiring 20% equity in Beijing Debao International Auction Company. Limited relevant property certificates and documents have been stored in the system inventory. Another equity stake. And this company is quite remarkable. Beijing Debao International Auction Company, Limited, has been established for 10 years. Relying on its strong financial resources, industry chain, and forward-thinking strategic mindset, it has risen rapidly, expanding from a new company to a leading player in the Chinese mainland auction industry in just 6 years. 6 years ago, Debao Auction began its overseas expansion, weathering many storms to become the third largest art auction company after the world's 2 giants. Currently, Debao Auction has established its own auction houses in 5 cities and regions in China: Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, Wuhan, and Hong Kong. Internationally, it has also expanded into markets in the United States, the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and Australia. Last year, Debao Auction's total transaction volume, both domestically and internationally, exceeded 30 billion yuan, with operating revenue of 600 million yuan and net profit of 180 million yuan. Even if all profits were distributed, An Yunxi would only receive 36 million yuan annually. The amount isn't large, but the influence of being the second largest shareholder of Debao Auction is enormous. Especially useful for An Yunxi, who wants to penetrate the Beijing auction circle. It seems that Debao Auction is owned by a Chinese family from the UK. That mysterious number 1 VIP box is said to be reserved for their big boss. Debao's ability to expand into the international market is inseparable from the founder's overseas background and connections. Previously, there had been no mention of other shareholders. Now that she had suddenly become the second largest shareholder, she wondered if the largest shareholder would have any objections. Suppressing her inner turmoil, An Yunxi shifted her attention to the auction venue. The Debao Auction Center in Beijing proclaimed its high-end luxury from top to bottom. It was a 5-story detached building, with a banquet hall right inside the entrance. The ornate carved archways and predominantly gold decorations made one feel as if they were in an ancient royal palace. Exquisite crystal chandeliers cast shimmering light, reflecting off the intricate gold patterns on the ceiling. The meticulously arranged tables were laden with various delicacies and wines, and a subtle aroma filled the air. To the accompaniment of romantic and elegant background music, Men and women dressed in exquisite attire either enjoyed the food or gathered in small groups to converse quietly. Among them were many seeking cooperation opportunities. Some seized the chance and succeeded, while others missed out and ended up disappointed. Those who receive invitations are not ordinary people. Naturally, not all of them are there solely for this auction. This is also a distinctive feature of Debao Auction Company. Besides the regular spring and autumn auctions, Debao Auction holds one or two similar auctions each year, characterized by a more relaxed atmosphere. These usually include a dinner banquet, providing a platform for clients to network and connect during the auction. This strategy has proven to significantly increase client loyalty and satisfaction, setting Debao Auction apart from other auction houses. As soon as Yunxi and Chuzi entered the banquet hall, they attracted considerable attention. This circle in Beijing is comprised of only a handful of people. Those who frequent this circle, while not necessarily recognizing everyone, will at least have some impression of them. But these two were complete new faces. Everyone was curious. When did these two figures appear in Beijing? And Yunxi and Chuzi had already eaten before arriving and weren't interested in the food and drinks in the banquet hall. Just as they were about to head to the preview area to see some of the auction items, they heard a small commotion at the banquet hall entrance. Could it be that some important person has arrived? And Yunxi stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. Coincidentally, the person who entered was an acquaintance of Yunxi's. Seeing Aunt Yunxi walking into the banquet hall arm in arm with a middle-aged man in a suit, and Yunxi knew that this man was none other than Zhou Xinghua, the renowned founder of ZT Corporation. Looking at the good-looking middle-aged couple, and Yunxi sighed inwardly. No wonder Zhou Shiyan is so handsome. With parents like those, it's impossible for him to grow up to be unattractive. Many people stepped forward to greet the couple. But as soon as Yunxi entered, she saw the young girl who turned to look at them. Her looks and demeanor made her stand out even among the meticulously dressed socialites and wealthy women. Seeing that Aunt Yunxi had noticed her, and Yunxi also stepped forward to greet her.
Aunt Yun.
Yunxi, you're here too. I received an invitation, so I came to check it out. I didn't expect to run into you. What a coincidence. I was just thinking of asking you out for tea and shopping a couple of days ago, and here we are today. What a coincidence. Yunxi grabbed Yunxi's hand and said happily. She genuinely enjoyed shopping and chatting with Yunxi, because this young woman didn't have the impatience and irrationality typical of young people. She could listen attentively and could engage in conversation about anything. Moreover, although she was old enough to be her daughter, she didn't feel any generation gap when she was with her. And Yunxi, with memories spanning several lifetimes, Annie, my mental age combined is probably older than yours. Ah, shoo, is this the Yunxi you mentioned to me before? Zhou Xinghua, seeing that his wife had almost forgotten him, reminded her. Yes, this is Yunxi. Isn't she exceptionally beautiful? Yunxi glanced at her husband and continued. Yunxi, this is my husband, your Uncle Zhou. And Yunxi. Her familiar tone made it seem as if she knew everyone in the Zhou family intimately. In reality, she only interacted more with Aunt Yunxi, and secondly with Zhou Shiyan, whom she had met twice. As for the others, she really didn't know them, and Yunxi had long since mastered the skill of remaining calm and composed even when her mind was racing. She greeted them with a smile. Hello, Uncle Zhou, I'm Yunxi and this is my assistant, Chuzi. Hello, Mr. Zhou, Madam, I'm Chuzi. As a business manager, Chuzi naturally knew how to behave in such a situation. Hello. Zhou Xinghua's attitude was very gentle towards the little girl his wife wanted to adopt as her goddaughter. From now on, I'll call you Yunxi too. Uncle Zhou, please feel free to call me whatever you like. Although Chuzi was a handsome young man, Zhou Xinghua and his wife didn't think much of their relationship. Anyone with eyes could see that Chuzi was considerably older than Yunxi. Moreover, Chuzi's gaze towards Yunxi was gentle yet respectful. Yunxi, have you been here long? Yunxi saw Yunxi already there as soon as she entered the banquet hall. She wasn't sure when she had arrived. We just arrived too, and we're just about to go check out the preview area. That's perfect. Let's go together. Yunxi made the arrangements with just one sentence. After the group left the banquet hall, people whispered among themselves about the relationship between these two unfamiliar faces and the Zhou family. Many people thought that, judging from the girl's familiar manner with Mrs. Zhou, their relationship was probably quite close. Many people silently elevated Yunxi's status significantly in their hearts. Yunxi and Chu Zi accompanied Zhou Shenhua and Yunxi through the preview area, looking at the auction items. After some conversation, Zhou Shenhua couldn't help but sigh. These young people today are truly remarkable. In his opinion, both Yunxi and Chu Zi were exceptionally talented, capable, and adept at interpersonal relationships. Sometimes, he even felt a sense of urgency, as if he couldn't deny his age. Seeing that it was almost time, the family moved towards the auction hall. Yunxi, you two come with us. We have a private room here. And Yunxi glanced at Zhou Shenhua, and seeing that he didn't seem embarrassed or displeased, she didn't refuse. Guided by the staff, the group headed towards the Zhou family's private room, and Yunxi discreetly observed the surroundings. They were truly wealthy and powerful. Even the corridor was high-end, elegant, and stylish. Before they reached their room, they encountered a group of people walking towards them from the opposite direction. Moreover, these people clearly knew the Zhou family. Old Zhou? Old Song, you're here too. The two greeted each other like long-lost friends and then began chatting familiarly. Yunxi also started talking to the only woman in the opposite group. You're president, right? A sudden voice attracted everyone's attention, and Yunxi carefully examined the man who spoke, confirming that she didn't recognize him. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? I'm sorry for being so abrupt. I'm Song Mingrui from Xingyuan Decoration. Song Mingrui realized they hadn't met before, so Yunxi probably didn't recognize him. Mr. Song, I didn't expect to meet you under these circumstances. Yunxi, you two know each other? Yunxi asked curiously. She hadn't expected Yunxi to know anyone from the Song family. Auntie, Mr. Song's company was in charge of the renovation of my office building. Oh, I see. Come here, Yunxi, let me introduce you. Yunxi beckoned Yunxi over. This is Song Changhe, chairman of Hongxing Real Estate Group, and his wife Wu Manli, along with their two sons. This is the eldest son, Song Mingzhi, and the other son, Song Mingrui, whom you also know. Yunxi was somewhat inclined to introduce Yunxi to their connections. This is my friend's daughter Yunxi, currently a freshman at Kyoto University, and Yunxi quickly and politely greeted them. The Song family's attitude towards her was also relatively mild. Although they didn't know the girl's exact identity, the Song family had to give face to both the Zhou family and Yunxi herself. Yunxi, so young, and you already have your own company? These words came from Song Changhe, chairman of Red Star Real Estate Group. Chairman Song, it's just a newly established company. We'll still need to learn a lot from you in the future. Oh, don't call me Chairman Song, just call me Uncle Song. I have a niece who's from Peking University. Dad, MS, and is Mingzhu's roommate. Song Mingrui reminded her from the side. Oh, that's quite a coincidence. Mingzhu is usually quite spoiled at home. Hopefully, she hasn't caused any trouble in the dorm. Uncle Song, you're too kind. Mingzhu is very easy to get along with. And Yunxi didn't take his words too seriously. He was just being modest and polite. If you take it seriously, you've already lost. Besides, Mingzhu really is easy to get along with. She was just stating the facts. It's all thanks to your understanding and care. We're classmates and friends, and we've always looked out for each other. Seeing in Yunxi's clear eyes and measured words, Song Changhe felt a surge of liking. Yunxi is truly young and promising. The future depends on you young people. Uncle Song is too modest. I still lack experience and have much to learn. I hope to emulate Uncle Song and develop the company to the scale of Red Star Real Estate. Haha, old Joe, look how eloquent this young lady is. Of course, when has my judgment ever been bad? While they were talking, more people from the VIP rooms arrived. When Yunxi saw them, she was speechless. What was this? A meeting of acquaintances? It turned out to be the Yun family and the Yi family. Yi Muyang and Yun Jinyan, whom Yunxi recognized, were among them. Aunt, uncle. The Yun family representatives were the old master and Yi Jinyan. Dad, Jinyan. Jean Yan, your parents didn't come? Yes, they were both busy. I came with Grandpa. Sister Yunxi, you're here too. Brother Yun, long time no see. While the Yun family was greeting the Zhou and Song families, Yunshu leaned close to Yunxi and whispered, Yunxi, you even know Jean Yan? Annie, my cousin and brother Yun are classmates, and they even opened a law firm together. What a coincidence. No one expected Yunxi to have such a connection with both the Yun and Zhou families. When Yi Muang also greeted Yunxi, even Zhou Shenghua and Song Chonghe were surprised. Everyone present couldn't help but think, this young girl is truly remarkable. The main figures exchanged pleasantries for a while, and only about 10 minutes passed. Seeing that the auction was about to begin, they separated and entered their respective private rooms. Seeing Yunxi follow them into the Zhou family's private room, many people speculated about her relationship with the Zhou family. Upon entering the room, staff immediately served fruit and refreshments. And Yunxi glanced around. From the room, she could see the seating area and the prepared auction stage. A large electronic screen displayed the auction stage and items up close. Yunxi, is there anything you like? Yunshu asked casually, flipping through the auction catalog in her hand. And Yunxi was afraid Yunshu would say something like, I'll give it to you if you like it, which was exactly the kind of thing Yunshu would do. After a moment's thought, Yunxi replied, nothing in particular I like. I'm mainly here to broaden my horizons. Aunt Yun, do you and Uncle have anything you'd like to bid on? She wanted to get a feel for things first, to avoid competition and to make new plans. Your uncle and I don't have anything in particular, but Grandpa has taken a liking to this set of antique furniture and this jade carving. Putting everything else aside, your uncle and I will definitely bid on these two. This Grandpa must be Zhou Yanfeng, the retired military leader from the Zhou family. Grandpa Zhou has a good eye. These are all excellent pieces. And Yunxi didn't hold back her praise. These were all highly collectible works of art and antiques. Everything here is top-notch. If you see something you like later, just grab it. Don't hesitate. Yunshu, a frequent auction attendee, offered Yunxi a hint. Auntie, I know. Room number 3 belonged to the Song family. Right now, Song Chonghe was inquiring about Yunxi from his son. Mingrui, how much do you know about this Yunxi? Dad, Mingzhu introduced her to me. She said she'd be my roommate. All I know is that she founded an investment company and bought a 36-story building in Zhongguancun as its headquarters. Xingyuan Decoration is currently handling the renovations. Also, she owns a 30,000 square meter science park in Haidian district, which we're also renovating. I heard it's for a research institute. I only know she's quite wealthy and gives money readily. That's all I know. Song Chonghe remained silent for a long time after hearing this. And Yunxi is so young, but every move she makes is significant. Even in a family like theirs, an 18-year-old girl just starting university wouldn't be given the right to manage such a large sum of money. And Yunxi's background must be extraordinary. Mingzhi, try to find out more. Okay, Dad, I'll arrange it right away. A similar scene was playing out simultaneously in the Yi family's private room. Unlike the previous instance, no such conversation took place at the Yin family's residence. A similar exchange had already occurred once before. After learning some information about Yunxi from Fang Jiaxing, Yun Jinyan conducted a brief investigation upon returning home. He later shared the findings with his grandfather. Based on the analysis of the patriarch, Yunxi was highly likely the heir to the mysterious overseas Zhang family. Therefore, the patriarch instructed his children and grandchildren to cultivate good relations with her and avoid offending her. Soon, the lights on the auction stage illuminated, and the auction officially began. The auction categories included 20th century and contemporary art, porcelain and antique treasures, classical furniture and crafts, jewelry, jade, and watches. The first item auctioned was a painting by the renowned contemporary artist Yu Jie, an oil painting titled Snow Mountain Girl. By depicting a young girl against a backdrop of snow-capped mountains, the artist not only reveals her reverence for the mountains and her love for nature, but also conveys her emotions and philosophical reflections through the girl's expression and posture. This female painter has considerable influence in the art world. Her works previously fetched 1.8 million RMB at auction. Ultimately, this painting was successfully purchased by an art enthusiast for 1.6 million RMB. Next, Wu Baiyu's Qianxiang Hanzhong and Huaji Fenyun interpret the beauty of momentum from multiple perspectives. Wu Guanzhong's landscapes from the 1970s to 1990s are considered classics. Following the exquisite scenes depicted by Wu Guanzhong, one can glimpse his achievements in exploring the concept of nationalizing oil painting in his artistic creation. Several other paintings by different artists and in different styles are also presented. And Yunxi purchased a double-sided painting, Stream After Rain, by Wu Guanzhong for 2 million RMB. And Yunxi didn't quite appreciate the abstract art, but she really liked these landscape paintings. As the auction progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The auctioneer, dressed in a dark cheongsam, held the gavel, her voice clear, resonant, and rhythmic. She skillfully guided the auction, using engaging language to describe the unique features of each item, igniting the guests' desire to buy. The guests, dressed in various elegant gowns, either chatted quietly or gazed intently at the exhibits on the auction stage. From time to time, someone would raise their paddle, expressing their keen interest in a particular item. Soon, Uncle Zhou's target appeared. It was a set of early Qing dynasty antique furniture for Wangwali rosewood chairs with Lingji patterns. This set of rosewood chairs from the Qing dynasty was entirely original, and after a century, they were still together. The design is simple yet elegant. The Lingji patterned floral clasps used for decoration are full of life and vibrant, adding a unique and novel touch to the chair set. Many people were interested in this chair set, and the price soared from the starting bid of 10 million yuan, eventually being acquired by Zhou Shenghua for 18.4 million yuan. Following this, Wu Dixing's 18 Arhats white jade sculpture was also purchased by Zhou Shenghua for 20.5 million yuan. And Yunxi actually quite liked the white jade ornaments, but knowing that Uncle Zhou and Aunt Yun were after them, she decided not to bid on them anymore. After abandoning the white jade ornaments, and Yunxi's gaze fell upon a Southern Song Dynasty official kiln celadone octagonal vase with string patterns. Official kiln porcelain is characterized by its bright, lustrous blue-green glaze, even and elegant. Within its small space, it reflects a scene of clear skies after rain. The glaze shows crackles like strands of gold, dancing, and weaving a timeless classic. From this description in the book, one can clearly and vividly feel its beauty. Song Dynasty porcelain is renowned for its simple, dignified, and naturally elegant style. This fresh and refined style was exactly what Yunxi liked. The starting bid was 10 million, and the price quickly rose to 15 million. Bidder number 28 bids 16 million. Any higher bids? Okay, bidder number 50 bids 16.5 million. Now, the price has reached 17 million. Any higher bids? 20 million. Bidder number 69 in VIP room 2 bids 20 million. Any further bids? 20 million once. Any higher bids? 20 million twice. 20 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to VIP number 69 in VIP room 2 for winning this precious Southern Song Dynasty official kiln celadone octagonal string pattern vase for 20 million. In the end, Yunxi still won the antique vase for 20 million. Actually, she still got a good deal. VIP room 2 is the Zhou family's exclusive room, and many people know this. Generally, once VIP room 2 makes a bid, unless it's absolutely necessary, everyone tacitly gives face and doesn't bid further. Therefore, people in the private rooms generally don't participate in the early stages of the bidding. Otherwise, if you call out a bid, no one else will dare to bid, and how can the auction house function? Everyone's in this business. You have to give face to others. And Yunxi was naturally aware of these unspoken rules. Although Yunxi used her own number plate, she was sitting in the Zhou family's number 2 private room, suggesting a close relationship with the Zhou family. Therefore, just to be on the safe side, everyone was willing to give her face. And Yunxi didn't feel it was wrong. Not taking advantage of a bargain is foolish. Since there was such a benefit, she naturally accepted it readily. While Yunxi was thinking, Zhou Shenghua made another bid, purchasing a Qing Dynasty Qianlong Imperial Famille Rose vase with a 100-deer design for 19.5 million yuan. The vase was decorated with a 6-panel screen painting of 100 cranes and 100 deer by the Qing Dynasty painter Shen Quan. The image of the deer carries auspicious connotations of good fortune, longevity, and health, and in the Qing Dynasty, it also represented a prayer for national prosperity. This was clearly the kind of thing that grandparents would like. It was probably bought for either Grandpa Zhou or Grandpa Yun. He certainly had the air of being wealthy and generous, not caring about money as long as he liked it. And Yunxi didn't bid on any more antique porcelain. Several antique porcelain pieces were auctioned off in other private rooms, with prices ranging from 5 million to over 20 million yuan. When the jewelry and jade auction began, and Yunxi purchased a ring featuring a 5.03-carat Burmese pigeon blood ruby and diamonds. Myanmar has always been a major producer of high-quality rubies. Its highest-quality pigeon blood rubies possess an unparalleled red hue, vibrant and pure, with extremely high saturation and a captivating luster and luminescence. This ring was set in white gold and surrounded by 6 diamonds. The central ruby was a brilliant, fiery red, rich, full, and evenly colored. And Yunxi fell in love at first sight and bought it for 16 million yuan. In addition, she also bid on a sapphire and diamond pendant. The center stone was an oval sapphire weighing 46.3 carats with a royal blue color of exceptional quality. The sapphire was surrounded by round, brilliant-cut diamonds and topped with pear-shaped and marquise-cut diamonds, looking exquisite, dazzling, and exuding a sense of high-end luxury. It sold for 11 million, a price Yunxi felt was well worth. Next, a Cartier flower-shaped sapphire and diamond brooch appeared. This brooch was exquisitely designed. The leaf-shaped petals, set with diamonds in white gold, sparkled brilliantly, each petal shimmering with dazzling light. The central sapphire resembled a flower stamen or a dazzling star, noble and mysterious, radiating captivating charm. And Yunxi was immediately drawn to this brooch. She found it exquisite and grand, luxurious yet elegant. So, when the auctioneer began bidding, she immediately decided to participate. As the price continued to climb, many buyers joined the competition. After a fierce bidding war, she successfully purchased the brooch for a high price of 7.3 million. Thus, Yunxi spent over 56 million in her first auction. This was significantly less than her original plan, as she had given up on the white jade 18 arhats ornament she had intended to bid on. Aunt Yunxi also bought some jade jewelry later. She only considered whether she liked it, completely disregarding the price. Indeed, few women can resist the allure of jewelry. After the auction, Yunxi paid with her black card from the Bank of China. As usual, the system would deposit the cashback into the card used for payment. After using the cashback card with a 50 million limit, the card balance increased by another 500 million. Buying 5 items at the auction and netting over 400 million in profit. This treatment, this feeling, is simply amazing. Zhou Shenhua and Yunxi, along with the Song, Yun, and Yi families present, witnessed Yunxi's financial strength. Judging from her decisive bidding, she must have considerable wealth. And she's only under 20. Zhou Shenhua felt much more at ease. After all, their family had deep ties to the military, and they couldn't afford to have anyone with ulterior motives around them. At least based on his investigation and observation, and Yunxi was safe. Moreover, she might be the heir to the Zhang family overseas. He had heard stories about the mysterious Zhang family from his grandfather when he was a child. If Yunxi were truly a descendant of that family, she certainly wouldn't do anything to harm the country. My wife enjoys interacting with people like that. There's absolutely no need to worry. And Yunxi was completely unaware of Zhou Shenhua's suspicions and investigations about her. Even if she knew, she wouldn't be afraid at all. A character background card had already perfectly solved this problem for her. After the auction, the families gathered again to say hello before leaving. As they left, they saw in Yunxi's car Agina limited edition Rolls-Royce. They gained a new understanding of this young woman's capabilities. On her way home, she received a call from the big boss of Debao auction house. This man's surname was Shun, and his name was Shun Shiwen. Although he was born and raised in England, he could speak fluent Chinese. As for the content of their conversation, it was nothing more than greetings, getting to know each other, and testing each other's attitudes to decide on a strategy for future interactions. And Yunxi had no particular thoughts about this. She just wanted to wait for her share of the profits. So, after the call ended, she gained the status of a super VIP customer of Debao Auction House and had her own private room at the Debao Auction Center in Beijing Room Number 9. As for branches in other cities, if she wanted to participate, a single phone call would arrange it for her.
See?
That's the convenience of the privileged class. The benefits of becoming the second largest shareholder of Debao Auction Company have arrived so quickly. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and Yunxi returned to Yunshui residence. Minghui prepared a lot of delicious food, and everyone in the manor celebrated together. And Yunxi's hometown didn't place much importance on New Year's Eve, but she still made a phone call home. Many people find their parents nagging annoying, but Yunxi didn't think so. On the contrary, she really enjoyed chatting with her parents about everyday things and recent events. Perhaps, deep down, she longed for family affection. After the system officially unlocked, Yunxi's life did indeed undergo a huge change. Before this, although she had fabricated a reclusive master as her master, no one had ever seen him, and he couldn't withstand scrutiny. Therefore, the things she had stockpiled in her purple cloud immortal abode were actually unusable. She was still a minor and couldn't explain their origins. Unexpectedly, after the system unlocked, a magical and powerful character background creation card solved all the problems. She could now act freely. Most importantly, with this master and the mysterious family behind him as her backing, she had a legitimate source for possessing vast assets or producing anything new. Moreover, everything was verifiable. This fundamentally solved the problem. The more Yunxi thought about it, the more considerate the system seemed. By midnight, Yunxi had already finished getting ready and was sitting at her dressing table applying makeup. Ding dong! The lottery draw count for January 2017 has been refreshed. The host can go to the lottery draw section to participate. Ding dong! The new year has arrived. The host is rewarded with a New Year's gift pack, which has been added to the system inventory. An unexpected surprise arrived again. A New Year's gift pack? Opening the system inventory, there was indeed a gift pack-shaped item occupying one slot. Open the New Year's gift pack. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for opening the New Year's gift pack. You have received 1 billion in personal funds, 1 skill upgrade card, 1 100 million tenfold consumption cashback card, 1 500 million tenfold investment cashback card, 5 custom top-tier researcher summoning cards, 5 custom top-tier manager summoning cards, 1 3x funds doubling card, and a Porsche Carrera GT, metallic silver. The New Year's gift pack gave Yunxi 7 items at once. From funds to various cashback cards, summoning cards, and even skill upgrade cards, there was also a Porsche sports car. The Carrera GT ranks among the fastest and most expensive sports cars. Built to racing standards, this car accelerates from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 3.9 seconds and has a top speed of 330 kilometers per hour. The Carrera GT is considered the last supercar that is extremely close to a race car and street legal. With a limited production run of only 1270 units worldwide, the Carrera GT is a coveted collector's item for many car enthusiasts. Only 7 Carrera GTS were officially imported to the mainland market and granted road rights, priced at 6.45 million RMB. But now, due to its scarcity and market recognition, its market value has exceeded 20 million RMB. At a previous auction, this car fetched a high price of 20.07 million RMB. This is a speed legend in the automotive world. Its metallic silver texture exudes extraordinary elegance and prestige. There are also these cashback cards and capital doubling cards, perfect for use after the new year. Accumulating a large sum of money on hand will provide savings for future investments in various industries. She's already collected 3 doubling cards, 2x, 3x, and 5x. And Yunxi's goal is to ensure she'll never lack funds. no matter what projects she plans to invest in the future. There's also a precious skill upgrade card. And Yunxi hesitated between her only two master-level skills, driving and language, and ultimately chose language. Compared to the two, she felt the language skill was more practical. After upgrading to the god level, Yunxi felt that she was more proficient in those 7 foreign languages and Cantonese than most native speakers of those languages. In other words, she had directly reached the ceiling of her field. How so? It's like being a level above the level of a CCTV news anchor's Mandarin pronunciation. Upgrading to the first god-level skill had a reward, but upgrading the second one didn't. After waiting for a while without hearing the system's mechanical voice, Yunxi understood that the reward was gone. Perhaps the quantity wasn't enough? Did she need one or a few more? And those management and research staff summoning cards would soon be useful once the office and laboratory were renovated. Overall, the rewards from this New Year's gift package were quite generous. And Yunxi hadn't forgotten about the January lottery either. System, draw the lottery, the familiar scene reappeared. Countless small cubes rolled and jumped before Yunxi's eyes, finally revealing a gift box. And Yunxi opened the gift box immediately. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for drawing a lottery ticket and winning a luxury goods group equity gift package. Is today some kind of big gift package promotion day? Why are there 2 big gift packages right away? And an equity gift package I've never seen before? Is this giving away equity in multiple companies at once? And Yunxi quickly opened the so-called equity gift package. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for opening a luxury goods group equity gift package and winning 5% equity in LVMH Group, 8% equity in Richemont Group, and 10% equity in Kaiyuan Group. Related documents and certificates have been stored in your system inventory. And Yunxi, good heavens, she just swept up the top 3 luxury goods groups in the world. Although her shareholding wasn't large, this was a top-tier luxury goods group controlled by a powerful family conglomerate. Now, she actually had 5% to 10% of the shares? This, without the system giving it to her, she would never have been able to achieve this at this stage. With this status, could she buy any new style of clothing? Those well-known top luxury brands seem to be mostly under the control of these 3 groups. Oh, right, Hermes wasn't included. And Prada, Burberry, Rolex, Valentino, and a few others weren't included either. In short, almost all of the top-ranked luxury brands were in the hands of these 3 groups. And Yunxi was both surprised and delighted. By the way, this was the first time the system's rewards involved overseas. The system gave her a bunch of good things, and Yunxi was in a very good mood. After the system leveled up to level 2, the rewards given to Yunxi became more and more numerous and of increasingly better quality. To be honest, she was really looking forward to what surprises the system would bring if it upgraded further. The next day was New Year's Day, and Yunxi, on holiday, went to the Olympic Shooting Club in Beijing. This was a professional shooting club located on the west side of Wohushan Mountain in Chongqing District, covering 300 acres. It offered a variety of shooting experiences, including small-caliber live gun shooting and shotgun shooting. Live-fire shooting, skeet shooting, paintball, and other activities were also available. In addition, it offered catering and accommodation, fruit picking, camping, and bonfires and social parties. And Yunxi originally wanted to come with a companion, but her roommates weren't interested, and her second brother and cousin were busy, so she came alone in the end. The scenery here was quite nice. The vegetation was lush, the air was fresh, and she could hear the chirping of insects and birds. It was just a bit far, more than 30 kilometers from school. However, it takes about 50 minutes by car on the highway. Upon arriving, Yunxi realized that this club was practically a small base. It not only had a shooting range, but also conference rooms, a restaurant, guest rooms, an orchard, and an outdoor adventure lawn. Clearly, this place is not only a great shooting location, but also a wonderful leisure and vacation spot. The owner here is quite visionary and capable. And Yunxi parked her car and entered the reception hall, where a staff member immediately greeted her. Hello, how can I help you? I'd like to inquire about your shooting program. Sure, ma'am, this way please. It'll get you some information. and Yunxi was guided by the staff member to a seat in the adjacent reception area. While the staff member was getting the information, and Yunxi took out her phone to reply to a message on WeChat. And Yunxi? A voice came from behind her, and Yunxi turned around and saw two young men she didn't recognize. Seeing in Yunxi's blank expression, the boy in front smiled and explained, "Hello," and Yunxi, I'm Su Kai, a freshman at the law school of Peking University. This is my classmate, Yunhan. You know me? And Yunxi had absolutely no recollection of these two men. Wow. #1 on the campus beauty list. Who wouldn't recognize her? After a month of voting, and Yunxi beat out Yunxiran, a senior who had ranked first for 3 consecutive years, to claim the top spot on the campus beauty list. Song Mingzhu also made it into the top 10, ranking 5th. And then there's Chuyu. Even though everyone knew she was a girl, they still voted her 3rd on the campus heartthrob list. This turn of events was unexpected for everyone. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Yunhan, who seemed a little more composed, interrupted his friend's unreliable conversation. If he kept talking, the other person might think they were flirting. And it's like this, during military training you scored 100 points, better than both of us. That's when we noticed you. So that's how it was. Back then, she was a master-level shooter. Now her shooting skills have reached God level. Her technique must be even more refined. You guys like shooting too? He noticed her because of shooting, so he must like it. Yes, we've all been learning since we were little. This shooting club belongs to the Su family. Su Kai? The Su family? In Beijing, the Zhou, Song, Yun, Gu, and Yi families are clearly top-tier families. Next in line are the Xiao, Su, Wang, Chun, Xia, and Su families. This Su Kai must be from the Su family, and this shooting range is probably just one of their businesses. Another young master. As for Yi Yunhan, he's clearly not a direct descendant of the Yi family. I wonder how close this Yi is to the other Yi. But judging from his clothes and demeanor, and the fact that he gets along well with Su Kai, his family must be quite well off. Before Yunxi could reply, Su Kai excitedly said, "And you're here for shooting too, right?" "Yes, to find out what activities are available." "Then just look for me. I know this place like the back of my hand." Su Kai was quite the social butterfly. He could chat with anyone. This was somewhat similar to Lu En, whom Yunxi knew. At that moment, the waiter who had previously served Yunxi returned with the brochures. Seeing Su Kai there, he was surprised for a moment, then greeted him. "Young master, you've arrived. You stay here and watch. I'll introduce everything. You can come back to process the payment after you've opened the card." "Yes, young master." Upon hearing this, the waiter quickly put down the brochures and stepped aside. Why refuse such a good deal, being able to sign up without even having to introduce himself? "And please just call me Yunxi." "Yunxi, we're friends now, right? Let me tell you, you've come to the right place. If you want to get into shooting, we have a huge selection: rifles, pistols, and shotguns. Plus, we have different types and models of guns to choose from." Su Kai's eyes lit up as he introduced his family's shooting club. "Our club has imported Italian Beretta, German Sig Sauer P226, Swiss Hammerly pistols, and German Walther, American Luger, and British 3-gun rifles. You can experience the exhilarating feeling of rapid-fire pistols and ultra-precise rifles here. In addition, we also have various single and double-barreled professional shotguns, equipped with professional shooting instructors. Our head instructor even won an Olympic gold medal." Su Kai's tone unconsciously carried a hint of pride. This Olympic gold medalist must be closely related to him. "Yunxi, you can try pistol shooting and rifle shooting first, and then try the skeet shooting," Yunhan added after her friend finished speaking. Yes, Yunxi, that's a must-do activity here. It's really fun." Su Kai became even more excited at the mention of skeet shooting. "How much does it cost here?" "Shooting is mainly charged by the number of bullets, generally 15 to 25 yuan per bullet." "What about the instructor? Is there an extra charge?" "Basic instructors are provided at each shooting position, and that's free. If you want one-on-one coaching, there will be an additional fee, depending on the coach's skill level, ranging from 200 to 1,000 yuan per hour." Seeing Yunxi nod, Su Kai continued, "Yunxi, shall I take you to try it out?" And Yunxi didn't agree immediately, but instead asked, "How do I get a membership card?" "You can top up. Silver card, 50,000 yuan, gold card, 200,000 yuan, platinum card, 500,000 yuan, diamond card, 1 million yuan. Then get me a diamond card." After saying that, and Yunxi took out a black card from her bag and handed it to the waiter, who had previously greeted her. Su Kai and Yi Yunhan. The waiter. This was a fair-skinned, well-mannered young man. Wu Jun, struck by this unexpected windfall, was stunned for a while before taking the card from Yunxi. "Miss N, please wait a moment." As he moved to the front desk, Wu Jun still had a very surreal feeling. $1 million diamond card, just like that, topped up. This was the easiest and largest deal he'd closed since starting this job. This big client clearly knew the young master of the Su family. Only the wealthy could associate with such people. His emotions surged, but his steps didn't slow at all. Soon, he returned to the sofa area where Yunxi was sitting, carrying a document, a form, and a POS machine. "MS. Please enter your password." Looking at the receipt from the POS machine, Wu Yong finally felt a sense of relief. "MS. Please fill out this form. We'll enter your information into the system." And Yunxi took the pen and form and began filling it out. Wu Yong explained the benefits of Diamond Card membership. "Yunxi, let Manager Wu handle the rest of the paperwork. Let's go to the shooting range," Su Kai said quickly after Yunxi finished filling out the form. He couldn't wait to see Yunxi's shooting performance. Yunxi followed Su Kai and Yi Yunhan to the pistol shooting range. Upon entering, there was a large hall with individual shooting rooms on one side. Thanks to the soundproof glass doors, the hall was relatively undisturbed by gunfire. "Xiao Kai Yunhan, you're here." Su Kai was explaining the layout when a voice interrupted him. A man in his 40s emerged from one of the shooting rooms. Uncle Zhao. What's this?" Zhao Yushan looked at his nephew and his friend, then at Yunxi, somewhat puzzled. Usually, the two boys came together, but this time there was a young girl with them. "Uncle, this is our classmate Yunxi, the one I told you about who got a perfect score in military training." "Yunxi, this is our head coach, the Olympic shooting champion Zhao Yushan." Zhao Yushan's interest was piqued by his nephew's words. "Little girl, have you practiced before?" "No, it was my first time during military training. My first time, and I got 100 points with 10 shots. I guess I have some talent." "Come on, I'll take you to try." "Maybe." He's discovered another promising talent. The group entered a shooting room. The door opened directly onto a window facing the shooting range, with targets several meters away. Each pistol shooting room was equipped with a professional instructor who gave a brief explanation of the proper shooting posture, key points, etc. before each shot. For safety, one end of the pistol was fixed to the wall. A monitor on the table connected to the shooting range allowed them to observe the shooting results. Zhao Yushan took down the German Sig Sauer P226 pistol fixed to the wall and explained the operating procedures and precautions to Yunxi. Although Yunxi already understood all of this thanks to her godlike shooting skills, she still listened very attentively. She had to maintain the persona of someone with little experience with guns and limited knowledge. "Did you understand?"
Yes.
Yunxi listened attentively and nodded earnestly. "Then give it a try." Picking up the gun, Yunxi's aura changed. Every movement, every detail, seemed honed through countless trials. There was no trace of the awkwardness of someone who had just learned. Her eyes were fixed on the bullseye, her hand steady, her breathing and heartbeat controlled. With a bang, the monitor showed a score of 10. Then, shot after shot, Yunxi's posture remained unchanged. Even her breathing remained at the same constant frequency. The successive scores of 10 rings had numbed the three of them. Zhao Yushan's face remained expressionless, but his mind was racing with excitement. This girl was definitely a shooting genius. They were the kind of players who could be immediately deployed for competitions. It's important to understand that during this competition cycle, the national shooting team's performance in the women's pistol event has been less than satisfactory. Winning a championship in an international competition is extremely difficult. But now, he felt there might still be a chance to turn things around. and Yunxi fired 60 bullets in one go. What shocked everyone was that all 60 shots were 10s. Not only did she shoot well, but her performance was also remarkably consistent. It was obvious that this girl possessed the basic qualities of a shooting athlete. After finishing the pistol shooting, the group went to the rifle shooting range. Zhao Yushan accompanied them throughout the process. Su Kai didn't call any other coaches. To Zhao Yushan's surprise, and Yunxi's rifle shooting skills were in no way inferior to her pistol skills. She fired 60 shots, all of which were also perfect scores of 10. Finally, they arrived at the skeet shooting range. Unlike the rifle and pistol ranges, this one was outdoors. The skeet shooting range was located in an open area outdoors, decorated with some grass. The shooting positions were arranged in a row along one side of the range, with a workshop nearby controlling the launch of the skeets. Skeet shooting is more difficult than pistol and rifle shooting. Firstly, the firearms are heavier, using hunting rifles. Secondly, the targets are moving, unlike rifles and pistols where you can slowly aim. Shooting skeets requires holding the shotgun high and facing moving skeets. To hit them, you need to accurately predict their trajectory and move the gun along with them. Often, by the time you react and move the gun, the skeet is no longer in its original position. Although the speed of skeets is slower than in formal competitions, it's still possible for beginners to miss on their first try. Of course, none of this is a problem for Yunxi. She's got godlike shooting skills, practically superhuman. She has everything: dynamic vision, reaction speed, shooting technique, and mindset. Therefore, after firing a few shots to familiarize herself with the shotgun, she skillfully shot down every single skeet that flew out of the water. Whether they flew vertically or horizontally, it was no challenge for her. This performance astonished the 3 people accompanying her. Xiao Kai, go and have someone increase the speed of the flying saucer. Zhao Yushan, seeing that the current speed was too easy for Yunxi, instructed his nephew. How fast? The same speed as a regular competition. This way, it would better test Yunxi's skill level. Su Kai left the shooting area and went to the adjacent workshop. A short while later, he returned, giving everyone an okay sign. And Yunxi, right? Try this speed. And Yunxi nodded, raising her gun and preparing. She stood straight as a pine tree, her eyes sharp, focused intently on the area where the flying saucer had emerged. This was an event that tested an athlete's quick reaction time, accuracy, and shooting skills. And Yunxi needed to rapidly adjust her shooting angle based on the flying saucer's trajectory and speed to ensure an accurate hit on the target. Whenever the flying saucer appeared, she was always able to detect its movement immediately. She quickly adjusted her gun and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet accurately struck the rapidly moving UFO. After hitting one UFO, and Yunxi didn't relax for a moment. Bang, bang, bang. A series of shots rang out as. And Yunxi fired rapidly and methodically, hitting her targets without showing any tension or panic. That fleeting moment of heroic bearing was like that of a goddess on the battlefield. In this way, and Yunxi once again demonstrated the power of her godlike shooting skills to those present. Just like before, every single UFO that appeared was hit by Yunxi. This was truly unbelievable. Zhao Yushan had seen many talented athletes. There were geniuses who excelled in one event, but to excel so well in different events, even events with different guns, was truly a first for him. He, of course, had no idea that Yunxi possessed a system cheat. Therefore, he simply felt that Yunxi was a born shooting genius. Yunxi, would you like to join the national shooting team? Zhao Yushan looked at her excitedly and expectantly. Yunxi, Su Kai, and Yi Yunhan.
Me?
Join the national team? Yunxi was extremely surprised, pointing at herself incredulously. Isn't the national team supposed to be a place where you start shooting in elementary school and achieve excellent results in various competitions before you have a chance to join? Yes, with your talent, you'll definitely shine in the field of shooting. Discovering such a talent, Zhao Yushan was also very excited. Can someone like me directly join the national team? Not only Yunxi, but Su Kai and Yi Yunhan also had the same question. Exactly. Don't we need to participate in some domestic competitions first? Su Kai echoed with a hint of curiosity and surprise. Zhao Yushan waved his hand dismissively. What you know is just the standard selection process. For true geniuses, there are exceptions for selection. Of course, there will be an entrance exam, but don't worry, the shooting team's principle has always been whoever is best gets in, and with your skill level, you'll definitely be fine. And Yunxi had never really considered it. This development path was never part of her plan. However, she also knew that China's performance in shooting definitely needed improvement. As someone with a systematic approach to life, she was willing to make a contribution and win glory for her country if given the opportunity. But she knew the national shooting team required regular unified training, which might not be suitable for her situation. So, she voiced her concerns. Coach Zhao, I'm a freshman this year, with heavy academic workload and my own company to manage. I'm afraid I can't participate in the same training as the other team members right now. Zhao Yushan smiled upon hearing this and explained to Yunxi, our shooting team doesn't always have centralized training. We usually have selection training sessions before competitions. This was a top student from Peking University. He couldn't very well ask her to completely abandon her studies to dedicate herself to shooting. So, many of the athletes who participate in major competitions like the Olympics and Asian Games are from local shooting teams. In your case, I'd recommend you to the Beijing shooting team first. Since you're currently a university student, given your situation, as long as you pass the selection trials, you can participate in this year's World University Games. The World University Games are only open to current university students and those who graduated within the past 2 years, aged 17 to 28. This is indeed a good opportunity for an Yunxi. As for training, as long as your level doesn't decline and you perform well in competitions, you don't need to participate in any training other than the unified training camp before major competitions. Joining the national team isn't as simple as it sounds. As for how to get this promising talent into the national team as quickly as possible, he naturally has methods. Geniuses, after all, always have some right to be treated specially. Parallel world, set up this way for the plot. In that case, it's not impossible. If I can skip the unified training, then I'm fine with that. She needed freedom of time and couldn't afford to be held back by anything. Okay, let's exchange contact information. I'll let you know when I've made contact. While Yunxi was showing Coach Zhao the QR code, Su Kai quickly pulled out his phone and scanned it to add her. Yi Yunhan. Yunxi, I'll add her too. Although he was a little embarrassed by his friend's actions, he quickly scanned the code and added her himself. It was truly amazing. Just like that, and Yunxi suddenly found herself on a new path. Yunxi, you're amazing. Who knows, you might become a world champion someday. Su Kai genuinely hadn't expected things to develop this way. If only some coincidence hadn't occurred, things wouldn't have turned out this way. If Yunxi hadn't scored a perfect score in the military training shooting, neither of them would have noticed her. If you weren't paying attention, you wouldn't have met them. Even if we met here today, we'd still be strangers. In that case, it's hard to say whether Yunxi will even run into her uncle again. Sometimes fate is just that unpredictable. Do you need an autograph first? And Yunxi teased deliberately. Absolutely. I'll reserve one. After saying that, she seemed to remember something and rushed to the front desk to grab a notebook and pen. I don't think reserving one is reliable. Let's get it signed now. Once you become the champion, this autograph will be worth a fortune. Are you serious? And Yunxi looked at him with a complicated expression. Of course I'm serious. Yunxi, sign it quickly. And Yunxi's smile froze on her face. She withdrew her smile and expressionlessly took the notebook, signing her name. Just as she handed the notebook back to Su Kai, another one appeared in her sight. A royal blue cover, not the same as the previous one. And Yunxi looked up and saw Yi Yunhan smiling, saying, how about I sign one too? What's going on? He's obviously someone who loves a good show. Why are you meddling? We're all friends. You can't show favoritism. Ugh, how can this guy say such shameless things with that seemingly harmless smile? She was speechless. There was nothing she could do. She had to clean up the mess she dug herself. She took the notebook, quickly signed her name and tossed it back. Then, she turned and left. She couldn't stay here and let everyone watch the drama unfold. But to be honest, she quite enjoyed dealing with people like Su Kai. Once they accepted you, you were treated sincerely. No matter the environment, they never let the atmosphere cool down. She considered herself a slow-to-warm-up person. Having someone around who could lighten the mood would help her fit in and open up more easily. Before leaving, Yunxi didn't forget to complete her daily check-in task.
Ding.
Checked in at the Beijing Olympic Shooting Club, received a top 10 pistol gift pack, already added to system inventory. And Yunxi, wait, why are you giving me a gun? Guns are banned in China. Giving her guns was bad enough. But 10 of them, and Yunxi was on the verge of tears. After opening the gift pack, her system inventory contained 10 pistols, including an Italian Beretta 92F, an Austrian Glock 17, an American Colt M2000, a Chinese QSG 92, and a Czech CZ 83. Even the matching ammunition came in 1,000 rounds. System, you're quite generous, aren't you? But what use are these to her? Wah. She was afraid of being arrested by the police. It seems these are destined to remain hidden away in the Purple Cloud Immortal Mansion. And Yunxi had just driven back to Yinshui residence when she received a call from Zhao Yushan, informing her that an entrance exam had been arranged for her the next day, requiring her to attend at the Beijing shooting team training base at 10 a.m. So urgent? Thankfully, tomorrow was still the New Year's Day holiday, no classes. The next morning, after breakfast, Yunxi drove herself to the Beijing Shooting Sports Technical School. This was the main training location for the Beijing shooting team. Located in Huairou District, at the foot of Longshan Mountain, on the banks of a reservoir. Importantly, it had training grounds and facilities that met the standards of the International Shooting Sport Federation, ISF, and it also had the capacity to host national shooting competitions. It was quite a distance, about 50 or 60 kilometers by car. Fortunately, she was heading outwards, not towards the city center, so there wouldn't be much traffic. She set off at 8:30 and arrived at the school at 9:30. After calling Zhao Yushan on her phone, Yunxi stood at the entrance waiting. Just a minute or two later, she saw Zhao Yushan and a man in his 30s come out. The man was about 1.75 meters tall. Perhaps in a hurry, he hadn't had time to put on a coat. He was only wearing a dark gray sweater, black pants, and sneakers. He had a well-defined face. His features weren't particularly striking, but together they created a remarkably harmonious look, giving him a very reliable appearance. A pair of calm, unwavering eyes, occasionally flashing with the sharpness of a hawk, were constantly fixed on the target, ready to deliver a fatal blow. And Yunxi stepped forward to greet him. Coach Zhao. Yunxi, little girl. Let me introduce you. This is Coach Wen Liang, the head of the women's shooting team in Beijing. Hello, Coach Wen. The two shook hands and introduced themselves before heading towards the shooting training range. I heard you're doing well in all 3 events. Do you have a specific area in mind? Wen Liang asked on the way. Zhao Yushan had sent him a video yesterday. This girl's talent is indeed remarkable. Moreover, she can be considered the most talented prospect he has ever seen. Seeing an opportunity, he made an exception and arranged this test assessment. Coach Wen, actually, I haven't been exposed to these before, so I don't know much about them. Let's see what your advice is. Regardless of which event she participates in, Yunxi, with her godlike shooting skills, is believed to be invincible. Therefore, the choice doesn't matter much to her. But for the shooting team, it's definitely different. Because, whatever event she chooses, no one else can take first place. Let's see how the assessment goes later. He and Zhao Yushan had actually discussed how to arrange things for Yunxi beforehand. However, they still needed to consider her own wishes. Since she's here, Wen Liang's idea is to have Yunxi tested in all 3 major shooting events: rifle, pistol, and skeet. First, the rifle event. In international competitions, the main women's rifle events are the women's 10-meter air rifle and the women's 50-meter rifle 3-position. To better assess her true level, Wen Liang even brought a shooting suit. This is a special rifle competition uniform, weighing over 10 kilograms. Made of special materials, It allows athletes to better maintain a stable shooting posture. Wearing it makes them feel a bit bulky and less agile. However, in shooting, stability is more important than agility. And Yunxi hadn't really known about this before. And Yunxi would never pretend to know what she didn't. She would simply do as the coach instructed. After putting on the shooting uniform, and Yunxi stood at the shooting position. She first tried the women's 10-meter air rifle event. Zhao Yushan stood beside her, first explaining the operating techniques and precautions. Seeing that she understood, he let her fire 10 shots to familiarize herself with the rifle and get a feel for it. Because in international competitions, scores in the finals need to be counted to 1 decimal place. Therefore, the electronic targets in the training range are also based on this standard, with the highest single score being 10.9 rings. After preparations were complete, the assessment officially began. And Yunxi needed to fire 40 rounds within 75 minutes. After adjusting her stance, and Yunxi began aiming. In less than 10 seconds, and Yunxi had already fired her first shot. When Liang and Zhao Yushan were both startled. However, seeing the score of 10.9 rings displayed on the screen, when Liang's eyes lit up. Next, and Yunxi fired shot after shot, completing all 40 shots in quick succession. By the end, the two coaches were completely stunned by her speed. Others would take a long time to aim and adjust after each shot before firing the next. But this girl's intervals between shots never exceeded 10 seconds. She fired almost every 4 or 5 seconds. She completed all 40 shots in just 2 minutes. The two coaches.
Coach 1, Coach Xiao, I'm done.
And Yunxi's voice brought the two men back to their senses. Huh? You're done? Then, the two quickly stared at her final score on the screen. And Yunxi had already glanced at her score. 30 10.9s, 4 10.8s, 3 10.7s, 2 10.6s, 1 10.5, for a total score of 446. If we disregard decimal points in the qualifying round, she scored a perfect 400. How did she manage to shoot so fast and so well? That's a good score. More than good, it's exceptionally good. Even Zhao Yushan hadn't expected in Yunxi to achieve such a score. In an official competition, this score would already break the world record. Come on, let's try the 50-meter. And Yunxi's performance was noticed by several team members and coaches training nearby. After the three left, a group of people gathered around the electronic screen displaying the scores, exclaiming in amazement. In the subsequent rifle 3-position test, and Yunxi once again astonished the two coaches. Not only that, even Du Zongping, the head coach of the Beijing shooting team, was drawn over. Witnessing and Yunxi's shots, whether prone, kneeling, or standing, never fell below 10 points, and scores below 10.5 were extremely rare. Du Zongping came over out of curiosity after hearing that when Liang had brought a new face who scored 446 points in 40 shots. As a result, he, like the other two, was utterly astonished by Yunxi. Subsequently, Du Zongping watched Yunxi's pistol and skeet shooting tests with them. In the pistol event, Yunxi's performance was no worse than her rifle performance. In the skeet shooting event, whether in strafe or multiple targets, Yunxi achieved perfect scores. These successive outstanding performances and results left the three coaches in brief contemplation. Let's go to my office and talk. Finally, Du Zongping, who had recovered first, suggested. On the way to the office, Yunxi asked where the restroom was. When Liang found someone to take her there, instructing him to bring the person to the head coach's office later. When Liang, where did you find this promising talent? Yushan recommended him. When Liang glanced at Zhao Yushan and said, I didn't expect you to make the right choice going to that shooting club. He had initially wanted to keep Zhao Yushan as a coach, but the guy insisted on going to his brother-in-law's newly opened shooting club. At the time, he didn't understand, but later, Zhao Yushan recommended several talented players to the team.
He started to understand.
He hadn't expected to find such a genius this time. It was luck this time. And Yunxi is a freshman at Kyoto University. My nephew also got into Kyoto University, you know. He told me about a girl who got a perfect score in shooting during military training. Yesterday, she came to our club to inquire about shooting, so I had her try out the events, and she did very well. He was mostly in charge of managing his brother-in-law's club, especially the shooting events, which he set up based on official competition rules and events. Subsequent events proved that this approach did indeed help discover some promising talents. Your luck is really something. This time, even Du Zongping had to admire this person's luck. Coach Du, this girl's situation is a bit special. She has to go to school and also has her own company, so she can't participate in training together. She's only a freshman, and she already has her own company? That's probably true. Yesterday, as soon as she came to our club, she recharged 1 million yuan and got the most expensive diamond card. Du Zongping. Wen Liang. Why is he a little envious? Du Zongping picked up the cup on the table, took a sip of tea, and pretended to think. That's not the most crucial issue. Whether such a genius participates in our regular training or not doesn't really matter. She can just come here before the competition to get used to it and find her rhythm. But there's one very important question you've thought about. The two looked at him questioningly. What sport are you planning to have her participate in? This question made the two fall silent. Actually, we have thought about this question. When Liang spoke up, Yunxi is talented enough to participate in any event, even every single one. He inadvertently noticed Du Zongping's expression. When Liang coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. But that's obviously impossible. Aside from anything else, the competition schedules conflict. It's impossible to coordinate. Yushan and I are thinking of having her participate in a pistol event plus a skeet shooting event. Simultaneously participating in two events, spanning two major categories, is an unprecedented and likely unparalleled arrangement. However, it would be a waste to limit her talent to only one event. They wished she could participate in every event. Their reason for this arrangement was primarily due to the fact that in the three major shooting events, rifle, pistol, and skeet shooting, China's rifle performance is currently quite good, frequently winning medals and even gold medals in international competitions. As for pistol, the men's results are also decent, while the women's are slightly weaker, but they still manage to win medals. But skeet shooting is their weakest event. It's considered a niche event in China, with medals being extremely rare. Often, they can't even qualify for some major competitions. Now, they finally see hope, and they unanimously agree that they can't miss this opportunity. What are her own thoughts? Yunxi said she wanted our advice. Before Du Zongping could speak, a knock sounded on the door. Please come in. The door opened, and the staff member brought Yunxi back. Yunxi, come in quickly, Zhao Yushan greeted her. He and Yunxi were the only ones familiar with each other here. This is our Beijing shooting team's head coach. His surname is Du. Hello, Coach Du. Du Zongping looked at the girl in front of him, who was even more beautiful than a female celebrity, and gave what he thought was a gentle and kind smile. Yunxi, right? You shot very well just now. Do you have any ideas about which events to choose? I'm not very familiar with the events or the team situation, so I'll listen to the coach. After speaking, she looked at coaches Wen Liang and Zhao Yushan. Wen Liang first introduced the events and then told her their thoughts and arrangements. After understanding, Yunxi thought for a moment and made her choice. Then I'll focus on the women's 25-meter pistol and women's trap shooting events. If the team needs something else, I'll change the events. Everyone. You just changed her like that? So confident? The three seasoned coaches were taken aback by Yunxi's words. But considering the girl's abilities, it didn't seem like a bad idea. Next, Yunxi filled out forms, submitted her personal information, and completed the procedures to join the Beijing shooting team. It seemed pretty good. She would receive a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan, with additional bonuses for winning competitions, which would increase her salary. As for other arrangements like food and accommodation, Yunxi, who didn't participate in daily training, didn't need them. After putting away the documents, Du Zongping said, You'll personally coach Wen Liang for the pistol event. As for skeet shooting, he paused to think for a moment. Wang Hui will coach her for skeet shooting. Being called a coach was just a guiding role. She probably wouldn't need to teach her much. And so, Yunxi officially became a member of the Beijing shooting team. Next, the coaches helped Yunxi with her future plans and arrangements. Given her status as a university student, They plan to have her participate in the World University Games this August. Of course, participating in such a world-class competition isn't something you can just do on a whim. First, she had to win a spot through 2 rounds of qualifying competitions. These 2 qualifying competitions were scheduled for late February and early April, respectively. Only by performing exceptionally well in the qualifying competitions could she secure a place in the University Games. Simultaneously, she also had to participate in the National Shooting Championships in April, and it would be even better if she could win a spot in the National Games. During this period, she also needed to participate in the qualifying rounds and the official competition of the National Shooting Championships. And Yunxi's head was spinning. This was just for this year's competitions. Wouldn't there be even more in the future? So many competitions? Even without training, just participating in the competitions would take a considerable amount of time. If it weren't for her system cheat, she would absolutely never have gotten involved in this mess. At noon, at the enthusiastic invitation of the 3 coaches, and Yunxi stayed for lunch at the training base's canteen. Seeing the head coach, the women's team coach, and former Olympic champion Zhao Yushan all having lunch with a young girl, everyone was curious about her identity. As soon as the question was raised, people who had happened to see Yunxi shooting at the training field would come forward and whisper about her brilliant achievements. Soon, the news that a shooting prodigy had joined the team spread throughout the entire shooting team, and Yunxi was unaware of this. After completing the formalities and finishing her lunch, she prepared to go back. Today was the last day of the New Year's Day holiday, and she had to start classes again tomorrow. She needed to go back to school tonight. Of course, she didn't forget her sign-in task for the day. Ding dong. Signing in at the Beijing shooting team training base, receiving dynamic vision enhancement buff, permanent. Loading will begin in 10 seconds. Loading countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. And Yunxi felt that the system was becoming more and more like a game. And now, she even has a buff. As the dynamic vision enhancement buff successfully loaded, and Yunxi felt a refreshing coolness in her eyes, she could even see the movements of tiny insects on the leaves of plants in the distant flower bed. This further enhanced her already good eyesight, especially her ability to track the movement of objects. She was now even more skilled than before. Could this be interpreted as a reward from the system for joining the shooting team? Because it was practically tailor-made for the UFO project. Does this mean the system encourages her joining the Beijing shooting team and becoming a shooting athlete? And Yunxi's guess was soon confirmed. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully joining the Beijing shooting team. System update patch. New features about to be unlocked. Update starting. Countdown 59 minutes and 55 seconds. Sure enough, this was what the system wanted to see. It even triggered a system patch update. She wanted to see what changes the system would undergo after updating. Meanwhile, when Liang and Zhao Yushan escorted Yunxi to the entrance of the training center. Yunxi, are you going back to school? I'll give you a ride. Zhao Yushan had driven himself. Although going to Peking University and the club wasn't on the way, it wouldn't be right not to give a young girl a ride. No need, Coach Zhao, I drove myself. After saying that, he took out his car keys from his bag, pressed the unlock button, and the door of a white BMW next to him opened. When Liang and Zhao Yushan. Coaches, I'll be going now. If you need anything, you can contact me via WeChat or phone. Drive safely.
Goodbye.
After Yunxi drove away, when Liang asked, her car looks pretty expensive. Zhao Yushan glanced at his friend and replied, a BMW 650i, the new model this year. Over $1,000,000 I guess. When Liang. You're really rich. It's alright. Not as expensive as my car. Zhao Yushan was clearly not short of money either, and had seen many nice cars. The car Yunxi drove today didn't seem that good to him. When Liang. Oh, I almost forgot, this person is also rich. Then he remembered his friend saying she'd also recharged a 1,000,000 yuan membership card, as if that 1,000,000 was just a couple hundred yuan to her. That makes some sense now. But this girl is really rich. That watch she's wearing is worth more than her car. Zhao Yushan's next words made Wen Liang feel even more suffocated. There are so many rich people in this world. Why can't there be one more like him? Alright, I'm going back too. I have a ton of things to do at the club. Zhao Yushan finished his tasks for the day and said goodbye to his friend. Go ahead, when Liang waved weakly, too lazy to say anything more. When Yunxi drove back to school, the system patch update was complete. After parking the car, Yunxi started checking the updated system panel before even getting out. Open the system panel. As the system update completion notification indicated, the system panel's functions had indeed changed. The rich, beautiful, and elegant woman development system, host Yunxi, level 2, appearance 93, height 168 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, charm 82, charm 78, talent 52, functions 1, backpack 2, check-in 3, learning 10 times study room, rich and beautiful girl, training course 4, team 5. Lottery wealth value 9.8, career value 8.2, skills photographic memory, shooting, God level, languages, God level, driving, master level, etiquette, advanced, calligraphy, advanced, martial arts, advanced, finance, advanced, musical instruments, intermediate, hacking, beginner, status dynamic vision enhancement buff, permanent, industries, Yunxi property, 100%. Jinxiu Xiangjiang Hotel, 100%. Mingxi Pedestrian Street, 100%. Jingyuan School District Housing, Buildings 7, 8, and 9. Juxionli, 100%. Kuminghu Yanchuiji Manor Villas, Dongling Aviation, 20%. Huanyu International Financial Building, 100%. Yinfeng Building, 100%. Too many to list, collapsed. Click here to expand for details. Tasks, check-in task. Refreshing. Learning task. 1. Improve any skill to master level through your own understanding. Time frame. Within 3 years. 2. Please achieve excellent grades in the final exams, all courses above 90 points, within 3 months. Other tasks. 1. Please start a research project within 1 year. 2. Please launch a new product within 1 year. 3. Please participate in a national level or higher shooting competition and win the championship within 1 year. First, a status display has been added. Currently, her only status is the dynamic vision enhancement buff, permanent, she just received from checking in today. Additionally, the task section has increased from 2 to 3 tasks. Furthermore, the third task is related to the shooting competition. From the successful upgrade notification, Yunxi learned that the system's calculation standard for career points has changed. Previously, career points were calculated based on achievements in scientific research and business. Now, the system has also included shooting. This is good news for Yunxi, because this allows her to develop her career points in multiple areas. It's believed that the speed of career point increases and system upgrades will greatly improve in the future. Furthermore, the changes in her personal stats, wealth points, and career points are also very encouraging. Especially her wealth points, which have gone from a series of zeros before and after the decimal point to 9.8, breaking into double digits, is just around the corner. In terms of skills, her financial skills, under her focused attention, have successfully reached the advanced level. During this period, she opened a stock account and invested 100 million yuan, initially trying short-term trading. Under the influence of her advanced financial skills and Yunxi's strategic vision, investment awareness, and analytical judgment are all quite good. In just over a month, the money in her stock account has grown to over 110 million yuan. She didn't offer the funds up front, but instead planned to use them to continue trading, trying both short-term and long-term strategies, even in the stock and futures markets. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Only through practice can one truly understand what they've learned and transform knowledge into real ability. Besides finance, she had reached 64% of the intermediate level in her musical instrument skills, and her hacking skills, which she had been learning but progressing slowly on, had reached 98% of the beginner level, almost reaching the intermediate level. After advancing her finance skills to the advanced level, she could have chosen a new course. However, Yunxi hadn't acted on it yet. One reason was that she hadn't decided what to choose. Another reason was that Yunxi wanted to thoroughly learn her hacking skills. After entering the stock market, she particularly wanted software that could automatically analyze data and make buy and sell decisions based on her settings. However, there wasn't any software on the market that met her requirements. And with her current beginner hacking skills, she couldn't create one herself. Therefore, she decided that she would focus her learning on hacking courses in the system from now on. After learning about the new system changes, Yunxi got out of the car and returned to her dormitory. Only Chuyu and Tong Yao were in the dormitory. Song Mingzhu wasn't there, probably not yet from home. Yunxi are back. Tong Yao slumped into a chair, looking listless. What happened? Tong Yao was too lazy to answer. Chuyu explained for her. What else could it be? There was a badminton association activity today, and I came back like this. Just playing badminton and you're this tired? And Yunxi was a little confused. Tong Yao had been a member of the badminton association for quite some time. She had participated in so many activities before and after. Why was she like this only this time? What do you know? Today's activity was different from usual. How is it different? It's just playing badminton, Chu said with a look of disdain. How can this be the same? Previous activities were only 2 hours, but today it's a whole day, morning and afternoon. Tong Yao protested. That's because you're too weak. Tong Yao was furious, but she didn't have the energy to argue with Chuyu, so she could only glare angrily. And Yunxi quickly soothed her, saying, It's okay. You'll get better with more practice. You're much better now than when school started. Exactly. I still have a lot of potential. Chi rolled her eyes speechlessly, but didn't say anything more. If she continued, this girl would probably explode. Chuyu, in front of strangers, always had a cold and unapproachable image. But once you got to know her, you'd find that she was a straightforward and sharp-tongued woman. She didn't know when it started, but she enjoyed arguing with Tong Yao. She would always amuse Tong Yao until she was jumping up and down. Then she would secretly laugh to herself. She didn't know where this hobby came from. After the New Year's Day holiday, a new week of study began. As time went by, the first semester of her freshman year was drawing to a close. After 2 more weeks of classes, they would enter final exam week. Therefore, in the coming time, they not only needed to learn new course content but also need to review and prepare for the upcoming final exams. However, this was not a problem for Yunxi. She wasn't worried about the upcoming final exams at all. However, during this period, besides completing the system's sign-in tasks, Yunxi didn't go out at all. She communicated with the responsible persons about company matters by phone. After the year-end settlement, the dividends from Yunxi's companies and shares gradually arrived in her account. Generally speaking, companies don't distribute all their profits. However, if a company has sufficient cash flow, the proportion distributed will be higher. Even if she couldn't distribute it all, it didn't diminish the fact that she owned many businesses, including several large companies. Therefore, Yunxi received a total of 5.418 billion RMB in dividends last year. After all the company dividends and mall commissions were received, the total amount of funds in Yunxi's account reached an unprecedented 13.888 billion RMB. Moreover, Yunxi currently possesses 3 money-doubling cards she's accumulated over this period. 1 doubles, 1 triples, and 1 quintuples. The reason she's held back from using them for so long is precisely to wait for this moment. Now that the rent and dividends have arrived, it's time for these cards to put their value to use. System. Use 3 money-doubling cards.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully using the money-doubling card. This time, the multiplier is doubled, and the funds will be deposited into the host's bank account within 1 minute.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully using the money-doubling card. This time, the multiplier is tripled, and the funds will be deposited into the host's bank account within 1 minute.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully using the money-doubling card. This time, the multiplier is quintuple, and the funds will be deposited into the host's bank account within 1 minute. These 3 consecutive notification sounds were, to Yunxi, absolutely wonderful. Thanks to the 3 funds doubling cards, Yunxi's funds increased 30-fold. That is, from 13.888 billion to 416.64 billion. Yunxi checked the balances in all her bank cards, confirming that the doubled funds were in place, and smiled happily. She really had never been so wealthy. Now, her upcoming investment plans and all the research projects at her research institute were fully funded. And Yunxi was finally free from the predicament of being short of money in various areas. However, she wasn't in a hurry to invest. She would wait until after the new year. When Yunxi finished all her final exams, it was January 19th, 2017. And Yunxi bought herself a plane ticket for the 21st, planning to attend her classmate reunion the following evening and then go home. From the moment Yunxi joined the Beijing shooting team until the end of the final exams, she never missed a single day of sign-in. But can you believe that for 17 consecutive days, her sign-in rewards were all in cash? She racked up 200 million or 300 million in daily check-ins, and in 17 days, she managed to accumulate 400 million just from check-ins. It's a bit hard to judge.
Could it be that?
The system felt she was in a crucial period of preparing for final exams and didn't want to reward her with anything else that might distract her. Anyway, the final exams were finally over. Maybe there will be a surprise coming. After finishing her final exams, Yunxi drove back to Yunxi residence. She arranged a holiday for her employees. For the housekeeping staff and the entire Yunfeng group team, Yunxi gave them a holiday starting on the 21st, the Little New Year, until the 8th or 9th of the Lunar New Year, when they would return to work. This 15-day holiday was unparalleled. If employees from other companies knew, they would probably be green with envy. As for property management, catering, clubs, hotels, and other service industries, since not all employees could take leave, supervisors arranged shift schedules with rotating shifts. Workers on statutory holidays received double pay. Year-end bonuses and gifts were also arranged by those in charge. And Yunxi was generous with rewards for hardworking employees. January 20th, 2017, Yunlin Club, Beijing. This was where her classmates from Class 3 of the School of Economics and Management were having their reunion tonight. Originally, class monitor Zhuang Weinan planned to find a place to eat and sing karaoke. But the day before the reunion, during a discussion in the group chat, someone suggested that everyone chip in and go to the Yunlin Club. Although it was a bit expensive, it offered everything: food, karaoke, drinks, games, etc. A one-stop service that could be done in one place. No need to change venues. However, some classmates were worried that the prices were too high. The discussion in the group chat went back and forth for a long time without reaching a conclusion. Later, someone mentioned that Yunlin Club required a membership card for reservations. After asking around the group, no one claimed to have a membership card. Finally, someone tagged in Yunxi, Song Mingzhu, and Xie asking if they had membership cards. Of course, others also inquired about the price range at Yunlin Club. After all, these were well-known figures in their class. One was a young lady with a driver and bodyguards, another a mysterious and beautiful heiress driving a $1 million luxury car, and the third a wealthy young master from Beijing who never lacked money. And Yunxi saw this at around 10 p.m. Seeing her classmates' curiosity about Yunlin Club, and Yunxi, as the owner, generously offered to treat them in the group chat. Since her image as a mysterious heiress had already been circulating in the School of Economics and Management for a long time, she decided to solidify it today. To avoid further speculation and potential trouble, Class 3, 2016 Cohort, School of Economics and Management WeChat Group Xie Yunlin Club? Let me ask my brother if he has one. And Yunxi, I have a membership card. Class Monitor, could you please tally the number of people so I can reserve a table? I'll treat tomorrow. Ling Wei, such a generous rich woman. Zheng Dongyuan, I definitely have to go. Tian Jiwen, the school beauty is treating? I have to go. Yang Shu, too bad, I already went home today. Ling Wei at Yang Shu, haha, you missed out on a fortune. Xiao Rand, rich woman, looking for a sugar daddy. Chen Jejia, get lost. You don't get a chance to be a sugar daddy. Zhuang Weinan, okay, I'll get the head count done as soon as possible. When Yunxi opened WeChat again, there were already 99 plus unread messages in the group chat. And Yunxi glanced at it. The topic had shifted from counting who was going to how they were going. She glanced at it and then exited. Her car was enough for her dorm mates. How the others got there was none of her concern. Soon. The class monitor sent over the number of attendees for tomorrow's party, 38 people in total. And Yunxi immediately called Yan Hao and asked him to reserve a large private room. She told him the number of attendees and also asked him to arrange for someone to pick up her classmates at the door. Then she sent a message in the group chat saying the private room was booked and they just needed to mention her name. She didn't worry about anything else. She trusted Yan Hao to arrange everything. That day, and Yunxi slept in, a rare occurrence. She handled some company matters and spent the rest of the time at home watching variety shows. She'd been quite busy lately and needed to relax occasionally. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she drove to the school to pick up Tong Yao and Chuyu. As for Song Mingzhu, she had gone home yesterday and was coming over from home today. Yunxi, I looked up this Yunlin club yesterday. Not only do you need a membership card, but it's also ridiculously expensive. With so many of us, how much will it cost? There were about 40 people attending the party tonight. Tong Yao felt a little sorry for her roommate's spending. It's okay, I have money in my membership card. Yes, you and Yunxi don't lack money. My concern for you is unnecessary. I know it's unnecessary, so why are you saying that? Chuyu was getting fed up with her roommate's motherly attitude. I was just saying it offhand. And Yunxi knew about her habit of needing to say something, so she smiled but didn't say anything, focusing only on driving. As they parked their car, they ran into several other classmates who had also arrived by taxi, so they prepared to go inside together. Chun Jieje? They heard a voice just as they reached the door. Chun Jieje frowned unhappily when she saw who it was. Why did she have to run into this person? What bad luck. And Yunxi and the others also looked in the direction of the voice. A woman with elaborate makeup, seemingly piled high with designer brands. Despite not being very old, her attire made her look 10 years older. At this moment, she was arm in arm with a man with a receding hairline and a beer belly, looking down at the group of students with haughty eyes. Seeing that Chun Jieje ignored her, the woman seemed a little displeased. What, old classmates meeting, not even a greeting? Sun Ting, I have nothing to do with you anymore. Chun Jieje clearly didn't want to talk to her. We were classmates, after all. It's fate that we bumped into each other. What's wrong with catching up? As she spoke, she tossed her permed hair over her shoulder and gave the man beside her a flirtatious wink. Ew, everyone present couldn't help but shudder at the sight, goosebumps rising on their arms. I have nothing to renew with you, let's go. Seeing that she was about to leave, Sun Ting was displeased. She hadn't even properly ridiculed Chun Jieje yet. How could she miss such a rare opportunity? Sun Ting swiftly pulled the man in front of Chun Jieje. That's hilarious, Chun Jieje. Do you think just anyone can come in here? Chun Jieje rolled her eyes, not even bothering to look at the two of them. If I can't come in, do you think you can? Sun Ting smiled smugly at this, and took 2 more steps forward with the man. Of course I can get in.
See?
My boyfriend, the owner of Jinyu Building Materials, is a member of Yunlin Club. She finished speaking, glancing at them smugly, and continued, You guys don't know, do you? The cheapest membership card here costs 100,000 yuan. Can you poor students afford 100,000 yuan? She had already looked them over. None of the people opposite her were wearing designer brands. They were probably just ordinary college students like Chun Jieje. And Yunxi was wearing a down jacket with some traditional Chinese embroidery, a gift from Aunt Yunxi. It was from Yunxi's own clothing brand, Lanting. The prices weren't cheap, but it certainly wasn't an international luxury brand. Everyone got angry upon hearing this. How can you talk like that? So, what if I say this? Am I not stating the facts? Chun Jieje was also angry. This person was a lunatic. Nothing good ever came of running into her. Sun Ting, don't think I don't know your family situation. You're all set on hooking up with a rich guy now, aren't you? What? Did your lousy university only teach you how to seduce men? You have no sense of decency or shame at all. Chun Jieje simply ignored her, but that didn't mean she was willing to put up with this. She launched into a tirade, stunning the surrounding classmates. You? So what? I wear designer clothes and drive luxury cars every day. Even if you get into Peking University, so what? After graduation, we might not even need you to work for my boyfriend. I can't possibly enjoy your good fortune.
Fast.
You're just the right match for a greasy guy like that. This remark displeased the man, who wants to be called a greasy guy. You bunch of poor bastards, do you know who I am? Believe me, I can get Yunlin Club kicked you all out with a single word. Chun Jiejie choked. She didn't know this man's identity, and it would be bad if he ruined today's gathering. What's wrong? Afraid to speak? Think you're so capable? Just a bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. This man's unforgiving attitude infuriated the group of classmates. And Yunxi was also angry. This kind of stunt is never short of people. No matter where you go, there's never a shortage of such spectacle. However, watching the spectacle is fine, but if this spectacle involves your own people, it's not so pleasant. They were swaggering around on her turf, without even asking for her permission. I'll see who can kick us out today. Previously, and Yunxi had been blocked by Chuyu, and the two had only seen half of her body, not her face clearly. But now that she had stepped forward, her exquisite features suddenly appearing in their line of sight, they were instantly stunned. The man was amazed, while the woman was jealous. Who are you? Seeing Yunxi's extraordinary aura, the man's imposing manner immediately weakened considerably. Just some poor student you've been talking about? What? You want to kick this poor student out? So, what if we kick you out? Darling, quickly find someone to kick them out. Let them all see how powerful you are. Upon seeing Yunxi's appearance, Sun Ting was consumed by jealousy, wishing she could make this group of people in front of her disappear immediately. She was afraid that her sugar daddy would be stolen away by this vixen. Ting Ting, listen to me. This person is probably not ordinary. The man hesitated. Those who frequent Yunlin Club are all wealthy and powerful. Offending the wrong person could be disastrous. There's nothing special about her. Chun Jiejie's family are just ordinary workers. Anyone who hangs out with her is probably of similar means. Besides, look at what she's wearing, not a single designer item. Sun Ting said a lot, but the man showed no sign of taking action. Although he couldn't tell the brand of the woman's clothes, they didn't look cheap at first glance. He knew that at a certain level, many custom-made clothes didn't have brand labels. What the man didn't know was that his hesitation was saving him from a huge risk. And Yunxi, seeing that the man wasn't following Sun Ting's advice, knew he suspected her identity. That's clever of him. Just as the man was wondering what to do, a black, extended Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly pulled up to the club's entrance. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. This car looks like a limited edition. The price shouldn't be less than 10 million. After the car stopped, a young man in a suit got out of the passenger seat. He glanced at the crowd standing at the entrance. His heart skipped a beat. The CEO didn't like such a crowded and noisy environment. However, he couldn't very well ask them to leave. After all, this was the entrance to someone's club. It was normal for people to come and go. He took 2 steps back and opened the back door. CEO, we've arrived. A gleaming leather shoe stepped out first, landing firmly on the ground. Immediately afterward, a tall, handsome young man with a cold, aloof face stepped out of the car. He wore a well-tailored suit and wool overcoat, the lines of which accentuated his broad shoulders and upright posture. He was tall and slender, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and a sharp glint in his deep-set eyes that made it difficult to look directly at him. The person who arrived was Zhou Shiyan. Upon seeing Wang Lin, Yunxi knew who it was. Zhou Shiyan had an appointment to discuss a collaboration today. After getting out of the car, he frowned upon seeing a group of people standing at the entrance. Just as he was about to quickly enter the club, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. While Yunxi was internally debating whether to go up and greet him, Zhou Shiyan had already walked up to her. Yunxi, long time no see. The people present were surprised that this person knew Yunxi, and they all turned their curious gazes towards the two of them. Brother Shiyan, what brings you here? As far as she knew, he wasn't a member of her club. The Zhou family owned their own club, aging number 1 club. Most gatherings and entertaining of friends were held there. So, Yunxi was quite surprised that Zhou Shiyan was here. You have an appointment to discuss something, what's going on? Seeing his gaze shift to the person beside her, Yunxi quickly explained, it's a class reunion. A class reunion at a club like this? This isn't on the same level as his class reunion. Wang Lin, who had overheard this, glanced at Yunxi. Okay, go home early tonight. I know. Why does this feel like I've been caught skipping class by my parents? This is so strange. Brother Shi Yan. Boss, are you alright? And Yunxi was interrupted by Yan Hao, who rushed out anxiously. It turned out that the security guard at the door, seeing the two sides escalating into an argument, fearing something might happen, had sent someone to notify the general manager. Yan Hao arrived only to find out that the boss was also involved. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly went forward to greet her. The boss. Everyone's gaze turned to Yunxi. To be honest, even Zhou Shiyan was a little surprised that Yunxi was the owner of this club, let alone the others present. However, now is not the right time to explain. I'm fine. Have any classmates arrived yet? Yan Hao looked at the lobby manager beside him, who quickly replied, 9 people have arrived in the private room. Then let's go in. What's the point of blocking the doorway? What if some other awful characters show up later, wasting even more time? As she entered, Yunxi glanced at Sun Ting and the man standing beside her. The two, who had been so arrogant before, were now cowering in a corner, not daring to utter a word. Since the man hadn't taken any real action, Yunxi decided not to bother with them. Brother Shiyan, let's go in together. However, before entering, Zhou Shiyan also glanced at the two cowering in the corner. His cold gaze sent chills down their spines, making them tremble uncontrollably. The group entered the lobby, and the person responsible for greeting Zhou Shiyan guided him and Wang Lin to the private room reserved by the client. As they left, Zhou Shiyan specifically instructed, "Call me if anything happens," and Yunxi smiled and nodded, replying, "Okay." After these few meetings, Yunxi felt that Zhou Shiyan really had a lot of personal charm. Handsome in appearance, calm and composed in personality, cool-headed and decisive in his career, and gentle and polite in his interactions with others. Despite his privileged background, he has still managed to create a successful career for himself through his own hard work. Just how outstanding was this person? After Yunxi signed the cooperation agreement for the West Suburbs Resort with Zhou Shiyan appeared as a partner in the systems team section. At the time, she specifically opened his personal information panel to take a look. By Fume Cultivation System Team, Cooperation Name, Zhou Shiyan Gender, Male Age, 23 Position, President of ZTE Group, Founder of Sirui Investment Expertise, Strategy, Investment, Integration Ability Rating, 100 Favorability. 90 She didn't know what others thought, but she was certainly stunned. This was the only person the system had given a perfect 100 in ability rating so far. Even the subordinates she had obtained using character summoning cards only reached a maximum of 99 points. This person was only 23 years old, yet the system gave him a perfect score. His abilities were unimaginable. Even she, who had lived several lifetimes and had the system by her side, felt inferior. She wondered what kind of girl could be worthy of such an outstanding man. Wang Lin, the previous points are one thing, but where did you get the idea that this person is gentle and polite? As for the initial 90% favorability rating, Yunxi assumed it was because of Aunt Yun's shoe and didn't think much of it. Yan Hao personally led Yunxi and her group to their private room. Today, Yan Hao had arranged for them to use the largest private room in the Yunlin Club. It was more like a banquet hall than a private room. Inside, there was a dining area, a bar area, a lounge area, an entertainment area, a karaoke area, and even an indoor swimming pool. It was spacious enough for a classmate reunion or even a small banquet. Wow, Yunxi, you booked such a big room. Wow, there's even a swimming pool. Too bad I didn't bring a swimsuit. It's freezing cold. Swimming isn't really a good idea. It's indoors. What's there to be afraid of? Aren't you cold? You're right. This place is so luxurious. I have to take pictures and post them on WeChat Moments right now. Watching everyone chat, take pictures, and play games seemed quite enjoyable. Yunxi asked, "Does the club have swimsuits?" She didn't know the room Yan Hao had arranged had a pool, so she hadn't reminded her classmates to bring swimsuits. Yes, they do. Prepare some and send them over. Okay, boss. We'll serve the food after everyone arrives. Yanhao had previously messaged in Yunxi to confirm whether it was a buffet or a set meal. And Yunxi thought for a moment and replied, "A set meal, please." This was the class's first gathering, and a set meal would make it easier for everyone to chat together. A buffet would make it easier for small groups to form. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. After Yanhao left, Tong Miao leaned close to Yunxi and said mysteriously, "Yunxi, are you really the owner here? Isn't it obvious?"
There was no need to ask.
"Yunxi, you've kept this a secret for too long." Zhang Shulan chimed in from the side. "I didn't deliberately hide it from you, and no one asked me." She couldn't very well tell everyone she was the owner of Yunlin Club. All right. You're a rich woman, so you're right. It was indeed a question best left unanswered. The group joking around quickly changed the subject. After everyone arrived, they ate dinner first, then went to karaoke. Afterwards, everyone joined in for other recreational activities according to their own preferences. Some sang, some played cards, some played games, and some even went swimming. In short, everyone had a great time. Through this gathering, the classmates all learned that Yunxi was the owner of Yunlin Club, completely confirming her status as a wealthy woman. After finishing his business meeting, Zhou Shiyan specifically sent a message to Yunxi, came over to say hello, and then left. Yunxi's group was in high spirits, partying until after 11 p.m. before gradually dispersing. Yunxi drove there, so she didn't drink, and she drove home herself. She first dropped Tong Yao and the other person off at school, then drove back to Yunshui residence. Fortunately, her flight tomorrow was in the afternoon, so she didn't need to get up early to catch a flight. Yunxi also checked in at the class reunion. Today's check-in location was Yunlin Club, and the reward was still money. As Yunxi went to sleep, she felt a slight regret for not having received any good rewards from her sign-in. The next day, Chengdu drove Yunxi to the airport. The plane landed at Yunzhou Jianghan International Airport at 5 p.m. Upon arriving at the airport, Yunxi completed her sign-in task for the day, and the reward was, as usual, money. Nothing special. Having completed her sign-in task, she didn't think about anything else. Fang Mingxia, driven by Liang Kai, picked up her daughter from the airport and took her home. At dinner, the family gathered together. It was the eve of the Lunar New Year, and the meal was plentiful. When they were almost finished eating, Yunxi spoke up. "Mom and Dad, I have something to tell you." Seeing their daughter's serious expression, Jianhua and Fang Mingxia both put down their chopsticks and listened attentively. "I've joined the Beijing shooting team, and I might be competing in the shooting events at the World University Games this year." "What?" Jianhua thought he must have misheard. "Shooting?" The couple exchanged a glance, unable to hide their shock. "Sis, you mean shooting?" "Yes. That shooting competition." If you said it was a piano competition or an English competition, they could understand. "A shooting? When did my daughter learn to shoot?" Jianhua picked up his water glass, took a sip, and suppressed his shock, looking at his daughter and asking, "Xiaoxi, when did you learn to shoot?" Actually, I didn't specifically learn." Yunxi thought for a moment and continued, "It was during military training. I hit the bullseye with all 10 bullets. The instructor said I shot well, so I found a shooting club, intending to practice. But one of the coaches there happened to be a former Olympic champion. Seeing how well I shot, he recommended me to the Beijing shooting team." "You just joined like that, without any assessment?" Fang Mingxia felt this whole thing had a dramatic edge. "Of course I will. I participated in the assessment." "So your assessment results were very good?" "Yes. The coach said that this result would break a world record in an official competition." Jianhua and Fang Mingxia. "Sis, does that mean you can participate in the Olympics in the future?" In everyone's perception, the Olympics have a greater reputation and influence. "If I do well in the competition, I'll have a chance." "Yunza, my sister is so outstanding. What am I going to do about the pressure?" At this moment, Jianhua and Fang Mingxia's hearts were also surging like a tide. They thought their daughter's special qualities from childhood were already shocking enough, but they didn't expect there to be even more surprises to come. "Xiaoxi, will you have to train a lot in the future? What about your studies?" After calming down from the initial shock, Fang Mingxia began to worry about some practical issues. "Mom, I don't need to participate in regular training sessions except for major competition training camps. As for my studies, I started taking finance courses this summer, and I'm already a junior. She's already reached an advanced level in the system's finance courses. Saying she's a junior is already being modest. Fang Mingxia. She was just being nosy. She doesn't know how her daughter's brain works. When she was little, she learned piano incredibly quickly. Her piano teacher was so keen to persuade her to pursue a career in music. But her daughter had her own ideas and refused outright. Now, she wants to go down the path of sports? Xiaoxi, as long as you know what you're doing, your parents will support you. And Jianhua knows his daughter is a decisive and planned person and doesn't want to interfere with her decisions. Even if she doesn't achieve anything in sports, the family's current situation won't leave her without money. Besides, her daughter is excellent in other areas and has quite a few businesses. There's nothing wrong with trying different possibilities in life. Your dad's right. Since you've chosen this path, walk it well. I know, Mom and Dad, don't worry. After dinner, the family chatted for a while before going to their rooms to rest. Of course, who could sleep and who couldn't is anyone's guess. The next day, Yunxi woke up naturally. After waking up and checking her system tasks, Yunxi discovered that today's sign-in task was at a nearby movie theater. A movie theater? What would be the reward for signing in here? However, it was a shopping mall, so she decided to wait until the afternoon and do some shopping while she was there. Filled with curiosity, Yunxi drove her black Audi A8 to the sign-in location after her lunch break. It was a weekday, and it wasn't yet closing time, so the theater was quiet and deserted. Yunxi took the elevator directly to the 6th floor of the movie theater. System, sign in, ding dong. Signed in at the entrance of Huai Cinema in Yunzhou, Nanhua New World, acquiring 100% equity in Huai Film and Television. Relevant property certificates and documents have been stored in your system inventory. Huai Film and Television? This was the second largest movie theater chain in the country, and now it belonged to her? Yunxi checked Huai Film and Television's data. Last year's total revenue was 14.56 billion yuan, and net profit was 939 million yuan. The situation looked quite good. Furthermore, there hadn't been any prior reports of Huai encountering problems and needing to sell off its shares. How did the system acquire all of these equity? Is the system paving the way for her to expand into the film and entertainment industry? Investing in the film and entertainment industry was indeed an idea for Yunxi. However, due to the significant investments in registering the new company and renovating the office building, her available funds were somewhat insufficient. In addition, she lacked connections, so it remained just an idea. But now it's different. Now, she holds over 400 billion yuan in funds. If a good opportunity arises, she will definitely act without hesitation. With an entire cinema chain under her control, she already has a certain degree of influence in the domestic film industry. Having changed maps and returned to Yunzhou from Beijing, the system started showering her with goodies again. In a good mood, Yunxi wandered aimlessly through the mall. She tried on things she liked and bought what she wanted. Now she's a super VIP customer at major luxury stores. Just show her membership card, and she can basically buy anything the store has in stock. Even if it's not available, she has priority ordering rights. Not to mention, she's a shareholder in 3 major luxury goods groups. Although a small shareholder, it's enough for these groups to treat her with respect, sending her new products from their brands every year. These include all sorts of things: clothes, shoes, bags, jewelry, watches, perfumes, cosmetics, wines, and more. So many brands sending them, and the quantity is quite substantial. Yunxi picked out a few she liked to keep and gave the rest to family, relatives, friends, and her executives. Recently, Yunxi has become fond of a high-end Italian fashion brand Luisa Spagnoli. This is a century-old Italian brand, positioned for fashionable, successful women. With its elegant and sophisticated designs, it has become the go-to brand for European female entrepreneurs and politicians. Seeing that there happened to be a store for this brand in the mall, Yunxi went in to browse. Once she started browsing, she couldn't resist trying on clothes, and once she tried them on, she couldn't resist buying them. She bought several outfits, including black suits, white sweater dresses, and long wool coats. After browsing the Luisa's Spagnoli women's clothing store, and Yunxi, carrying several shopping bags, prepared to move on to the next store. And Yunxi? You're Yunxi, right? And Yunxi turned around and saw two girls in their early 20s. One of them looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't quite place her. After thinking carefully, she finally remembered. She definitely knew this person. It was Zhao Yaru, her junior high school classmate, who used to sit in front of her. The two had a good relationship in junior high. But later Zhao Yaru's father was transferred to another place for work, and Zhao Yaru transferred schools. They lost contact after that. She never expected to run into her here today. You are Zhao Yaru? And Yunxi's tone still carried a hint of uncertainty. Yes, I didn't expect to run into you here. Zhao Yaru was delighted to hear that her old classmate still remembered her. It's been about 5 years since we last saw each other. And Yunxi remembered that Zhao Yaru transferred schools in the second semester of her second year of junior high. It's rare to run into you. Come on, let's go sit at the milk tea shop up ahead. The three of them went to the milk tea shop, each ordered a milk tea, and found a corner seat. Yunxi, this is my cousin Zhang Weiwei, and this is Yunxi, my former junior high classmate. Zhao Yaru's cousin, Zhang Weiwei, seemed to have a gentle and quiet personality, quite different from Zhao Yaru. Hello, I'm Yunxi. Hello, I'm Yaru's cousin, Zhang Weiwei. It's nice to meet you. Zhang Weiwei spoke with a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth, maintaining a gentle smile. Her voice was also gentle and soft, easily making people feel comfortable. Can I call you Sister Weiwei? It wouldn't be appropriate to call her by her first name directly, since she's my classmate's cousin. Of course. Zhang Weiwei also thought that was a suitable way to address her, like a friend with a fairly good relationship. It wouldn't feel too formal, nor would it feel as impersonal as simply calling her cousin. Didn't your family move? Why are you in Yunzhou again? Our family did move, but my grandma's family is still in Yunzhou. We're here to celebrate the new year at her house. That's good. It's more festive with more people. Exactly. Before, it was just the three of us, me parents, my son, and I, and we didn't feel like it was New Year at all. You must have graduated high school by now, right? Where did you go to university? Beijing Foreign Studies University, studying English. Hee. Your dream of becoming a diplomat hasn't changed? Zhao Yaru looked at Yun 11 with delight. Yun 11, you remember that? You keep saying it to me. How could I forget? In middle school, Zhao Yaru saw a spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs speaking on TV and was instantly captivated. From then on, she set her sights on becoming a diplomat. For a while, she would spend her days in class enthusiastically describing how she would become a powerful and influential diplomat. So, not only Yunxi knew about it, but all the teachers and classmates knew as well. I never thought I'd actually get in. Zhao Yaru now recalled her own teenage self. Congratulations, you've taken a big step closer to your dream. The three of them clinked glasses with their milk tea. By the way, Yunxi, where did you get into? I'm in Beijing too. Really? Quick, let's add each other. We can get together more often when we get to Beijing. And Yunxi took out her phone and scanned a QR code for her. Zhang Weiwei also took out her phone, scanned the code, and added Yunxi on WeChat. Although she was her cousin's classmate, she quite liked Yunxi's personality. Anyway, she'd add her first, just in case she needed it later. Your grades were so good back then, you wouldn't have gotten into Peking University or Tsinghua University, would you? Peking University's School of Economics and Management. I was planning to choose finance. Sure enough, a true academic star is always an academic star. And Yunxi glanced at her and said with a smile, Aren't you an academic star too? Otherwise, how did you get into Beijing Foreign Studies University? I'm not like you. Getting this score almost killed me. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, Zhao Yaru was still as warm and cheerful as ever. The two got along quite well, and even made a promise to meet again in Beijing. Back home, and Yunxi received a call from Cui Sheng, the general manager of Huai Film and Television. Huai was doing quite well, so Yunxi naturally had no intention of making any major moves. After a brief exchange, Yunxi, as usual, sent Chu Zhe's contact information. And Yunxi had basically entrusted Chu Zi with managing the businesses she had acquired through daily check-ins. Having been used to being the matriarch of the ancient world and issuing orders, and Yunxi was very good at managing people. In the future, she would have more and more businesses under her control. If she did everything herself, wouldn't she exhaust herself? Besides, the subordinates summoned by the system are 100% loyal to her. It would be crazy not to use such subordinates. At dinner, Fang Mingxia reminded her children, "You're not allowed to sleep in tomorrow. We need to get to the hotel early. Tomorrow is the wedding day of Yunxi's eldest cousin, Fang Jiahao." Fang Jiahao, the eldest son of Fang's maternal grandparents, is 53 years old this year. In his youth, he learned to operate an excavator and earned his first fortune with this skill. At the suggestion of his aunt, Tang Hongling, the couple invested this money to open a supermarket. Unexpectedly, it became an instant success, eventually opening more than a dozen branches in the area. Earning 5 or 6 million a year, they could live a comfortable life in the provincial capital. The eldest cousin's family has 2 children, twin sons. The younger cousin, Fang Jiai, got married over a year ago, and his wife, Chao Shiyuan, is now over 5 months pregnant. The older twin, Fang Jiahao, is getting married tomorrow. Upon hearing this news, Yunxi prepared a wedding gift for the couple, a pair of Vacheron Constantin couples watches, costing approximately 500,000 yuan together. It wasn't that she didn't want to give something more expensive, but her gift for her second cousin's wedding was around the same price. This time, she couldn't be too different. And Yunxi had specifically discussed this with her mother. As for the monetary gift and other things, that was her parents' concern. She was still just a student. The next morning, after the 4 members of the Yin family finished breakfast and got ready, they had their driver take them to the Jinxiu Shangjiang Hotel. This was also a coincidence. Actually, Yunxi didn't know beforehand that her cousin had booked her hotel for his wedding. None of the family members knew that the hotel belonged to Yunxi. Even in Manhwa and Fang Mingxia only found out after receiving the invitation. When Fang Mingxia specifically called to inquire, the Fan family learned that the hotel was actually registered under their niece's name. The couple had discussed this matter privately. It was better to inform them beforehand, otherwise, it would inevitably cause some friction later. This is very bad for her daughter. Fang Mingxia also analyzed the situation thoroughly, explaining the reasons clearly to her daughter. Interpersonal relationships are incredibly complex. And Yunxi understood all of this. They were all blood relatives, and more importantly, they were all very good to her. And Yunxi was always willing to do small favors like helping someone. That's always been her attitude. If you're good to me, I'll naturally repay you many times over. If you're not good to me, then sorry, don't even think about taking advantage of me. Within Yunxi's instructions, Fang's uncle's family enjoyed many special treatments due to their connections during the wedding preparations. They were also very grateful to their sister's family, especially their niece. Upon arriving at the hotel, the Fang family was already there, gathered in the banquet hall where the wedding was being held. After exchanging greetings, the 2 families began making arrangements for the day's wedding. Fang Mingmei and Fang Mingxia, as married-out daughters, were assigned the task of checking the wedding favors. As for the younger generation like Yunxi and Yunza, there wasn't much for them to do. Taking advantage of a trip to the restroom, Yunxi completed her daily check-in task. Ding dong. Checking in at the Yunzhou Jinxiu Shangjiang Hotel, you have obtained a plot of land in Hangzhou City, Jiangsu Province. The relevant property certificate and documents have been stored in your system inventory. Hearing this reward, Yunxi's eyes lit up. This was the second plot of land the system had rewarded her with. Jiangsu Province is also a neighboring province to Nanling Province, and Hangzhou is its capital. After reviewing the land's information, Yunxi knew that the system was giving her this land to use for opening a hotel. Could it be that the system thinks her business development is too slow? However, it's true that suitable locations for building 5-star hotels are hard to find. The system has certainly solved her immediate problem. Fortunately, she's financially comfortable now. It wouldn't be a problem for few more projects to start construction simultaneously. I must say, this plot of land is in a really good location, Located on the banks of the Yangjiang River, adjacent to the Hangzhou International Convention and Exhibition Center, it's an important part of the Hangzhou International Expo New City. If you could stay here, you could get up early and go for a jog in the riverside garden in front of the hotel, listening to the birds chirping and breathing in the fresh air. In the evening, you could stroll along the riverbank, enjoying the beautiful river view and the colorful, dazzling city lights show along the river. From the windows of the high-rise rooms, you could also enjoy panoramic views of Hangzhou and the magnificent river scenery. Such a great place deserves a good designer. Her goal is to make this hotel a landmark building in the area, a must-visit place for anyone coming to Hangzhou. And Yunxi sent the land information to Qin Lian, asking him to prepare a plan as soon as possible. Back in the banquet hall, everyone was busy except for her grandparents who were resting in the small hall next door. Seeing her aunt and uncle's cousins chatting, and Yunxi joined them. On the Fong family side, there were more girls of Yunxi's generation than in the Yin family. Her aunt had 2 older cousins, her third uncle had 1, and her youngest uncle had 1 younger cousin. Including Yunxi, there were 5 girls in total. When her cousin He Jessen saw Yunxi approaching, she quickly called out, "Yunxi, come over here." And Yunxi went over and found a seat, looking around and smiling. "The beauties are all free, huh? With so many grown men, do you think we need to step in?" "That's right, Yunxi, sit down and chat." Her second cousin, He Jiai, chimed in. Normally, everyone had their own families and studies, and aside from the Lunar New Year, they didn't have many opportunities to get together. "Yunxi, how's university life?" The question came from her older cousin, He Jessen. "Studying is quite busy, but there are more activities than in high school. At a school like yours, everyone's a top student, so it's normal to have a lot of academic pressure. How about you, cousin? Is work going well?" "You know my job, it's not too busy, but it gets a bit boring after a while." He Jessen graduated from the chemistry department of Jiangqing University of Science and Technology and has been working at a testing agency in Yunzhou for over 2 years. Stability has its advantages. Everyone has their own way of life. If you don't like challenges and changes, this kind of job is quite suitable. "Yeah, I prefer stability, haha. Someone like you, sister, could stay in one job until retirement." He Jai thought she understood her older sister quite well. "Does the future violinist have any advice for my laid-back life?" He Jessen teased her younger sister with a grin. Finally, this earned her a rather inelegant eye roll from He Jai. He Jai, the youngest daughter of Yunxi's aunt, was influenced by her father, who was the principal violinist and conductor of an orchestra. She began learning the violin at a young age and was admitted to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, majoring in violin. She is currently a junior in her 3rd year. Unlike her somewhat laid-back sister, He Jai is very lively, yet extremely serious about her studies. She is strict with herself and has her own goals and pursuits. Although she doesn't agree with her sister's half-hearted attitude towards life, the 2 sisters have a very good relationship. "Siki is graduating soon, right? What are your plans?" Fong Siki is the only daughter of her 3rd uncle. Her father is a university English professor, and her mother is also an administrative staff member at a university. As the only daughter of 2 educators, Fong Siki's upbringing has always been very strict. Perhaps influenced by her father, Fong Siki attended Shanghai Foreign Language University, but not English. She majored in French. Now a senior, she's about to graduate, which is why He Jessen asked this question. "I've been accepted into graduate school," Fong Siki replied with a gentle smile. At first glance, one can tell she's a gentle and intellectual girl. "You're amazing. I never even considered graduate school back then." He Jessen gave her cousin a thumbs up. Asking her to take the graduate entrance exam was something she genuinely couldn't do. "Yunxi, are you going to pursue graduate studies after graduation?" "I don't know yet. I'll think about it later." And Yunxi hadn't really decided yet regarding whether to take the graduate entrance exam. This was only her 1st semester of university. She could decide in her 2nd year. "That's true. You've only been in your 1st semester. There's still plenty of time." He Jessen agreed.
Time always flies when you're chatting.
As guests arrived, they stopped talking. The groom, Fong Jiahao, wearing a tailor-made suit and an elegant bow tie, greeted the guests with a broad smile. The bride, Chen Fei, stood beside her in a pure white wedding dress, her makeup exquisite, and her smile sweet. It was clear at a glance that the two were very happy. People are in high spirits when good news comes. Uncle Fong and Aunt Fong both wore happy smiles, clearly very satisfied with the marriage. Chen Fei and her cousin Fong Jiahao both worked at a bank. It was rumored that her parents were high-ranking executives at the head office. And Yunxi didn't believe that Fong Jiahao's promotion last year had nothing to do with the Chen family. Success requires talent, hard work, and luck. All three are indispensable. Fong Jiahao was hardworking, capable, and now, with the Chen family's support, he had even made up for his lack of luck. It seemed he would have an even smoother future. Of course, Fong Jiahao's family wasn't poor either. At least financially, they weren't lacking. The Fong family gave a dowry of 1 million yuan and bought a house in Yunzhou City outright, a truly generous gesture. At 11 a.m., the wedding officially began. And Yunxi then met the bride's parents. They were formally dressed, and their demeanor was both dignified and approachable. They didn't seem too difficult to get along with. However, whether they were easy to get along with or not was largely irrelevant to Yunxi. They were just her uncles-in-laws. She figured she wouldn't have much interaction with them. What Yunxi didn't expect was that after the banquet, the bride's parents specifically came to greet Jianhua. During the conversation, they mentioned Yunxi. Unable to do anything else, she could only passively engage in this social interaction. The gift Yunxi prepared was one she had privately given to her cousins. Normally, someone like her who wasn't married yet wouldn't need to prepare one. But her cousins were all very kind to her. She had given one at her second cousin's wedding, so naturally, she couldn't forget to give one to the others. Xiaoxi, thank you for the gift. Your cousin's wife will definitely love it. I'm so glad you and your cousin's wife like it. Then Yunxi wishes you a sweet and happy marriage, a long and happy life together, and many children. Little sister, that's enough. Cousin, hurry up and go find your cousin's wife. Don't keep everyone waiting. You've got some nerve even joking with your cousin?
No, I didn't.
I have to go now. With that, Yunxi turned and left in a flash. Fong Jiahao returned to the hotel's bridal suite with a gift box. Jiahao, what are you carrying? Seeing her husband bring in a gift box, Chen Fei asked curiously. Xiaoxi gave us our wedding gift. Is it from your aunt's cousin? Her husband only has 4 cousins. His uncle's cousin is still too young to give such a gift. His aunt's 2 cousins' gifts are with her. That leaves only the gift from her husband's younger sister. Seeing her husband nod, Chen Fei continued. What's inside? I don't know. I haven't looked yet. Fong Jiahao handed her the gift box, letting her see for herself. Chen Fei took it, untied the ribbon tied into a bow, and opened it. Inside were 2 Vacheron Constantin boxes. Vacheron Constantin? Watches. Hearing Chen Fei's surprised voice, Fong Jiaxin quickly came over to look. Chen Fei took out the watch boxes, opened them, and found that the 2 watches seemed to be a pair, with a simple and elegant design that she liked at first glance. This Vacheron Constantin watches aren't cheap, are they? Taking out her phone, Chen Fei searched online and looked at Fong Jiahao, saying, both of them cost around 500,000 yuan. Isn't that too expensive? Her family was of social standing but not particularly wealthy. She really couldn't afford something so expensive. It's all right, it's just my cousin's thoughtfulness. Xiaoxi gave me one when my brother got married too. Fong Jiahao comforted her. Then we'll accept it?
Take it.
Chen Fei put the watch away and started asking Fong Jiahao about his relatives. Fong Jiahao had an uncle who was the richest man in Yunzhou, something her parents had told her. However, she only knew the general outline. Now that she was married into the family, she would have to interact with these relatives more often. It was necessary to learn more about them. After getting to know them, Chen Fei realized that none of Fong's relatives were doing poorly. On the surface, Fong Jiahao's uncle's family appeared to be an ordinary middle-class family, neither rich nor poor. As for the distant relatives, they probably didn't have much contact with them, and it was best not to know them. Leaving aside the couple's conversation, Yunxi went to the office building in the hotel's back garden after attending the wedding. She and Qin Lian discussed the land and the company's future development plans for the entire afternoon. The land awarded by the system belonged to Yunxi personally, and Qin Lian suggested purchasing it from her under the company's name. And Yunxi considered it and, for the sake of future company management, agreed to this suggestion. Ultimately, the two agreed on a price of 900 million for the land, referencing the price they paid for the land in Jiangcheng. The hotel design in Jiangcheng had been finalized, and construction was scheduled to begin in March. The total investment for the entire project, including construction and decoration, is 320 million yuan. After paying Yunxi for the purchase of the Hangzhou land, the company had very little money left in its account. And Yunxi then transferred another 3 billion yuan directly into the company's public account. At the same time, she used the two investment cashback cards she had. One was a 500 million limit tenfold investment cashback card, and the other was a 300 million limit fivefold investment cashback card. Using both methods simultaneously, Yunxi received a total of 6.5 billion in cashback. The money in her account not only didn't decrease, but actually increased by 3.5 billion. Investment cashback cards are truly wonderful, and Yunxi felt very pleased. As of now, Yunxi has cleared out all her fund doubling cards and investment cashback cards. Only one 100 million limit tenfold consumption cashback card remains. She hasn't decided what to buy yet, so she's temporarily leaving it in her system inventory. Hopefully, the upcoming daily check-ins will bring her some more doubling cards and cashback cards. After attending Fang Jiahao's wedding, with only 3 days until New Year's Eve, Yunxi's family began preparing for the new year. Although the Yin family had separated, according to tradition, all three families celebrated the Lunar New Year together with the elders. The three Yin brothers took turns celebrating with each other's families each year. This year it was Uncle An's turn, so Yunxi's family didn't need to prepare much. Before the new year, Aunt Kong specially hired a professional cleaning team to thoroughly clean and tidy the Yin family villa, inside and out. Fang Mingxia bought couplets, paper cuts, lanterns, and various decorations, decorating the house beautifully. They also bought plenty of candies, pastries, fruits, snacks, new clothes, and shoes for the whole familia must-have for every Lunar New Year. Soon, it was January 27th, Lunar New Year's Eve, and Manhwa gave his driver the day off and drove his wife and children to Uncle An's house. Uncle An's house was a self-built 5-story building. This area used to be a rural suburb. Later, during urban expansion and land acquisition, Zhang Wo acquired a plot of land and built a 5-story building on it. The entire street is lined with similar buildings, almost all of them built around that time. To improve the street's appearance, the authorities mandated that everyone build a 5-story building. And Zhang Wo's plot of land wasn't small. After building, he lived on the first 2 floors himself and rented out the upper 3. The houses weren't vacant, and he could collect rent, which was quite good. When Yunxi and her group arrived, her second uncle's family was already there. The 4 of them carried things they had bought for the elders, as well as some ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner, as they entered. "Third brother's here. Come in quickly. We've been waiting for you."
Dad, Mom.
Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, second uncle, Aunt. After exchanging greetings, the 4 of them sat down and joined the group, eating snacks and chatting. And Yunzhou also went home, but a few days later than Yunxi, and didn't go with her. And Yunxi also met her eldest brother, Yunchuan, and her third brother, Yunchen. And Yunchuan, as the eldest of this generation, is the only one who has stopped studying. Born in 1988, he will be 29 years old after the new year. And Yunchuan didn't do very well on his college entrance exams and ended up in a junior college. After graduating with a bachelor's degree, he returned home to take over the family's car repair shop business. Young people are quick-witted, and he directly expanded the business by introducing car detailing services. They also registered a new brand, offering car repair, detailing, and maintenance. This segment had high profit margins, and coupled with years of experience in the repair shop, they had a considerable number of loyal customers. The car detailing and maintenance business quickly took off. And Yunxi had heard her second brother mention that her eldest brother seemed to have plans to open branches and create a chain brand. She hadn't asked for details and didn't know how things were going. It was a rare treat for everyone to get together, catching up on recent events and discussing the future. It felt wonderful. Because there would be a lavish New Year's Eve dinner that evening, lunch was relatively simple. As soon as lunch was over, preparations for the New Year's Eve dinner began. The whole family, young and old, pitched in. Grandma and her aunt were managing the family with great enthusiasm. Those who could cook helped in the kitchen, while those who couldn't prepared vegetables, washed dishes, and prepared food. In short, no one was allowed to slack off. And Yunxi was assigned the task of peeling water chestnuts. She moved a stool and sat down next to the electric heater, peeling the water chestnuts while watching a variety show on TV. Every now and then, her cheerful laughter could be heard. Before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the New Year's Eve dinner was on the table. As always, the Yin family prepared a lavish New Year's Eve dinner. Braised pork knuckle in soy sauce, taro with pork belly, 4 happiness meatballs, and braised pork belly were the 4 essential dishes. With pork, chicken, duck, fish, and beef were also indispensable. Spicy fish head, vinegar braised duck blood, celery stir-fried with beef, and dried radish stir-fried with cured pork were all included. There were also egg dumplings, pig's blood meatballs, pork belly stir-fried with baby bok choy, garlic-flavored romaine lettuce, stir-fried red mustard greens, and chestnut chicken soup. 13 dishes and a soup, plus fruit and roasted nuts, filled the large table with its rotating tray to the brim. Dinner's ready. The 13 members of the Yin family, young and old, sat together, awaiting the patriarch's command. Grandpa and Ngwangi raised his glass, glanced at his children and grandchildren, and said with a satisfied smile, "Another year has passed. Everyone's careers have developed well this year. Xiaoxi even got into Kyoto University. I'm very happy and gratified." Grandpa, and a former workshop foreman, spoke with considerable skill in this setting. "I hope everyone continues to maintain their good health, academic success, and career advancement in the new year. I also hope our family can live in harmony and progress together."
Cheers. Cheers.
Mom and Dad, wishing you good health. May the second child rise higher and higher. May your business flourish. May everything go smoothly in the new year. May you stay young and beautiful forever. Happy New Year. After the toasts, the New Year's Eve dinner officially began. Everyone raised their glasses, enjoying the food and chatting. Everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. The lively laughter mingled with the aroma of the delicious food, filling the night with the rich flavor of the new year. Taking this opportunity, and Yunxi threw about 10 nourishing essence pills into the soup and also added 2 marrow cleansing pills and 2 beauty pills. Detoxification, beauty enhancement, and energy replenishment, a 3-pronged approach. After all, opportunities to eat together at the same table are rare. She had to make the most of it. However, because the marrow cleansing pill would expel impurities from the skin after consumption, she dared not use too much each time. And the beauty enhancement pill, which works externally, was also used sparingly by Yunxi each time. Although the amount was small each time, it accumulated over time and had a significant effect. A system. Sign in. Ding dong. Signing in at the New Year's Eve dinner table, you have received a land parcel in the provincial capital as a gift package. The relevant property certificate and documents have been stored in your system inventory. And Yunxi, following the sign-in for a suitable land parcel for building a hotel on her cousin's wedding day, and Yunxi received another 20 million, 30 million, and 20 million in the following 3 days. Today is New Year's Eve, and the sign-in location is again at the New Year's Eve dinner table. And Yunxi had guessed that the system would give a big gift. But she really didn't expect it to be a land parcel gift package. Inside were 10 plots of land located in various provincial capitals. And Yunxi took a moment to leave and examine the information on these 10 plots. Sure enough, they were all between 20,000 and 30,000 square meters, suitable for building hotels. Fortunately, she had used several money-doubling cards and wasn't short of cash. Otherwise, investing in so many hotels at once might have been too much for her.
But now,
with money in hand, she was invincible. 10 hotels? Even 100 wouldn't faze her. After putting the information away, and Yunxi returned to the dining table. She didn't plan to hand over these plots to Qin Lian right now. Let him enjoy the new year first. Such leisurely days were probably numbered for him. The New Year's Eve dinner lasted 2 hours, from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. After finishing dinner and clearing the table, they started playing mahjong almost immediately, barely having time to chat. And Yunxi's 3 cousins and Yunza also started a game of cards. And Yunxi didn't join in, mainly because everyone told her not to. Playing against people who could remember and calculate cards was a terrible experience. Before she had her photographic memory, she could easily defeat everyone with her own abilities. Even now, she was even more formidable. So, she took a plate, filled it with fruit and snacks, and sat down next to her mother to watch. As long as she didn't offer any instructions, she still had the right to observe. Once the Spring Festival Gala started, she devoted some of her attention to watching the programs. She was eating, watching mahjong, and watching the gala all at once. She was very busy, but didn't feel bored at all. At 10 o'clock, Grandpa and Grandma gave red envelopes to their grandchildren and then went to bed. The others played mahjong, played cards, or watched TV. Around midnight, and Yunxuan and the others stopped playing cards and instead brought out the firecrackers and fireworks they had bought and set them out at the door. One particularly good thing about Yunzhou compared to Beijing is that, except for the city center, most areas allow the setting off of fireworks and firecrackers. Bang, 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 bang before midnight. A continuous series of fireworks and firecrackers rang out all around. And Yunxuan and Yunzhou lit the firecrackers placed at the door, and amidst the booming sounds, and Yunchen lit the fireworks one by one. The family stood at the door, listening to the overlapping and continuous sounds of firecrackers, watching the various fireworks in the sky, and making wishes and hopes for the new year. Yunxi, Happy New Year! After sending New Year's greetings to her friends, and Yunxi stared blankly at the message Zhou Shiyan had just sent. After a while, she typed a reply. Happy New Year, Brother Shiyan. Following the text was a cute little rabbit emoji wishing everyone a Happy New Year. In Beijing, Zhou Shiyan looked at the girl's reply and the somewhat adorable rabbit, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Ian, your dad and I are going to bed. You should go to bed early too. Yunxu yawned and went back to her room to rest with Zhou Xinhua. Zhou Shiyan also got up and went back to his room. After washing up and lying in bed, he thought for a moment, took out his phone, and transferred 88,888 yuan to the little girl, adding the note, New Year's money. After midnight, the fireworks ended and the New Year's Eve vigil was over. And Yunxi and her family of 4 drove back to their home. It was already very late, so they washed up and went to bed. And Yunxi didn't even see the transfer record. The next day, and Yunxi woke up naturally and picked up her phone to find a New Year's money transfer from Zhou Shiyan. And Yunxi was conflicted. Should she accept it or not? Aunt Yunxu had also transferred New Year's money to her yesterday, but that was from an elder, and she accepted it readily. But Zhou Shiyan, they were of the same generation. Something felt a little strange. Before Yunxi could figure it out, a message arrived. Why didn't you accept it? And Yunxi stared at the chat interface for 2 minutes. Then, she clicked to accept the transfer and explained, Just woke up. Any plans for today? Stay home all day, going to Grandma's house to pay New Year's visits tomorrow. The custom here is that people don't visit relatives on New Year's Day, and married daughters return to their parents' home on the 2nd day. Yeah, me too. Has Shiyan had breakfast yet? Yes, I have. Haven't you had? After sending the message, she realized the girl had just said she'd just gotten up. Then go wash up and eat something. Okay, let's chat again later. And Yunxi actually didn't know what to talk about with Zhou Shiyan. How to put it? She found it strange that Zhou Shiyan was chatting with her on WeChat. It didn't seem like Zhou Shiyan's style. If you can't figure something out, don't think about it. And Yunxi got out of bed and went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the system was as considerate as ever, refreshing the sign-in location to Lushan Yunjing Villa. And Yunxi signed in without leaving home. The system's reward for the first day of the Lunar New Year was a Lunar New Year gift package. Great, if there's something for the Gregorian New Year, there must be something for the Lunar New Year too. She gave the system a 99 out of 100 for its skill in balancing rewards, deducting 1 point to prevent it from becoming too arrogant. However, there were still some differences. The previous gift pack was an extra reward from the system, not counting against the daily login rewards. This time, however, it was a reward earned through daily logins. And Yunxi didn't know why there was such a difference. But it didn't prevent her from receiving the generous rewards. System, open the Lunar New Year gift pack.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for opening the Lunar New Year gift pack, receiving 1 billion in personal funds, 1 skill upgrade card, 1 100 million tenfold consumption cashback card, 1 500 million tenfold investment cashback card, 5 custom top-tier researcher summoning cards, 5 custom top-tier manager summoning cards, 1 3x funds doubling card, and 1 Patek Philippe Caliber 89 pocket watch. The first 7 items were the same as the New Year's Day gift pack. The last item changed from a limited edition sports car to a pocket watch. And Yunxi specifically looked it up. This is a limited edition pocket watch released by Patek Philippe. It boasts 33 complications, including a perpetual calendar, minute repeater, and star chart. It is said to be the most complex clock on Earth, and only someone with a degree in mechanical engineering can explain its principles. Furthermore, the design of this pocket watch took longer than a person completes a university degree. This watch is exquisitely crafted, possessing exceptional quality and workmanship, making it highly sought after by collectors. This pocket watch is worth a staggering $5.12 million, equivalent to over 36 million RMB. In short, it's extremely rare and precious. Nothing the system rewards her with is ordinary. Of all the cards given this time, and Yunxi used the card that multiplied her funds first. Now, she has over 1 trillion RMB in cash. As for the others, including the skill upgrade cards, and Yunxi decided to save them for later use. And Yunxi believed that even the 5 major families in Beijing, excluding other assets, might not have as much readily available liquid cash as she did. Who would have thought that a college student not even 20 years old would hold trillions of RMB in cash? On the first day of the Lunar New Year, she spent the day at home with her family. From the second day onwards, she began visiting relatives and friends to exchange New Year's greetings. On the second day, she visited her maternal grandmother's house, and on the third day, she visited her aunts at her uncle's house. She also had to arrange visits to her aunt and uncle's homes. A separate day was needed to host other relatives from the Yin family. 6 days in a row were packed with activities. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, working people had already returned to work, and the festive atmosphere gradually faded. Peking University's semester started on the first Monday after the Lantern Festival, February 13th. With 1 more week to go, and Yunxi resumed her study mode at home. She had several shooting competitions to participate in, which would require her to frequently request leave. This required applying to the university, so she needed to have good grades to prove herself. The second semester of her freshman year had more courses than the first semester. She had already reached an advanced level in finance-related courses, so that wasn't a problem. With her superb language skills, English was also no concern. She could study the other general education and elective courses on her own, which shouldn't be a problem either. Only math-related courses, such as advanced calculus and probability and statistics, still require some time. And Yunxi looked through the system's rich, beautiful, and successful courses and found math courses, which she selected directly. The advanced mathematics teacher doesn't take attendance, but homework is assigned every class. As long as she submits her homework on time and attends the midterm and final exams, attending class or not makes little difference. According to the system's requirements, she needs to score above 90 in every course. Achieving this will be quite challenging. Through her efforts, her hacking skills have successfully broken through to the intermediate level at 19%. Her musical instrument skills haven't changed much, only improving from 64% to 66%. The task of raising any skill to the master level through her own comprehension is still a mystery. when she can complete it, or even within the allotted time, and Yunxi has no idea. Speaking of tasks, and Yunxi suddenly remembered that she should have completed the task for last semester's final exam. Opening the system panel, she saw that it was indeed completed. System, claim your mission reward.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the learning mission, achieving excellent results in the final exams, all courses above 90 points. Reward, custom character summoning card *2, now stored in your system inventory. And Yunxi still had one of these summoning cards unused. Now her inventory has increased from 1 to 3. And Yunxi welcomes more of these useful items. With the final exam mission complete, a new mission has appeared. Please learn any 5 courses from the rich, beautiful, and powerful course to advanced level within 6 months. And Yunxi checked her skill panel. Currently, she has already learned 4 courses to advanced level through the system: etiquette, martial arts, calligraphy, and finance. That means if she upgrades just 1 more course to advanced level, this mission will be complete. This mission isn't difficult for her. After entering February, and Yunxi had another chance to draw a prize. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for participating in a lottery and winning 1 billion personal funds, which has been deposited into your black card at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Another cash reward. For an Yunxi right now, it's just a number. It's better than nothing, I suppose. While Yunxi was engrossed in her studies, the day arrived at February 11th, the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival. After finishing breakfast early in the morning, Yunxi drove to her designated check-in location for the day. Ever since she received the Lunar New Year gift package on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the system had started sending her money again. Although she wasn't short of money now, she wouldn't miss out on the 20 or 30 million the system offered. Today's check-in location was in front of the Yunzhou City Public Security Bureau. To be honest, this was the first time she'd ever seen a check-in location like this. She wondered what she'd get from checking in at such a place. The 25-minute drive passed quickly. Because there was no parking in front of the Public Security Bureau, Yunxi parked her car across the street and walked to the entrance. System, check-in.
Ding.
Checking in at the entrance of Yunzhou Public Security Bureau. Acquired 100% equity in Blue Shield Security Service Company. Limited relevant property certificates and documents have been stored in your system inventory. A security service company. At the entrance of the police station, she checked in at a security company. It seemed quite reasonable. And Yunxi checked the company's information. It was a company specializing in security services, including special cargo transportation, valuables escort, security services, bodyguard services, and security technology. Currently, it was the strongest private enterprise in this field. Many of the company's employees and management trainers were veterans. Before this, none of her businesses had ever ventured into this area. However, once the research institute was renovated, security would indeed be a problem. But now it seemed there was a solution to that problem. Excellent, excellent. The system must have read her mind again. Otherwise, how could it have given her such a reward? After returning home, Yunxi received a call from Huang Jinxiang, the head of Blue Shield Security. He was a veteran in his 40s, decisive and efficient. His ruthless and taciturn style, without any hesitation, appealed to Yunxi. The company headquarters was in Beijing, so Yunxi couldn't go there right now. She asked him to send over the information and briefly discuss the company's situation over the phone. After introducing Chu Ziyi to him, she didn't bother with anything else. After spending the Lantern Festival with her family, Yunxi took a flight to Beijing the following afternoon. With classes starting the next day, she went straight back to school. Upon arriving at her dorm, Yunxi signed in, receiving a reward of 20 million yuan in personal funds. Next, after unpacking and cleaning her dorm, it was time for dinner. Her roommates arrived, sharing the local specialties they had brought. Yunxi's braised duck, spicy small fish, chili sauce, and side dishes were a hit with her roommates. Oh dear, what am I going to do? I've gained several pounds over the new year. Tong Yao's sigh echoed in the dorm as everyone was engrossed in eating. If you stop stuffing food into your mouth, I'll reluctantly believe your worries. Chu Yu. glanced at her roommate, who was whining incessantly while eating. "You big devil, who burns so much energy every day like you. It's so hard for someone like her, who doesn't like exercise, to lose weight. Then play more badminton." Speaking of badminton, Tong Yao felt her arms and legs ache. She really didn't want to go through another full day of activities like last time. "We'll see. I can only say I'll try, wah." Sports are truly her nemesis. And Yunxi ignored her roommate's conversation. Right now, she was thinking about how to tell the teacher about frequently asking for leave. After careful consideration, she realized that no amount of talk could compare to proving herself with her abilities. So, on the first day of school, Yunxi faced an unprecedented comprehensive exam. Because Yunxi said she had already completed all the finance courses, not only the professors of the first-year basic courses, but also the professors of the second to fourth-year finance courses came. The department also contacted and arranged for professors from other departments to come for courses like English and mathematics. For all the professional courses, the professors first gave Yunxi an exam and then asked her questions one-on-one. Because there were many subjects, this exam lasted for 3 days. The results of the exam shocked all the professors, even the dean. They never expected that this student would complete 4 years of university-level professional courses through self-study before even finishing her first year. Not only did she complete them, but she also mastered them very thoroughly. It could be said that she had reached the level of an undergraduate graduate. Especially in English, even the English teacher felt that her English level was not as high as the students'. As for advanced mathematics, Yunxi had also completed the first-year content. In their School of Economics and Management, advanced mathematics is actually only required for the first year. Now that he'd mastered all the required material, the teachers didn't really care whether he attended classes or not. The teachers were inwardly amazed. Truly, new talents emerge in every generation. While others hadn't even chosen a direction yet, this person had already completed all the courses. This gap was probably enough to make the other first-year students despair. Unexpectedly, they had witnessed the emergence of a genius these past few days. Even more astonishing was that this person not only excelled academically, but had also joined the Beijing shooting team. Who knew he might become a world champion someday? Even at a university like Peking University, where teachers were used to seeing all kinds of academic superstars, they were astonished. This wasn't just any ordinary genius. They wondered how the student's brain worked. How could he have learned so much in such a short time? Indeed, comparisons between people are impossible. The final result was that Yunxi could skip classes, but she still had to take the midterm and final exams and achieve passing grades. On site, all her teachers, her homeroom teacher, her advisor, and the dean all signed her application. With this major matter settled, Yunxi had much more freedom in terms of time. Next, she needed to prepare for the first qualifying round for the Universiade. For her, there wasn't much to prepare. She just needed to understand the rules. The competition dates were set for February 24th to 26th at the Beijing Olympic Sports Center shooting range. It fell on a Friday and the weekend, so it wouldn't interfere with her classes at all, which was perfect. At the company, the top 3 floors of the Yunfeng Group's office building were already in use. Yang Wei and the others had already moved in. And Yunxi specifically asked Yang Wei to reserve an office for Chu Zi as well, and also arranged an apartment for him in the Baiyenshan residential complex. Chu Zi handled mostly business matters for her, and it wasn't ideal for him to always work in the villa. It was better to have an office. And Yunxi had also transferred her 2 billion yuan investment in the Dongliyuan resort. Because the investment was made in the name of Yunfeng Capital, and Yunxi first transferred the money to Yunfeng Capital's public account, and then injected capital into the resort in the company's name. While transferring the funds, she used the only 500 million yuan tenfold investment cashback card she received as a reward from her Lunar New Year gift package. With the funds in place, the design work could begin. And Yunxi took on this part of the work. Having access to the 3D panoramic map of the land, she didn't need to hire a designer. She simply designed everything according to the plan, like playing a game, and then exported all the images. And Yunxi completed the entire resort design in 1 day. After exporting and packaging the numerous design drawings, she sent them to Yang Wei, and then she could relinquish her responsibilities. And Yunxi used a custom character summoning card to find a person in charge for the resort project. Chen Weihua, 38 years old, has over 10 years of experience in resort operation and management. System ability score 99, skilled in marketing, management, and operations. At the same time, she used 2 custom top-level management personnel summoning cards to recruit a man and a woman as Chen Weihua's assistants. Male assistant Kai Junwen, 29 years old, ability score 96, skilled in management, planning, and communication. Female assistant Chang Yu, 28 years old, ability score 95, skilled in organization, marketing, and public relations. At the resort, all the investors have sent representatives to join the management team. This is understandable and perfectly reasonable. With Chen Weihua overseeing things, and Yunxi believes there won't be any major problems. As for Yang Wei, she already has an assistant, so Yunxi didn't assign her anymore. Regarding the group, Yunxi used summoning cards to recruit a brand director and an administrative director, responsible for the brand and administration departments respectively. The brand director, Ding Haicheng, is a man around 30 years old, while the administrative director, Fang Wen, is a woman around 29 years old. Although she still has many management personnel summoning cards, Yunxi hasn't used them anymore. Currently, the group is just starting out, but the core structure has been established. As long as the core executives are 100% loyal, recruiting other personnel according to procedures is acceptable. After all, they can't rely entirely on summoning cards. The HR department is established, but it needs to have work to do. As for Xi Yulin, Yunxi has also recruited an assistant for him, Zhai Jiwen. The research institute is still under renovation and doesn't have any formal research projects yet, so there's no need to assign more people. Although Yunxi can skip classes, she'll try to attend as much as possible unless she's busy with other things. Time flies, and soon it was time for the first round of the Universiade selection trials. In the 10+ days since the start of the semester, the only special reward Yunxi received for signing in, besides funds, was a permanent reaction speed enhancement buff she received on the day she participated in the shooting team's adaptation training. This, combined with the permanent dynamic vision enhancement buff she had previously obtained, was practically tailor-made for shooting. With these 2 buffs, Yunxi's shooting skills improved to a new level. Especially in the skeet shooting event, she would hit the target before anyone else could react. Having witnessed Yunxi's training, her coaches, Wen Liang and Wang Hui, had greatly increased their confidence in her. With this level of skill, she would absolutely crush the other competitors, and securing a spot in the Universiade would be no problem. Because it's the World University Games, participation is limited to current university students and those who graduated within the past 2 years, aged 17 to 28. This excludes many professional athletes. Therefore, although the Universiade is the second largest multi-sport event after the Olympics, often called the Little Olympics, its influence is still significantly less than that of the actual Olympics. For this selection competition, shooting teams from various universities and regions can send qualified athletes to participate. Kyoto University doesn't have a shooting team, and Yunxi is representing the Kyoto City shooting team in this competition. The day before the competition, February 23rd, Yunxi checked into the Kyoto City shooting team's dormitory. Tomorrow she will travel to the competition venue with the other members of the Kyoto City shooting team. At 8 a.m. on the 24th, all participating team members and coaches gathered on the team's arranged bus. This time, the Beijing shooting team had brought in all eligible athletes to register. However, because only university students currently enrolled or who had graduated within the past 2 years were eligible, some athletes who didn't meet the requirements had to cancel their spots. With 8 athletes participating, plus coaches and medical staff, the team wasn't small. Yunxi sat on the bus, gazing absently at the scenery outside the window. "Yunxi, are you nervous?" The speaker was a girl sitting next to her, Tianyu. Tianyu was a new friend Yunxi had just met yesterday. This girl was a freshman at Beijing Sports University, in the same year as Yunxi. She trained in the 10-meter air rifle, so she was participating in both the women's 10-meter air rifle and the mixed team 10-meter air rifle events. It's all right, I'm not nervous. Shooting had become muscle memory for Yunxi by now. Many times, she didn't even need to aim. The sheer feeling of raising her hand was enough to hit the bullseye. Yeah, you shoot so well. And Yunxi's name was already well known throughout the Beijing shooting team. From athletes to coaches, even the cafeteria ladies, everyone knew her. Her results were simply astonishing. Many people were saying, "Is this even humanly possible? Your training results are usually good. As long as you perform normally, there won't be any problems. This girl has the skill. She just needs to work on her mentality." I can only say I'll try my best. What she lacks most is consistency, which might also be affected by her mentality. Let's cheer each other on. For someone like her, the best solution is to participate in more high-level competitions while training. Only by constantly honing her skills and mentality in competitions can she have a chance to achieve a breakthrough. Because of the large number of participants, the first day was a group elimination tournament. Only those who advanced from the group stage could compete for the next round and qualify for the second round of selection trials in early April. This posed no challenge for Yunxi. In the morning's women's 25-meter pistol event, Yunxi successfully advanced to the finals as the top performer in her group. Since she also participated in the trap shooting event, she had a trap shooting group stage match in the afternoon. Unsurprisingly, Yunxi again advanced smoothly as the top performer in her group. Moreover, her seemingly effortless and consistently accurate shots put considerable pressure on the other competitors. The second day's competition was also a group stage, and attending the second day of the group stage was optional. Attending would mainly be for watching the competition, understanding the opponents, and learning from others. But this didn't hold much meaning for Yunxi. Therefore, she didn't go. Yesterday's check-in happened to be at the competition venue, and she received a permanent focus enhancement buff. Yunxi felt the system was trying to get her to collect all the shooting-related buffs. Moreover, this buff wasn't just useful for shooting, it would also help her with her studies and work. Increased focus naturally leads to increased efficiency in studying and working no problem. However, today's check-in location was a coffee shop. Ding dong. Checked in at the entrance of the Meat Coffee Shop in Beijing, receiving a top-grade coffee bean gift pack, now stored in your system inventory. Opening the gift pack, she found 10 kinds of coffee beans, including Panama Geisha, Jamaican Blue Mountain, and Sumatran Mantling. 1 bag of each type, each bag weighing about 5 pounds. Yunxi shook her head helplessly, feeling somewhat speechless. She muttered to herself, "Why is this reward from the system completely unpalatable? I don't even drink coffee." Looking at the pile of coffee beans in front of her, she really didn't know what to do with them. After much thought, it seemed the only solution was to give them away as gifts. Despite this, Yunxi wasn't too disappointed. After all, the chances of such an unfortunate situation happening were relatively small. Yunxi sighed inwardly and put the matter aside. February 25th was the final day of the qualifying rounds. All the contestants who successfully advanced from the group stage would fiercely compete for the final rankings today. The check-in location today was also at the competition venue, and the reward was a permanent aiming control enhancement buff. Does the system really intend for me to collect all the shooting-related buffs? Yunxi couldn't help but ponder. However, to be honest, these buffs were actually somewhat superfluous for her. After all, she already possessed god-level shooting skills. Whether she had these buffs or not wouldn't affect her chances of winning the competition. These were merely icing on the cake. As expected, in the end, Yunxi won first place in both of the projects she participated in without any doubt. All 8 members of the Beijing shooting team advanced to the second round, but only 4 events ranked in the top 3. Yunxi won first place in both events. Another boy won second place in the 10-meter air rifle, and the men's 50-meter rifle 3 position event ranked third. The other rankings were relatively lower. This result was expected. After all, although it was only a qualifying competition, it was still a national-level selection event. At this moment, both Du Zongping and Yunxi's 2 coaches were beaming with joy and satisfaction. If things continue like this, It seems that Yunxi getting a spot on the field at the Universiade is a done deal. Thanks to Yunxi, otherwise our team wouldn't have gotten a single first place this time, Du Zongping exclaimed after the competition. The competition is indeed quite fierce. Several promising young players have emerged from Haisher and Zhongbei, and our team doesn't have many qualified participants. But that's what happens at the university games. Wen Liang, the women's team leader who was present throughout the entire competition, was most familiar with the situation. Sigh, sometimes I think it would be great if Yunxi could participate in every event. Maybe she could sweep all the first-place finishes in women's shooting. Wen Liang and Wang Hui. You really dare to dream. All of them are unrealistic, but one or two more would be possible. After some thought, Wen Liang offered a relatively reasonable and feasible suggestion. After all, the current rules do allow athletes to register for multiple events. For example, in swimming, there have been instances where one athlete participated in over a dozen events at the Olympics and won over a dozen medals. However, most people have limited energy and cannot apply for too many events simultaneously. At most, they can only participate in both individual and mixed team events within the same event. But Yunxi is a special case, almost like a bug. She excels in almost every event. Given the opportunity, she will never disappoint. Let Yunxi register for one more event in next month's World Cup qualifiers. Let her choose what she registers for. Finally, Du Zongping made the final decision. When Liang and Wang Hui exchanged a glance, their eyes blazing with fierce competition. A silent contest was quietly unfolding. Just one more event wasn't enough to go around. Both wanted Yunxi to register for the event they were responsible for. To be honest, Yunxi's schedule this year was incredibly packed. There were the qualifiers for the Universiade and the Shooting World Cup. After qualifying, she would need to participate in both. In addition, there was this year's National Shooting Championships. If she secured a spot in the national games, she would have to participate immediately after the Universiade. Moreover, these competitions were held in different regions and even different countries, requiring her to travel extensively. Yunxi. Not to mention training, the competitions alone would take up a significant amount of her time. Whatever, when the competitions came, she would just participate. After the competition, Yunxi returned to school and resumed her busy studies. School life was so much more leisurely and carefree. Yang Wei handled things at the company and Chu Ziyi managed the other businesses. They only consulted Yunxi on major decisions. She didn't need to worry about anything on a daily basis. It was precisely because of this that Yunxi had the courage to agree to join the Beijing shooting team. Yunxi had already submitted the documents for the land in the 10 cities she had previously signed for Dechin Lian. Following the usual procedure, she purchased all the land from Yunxi's personal account under the company's name. This left the company account short of funds again. Therefore, Yunxi directly transferred 10 billion yuan into the company account. Unfortunately, she didn't have any investment cashback cards this time. However, soon after, another 7.5 billion yuan used to purchase land returned to Yunxi's personal account. Now, including the Jinxiu Jiangling Grand Hotel in Jiangcheng, the Jinxiu Shiguang Grand Hotel in Hangzhou, and the Jinxiu Baiyanshan Hot Spring Hotel in Beijing, plus these 10 plots of land, Yunxi Century Jinxiu Hotel Management Group will soon have as many as 13 five-star hotels under construction simultaneously. Qin Lian is going to be very busy. This is also because Yunxi has plenty of money. Otherwise, no one could have expanded such a large operation so quickly. Unbeknownst to many, March quietly arrived. March in the human world, the spring breeze begins to rise. As the temperature warms and the days lengthen, all things begin to awaken. The breath of spring begins to permeate every corner of the campus. Winter plum blossoms, mountain peach blossoms, and other flowers bloom first, clusters of blossoms on the branches, light and bright, as if announcing the arrival of spring. And then there's the thawed Weiming Lake, its surface rippling, the clear water reflecting the clear sky, and the beautiful spring sunshine, creating a picturesque scene. The bright spring sunshine can instantly lift one's spirits. In the March raffle, Yunxi won 100% equity in Amashi, China Cosmetics Company, Limited. This is a professional cosmetics OEM/ODM company founded in 1997. The company's business mainly focuses on skincare, makeup, and hair care products, including toners, lotions, and creams. Headquartered in Haishur, the company has factories in both Haishur and Huacheng. After reviewing the detailed information, Yunxi realized this company was far from ordinary. It was the largest cosmetics processing factory in China, practically controlling half of the domestic cosmetics market. Manufacturing for well-known brands like Lancôme, Estée Lauder, Dior, and Cannes were all done by Yunxi. According to financial data, Yunxi's sales reached over 11 billion yuan last year, with a net profit of 412 million yuan. This was quite a good business performance. However, Yunxi wasn't most concerned about how much money the company could make. What she was thinking about was ensuring a steady supply of production space for the products the company would develop and launch. Partnering with others was definitely not as convenient or reliable as having her own company. And here she was. The system was giving her another benefit. One day in March, Yunxi received a message from Zhou Shiyan. Yunxi, what have you been busy with lately? Zhou Shiyan had been very busy since the Lunar New Year, even taking a business trip to the south. Having finally finished his work and returned to Beijing, he suddenly realized he hadn't contacted the young girl in a long time. After noticing a change in his attitude towards Yunxi, he initially thought it was because his mother had asked him to take care of her more. But later, when his mother mentioned wanting to adopt Yunxi as her goddaughter, a feeling of reluctance unconsciously arose deep within him. The astute Zhou Shiyan immediately realized something was wrong. After some thought, Zhou Shiyan roughly understood. He probably had some different feelings for Yunxi. This was the first time in his life he had felt this way about a girl. Having confirmed his feelings, he naturally wouldn't let Yunxi go. But she was still a girl, not even 19 years old. The timing didn't seem right at all. After careful consideration, Zhou Shiyan decided to adopt a gradual, insidious approach. Yunxi, upon receiving Zhou Shiyan's message, was somewhat surprised. Although a little confused, she still typed a reply. I participated in a shooting competition last month, and I'm not busy anymore. While replying to the message, Yunxi suddenly remembered that she owed someone a meal. She had promised to treat Zhou Shiyan to a meal when she asked him to help review her business plan. Thank goodness, she had a photographic memory, Yunxi slapped her forehead in annoyance. Why did you go to a shooting competition? This surprised Zhou Shiyan. It's a long story, Brother Shiyan. Are you free tomorrow? I still owe you a meal. Shall we talk more when we meet? Yunxi decided to repay the debt as soon as possible. Noon or evening. I'm fine with anything, whenever is convenient for you. Tomorrow is March 10th, a Friday, and she doesn't have classes. Zhou Shiyan dialed the internal line and called Wang Lin to his office. What time is your appointment with Mr. Wang from Huaihua tomorrow afternoon? 3:30. If the meeting at 3:30 doesn't go well, it's hard to say when it will end. Contact him and ask if it's okay to arrive at 2 p.m. earlier. Yes, President. After receiving a reply that it was possible to arrive earlier, Zhou Shiyan sent Yunxi a message to arrange a meeting that evening. Upon receiving the message, Yunxi immediately called to reserve a table at the Plum Garden restaurant and then sent the address to Zhou Shiyan. Brother Shiyan, can we meet here at 5:30 p.m. tomorrow? Sure. Thinking for a moment, he felt that this answer might not be warm enough, so he quickly added, see you tomorrow. The following afternoon, after Zhou Shiyan finished discussing the cooperation, it was already 4:30 p.m. He went to the restroom to tidy himself up. Seeing that his appearance and attire were satisfactory, he grabbed his car keys and prepared to leave. Wang Lin, I'm going out for a bit.
You can go home now.
Wang Lin, seeing his boss's unusually cheerful mood, was a little surprised that his boss was in such a good mood today. Was it because the cooperation deal had been finalized? But after so many successes, the boss had always been expressionless. Today,
How to put it?
he seemed incredibly smug. Wait, smug? The boss even seemed to have tidied himself up before leaving. Could it be? No way. He seems to have learned some incredible news. Although it's hard to believe, his guess might be true. Wang Lin was filled with speculation and gossip, but he dared not share it with anyone, feeling a little stifled. However, no one knew or cared. His CEO was currently happily driving to meet the girl he liked. Because it was a dinner invitation, and Yunxi arrived at the Plum Garden restaurant early to wait. Luckily, she arrived early, otherwise the guests would have had to wait for her. The familiar courtyard house now presented a different scene. In this season of fluctuating temperatures, whether it's the new green leaves on the branches, the flowers and trees facing the sun, or the blossoms already in bloom, everything exudes the breath of spring. This touch of spring adds a sense of vitality to this ancient courtyard house. Yunxi, have you been here long? There's some traffic at this time, and it took Zhou Shiyan quite a while to drive here. No, I just arrived a little while ago. And Yunxi handed over the menu and said, Brother Shiyan, what would you like to eat? You order, I'm not picky. Seeing that he really didn't intend to order, and Yunxi smiled and said, Then shall I order? As she said this, she tilted her head slightly, her big eyes smiling as she looked at him, waiting for his reply. This little girl is so cute. With him looking at her like that, no one could refuse her. Zhou Shiyan thought to himself and smiled back at Yunxi. Order whatever you want, I'll leave it to you. And Yunxi looked at the menu, operated the ordering tablet for a bit, and ordered 4 dishes and a soup. This included 2 of the restaurant's signature dishes, braised shark fin and pork tenderloin. Brother Shiyan, would you like some wine? Although she didn't drink, she still wanted to ask her guest's preference. No, thank you. Without wine, and Yunxi asked the waiter to make a pot of tea. While waiting for the food, and Yunxi briefly mentioned joining the Beijing shooting team. A lot of competitions coming up? Yes, there are the Universiade and World Cup qualifiers, the national championships, the Universiade, the World Cup, and maybe even the national games. The young girl listed off this year's events one by one, her earnest expression amusing him. Then I wish you the best of luck in the competitions. The 2 clinked glasses with tea instead of wine. Soon, their dishes arrived, with the delicious food before them, and Yunxi quickly became engrossed in it. Zhou Shiyan was very attentive, serving Yunxi food, soup, and refilling her tea promptly. He also frequently inquired about Yunxi's recent situation. Although he asked many questions, they were subtly integrated into the conversation, making her feel comfortable at all. Without realizing it, he learned quite a bit about Yunxi. While Zhou Shiyan was serving Yunxi food, he took the opportunity to say, seemingly casually, there are many delicious places in Beijing. I'll take you to try them sometime. And Yunxi, enjoying her delicious meal, nodded upon hearing this. She had also noticed that many good restaurants were unknown to outsiders. She had only learned about the Plum Garden restaurant through Song Mingzhu's recommendation. Seeing the young girl's agreement, Zhou Shiyan's eyes unconsciously lit up with a smile. April is a particularly good time for spring outings in Beijing. We go every year. Would you like to come this year? He figured that inviting her to a group activity like this would be relatively easy. April was indeed a great time for outings. But she had a competition. And Yunxi swallowed her food, mentally calculated the competition schedule, and then looked at Zhou Shiyan, saying, I have 2 competitions in April. I only have time between the 4th and the 16th. Zhou Shiyan poured her another cup of tea before saying, the timing isn't a problem. Even if there was a problem, he would make it seem like one. Who's going? Wouldn't it be awkward if everyone was someone I didn't know? They're all people my age from the major families in Beijing, people I'm close with. Is that so? Zhou Shiyan is giving her a great opportunity to enter Beijing's social circle and build connections. However, Yunxi still asked with some concern, they're all your friends. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to go? You've already met quite a few people from the Song, Yi, and Yun families. You can also invite a few more friends you know. That sounds reasonable. I wonder if Mingzhu will go. If all else fails, I can invite Liang Wentao. Anyway, he's related to the Yi family, so it wouldn't be too awkward if he came along. Okay, let me know when you've set the time. Having arranged their next outing, Zhou Shiyan felt relaxed and happy. Unfortunately, Yunxi drove herself, so he missed the opportunity to take her home. In the last week of March, Yunxi participated in the Shooting World Cup qualifiers in Beijing. Unlike the Universiade qualifiers, this time there was no longer a requirement that participants must be university students. Therefore, This competition brought together all of China's top shooting athletes. According to the qualifier regulations, a total of 3 competitions were held. For the German Shooting World Cup qualifiers, the scores from the first and third competitions were added together, and the top 3 qualified athletes advanced. For the Azerbaijan Shooting World Cup qualifiers, the scores from the second and third competitions were added together, and the top 3 qualified athletes advanced. In addition to the women's 25-meter pistol and women's trap shooting events, Yunxi also registered for the women's skeet shooting event. She participated in all individual events. She didn't participate in any of the team events. After all, having another person involved meant having another factor she couldn't control. Clearly, her coach shared the same thought, as he didn't mention the team events to her at all. Wen Liang, who had only wanted Yunxi to register for the pistol event, was still a little resentful because he hadn't won against Wang Hui. Compared to the last Universiade selection trials, the competition this time was definitely much fiercer. However, this didn't put any pressure on Yunxi. She secured qualification for 2 World Cup events across 3 categories with an overwhelming lead in overall points. These 2 World Cup events were in May and July respectively. The Universiade and National Games were also in August, one after another. Just a few days after these competitions ended, the second round of Universiade qualifiers began from April 1st to 3rd. By the time Yunxi secured her 2 Universiade spots, she finally had about 2 weeks of free time. Yunxi returned to her normal campus life. During this month, Yunxi diligently checked in every day and received many good things. Not only did her personal funds increase, but several special and practical items caught her attention. First, she received 2 500 million yuan investment return cards with a 10-fold return. Also, she received a violet jade grape ornament worth 18 million yuan. This ornament, from its design to its carving, could be described as exquisite craftsmanship. It symbolizes many children and abundant blessings and great profits. Violet jade is like a young maiden from ancient times, innocent and pure. This ornament perfectly captures the unique color of violet. Each grape is crystal clear and lifelike, making it an absolute collector's item. It's so beautiful. It would be perfect for displaying in the villa at Yunxi residence. In addition, she also received a Maybach G650 Landaulet. This is a cool and stylish SUV. It's also a limited edition luxury car with only 99 units produced worldwide, priced at 15.88 million RMB after tax. Even with money, you can't necessarily buy one. Only a select few elites can enjoy the pleasure of driving it. With the top down, it looks like a pickup truck. With the soft top closed, it's a long wheelbase van. Whether it's limited edition or not, it doesn't seem to affect the system gifting it to her. At least for now, the cars the system has rewarded her with are all limited edition luxury cars worth tens of millions. The repeated large-scale spending had left Yunxi quite calm in the face of such situations. Besides these few items, the rest were all funds. The rewards for over 30 days added up to a considerable sum. However, the April lottery brought Yunxi another pleasant surprise. She won research data on shooting suits. Yunxi specifically inquired about it with her coach. In the 3 major categories of competitions, rifle, pistol, and skeet rifle athletes must wear professional shooting suits. The competition suits worn by air rifle shooters are also known as leather suits, including the shooting vest, shooting pants, shooting shoes, and gloves, made of special materials to aid in controlling the shooting posture. Shooting suits are indispensable equipment for air rifle athletes during competitions. However, for a long time, this type of competition suit has been monopolized by countries such as India, Germany, the Czech Republic, and South Korea. Having a leather suit custom-made abroad costs approximately 18,000 yuan, which is quite expensive. Given the frequency of use and wear and tear on high-level Chinese athletes, their leather uniforms must be replaced annually. Ensuring Chinese athletes wear high-quality, domestically produced equipment is indeed a pressing issue. So, she already has a solution? Upon seeing this information, Yunxi immediately dialed Yang Wei's number. President Yang, how's the renovation progress at the Research Institute? Although she already has Director Xi Yunlin, Yunxi still prefers to contact Yang Wei. The main building and dormitories are complete, and one annex is finished. Now only one annex and the living area are left. Can we put some sections into use first? Boss, we can put them into use in May. Because the boss requested expedited processing, all the renovation materials are environmentally friendly. After a month of ventilation and a professional deodorization company, it should be ready. For security, contact General Manager Huang at Blue Shield Security and get a comprehensive solution. Yes, boss. That way, she can start the research project next month and complete the task of initiating a research project. Speaking of tasks, Yunxi has already completed the task of learning any 5 courses in the rich and beautiful curriculum to the advanced level, because she has successfully leveled up her musical instrument skills to advanced. Hacks have also reached 95% of the intermediate level, not far from advanced. She has also reached 2% of the intermediate level in the newly enrolled math course. Once her hack skills also reach advanced, Yunxi decides to take one course at a time. This way, her energy won't be too scattered, and her progress will be faster. The reward for completing this task is ownership of Chateau Lacquer in Bordeaux, France. This is a first-growth winery located in the Bordeaux region of France, the heart of the world's wine industry. As one of the 5 first-growth Bordeaux estates in France, Chateau d'Ivoire, like its architecture, is unique in its perfect blend of elegance and grandeur. Chateau d'Ivoire wines are renowned for their elegance, delicacy, and gentleness. Chateau d'Ivoire owns 265 hectares of land, 80 hectares of which are dedicated to vineyards. The total annual production of wine is approximately 20,000 cases, resulting in a supply shortage and a lack of available stock in the market. Furthermore, it primarily operates on a pre-sale system, with over 75% being en primeur wines. Wine of this quality and level is generally unavailable to the average person. This winery, with over 400 years of history, has changed hands several times throughout its history. Now, for unknown reasons, it has been acquired by the system and is in her possession. This winery generates an annual revenue of 1.86 billion yuan from wine sales alone. This is the winery's primary and most direct source of income. Secondly, Yage Winery attracts tourists by offering tastings, tours, and experiential activities, further increasing revenue. Therefore, winery tourism is becoming a new and profitable channel. In addition, brand licensing is another important profit point for the winery. In other words, by collaborating with other industries, it maximizes brand value. All things considered, Yage Winery's annual revenue can reach over 2 billion yuan. Because they produce and sell high-end wines from premium regions, the prices are high and the profits are also high. This one winery alone can generate 890 million yuan in profit annually. This profit is more substantial than many large-scale enterprises. Even in Yunxi's Meshi Cosmetics Company, the largest in China, only generates a little over 400 million yuan in profit annually. After completing this learning task, the next task is the midterm exam, which is a routine task for Yunxi. The midterm exam is this month, so this task will be completed quickly. Mingzhu, there's a spring outing this weekend. It's for the sons and daughters of several prominent families in Beijing. Do you want to go? When she and Song Mingzhu were alone, and Yunxi told Song Mingzhu about the outing. You mean Peach Blossom Valley, right? Clearly, Song Mingzhu already knew about the event. Seeing her roommate nod, she asked curiously, Yunxi, are you going too? Yes, that's why I asked if you were going. If you are, we can keep each other company. My cousins seem to be going too. Let me ask first. Upon receiving news that Song Mingzhu and Song Mingrui were both going, Song Mingzhu happily said, My cousins are going too. Yunxi, I'll go with you too. Song Mingzhu's thoughts were actually similar to Yunxi's. She hoped to go with someone she knew. Okay, we'll go together. Yunxi, what's your relationship with the Zhou family? Song Mingzhu was quite surprised when her second uncle and cousin mentioned that Yunxi was very familiar with the Zhou family. However, Yunxi had been quite busy lately and most of the time other classmates were present at school, so she hadn't had a chance to ask. You mean the Zhou family? Aunt Yunxi and my mom are friends.
Oh?
Is that so? Is it that simple? This answer surprised Song Mingzhu. I was actually only a little familiar with Aunt Yunxi before, and the last auction was the first time I met Uncle Zhou. I thought you were related to the Zhou family. But having this connection was already quite good, considering her second uncle said the Zhou family, and Yunxi seemed very close. My family doesn't have any relatives in Beijing. And Yunxi had also contacted Liang Wentao and learned he would be going with his other cousin from the Yi family, so she felt relieved. At least she knew several people there now. The day before the outing, and Yunxi received another message from Zhou Shiyan. She was now used to him chatting with her on WeChat from time to time. Yunxi, are you driving tomorrow? Yes, driving is more convenient. Some parts of the road are mountain roads. Do you have a suitable car? Mountain roads? A sports car didn't seem quite suitable for an outing. However, this didn't stump her. Brother Shiyan, I have a Maybach G650 SUV. I'll drive it tomorrow. Zhou Shiyan. He had originally planned for the girl to ride in his car. In the CEO's office on the top floor of Zhongxing Group, the aloof and noble man frowned slightly, thought for a moment while holding his phone, and then continued typing a reply. Can I hitch a ride? My SUV just went in for maintenance. Brother Shiyan wanted to hitch a ride with her? And Yunxi was stunned. It wasn't that it was inconvenient, but she was just a little surprised. It's not inconvenient at all. Shall I pick you up from your house tomorrow? Yes, sure. No one saw that after replying. The man's ears turned slightly red. It was indeed a little embarrassing to have Yunxi pick him up. He was really going all out to ride with the girl. After ending her chat with Zhou Shiyan, and Yunxi felt that something was off, but she didn't think much of it. She had already checked the luggage Minghui had packed for her. Since she would be staying there for a day, she needed to bring a change of clothes. Daily necessities, skincare products, sunscreen, and the like were also essential. Minghui had also packed a hat, sunglasses, and a sun protective shirt for her. Even her camera was packed in its bag. Zhou Shiyan had told her that this time she only needed to bring her personal belongings. The rest would be taken care of by someone else. Anyway, she had her own immortal space. She could simply take anything she needed from it. So, a small suitcase was all she needed. Soon, the day for their picnic arrived. And Yunxi went to bed early and got up early, arriving at the Zhou family's courtyard house before 9 o'clock. Since Zhou Shiyan said his mother wasn't home, and Yunxi didn't go in to visit. Instead, she parked the car and called Zhou Shiyan to ask him to come out. Not long after, she saw Zhou Shiyan pulling a suitcase out of the gate of the Zhou family's courtyard house. Watching the man approach, and Yunxi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Handsome people really do look good in anything. The fitted design of his black jacket perfectly showcased his strong chest and broad shoulders. The business casual trousers hugged his leg lines, and his straight, long legs made Yunxi envious. As he walked, his steps were light and confident, each step exuding an air of composure. Having shed his formal suit, Zhou Shiyan, dressed casually, looked less serious, possessing a sunny and handsome charm. Especially the captivating smile that curved his lips slightly upward when he saw Yunxi, which momentarily stunned her. While Yunxi was still in a daze, Zhou Shiyan had already reached her. The man seemed quite pleased with Yunxi's stunned expression, his smile deepening. Yunxi, his deep and charming voice sounded in her ear, and Yunxi, snapping out of her reverie, felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Who would have thought that she, who had lived several lifetimes, would be so captivated by a handsome man? Quickly, Yunxi found a good reason for herself. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. She doesn't smoke or drink, so what if she likes to look at handsome men? Okay, Shiyan, let's go. And Yunxi pressed the car key to open the door, and Zhou Shiyan went around to the trunk to put his suitcase in. Looking at the two suitcases, one black and one white, neatly arranged side by side in the trunk, Zhou Shiyan felt inexplicably pleased. After closing the trunk, Yunxi was about to walk towards the driver's seat when she heard Zhou Shiyan speak again. Yunxi, I'll drive.
Okay.
With someone else driving, she could take a break. Why not? The cool, slightly rugged SUV started up and left the second ring road area, heading northwest into the suburbs. Their destination today was Miaofeng Mountain, northwest of Beijing, a 2-hour drive away. Brother Shiyan, should we meet up before we set off? No need. Let's go directly to Peach Blossom Valley in Miaofeng Mountain. And Yunxi, who had slept well the night before, didn't sleep in the car but chatted with Zhou Shiyan. Brother Shiyan, do these kinds of gatherings happen often? Yeah, about 3 or 4 times a year. That's great. It's a good way to relax and unwind. Zhou Shiyan smiled and explained, it's not always a leisurely outing like this. Sometimes we gather at the club for meals and drinks to explore business opportunities. Their gatherings aren't just for fun. Besides networking and maintaining relationships, they're also primarily looking for collaboration opportunities. It just so happens to be April this time, a perfect time for an outing.
I see.
She knew it. Many of these wealthy young men and women have jobs or are already managing businesses. They don't have that much time to go out and have fun. Leaving the high-rise buildings of the city, the natural scenery of green mountains and clear waters began to appear in the view. Miaofeng Mountain is located at the junction of Haidian, Chongping, and Mentuga districts in Beijing and is famous for its ancient temples, uniquely shaped pines, and strangely shaped rocks. The area boasts uniquely shaped rocks, ancient pines, and a serene, beautiful environment with a vegetation coverage exceeding 90%. It also hosts the largest traditional folk temple fair in North China, making it a scenic area near Beijing that combines cultural heritage with natural beauty. It must be said, the choice of this outing destination was excellent. From afar, and Yunxi could see the breathtaking scenery of blue skies, white clouds, green mountains, and lush grass, a sight that soothed the soul. And the peach blossom valley they were going to was perfect for visiting this season. Even before arriving, and Yunxi could see peach and apricot blossoms blooming across the mountains through the car window. Driving along the winding mountain road, it felt like being immersed in a vast sea of flowers. Upon arrival, Zhou Shiyan parked the car and led in Yunxi to an open area in Peach Blossom Valley. Passing through a large area shaded by sunshades, the two arrived at the innermost part of the open area. A small stream flows nearby, and just a few steps away, you can be right up close to the blooming peach blossoms. Looking out, a vast expanse of rolling hills covered in pink unfolds before your eyes. From this vantage point, every direction offers a breathtaking view. Under a large sunshade, quite a few people are already seated. Nearby, staff are setting up barbecue grills and preparing ingredients. Yunxi, you're here. Song Mingzhu immediately stood up to greet Yunxi upon seeing her. Let me tell you, the scenery here is absolutely stunning. Make sure to take lots of pictures later. Song Mingzhu, holding Yunxi's hand, said as they walked. Perfect timing, I brought my camera. She pointed to the camera bag Zhou Shiyan was carrying. Great, this camera takes much clearer pictures than a phone. She didn't pay much attention, but many people present noticed Zhou Shiyan's drastically different appearance. Can you imagine? The usually aloof Zhou Shiyan was carrying a rather bulky-looking camera bag, standing next to a girl, looking at her with a gentle expression. Several people even rubbed their eyes, thinking they were seeing things. I'm not seeing things, am I? Is that really young Master Yan? One of the men nudged his friend beside him. My eyes aren't blind. His friend glared at him, annoyed. Today has truly been an eye-opener. A woman has actually appeared next to young Master Yan. Judging from this, young Master Yan seems quite interested. This is interesting. If that person finds out, things will get interesting. While everyone was pondering, and Yunxi and her companions had already reached the sunshade. Young Master Yan. Young Master Yan. Everyone greeted them. The man nodded and gave a brief in response. Let me introduce you all. This is Yunxi, the owner of the Huanyu International Financial Building and a major shareholder of the Dongli Garden project in the western suburbs. Zhou Shiyan didn't want others to look down on Yunxi, so he chose to introduce two high-profile figures. His father had investigated her before, and he had seen the investigation materials. It was then that he realized the girl he had feelings for had such a powerful background. At that time, he wondered if his status as the young master of the Zhou family had lost all its advantages, making it even more difficult for him to pursue her. And Yunxi was completely unaware of Zhou Shiyan's thoughts, and even less so of the others present. However, after Zhou Shiyan said those words today, many people's gazes towards Yunxi changed. At first, some people genuinely thought she was just a female companion brought by young Master Yen. But now, they all realized that this girl's own background was probably not simple either. The Huanyu International Financial Building had indeed changed owners recently, and unexpectedly, the owner was her. This was a building worth tens of billions. What kind of family would give it to such a young upstart? At this moment, everyone looked at Yunxi differently. She was no longer someone Zhou Shiyan had brought. Those who had previously looked down on Yunxi also came to their senses. How could someone who could walk with young Master Yen be an ordinary person? Moreover, Yunxi seemed to have a good relationship with the Song family's young lady. Of course, this didn't include the Song, Yi, and Yun families, who knew Yunxi's background. Zhou Shiyan also knew that Yunxi wanted to expand her connections in Beijing, so he introduced her to the others who had come with him. There were about 20 people in total on this outing. The Zhou family only sent Zhou Shiyan and Zhou Shiren, a grandson from the second branch of the family. The Song family sent the Song brothers, Song Mingzhi and Song Mingzhu. The Yun family only sent Yun Jinyan, and the Yi family sent Yi Mashu and Liang Wentao. Yi Moyang was absent because he was abroad on business. As the grandson of the Yi family, Liang Wentao is quite well known among the young masters of Beijing. In addition, there were cousins Gu Chengyuan and Gu Lanxin from the Gu family, one of the 5 major families in Beijing. Yunxi had never met any of the Gu family members before, so she paid close attention to them. It was said that the Gu family's ancestors were imperial physicians, and their influence was mainly concentrated in the medical field. They had people holding positions in relevant departments throughout China, and the family had produced many highly skilled doctors. So far, Yunxi had made contact with all 5 major families in Beijing. Yunxi suddenly felt like she had collected all the cards to summon a dragon. Besides these few, there were 8 or 9 other people from other families. Among them were Yi Yunhan, Su Kai, and Xie Ziruan, all alumni of Yunxi's. Looking at them, she really knew quite a few people. Watching Yunxi greet everyone one by one, the crowd realized that Yunxi actually knew so many people present. Even Yunxi herself felt that this was too much of a coincidence. Anyway, she had met a bunch of young masters and ladies from Beijing's elite circles through various coincidences. Some through business, some because of her mother, some because of shooting, and some because of school classmates. In short, without realizing it, her network of connections in Beijing had expanded. As arranged, after arriving, everyone first had a barbecue. After eating, chatting, and resting for a while, they went hiking to enjoy the scenery. As the only 3 girls in the group, Yunxi, Song Mingzhu, and Gu Lanxin quickly struck up a conversation. They had 2 chefs specifically assigned to grill the meat, but anyone who wanted to try could grill it themselves. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shiyan actually grilled it himself, and he did it quite well. Wow, I didn't know you had this skill, bro. Zhou Shiren looked at the person earnestly grilling the meat in front of him, somewhat incredulous. It's not difficult. These words left Zhou Shiren speechless. He couldn't help but recall the fear of being dominated by this person since childhood. Having a genius cousin who could learn everything instantly was frustrating, wasn't it? His grandfather and parents constantly compared him to Zhou Shiren. What could he do? He wasn't bad either, just not as freakish as his cousin. If it weren't for his good attitude and easygoing nature, he would have definitely become depressed. Fortunately, now that his family knew about Zhou Shiren's freakishness, they rarely brought it up anymore. Seeing that Zhou Shiren had already grilled a bunch of meat skewers, Zhou Shiren grabbed one and started eating. After all, opportunities to eat food grilled by Zhou Shiren were rare. The grilled meat was surprisingly delicious. Zhou Shiren immediately grabbed 2 more skewers, mumbling between bites. Delicious. Zhou Shiren glanced at his cousin's unseemly eating habits, then continued diligently adding seasonings. He hadn't quite mastered the heat on the first batch, but since he liked it, he might as well eat it. Zhou Shiren, thank you. The others also started taking their grilled food from the chef's side. As for Zhou Shiren, no one dared to come over and take any. Zhou Shiren plated the grilled beef and lamb skewers, intending to take them first, as the meat wouldn't taste good cold. After finishing his plate, Zhou Shiren saw some fresh grilling and was about to reach for it when Zhou Shiren stopped him. If you want some, go grill it yourself. Then he watched as his cousin carried the grilled meat to the girls' table. Yunxi, this is what I grilled. You guys try some. You can grill? And Yunxi looked at him in surprise. Yes, I specifically learned how to make it when I was abroad. And Yunxi picked up a skewer of grilled lamb and took a bite. It was actually quite delicious. The lamb was grilled to a perfect crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, with not too much of a gamey smell, and the saltiness and spiciness were just right. With each bite, the fresh aroma of the lamb, the spiciness of the chili, and the unique fragrance of cumin exploded in my mouth. It was truly delicious. Seeing An Yunxi eat one skewer and then grab a second, Zhou Shiren was satisfied. You guys eat first, I'll go grill some more. Zhou Xian took a plate of skewers from the chef next to him, eating while watching Zhou Shiren's attentive behavior towards An Yunxi, inwardly marveling. He never expected his cousin to be so considerate of a girl. This was truly the first time he'd ever seen anything like it. Wasn't he always so aloof from women, with no woman able to get close to him? How come now? Has he met someone he truly likes? Wow, today was definitely worth it. I didn't expect to see such a spectacle. You guys eat too, it won't taste good when it gets cold. And Yunxi invited Song Mingzhu and Gu Lanxin to eat with her. The two exchanged a glance before each taking a skewer and starting to eat. As the saying goes, those involved are often blinded, while bystanders see clearly. Both of them naturally knew that Zhou Shiren had specially grilled these for An Yunxi. But as Yunxi's friend, what was wrong with eating a couple of skewers? And Yunxi didn't feel that they were grilled just for her. After all, Zhou Shiren had just said, you guys eat first. Although she had lived several lifetimes, and Yunxi actually had very little experience when it came to relationships. In her first life, the modern world, the apocalypse, and the cultivation world, she was always alone. The only time she was married was in the ancient world. But there, marriages were all arranged by parents and matchmakers. She only wanted to retire comfortably and had no feelings for her husband. In the end, because her husband affected her retirement life, she simply killed him. In that era where arranged marriages were prevalent from the beginning, she was determined to live a leisurely retirement life and had absolutely no feelings for this so-called husband. However, this husband was truly a scumbag. The harem of women severely disrupted her carefully planned retirement. If it weren't for the fear of him dying so soon after their marriage and leaving her with a reputation for being a jinx, she would have acted long ago. The final result was that she couldn't bear it any longer and personally killed him. From then on, she returned to her carefree retirement life as if nothing had ever happened. In other words, An Yunxi's romantic experience was practically zero. Therefore, she didn't notice anything different about Zhou Shiren's treatment of her. After all, from the moment they met, An Yunxi had perceived him as a humble, polite, and well-mannered young nobleman who had always taken good care of her. So his current care for her didn't seem unusual to An Yunxi, but to others it was quite obvious. Normally, young Master Yen wasn't this gentle and polite to others. They had never seen young Master Yen take care of anyone else. Not long after, Zhou Shiren brought over a plate of roasted chicken wings and drumsticks. Later, he also roasted a plate of vegetables. Before this, Song Mingzhu had already gotten some roasted food from the chef. Therefore, most of what Zhou Shiren roasted went into An Yunxi's stomach, and he finished the rest himself. Zhou Shiren gave Song Mingzhu and Gu Lanxin a satisfied look. Seeing that An Yunxi had almost finished eating, Zhou Shiren quickly opened a bottle of plum juice and handed it to her. One handed it quickly, the other accepted it naturally. The two girls opposite watched the handsome man and beautiful woman's sweet interaction with sparkling eyes, already secretly shipping them as a couple. And Yunxi, however, remained oblivious, completely unaware of the unusual atmosphere. After filling their stomachs and resting for a while, the group began their ascent up the mountain along the hiking trail. The afternoon's plan was mainly for flower viewing. Miaofeng Mountain Peach Blossom Valley, true to its name, boasts peach and apricot blossoms distributed vertically with increasing altitude. April's blossoms have faded in the city, but the peach blossoms in the mountain temple are just beginning to bloom. It was April, the height of spring, and while the peach blossoms in the city were gradually fading, the peach blossoms on the mountain were in full bloom. Buds were forming on the mountain, while blossoms were bursting open in the breeze below, densely crowding the branches, filling the valley, and spreading a refreshing peach fragrance. The group strolled along the trail among the flowers, stopping frequently to admire the captivating scenery. The three girls transformed into photography fanatics, snapping countless photos from various angles and poses. After discovering Zhou Shiyan's decent photography skills, and Yunxi unhesitatingly handed him her camera. For the rest of the trip, Zhou Shiyan became the three beauties' photo prop. This scene truly opened everyone's eyes. It turns out young Master Yan can be so approachable and down-to-earth. If they didn't witness this now, they might not have another chance. Although Zhou Shiyan was providing photo services to the beauties throughout, he seemed to be in a very good mood, because he seized the opportunity to take several photos with Yunxi. Zhou Shiyan was adept at finding opportunities, taking photos with others as well as with Yunxi. And Yunxi, however, didn't notice any difference in Zhou Shiyan's attitude. Thinking about the future photos of the two of them together, Zhou Shiyan was brimming with joy, showing no sign of displeasure at being used as a tool. They arrived at Peach Blossom Valley in Miaofeng Mountain, where the peach trees were most abundant and densest. The scenery at this moment was truly breathtaking, captivating all who beheld it. The group strolled along, admiring the beautiful scenery on both sides. The peach blossoms on each branch were clustered together, some dense, some sparse, each with its own unique beauty. Upon closer inspection, a layer of delicate white hue could be seen beneath the pink petals. A gentle breeze blew, and the petals drifted down, carpeting the silent earth, seemingly settling into everyone's hearts. Standing on the viewing platform, the pink mountain peach blossoms and verdant forests complemented each other beautifully, creating a picturesque scene that captivated visitors. Completely captivated by the beauty, and Yunxi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Springtime is truly a time to get out and about. If it weren't for Yan's invitation, she would never have seen such beauty. Moreover, she knew that Miaofeng Mountain offered different scenery in each season. There was also the North China Wonder, a 1,000-acre rose garden, which hosted annual cultural events such as the Miaofeng Mountain Goddess Temple Fair, Spring Fair, the Rose Festival, the Lilac Festival, and opportunities to hike and admire the autumn leaves. The saying, surrounded by mountains on all sides, a picturesque scene, blooming flowers every day of the year, perfectly describes this place. Indeed, there are some things that Dongliyuan Resort could learn from here. And Yunxi had already silently made plans for future visits. Seeing that it was getting late, the group turned back. They needed to return to the place where they had barbecued at noon, then drive to the hotel on the mountain for dinner and accommodation. The rooms were all booked in advance, and everyone quickly checked in and then gathered at the hotel restaurant for dinner. The hotel restaurant served local specialties, and the rustic farm-style dishes whetted the appetites of the group of wealthy young men and women who were somewhat tired from hiking for half a day. They ate with great relish. And Yunxi also ate quite a bit, especially a wild vegetable that she couldn't name, crisp and refreshing, her favorite. However, seeing Zhou Shiyan constantly putting food on the girls' plates at the table, everyone's hearts were once again quite shaken. Song Mingzhu and Gu Lanxin ate a bite, glancing at the food, their meal accompanied by their romantic pairing, and before they knew it, they had eaten more than half a bowl of rice than intended. After dinner, it was free time. Some went for a walk, some played billiards at the hotel, and some went back to their rooms to rest. And Yunxi, who had practiced martial arts since childhood, didn't feel tired and wanted to take a stroll nearby. But Song Mingzhu and Gu Lanxin wanted to go back to their rooms to rest. So when Zhou Shiyan suggested they take a walk together, she agreed without hesitation. This was a residential area in the mountains, where the hotel restaurant and shops were concentrated. Although it was already dark, the area wasn't deserted. The surrounding paths were all illuminated by streetlights. The two walked slowly along the stone-paved path. The evening breeze brought a chill. Zhou Shiyan looked at his thin jacket, then add in Yunxi's thicker coat, and suddenly felt as if he had no use for his martial arts skills. Brother Shuryan, have you been here before? I came once when I was little, but it wasn't this nice back then. I didn't expect there to be such beautiful natural scenery around Beijing. You like it here? Yes, I like it. Hearing Yunxi say she liked it, several new plans started popping into the man's mind. The scenery here is different in every season. We can come back again sometime. This was exactly what Yunxi wanted to hear. Yunxi smiled, her eyes crinkling, and happily said, okay, completely unaware that the we he mentioned was different from the we she understood. The dim yellow light of the streetlights slanted across them, their long shadows intertwining on the ground, creating a warm and beautiful scene. They chatted and strolled for half an hour before returning to the hotel. Zhou Shuryan escorted Yunxi to her room. Go to sleep early tonight.
Good night.
Back in her room, Yunxi didn't forget her daily check-in task. Ding dong. Checked in at Miaofeng Mountain Residence Hotel, received design and construction blueprints for 10 scenic spots, now stored in the system inventory. This is something new again? Yunxi opened them and saw the designs and construction blueprints for 10 scenic spots, including Ziyuan Finghe, bamboo forest maze, reeds and rushes, and hidden fragrance and sparse shadows. All the designs were based on the existing scenery of Lingbo Mountain and its surroundings. Isn't it perfect for her Dongli Garden? After arriving at Miaofeng Mountain, Yunxi also felt that Dongli Garden lacked some must-see attractions. And sure enough, the system delivered a helpful gift just as she was getting sleepy. How thoughtful! Yunxi immediately exported these images from the system, packaged them, and sent them to Yang Wei and Chen Weihua. At the same time, she also sent them to several shareholders of Dongli Garden, attaching her new ideas. As for whether it would increase investment, Yunxi said, that's no problem. The next morning, Yunxi woke up to the crisp chirping of birds in the mountains. Getting out of bed, putting on a coat, Yunxi opened the door and went to the balcony. This hotel, nestled in the mountains, gave off a feeling of a secluded paradise. Far from the hustle and bustle, it felt like being embraced by nature. A gentle morning breeze swept across the balcony, carrying the fragrance of the mountains and fields, possessing a mystical power to cleanse the soul. Standing on the balcony and gazing into the distance, the mountains stretched endlessly, layer upon layer, their verdant green and pink hues creating a breathtaking panorama. The villages at the foot of the mountains appeared and disappeared in the morning mist, while the mountaintops were shrouded in clouds, making one feel as if they were in a fairyland. Such scenery can only be seen if you get up early. Yunxi, good morning. Yunxi turned around and saw Zhou Shuryan. He lived in the room next to Yunxi's, the balcony of which was suspended some distance from her room. Good morning, Brother Shuryan. Up so early? I wanted to go for a run. Let's go together. Okay. After these few interactions, Zhou Shuryan had left a good impression on Yunxi. He was very tactful and adept at reading her emotions. Therefore, she felt no pressure or discomfort when interacting with Zhou Shuryan. After washing up and changing clothes, the two started running along the mountain path. The morning air in the mountains was incredibly fresh. Taking a deep breath, she could almost smell the grass and morning dew. Running in such an environment felt absolutely wonderful. If one could live here long-term, almost anyone could live a few years longer. Shuryan, it's about time. Let's go back for breakfast. Yunxi glanced at her watch and suggested, okay, let's go. The two returned to the hotel and ran into Song Mingjie and his two companions who had just gotten up and were having breakfast. You guys went for a run?
Yeah.
Zhou Shuryan was as concise as ever, as if he were a completely different person from the one who tried so hard to find things to say in front of Yunxi. Mingjie, I'm going back to take a shower first. I'll come find you later. Go ahead. You're all sweaty. They'll wait for you in the restaurant. The group greeted each other and returned to their room after a few words. Having sweated a bit, Yunxi washed her hair while showering. It took her quite a while to blow-dry her hair and do her skincare routine. While she was applying lipstick, she heard a knock at the door. Yunxi, are you ready? It was Zhou Shuryan's voice. Wait a minute. She quickly put on her shoes and slung her backpack, which she had packed the night before, over her shoulder. Opening the door, she saw Zhou Shiyan standing there waiting for her, carrying her camera bag. Let's go. After breakfast, everyone packed their luggage and gathered in the hotel lobby, ready to head to their destination for the day. According to the plan, their destination this morning was Miaofeng Mountain. This was one of the scenic areas of Miaofeng Mountain that required an entrance fee, containing attractions such as the Golden Summit White Pagoda, the Nyangyang Temple, and the Steel Forest. Once everyone arrived, they drove to the parking lot at the entrance of the scenic area. They needed to buy tickets here to enter the scenic area and then explore on foot. This place was actually located at the summit of Miaofeng Mountain, with the main peak reaching an altitude of 1291 meters. This was a place where every corner told a story, a temple, a pagoda, a bell, a tree. Everything seemed to tell a tale of the years and vicissitudes it had endured. The group walked slowly, guided by the tour guide, and soon arrived at their main destination. Ahead stood a huge stone tablet with 4 large characters, Jinding Miaofeng, Golden Peak Wonderful Peak, inscribed on it. Behind the tablet were tall, green pine trees and ancient buildings. The crimson walls, bathed in sunlight, shone brilliantly and were very eye-catching. This was the Nyangyang Temple atop Miaofeng Mountain. The Lingon Palace, Huixiang Pavilion, and Yuhuang Peak Temple Complex, nestled against the mountainside, are arranged in a staggered, undulating fashion. And Yunxi followed the group into the temple, traversing stone steps and alleyways. The ancient blue brick walls bore clear traces of time's passage. Looking out from the archway, towering mountain peaks were faintly visible. Following the guide's tour of the temple's palaces, and Yunxi casually lit incense. Having traversed several worlds, and Yunxi readily accepted these mystical and mysterious things. While inside the temple, and Yunxi didn't forget to sign in for the day. To be honest, this was the first time the system had given her a temple as a sign-in location. And Yunxi was quite curious about the sign-in rewards. Ding dong. You've checked in at the Miaofeng Mountain Nyangyang Temple and received a Taoist Blessed Jade item gift pack, now stored in your system inventory. And Yunxi immediately opened the gift pack and found 10 jade ornaments and accessories inside. 1 white jade guanyin statue, symbolizing a child. 1 green jade gourd for attracting wealth, warding off evil, and protecting the home, and 8 jadeite safety buckle pendants. And Yunxi. If there was one expression that could represent her current mood, it would definitely be sweat. The safety buckles were alright, but what the heck was this guanyin statue? Could it be because the check-in location was the Nyangyang Temple? The tour guide had just mentioned that the Nyangyang Temple is also known as the Miaofeng Mountain Bixia Yuanjun Shrine, Huiji Shrine, etc. The main deity enshrined here is Bixia Yuanjun, also known as the Taishan Nyangyang, the daughter of the Eastern Peak Emperor Taishan God, believed to possess divine powers such as protecting descendants, exorcising evil, and curing diseases. In folk legends, Bixia Yuanjun possesses boundless magical powers, capable of blessing agriculture, commerce, marriage, and travel, as well as healing the sick and saving lives. Especially for her, she is said to grant wishes for children to be born early and free from illness and misfortune. It is said that prayers for children here are very effective.
Well.
Anyway, it's a piece of mutton fat jade. Even if you don't use it to pray for children, it's still a very nice decorative item. Besides the temple, their traces can be found in other places, such as the Miaofeng White Pagoda standing in front of the mountain gate, the Great Wisdom Bell in the Kishinal Tea Garden, the life-saving pine covered with red ribbons, and the Miaofeng Mountain ancient road lined with towering ancient pines. It's a pity it's not temple fair season, nor is it the season for roses to bloom. Otherwise, they would definitely have experienced it. Fortunately, this place isn't far from the city. They can drive over whenever they want. It was almost noon when the group left the scenic area and drove to a highly rated farmhouse for lunch. The chickens, ducks, fish, and pigs here are all raised on-site, the vegetables are homegrown, and the dishes are all very home-style farmhouse fare. Good ingredients combined with skillful cooking made for a truly delicious meal. The person who arranged this trip had clearly done their research. It has to be said, this kind of trip, where you don't have to worry about anything and someone else arranges everything perfectly, really made Yunxi feel good. After lunch, they started their return journey as planned. On the way back, Zhou Shiyan drove again. Upon arriving at the Zhou family courtyard, Yunxi drove back herself. Before parting, Zhou Shiyan asked, "Are you going to be busy soon?" It seemed the little girl was about to have a competition. Yunxi nodded and replied, "Back to school for classes and to prepare for the competition. Good luck in the competition." "I will. Call me if you can't solve anything." Yunxi glanced at Zhou Shiyan curiously. This guy really listens to Aunt Yunxi and wants to solve her problems and troubles. Feeling a little strange, but seeing his sincere eyes, Yunxi nodded again. "Shall I go back now?" Zhou Shiyan waved, adding worriedly, "Drive carefully, be safe."
Okay.
She felt that Zhou Shiyan was a little different today, seemingly a bit long-winded. On the way back to Yunshui residence, Yunxi thought to herself. A new week began, April 10th to 15th, which happened to be midterm exam week. Yunxi diligently studied and took her midterm exams at school. On the weekend, she took leave in advance and went to the shooting team for pre-competition acclimatization training. The National Shooting Championship was just 3 days away, Yunxi felt there was absolutely no need for this so-called acclimatization training. Whether she was acclimatized or not wouldn't affect her godlike shooting skills. Moreover, she currently had 5 shooting-related buffs stacked up. That's right, after receiving 4 buffs previously, she had now gained a permanent shooting feel enhancement buff through daily check-ins. Each one was a cheat code for shooting competitions. She could confidently say that in any event she participated in, she could guarantee being invincible worldwide. However, the coach strongly insisted, and since it was the weekend and she had no classes, she reluctantly participated. During this time, the midterm exam results were released. Seeing the discussion about it in the dormitory group chat, Yunxi quickly logged into the academic affairs system to check her grades. Thank goodness, she met the requirement of scoring above 90 points. She immediately opened the system panel and claimed the task reward.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the learning task, achieving excellent results in the midterm exams. All courses above 90 points. Reward. Comprehension enhancement buff. Permanent. Loading will begin in seconds. Loading countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. This is. After getting a cheat code for shooting, now it's giving her a cheat code for studying?
Ding.
Comprehension enhancement buff loading. A cool sensation rushed to the top of her head, Yunxi felt a mysterious energy developing her brain. Many previously obscure and difficult concepts that required careful thought were now easily understood. This comprehension enhancement buff combined with her photographic memory skill was a perfect match. Her learning efficiency would see a qualitative improvement from now on. Haha. The system probably felt she had too many tasks and was lightening her load. The system is really too good to her. With it, Mom won't have to worry about my studies anymore. Taking time off to participate in the competition and maintaining good performance was definitely not a problem. On April 17th, Yunxi and the Beijing shooting team flew to Jinan City in Fujian province. The pistol and skeet shooting events of this national shooting championship were being held at the Priyang City Sports Training Base in Fujian province. However, since Priyang City doesn't have an airport, they needed to fly to Jinan City, the capital of Fujian province, first, and then take a car from Jinan Changal Airport to Priyang City. Yunxi was somewhat relieved that the pistol and skeet shooting events were being held in the same place. Otherwise, she would have had to rush to 2 different locations. After getting off the plane, the team arranged transportation directly to their accommodation. As usual, they were assigned standard rooms. Yunxi shared a room with Zhang Yujia, another member of the women's pistol team. They had become quite familiar with each other after training together for the past few days. The pistol events were held first. Therefore, everyone who came was from the pistol shooting team. As for the skeet shooting team, since the registration date is the 25th, apart from Yunxi, who is competing in 2 events, the others haven't arrived yet. This pistol competition has brought together 31 teams from across the country, with a total of 608 athletes and coaches participating. The results of this competition will largely determine each team's qualification for the national games. In the shooting competition, the pistol event is divided into 5 sub-events, with a total of 5 gold medals and 15 medals to be awarded, making the competition extremely fierce. The 17th was mainly for athlete registration and physical testing. These were all arranged by the coaching staff. The athletes simply needed to follow instructions. After a night's rest, the next day consisted of training, equipment checks, and a formal meeting. The official competition began on the 19th. And Yunxi's team's event was scheduled for later, not starting until the 21st. For the first few days, they either watched others competed or continued training somewhere. To be honest, it was a bit boring for Yunxi. In the first 2 days of competition, the Beijing shooting team won a bronze medal in the mixed team air pistol event. The best result in the women's 10-meter air pistol event was 4th place, unfortunately missing out on a medal. In addition, she won a silver medal in the men's 25-meter rapid-fire pistol event. On April 21st, it was finally Yunxi's turn to compete. In the women's slow-fire pistol event, Yunxi was temporarily ranked first. Tomorrow, she will continue to participate in the women's rapid-fire pistol event and the final. While Yunxi performed well in the first round, the men's 10-meter air pistol final also concluded, with the Beijing team performing steadily and winning a silver medal. On the 22nd, the last day of pistol events, Yunxi lived up to expectations and easily won the gold medal in the women's 25-meter pistol event. Ultimately, the Beijing shooting team's pistol team finished with a result of 1 gold, 2 silver, and 1 bronze medal. The pistol team returned home on the 23rd, but Yunxi still had to wait here to join the skeet shooting team that would arrive the day after tomorrow to continue participating in the next competition. Yunxi didn't rest these past 2 days, spending a day wandering around the nearby scenic spot, Meizhou Island. Mainly because the system's check-in location that day was right there. She went on a trip to relax and unwind, and also completed her daily check-in tasks, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In April, Meizhou Island was bathed in gentle sea breezes, its azure waves rippling. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the golden sands and turquoise waters reflected each other beautifully. Renting a bicycle, she rode along the colorful roads, listening to the waves crashing against the rocks, marveling at this magical symphony of nature. She had lived several lifetimes without ever truly traveling and seeing the world's beauty. Yunxi thoroughly enjoyed this moment of leisure and tranquility. She played on the island until 6 p.m., then returned to her hotel after dinner. The remaining day, Yunxi stayed at her accommodation, studying the courses within the system, taking a break, and adjusting her state. The system rewarded her with some new items for her check-ins in Pyongyang City these past few days. On April 17th, she checked in at Jinan Changal Airport and received the Research Institute's security plan. Yunxi didn't know what connection the airport and the Research Institute's security had, but the reward system had given her the prize anyway. And it was exactly what she needed. Without hesitation, Yunxi sent the plan to Yang Wei, asking her and Xian Yulin to coordinate with Blue Shield Security and implement the plan. As for the proposal from Blue Shield, we can add better ideas if needed. But the system's proposal is probably quite comprehensive. This is just a polite remark. After all, it's a company under my own name. I can't be too harsh on them. On April 18th, I checked in at the Pyongyang City Sports Training Base and received the shooting team's training plan. Yunxi glanced at it. The training plan was quite comprehensive, covering rifle, pistol, and skeet shooting. It included everything from dynamic vision training, aiming training, concentration training, breathing training, and reaction time training. If you can think of it, it can do it. Great stuff. Isn't this exactly what the national shooting team needs? However, I'll have to wait a bit before revealing this information. It's not the right time yet. Once she achieves a certain level of success in shooting, revealing this plan won't seem too abrupt. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a bit absurd for a newbie like her, who's only recently started shooting, to produce a training plan more professional than the national teams? Yunxi was always very cautious about using things whose origins were unclear and could easily arouse suspicion. For the next 4 days, Yunxi competed at the training base, and her daily sign-in rewards were all money. After the pistol team left, she could go out and wander around again, and the sign-in location refreshed by the system had changed. On April 23rd, she signed in at Meizhou Island in Puyang City and received a gift package of Fujian specialties. And Yunxi opened the gift package and found 4 kinds of tea inside: Anshi Tiguanyan, Wui Rock Tea, Fuding White Tea, and Yongchun Buddha's Hand Tea, all top quality. She had sent some of the top quality tea gift packages given by the system to Aunt Yunxi's family and also sent some home. She actually still had quite a few left stored in her Purple Cloud immortal mansion. Unexpectedly, this time the gift package contained 4 more kinds of tea. Besides tea, it also includes 10 local specialties: Huaishan red mushrooms, Gudian white fungus, Guanxi pomelo, Longyan aged liquor, Lianjiang dried abalone, and Zhurong ginseng. With the system involved, the quality is guaranteed to be top-notch. These local specialties are excellent for personal use or as gifts. She had the money, but didn't know where to buy such top-quality items. It would be great if the system could occasionally provide some like these. Thinking this, Yunxi quickly moved the pile of local specialties to the warehouse of her Purple Cloud immortal mansion. On April 24th, she checked in at Yida Plaza in Puyang City and acquired 10% equity in Yida Group. And Yunxi, Yida Group? She didn't need to look it up to know. It was a Fortune 500 company in China with 4 major industries: commerce, culture, real estate, and finance. Its giant urban complexes, Yida Plaza, were located in major cities across the country, boasting the largest property area in the world. Wherever they went, they often became local landmarks. And Yida Cinemas was the #1 cinema chain in the country, even larger than her own Huai Cinemas. This is the Yida Group, with annual revenue exceeding 60 billion yuan and annual net profit reaching 3.9 billion yuan. Although she only owns 10% of the shares, the benefits of being a shareholder of Yida Group are enormous. To be honest, the rewards the system has been giving her recently have been quite valuable. On April 25th, Yunxi successfully joined the Beijing shooting and traverse team and completed the registration and physical testing procedures as arranged by the organizers. In the skeet shooting events, Yunxi participated in both the women's skeet and women's trap events. The setting allows participation in both events simultaneously. It's unclear if this is possible in reality. Therefore, Yunxi was quite busy during this competition. After registration, there was another day for training and equipment checks. After 4 days of intense competition, Yunxi successfully won 2 championships in the women's skeet and trap events. The Beijing skeet shooting team also won 2 gold, 1 silver, and 1 bronze medals. Adding the 1 gold and 1 bronze medal won in the rifle event, the Beijing shooting team's total medal count at this year's championship is 4 gold, 3 silver, and 3 bronze. Combined with the 3 main events, rifle, pistol, and skeet, there are 15 sub-events, resulting in a total of 15 gold medals and 45 medals. Within Yunxi's presence, the Beijing shooting team became a dark horse, achieving excellent results in this national shooting championship. Du Zongping was once again grateful that they had specially recruited Yunxi into the team. Of the 4 gold medals this time, Yunxi accounted for 3. Without Yunxi, based on the others' performance, they would only have won 1 gold medal. Moreover, with Yunxi's strength, this national competition is just the beginning. Next, she will achieve even better results on a larger stage. He seemed to see a bright future for Yunxi and the Beijing shooting team and a path to world-class glory. After the previous 2 qualifying rounds and this national championship, Yunxi has already made a name for herself in the domestic shooting world. After all, this was the first time they had seen an athlete training and competing in both pistol and skeet shooting simultaneously. Moreover, her outstanding performance, scoring 10 points or higher on every pistol shot and consistently hitting the bullseye in skeet shooting, has amazed many coaches and athletes. Furthermore, they heard that Yunxi was also quite good at rifle shooting, almost as good as her pistol scores. Although it was unbelievable, she proved herself to the world with her achievements. She was an all-around shooting genius. She excelled in everything and did it all exceptionally. Well, how could this not astonish them? Unbeknownst to Yunxi, the news that a shooting prodigy had joined the Beijing shooting team had already spread throughout the national shooting community. This national shooting championship was Yunxi's first time competing and winning a championship in a formal competition. The previous 2 competitions were just qualifying rounds. With 3 gold medals in hand, Yunxi had completed her mission of participating in and winning a national level or higher shooting competition. Yunxi only remembered to claim her reward after the skeet shooting competition.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully completing another task participating in and winning a national level or higher shooting competition. Reward: 1 skill upgrade card, already stored in the system inventory. Another skill upgrade card. Yunxi had saved up the Lunar New Year gift card, but hadn't used it yet. Now she had 2. After thinking for a moment, Yunxi used 1 to upgrade her only master-level skill Revengto God level. She kept the remaining card in her system inventory as a backup. This gave Yunxi 3 God-level skills. She expected extra rewards, but after waiting 10 minutes, the system didn't respond. It seemed her 3 God-level skills hadn't yet met the system's reward criteria. No choice, she'd keep trying. Just as Yunxi was feeling a bit disappointed, the system's mechanical voice sounded in her mind.
Ding.
Host's Beauty and Rich, Stage 3 achievement achieved. System upgrade initiation, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Starting upgrade countdown, 59 minutes and 55 seconds, Yunxi. No extra rewards, but the system upgraded. What a pleasant surprise. Yunxi thought the system upgrade at this juncture was likely due to her previous efforts and her victory in the national competition. This is a case of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. This competition just happened to help her cross that critical point. Great news! A system upgrade means more functions. She can get more from the system. Who would refuse such a good thing? Who could refuse? An hour later, the system notification sounded, indicating a successful upgrade.
Ding.
System upgrade successful. Reputation value section added. Task interface updated. Host can open the system panel to view. Reputation value? What's that? What's it used for? Yunxi eagerly opened the system panel to check. Rich, beautiful, and elegant woman cultivation system. Host Yunxi, level 3, appearance 94, height 168 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, charm 88, charm 85, talent 60, functions 1. Backpack 2. Check-in 3. Learning, 10 times study room, rich, beautiful, and elegant woman cultivation course 4. Team 5. Lottery, wealth, 21, career, 15, reputation value, 9856/9856, skills, photographic memory, shooting, God tier, language, God tier, driving, God tier, etiquette, advanced, calligraphy, advanced. Click here to expand for details. Status, dynamic vision enhancement buff, permanent, reaction speed enhancement buff, permanent, concentration enhancement buff, permanent. Click here to expand for details. Industries, Yunfeng Group, 100%, Yunnan Research Institute, 100%, Yunxi Property, 100%, Jinxiu Hotel Group, 100%. Suaming Lake Yanshui Residence Villa. Click here to expand for details. Tasks, check-in tasks, refreshing. Learning tasks. 1. Improve any skill to master level through your own understanding within 3 years. 2. Achieve excellent grades in final exams, all courses above 90, within 3 months. 3. Possess 5 God-level skills within 2 years. Career tasks. 1. Start a research project within 1 year. 2. Launch a new product within 1 year. 3. Participate in a world-class shooting competition and win the championship within 1 year. After reviewing the details, Yunxi discovered that the upgraded system had 3 main changes. First, the financial reward for checking in has increased from 20 to 30 million to 30 to 50 million. Not only has the amount increased, but the range has also broadened. Second, the number of learning tasks in the task section has increased from 2 to 3. Other tasks have also been officially renamed career tasks. Yunxi. Did the system hear her inner monologue? Of course. That's not important. Now she has 6 tasks to complete simultaneously. In addition, the biggest change in this system update is the introduction of a reputation value. And Yunxi reviewed the detailed information. The system explained that this reputation value is primarily determined by a combination of factors, including the host's personal fame, social influence, social status, and contributions to the industry, society, the nation, and humanity. And Yunxi didn't know the specific weighting of each factor, but she had a general idea of how to increase her reputation value. However, what was the use of this reputation value? With this question in mind, and Yunxi asked the system, Host, reputation values are mainly used to redeem items in the system shop. What? There's a shop? System. At what level does the shop unlock? Level 5. She's currently at level 3. She'll have to wait until level 5. However, this time the little system answered her question quite proactively. It didn't use please explore on your own or I don't have permission to deal with her anymore. And Yunxi found this little system even more endearing. Her current reputation score is 9,856, and she doesn't know what she can exchange for in the system shop with that much reputation.
It seems that to
avoid running out of reputation points when she wants to exchange for something in the future, she needs to prioritize increasing her reputation. Besides the functional changes, the various stats on her personal panel have also changed significantly. Her temperament and charm have both exceeded 80, and even her talent has reached the passing grade of 60. Her wealth score has increased to 21, and her career score is 15. After breaking into double digits, the decimal part no longer displays. Even her appearance score has slightly improved, reaching 94. While participating in competitions these past few months, and Yunxi hasn't completely neglected her system courses. After successfully learning hacking and mathematics to the advanced level, Yunxi chose a negotiation course. She feels the skill will be very useful in the business world later. However, because her initial progress was only 30% of the beginner level, she has only reached 80% so far. Yunxi is currently focused on how to complete the task of elevating any skill to the master level through her own comprehension. This task has been up for several months, and she still has no clue whatsoever or any progress. After reviewing all her current advanced skills, Yunxi finally decided to try her luck with martial arts and calligraphy. These are two skills that she initially rated highly when she learned them in the system, and they're also the ones she studied and practiced for the longest time. She thinks that breaking through them should, probably, be relatively easier. Actually, Yunxi herself isn't entirely sure. She can only say that she'll try more. What if she succeeds? After the competition, the skeet shooting team took a flight back to Beijing on the evening of the 30th. May 1st was a Monday, and there was still one day left of the May Day holiday, so Yunxi planned to take a good rest. In just over 20 days, the Shooting World Cup in Munich, Germany, would begin. This time, it was an international competition, and the travel time alone would be considerable. These past few months have been filled with competitions one after another. It's been quite hectic. And Yunxi, as a part-time athlete, is really not used to it. Fortunately, according to her competition schedule, she'll only be busy until the end of August or the beginning of September at most, after which she'll have some free time. She arrived in Beijing late last night, and Chengdu picked her up and took her back to Yunxi residence after 1 a.m. And Yunxi, who didn't go to sleep until after 2 a.m., slept until 10 a.m. After getting up and checking the system panel, she saw that the check-in location was right by Tsuaming Lake. Perfect, she didn't really want to go out today. After a late breakfast, she strolled around the courtyard, reaching a lakeside path in one corner. Without even leaving the courtyard, she completed her daily check-in task. The system's reward this time was ownership of the Kongxi Grassland Club. After reviewing the information, Yunxi realized it was an equestrian club, but more than that. The entire Kongxi Grassland scenic area belonged to the club. The system essentially gave her an entire scenic area, the kind that could charge admission. Here, she could ride horses and participate in various recreational activities. Unlike other equestrian clubs, the Kongxi Grassland Club was located in the Kongxi Grassland area of Yanqing District, Beijing. The grassland covered over 30,000 mu, approximately 2,000 hectares, with flat terrain, allowing visitors to experience the thrill of galloping across the plains. Furthermore, Yunxi grassland was known as a natural oxygen bar due to its high altitude, resulting in a cool and humid summer climate, making it an ideal summer retreat. It looked quite nice, and Yunxi was starting to get interested in horseback riding. This was something she'd never explored before, not even back in the ancient world. She decided to skip class tomorrow and go check out the club. However, going alone seemed a bit boring. She wanted to find a few people to go with. And Yunxi thought about it. Most of the people she knew in Beijing were university students. Students had classes, so it wouldn't be easy for her to ask them out. After much thought, she decided to ask people who didn't have classes. So, she called Aunt Yunxi first. Aunt Yunxi, I have an equestrian club in Yanqing. Would you like to join me? Horseback riding? That's an activity for young people like you. I won't join in. Oh, I see. Then I'll try to find some other people. Hearing Aunt Yunxi say this, Yunxi smiled and suggested, it would be great to invite some of your classmates along. They all have classes. You don't? Annie, I've joined the Beijing shooting team. I've basically finished my university courses, and I applied to the school to skip classes and only take exams. She hadn't told Aunt Yunxi about this before. Wow, our Yunxi is really amazing. She joined the shooting team and is also academically gifted. She's incredibly smart, just like her son. Hearing Aunt Yunxi's proud tone, Aunt Yunxi couldn't help but smile on the other end of the phone. Yunxi, should I ask Ian if he has time? She wasn't really interested in horseback riding, but her son seemed to enjoy it. Brother Shiryan must be very busy. A CEO of a large corporation has a lot to handle. Just asking him, it's fine. When are you planning to go, Yunxi? Yes, I plan to go tomorrow. Okay, I'll ask him for you. You should also make plans with the others. Okay, thank you, Aunt Yunxi. And Yunxi thought about inviting Aunt Yunxi because Aunt Yunxi had always been the one to invite her before. Now that she had something fun to do, she wanted to take the initiative to invite her. Unexpectedly, Aunt Yunxi wasn't interested in horseback riding, and Yunxi didn't have high hopes for Zhou Shiyan. Therefore, she contacted her second cousin, Jiaxing and Gu Lanxin, whom she had met on their previous outing. Of the three, her second cousin was a graduate student, while her cousin and Gu Lanxin were no longer students, so their schedules were relatively more flexible. Ultimately, all three agreed to go. Jiaxing also invited Yun Jinyan, and Gu Lanxin brought her girlfriends. To Aunt Yunxi's surprise, Zhou Shiyan also wanted to come. Just like that, the group quickly expanded from 1 person to 7. Just the right amount. And Yunxi immediately created a small group chat for the 7 of them to discuss the horseback riding trip for the next day. And Yunxi had done some research on the Yunxi grassland beforehand. There were not only horse racing tracks and equestrian clubs there, but also folk resorts and open-air bonfire dance areas. Visitors could ride horses across the grassland during the day and experience bonfire parties and the unique atmosphere of the frontier at night. You can also participate in a variety of entertainment activities such as go-karting, off-road motorcycles, and water parks. This comprehensive tourist and leisure area belongs entirely to the Yunxi Grassland Club. In other words, it all belongs to Aunt Yunxi. The system is really getting more and more generous these days. After sharing the destination details in the group chat, the group decided to go early the next morning, spend the day there, and return in the evening. Mainly because this is everyone's first time going, they wanted to scout it out first. If the place is good, they can go again later. It's not far anyway. It's only about 70 to 80 kilometers in total, less than a 2-hour drive. Everyone should set off early. Since the agreement was to depart separately at 7 a.m. and meet at the club entrance, Zhou Shiyan felt embarrassed to offer to hitch a ride again. In the afternoon, Aunt Yunxi received a call from Xue Xiaofeng, the person in charge of the Yunxi Grassland Club. After learning the caller's identity, Aunt Yunxi said directly, President Xue, I'm bringing a few friends over tomorrow. We can discuss the details when we meet. Okay, boss. How many people are coming tomorrow? 8 in total, including me. We'll go in the morning and return in the evening. No accommodation needed. Originally, it was 7 people, but after thinking about it, Aunt Yunxi decided to have Chu Zi come along. This would allow him to relax and unwind, and also let him coordinate the management of the Yunxi Grassland Club. After ending the call, and Yunxi immediately called Xu Zi again, telling him about tomorrow's arrangements and asking him to stay in Yunshui tonight, so he could drive her there tomorrow. The rest of the time, and Yunxi handled some work-related matters. At Yunfeng Group, HR Director Chen Wan quickly established the Human Resources Department after starting her work. Then, she began recruiting a large number of people according to the company's needs. March and April are the peak season for spring recruitment, and Yunfeng Group received a significant influx of staff. Yang Wei also improved the group's organizational structure, and Yunxi, as the sole shareholder, serves as the chairman of the board, while Yang Wei is the group president. The president's office, comprised of assistants, assists Yang Wei in the group's daily management. Based on the group's current business, it is divided into 8 departments: administration, human resources, finance, legal, branding, property management, investment, and charitable foundation. The investment department is further divided into several teams based on projects, responsible for finding and selecting investment cooperation projects and establishing the company's investment project database. It also organizes preliminary investigations, feasibility studies, liaison, and coordination for investment cooperation projects. In addition, it needs to collect, organize, and analyze policies, dynamics, and trends related to the company's business and development to provide information support for the company's decision-making. The legal department has only been established at this stage, but has not yet been staffed. Currently, the company has limited external business dealings and does not require a dedicated legal team. The property management department mainly includes security, cleaning, and the management and maintenance of the Yunfeng building. Since the entire building is used by the company itself, rent collection is not required. Regarding security, we can simply transfer the software, hardware, and key personnel from Blue Shield Security Company and then recruit some additional staff. As for the charitable foundation, the necessary paperwork is still being processed. And Yunxi used a custom top-level management personnel recruitment card to hire one person as the overall head, leaving the recruitment of others to the Human Resources Department. Su Feng, male, 30 years old, executive chairman of the Yunfeng Group Charity Foundation, has 5 years of experience managing charitable organizations. His ability score is 95, excelling in management, communication, and adaptability. And Yunxi's plan for the charity foundation is to initially donate 2 billion yuan in her personal capacity as initial capital. Subsequently, a portion of the profits from her companies will be transferred to the foundation for charitable purposes. Once the foundation is fully established, it will also publicly accept donations and funding from all sectors of society. Regarding the research institute, the office space, and one of the research buildings were ready for use in May. The second batch of renovation funds, 77 million yuan, has already been transferred to Xingyuan Decoration. The investment in renovation is relatively small. The investment in equipment is much larger. The first phase alone has already invested 160 million yuan in equipment procurement. And this is only the first phase. A long list of equipment still needs to be purchased. The main reason is that the Research Institute purchased the most advanced instruments and equipment available, many of which were imported from abroad. Besides equipment, the Institute also purchased 10 million yuan worth of research materials. If it weren't for the generous funding from their boss, they wouldn't have dared to spend so much. That's why scientific research is so expensive. This project hasn't even started yet, and a significant amount of money has already been spent. Now that the Research Institute is operational, and Yunxi instructed Xi Yulin to begin assembling the Institute's management team. An administrative department was established to oversee the Institute's administrative and logistical management. A security department was also formed, drawing personnel from Blue Shield. With the security plan for the Research Institute awarded by the system, and Yunxi felt relatively reassured. Due to the Institute's special nature, and Yunxi separated the security department into a separate department. As for the management and maintenance of the campus, a property management team would be established within the administrative department. Furthermore, the Research Institute's finances are independently accounted for and unrelated to Yunfeng Group, therefore a finance department is also necessary. Similarly, a dedicated human resources department needs to be established. Then there's the research project department. All research projects are under this department's name. To be on the safe side, the heads of the administration, finance, human resources, and research project departments were all recruited by Yunxi using management personnel summoning cards. The administration director is Gao Yun, the finance director is Duan Ling, the human resources director is Tang Tianming, and the research project director is Tao Rutwo women and 2 men, all with system ability ratings between 92 and 95. Apart from department heads and above, Yunxi has no intention of using character summoning cards for other personnel. Even for supervisors, if a suitable candidate is available, she doesn't insist on using a summoning card. As for the security department, Yunxi currently doesn't have a summoning card for that task. However, as long as someone becomes a high-level executive like a head, their loyalty can be seen on the system panel, so there shouldn't be any problems. The system's team function is truly powerful. It's amazing that you can see the loyalty changes of core executives in real time. Those recruited using summoning cards naturally have a loyalty of 100%, and that won't change. Personnel recruited through normal procedures, once they reach the core management level of department head or above, will also have their information appear in the team. For example, Yang Wei's 2 friends, Zhen Shui and Du Juanhao, initially had loyalty levels of only around 60. But now, their loyalty levels have increased to 75 and 72 respectively. Qin Lian, the head of the Jinxiu Hotel Group, initially had a loyalty level as high as 95, which has now risen to 97. According to the system settings, subordinates recruited without summoning cards have a chance of their loyalty decreasing if it doesn't reach 100. Yunxi thinks Qin Lian's loyalty is trending towards 100. As for the research projects, Yunxi planned to launch 4 relatively simple projects in the first phase: hair loss prevention and regrowth, myopia treatment, shooting suits, and solar panels. The 30 custom top-tier research personnel summoning cards that Yunxi had previously accumulated finally came in handy. She generously used 12 summoning cards at once to recruit 12 top research experts in biochemistry, biopharmaceuticals, physical optics, electronic engineering, and clothing materials, placing them in these 4 project teams. At the same time, Yunxi instructed Yunfeng's personnel department to temporarily handle the recruitment of research personnel and also asked Tang Tianming, the head of the institute's personnel department, to quickly fill the department staff and take over as soon as possible. Once the summoned research personnel were in place, Yunxi immediately handed over the research materials for the 4 projects to Xi Yuan. When the materials reached the researchers of the 4 research projects, every single one of them was excited. They were all experts in their fields and naturally recognized the authenticity and value of the materials at a glance. The research tasks assigned to them by the institute at this stage are like feeding them. If they still can't produce results, they might as well quit. Those selected by the system were undoubtedly highly skilled, and each one was a research enthusiast. Upon receiving the materials, they eagerly went to the lab and buried themselves in their work. Xi Yuan. These guys are all research fanatics. Director Tao, keep a close eye on the progress of these projects. The institute has invested so much in the early stages. We need to produce results as soon as possible. Since he joined, the institute has been investing continuously, but without a single penny of return. Xi Yuan hoped to produce a commercially viable result that could generate revenue for the institute as soon as possible. After all, the information provided by his boss was so detailed, he was quite confident. Don't worry, Director, we will definitely produce results as soon as possible. Tao Rui was basically aware of the situation and shared Xi Yuan's thoughts. After assigning the research projects, Yunxi breathed a sigh of relief. Whichever project succeeded, it would be a revolutionary breakthrough for the industry. She really didn't want to keep investing so much, okay? Although she's not short of money now, who likes the feeling of funds only going out and not coming in? Now, finally, she sees a glimmer of hope. As the research project unfolds, the task of starting a research project, which had been refreshed long ago, is now complete. Yunxi immediately claims the task reward 1 billion in research funds. Moreover, this time the funds are directly deposited into the research institute's public account. Yunxi. System. This kind of operation makes accounting difficult. How is she supposed to explain the source of these funds? Don't worry, host. This funding is the same as if you directly invested. The system will handle any legal and ethical issues. That's good. Please don't cause her any trouble. After completing one task, the system refreshed a new one. Invest in a new project in your personal capacity. The system really wasn't letting her get away with anything easily. Yunfeng Group was already considering several investment projects, and if the system hadn't stipulated that it had to be done in her personal capacity, she could have easily completed them. Now, she could only wait and see. Anyway, the system gave her a year's time frame, so she wasn't in a hurry. System, draw a prize. May arrived, and she had another chance to draw a prize. It was time to test her luck again. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for drawing a prize and obtaining custom top-tier bodyguard character summoning card *5, already stored in the system inventory. Clearly, good luck. Something new appeared again. Well, not entirely. After all, she already had dozens of character summoning cards. But this bodyguard character summoning card was truly a first for her. But at this stage, she didn't seem to need a bodyguard. And Yunxi considered the possibility of summoning a bodyguard to head the security department at the research institute. However, being a private bodyguard and managing the security of the entire research institute seemed like two different jobs. After some thought, Yunxi decided to hold off on summoning one for now and wait until she needed it. As for the research institute, Yunxi went all out and used a custom character summoning card. When setting the type, she chose the security expert option and also checked the coordination and management area. It wasn't that Yunxi was stingy. The key was that this card was extremely rare. Having used this one, Yunxi only had one left. She didn't know when she would get another one. But the security of the research institute was far too important. Not only the research results, but also the personal safety of the researchers needed to be guaranteed. She had to be even more cautious. Looking at the team panel in the system, Su Guohua, 38 years old, a retired Special Forces soldier, had been responsible for security work at numerous important national events. His system ability score was 99, and his strengths were management, coordination, and deployment. The system panel only displayed 3 strengths, meaning Yunxi often didn't have a comprehensive understanding of her subordinates. She didn't know what hidden skills Su Guohua possessed, but judging from his apparent strength, he was already very formidable. After sending his information to Xi and Yulin, she didn't concern herself with the matter anymore. With Su Guohua overseeing the formation of the security team, Yunxi felt very reassured.
And Yunxi stayed in the
Yunshui residence villa all day without going out. She sorted out and processed all the work that needed to be done. Now, she could focus on her studies and competition. The next morning, Yunxi got up at 5:30, ran for half an hour to get home, and finished getting ready around 7 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, Chu Zi drove his Maybach 650 SUV, carrying Yunxi, and set off on time. They entered the Beijing-Tibet Expressway from the North 4th Ring Road and drove northwest. High-rise buildings became fewer and fewer, while mountains and villages became more and more numerous. Perhaps because they set off early, they didn't encounter any traffic jams, and they arrived at their destination Kangxi Grassland Club after an hour and a half's drive. They were currently at the club's entrance. Club members could enter the scenic area for free from the back of the club. However, tourists needed to purchase tickets to enter through a separate entrance. As soon as Yunxi entered the reception hall, the receptionist, who had been repeatedly instructed by the general manager and had seen the boss's photo, immediately recognized the young and beautiful new boss. "Are you President In?" Su Li greeted her with a standard smile. Although it was phrased as a question, she clearly confirmed Yunxi's identity. "Yes, I am. Hello, President In. I'm Xiao Li from the club's reception. President Xue instructed me to pick you up. Have my other friends arrived yet?" "Not yet. President Un, you're the first one here. Would you like to rest in the VIP room first?" "Okay. This way, please." Su Li noticed that the man who had come with the boss was always behind Yunxi. Even when walking side by side, he would always step slightly behind, so she guessed that this was probably the boss's assistant or something similar. When she saw the photos, she knew her boss was a stunning beauty, but she hadn't expected this man, who she wondered was either an assistant or something else, to be so handsome. Although curious, she had no intention of investigating. Having worked in this place where only wealthy members frequented for 2 years, she knew exactly what was right and wrong. Besides, her new boss was there. And Yunxi and Chu Zi followed Xiaoli to a room that resembled a lounge. The interior was elegantly and luxuriously decorated, using expensive building materials and furniture. It was clear that the previous boss had good taste. Leading the two to the sofa area, Xiaoli said respectfully, and please rest here for a while. Don't worry, I'll bring your friends over when they arrive. Thank you for your trouble. It's just part of my job. Not long after Xiaoli left, a waiter brought in tea, drinks, fruit, and desserts. The two people in the VIP room didn't have to wait long, only about 10 minutes, before Zhou Shiyan arrived. This time, he drove here alone, without even an assistant. Brother Shiyan, come and sit down, and Yunxi quickly greeted him when Xiaoli let him in. At this moment, Su Li appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, she was screaming. My God, are all the boss's friends this good-looking? He's even more handsome than her idol. Handsome and aloof, exuding an aura of domineering CEO who says, don't approach me. He's so captivating. She felt like she was watching an idol drama. Before leaving, she couldn't help but steal a glance at the others in the VIP room. Zhou Shiyan strode over to the sofa next to Yunxi and sat down. Yunxi, have you been here long? No, we just arrived too. President Zhou. Chu Zi greeted Zhou Shiyan. Assistant Chu is here too. Zhou Shiyan nodded slightly in greeting, then continued looking at Yunxi. Did you come here to ride horses? Yes, but I've never ridden before. Riding horses isn't difficult. I'll teach you. Yunxi. She had originally planned to find an instructor at the club. Brother Shiyan, you can ride horses? I learned when I was 8. Oh, I almost forgot. This guy is also a prodigy. Besides being good at academics and career, he probably has quite a few hidden skills. Wouldn't it be too much trouble for you to teach me? She felt a little embarrassed to have such a busy person teach her. You're so smart, it shouldn't take much time. And Yunxi looked up at the man beside her seriously. Is he praising me? Faced with a sincere gaze in his eyes, and Yunxi gave in. Then, thank you for your trouble. Having never ridden before, she didn't know if she had any talent for riding. However, the system seemed to offer riding lessons. If all else failed, she could select the lessons when she got back and have some private tutoring within the system. With a professional teacher and 10 times the time, she refused to believe she couldn't overcome even the toughest challenge. The two didn't chat for long before the others arrived one after another. Yun Jinyan, Fang Jiaxing, and Yunzhou arrived in the same car. And Yunzhou was the one who hitched a ride. Second brother, big brother Yun, cousin. Xiaoxi, it's only been a short time since we last met, and you've already caused such a stir again. And Yunzhou's tone was full of surprise. Luckily, there haven't been any important cases these past 2 days. Otherwise, Jin Nian and I would have missed it. Fan Jiaxing was once again amazed by his cousin's extravagant spending. Yun Jin Nian smiled, but remained silent. Neither of them knew that their sister had been causing quite a stir lately. Yun 11, congratulations. You've added another important asset to your portfolio. With her suit removed, Yun Jin Nian appeared even more gentle and approachable. Having accepted her as a sister on their first meeting, and Yun 11 subconsciously felt that their relationship was a little closer than that of ordinary friends. With the arrival of Gu Lanxin and her friend Wang Yuxuan, the group of 8 was complete. And Yunxi stood up to greet them, and Gu Lanxin came over and gave her a light hug. Yunxi, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. The two had only met on a trip last month, and it hadn't been long before they were together again. I just took over this place, and I wanted to find someone to come and check it out with. You, the boss, have never been here before? Gu Lanxin asked in surprise. I've only been the new boss for a few days. If the system hadn't rewarded her with this place, she wouldn't even know it existed. Hearing this, Gu Lanxin nodded to indicate that she understood. By the way, Yunxi, let me introduce you. This is my best friend, Wang Yuxuan. She really loves horseback riding, so I invited her to come along. Yuxuan, this is my new friend, and Yunxi, the owner of this club. The two greeted each other, and Yunxi led them to the rest area to introduce them to everyone. Some people knew each other, while others didn't. And Yunzhou, for example, didn't know anyone except Yunxi and Fang Jiaxing. Fang Jiaxing was relatively better off. Because of Yun Jinyan, although he didn't recognize everyone else, he had met one or two people before. And Yunzhou and Fang Jiaxing were also using Yunxi to expand their high-end connections. After everyone sat down to rest and chat in the VIP room, Xue Xiaofeng, the club's manager, arrived shortly after. Boss, I'm Xue Xiaofeng, the head of the Shikong Grassland Club. Mr. Xue's energy and spirit are truly extraordinary. And Yunxi's words were definitely not casual. Xue Xiaofeng was quite handsome, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a high nose. He wore a dashing riding outfit. The fitted riding clothes and boots accentuated his tall and imposing figure, exuding a spirited air. He looked to be in his 30s, but Yunxi knew he was actually 40. Whether it was from regular horseback riding, a positive mindset, or something else, this man's appearance and overall demeanor were far beyond what one would expect from a man in his 40s. His handsome features, combined with the mature charm honed by time, gave him a captivating allure. Upon hearing this, Xue Xiaofeng laughed heartily. Haha, you flatter me, boss. You are all so handsome and beautiful. You've certainly caught my eye. This man was not only good-looking and had a refined air, but he also possessed a generous and easygoing personality, making conversation with him relaxed and pleasant. During their pleasantries, Yunxi seized the opportunity to introduce Xue Xiaofeng to the friends who had come that day. Since they are your friends, boss, they are also my friends. I've made all the arrangements for today. I'll make sure you all have a great time. Boss, shall I give you a tour and a briefing? Of course. Thank you, Mr. Xue. It's my pleasure. Xue Xiaofeng led the group on a tour, explaining the club's facilities and features. The entire equestrian club is located on the edge of the Kangxi grassland, near the highway. The riding arena here includes both indoor and outdoor facilities. It is fully equipped with professional show jumping, practice, and training facilities. The indoor arena is the largest in China, covering 1,000 square meters, with a 120m x 40m arena suitable for various formal competitions. The show jumping arena covers 4,800 square meters and is used for formal show jumping competitions. The practice arena covers 5,000 square meters, with a 1,700-meter circumference speed course. The grandstand has over 3,000 seats, and the club also hosts occasional horse races on weekends in spring, summer, and autumn. In addition, the club's reception area includes a dedicated clubhouse with 50 VIP lounges for members to exchange experiences. Many rooms in the clubhouse are designed like homes, with fireplaces, sofas, televisions, flowers, and magazines, creating a warm and comfortable atmosphere. There are also lockers for riding boots, riding clothes, helmets, and other supplies, as well as bathrooms for changing after riding. The saddler shop also carries riding apparel, riding gear, horse supplies, and gifts from around the world. Kangxi Grassland Club has over 200 horses, including 40 thoroughbreds, 10 Mongolian Tibetans, 16 Tuoba horses, and 30 Weimu horses. The stables are spacious and tall, built to international standards in a double row, with good lighting, ventilation, and cleanliness. Dedicated staff are available to care for the horses. The club uses a combination of natural grazing and regular hand feeding, resulting in excellent horse growth and development. Furthermore, all staff at Kangxi Grassland Club, from trainers and jockeys to stable hands, are formally trained. Members can own their own horses, and the club can assist members with boarding, training, and breeding. Members can also participate in activities organized by the racecourse, the China Horse Association, and various horse farms. Horse riding training classes are offered in spring, summer, and autumn, taught by experienced instructors, riders, or riders, covering safety knowledge, riding posture, sitting posture, and physical training. In addition, recreational activities such as tennis, bowling, fishing, swimming, and karaoke are available. If guests require accommodation, the club also has 80 standard rooms and 20 deluxe suites, which can accommodate conference groups of up to 200 people and provide services such as dining, recording, and video editing. Xiao 11. Your club is quite large. It has everything. And Yunzhou exclaimed after touring the club's grounds. You can come and stay for a day or two next time, Wang Yuxuan said happily. She had loved horseback riding since she was a child, and this was truly her first time in Kangxi. In her opinion, the club's biggest highlight was the vast grassland, allowing her to ride freely. This alone puts it ahead of many other clubs. Seeing that people appreciated his club, Xue Xiaofeng was very pleased and continued to introduce it to everyone. You might not know this, but we're more than just an equestrian club. The Kangxi grassland tourist area next door is also under our club's umbrella. Any member of our club can bring 2 people into the tourist area for free. The folk resort, open-air bonfire dance area, go-karting, and water park in the tourist area are all very popular. If a family comes, they can choose other activities at our club if they don't like horseback riding, or they can enter the tourist area to enjoy themselves. This is really friendly to families since not everyone is interested in horseback riding. That scenic area that requires an entrance fee? Fang Jiaxing asked in surprise. Seeing Xue Xiaofeng nod with a smile, everyone realized that Yunxi didn't just own a simple riding club. It was as if the entire area from the club to the scenic area belonged to Yunxi. Buying all of this must have cost a fortune. Except for Zhou Shiyan and Yun Jinyan, who knew a little about Yunxi's master's family, everyone else was stunned by such a large sum of money. Yunxi, you've really gone all out, Gu Lanxin said, looking at Yunxi. I wouldn't dare accept that. It's all thanks to my elders. The system had fabricated a master for her, who was also an elder. Everything the system gave her appeared to be from this so-called master. In a sense, the system was essentially her master, so her statement wasn't wrong. Boss, after the tour, shall we go horseback riding? And Yunxi checked the time. It was only 10 a.m. Their main purpose for coming was horseback riding, and since they were already here, they naturally wanted to try it out. Yes, horseback riding first, then lunch. 2 hours of experience should be enough. So, each person in the group went to the shop, picked out riding gear and protective equipment, changed, and was then led to the training ground. Of the 8 people, Zhou Shiyan, Chu Ziyi, and Wang Yuxuan were the most skilled riders. Gu Lanxin and Yun Jinyan also knew a little, but only to the point of trotting on horseback. The other 3, and Yunxi and her 2 brothers, were all complete beginners, so Xue Xiaofeng arranged an instructor for each of them. Chu Ziyi and Wang Yuxuan chose their horses and rode them around the training field a few times. Feeling unsatisfied, they asked the staff to take them to the racetrack on the grassland for a proper race. And Yunxi watched their dashing figures with envy. Meanwhile, Gu Lanxin and Yun Jinyan leisurely rode their horses around the training field, occasionally chatting from horseback. The remaining 3 novices could only learn from the very basics under the guidance of their instructors. However, Yunxi's instructor seemed to have no role to play due to Zhou Shiyan's presence. At first, the instructor didn't trust Zhou Shiyan, fearing he might teach incorrectly and cause trouble. But after listening for a while, the instructor realized that Zhou Shiyan was quite professional, teaching the young girl with more detail and patience than he had, so he happily stayed on the sidelines and became a hands-off supervisor. With her martial arts background, Yunxi learned to ride very quickly. While Yunzhou and Fang Jiaxing were still being led around by the instructor to help them get the hang of the riding position, Yunxi was already trotting on her own in the arena. Seeing that Yunxi had grasped the basics, Zhou Shiyan mounted his horse and rode alongside her. Yunxi, want to go for a ride outside?
Sure.
The 2 went to the riding arena on the grassland, and Yunxi's instructor rode alongside her. Since it was Yunxi's first day learning to ride for safety reasons, the instructor didn't allow her to spur the horse at high speed. Therefore, she could only trot slowly with the instructor's supervision. Seeing Zhou Shiyan accompanying her, she said, Brother Shiyan, why don't you go for a couple of laps yourself? I have an instructor here. Zhou Shiyan looked at Yunxi, a little worried. After all, this was the little girl's first time riding a horse. Seemingly sensing his worry, Yunxi quickly reassured him, Don't worry, I'll ride slowly, I won't speed up. It wouldn't look good if a riding instructor accompanied a novice like her, and she didn't even manage a single lap herself. She felt bad about troubling him like this. Having said that, Zhou Shiyan felt it wouldn't be right to refuse again. So, after repeatedly telling Yunxi to run slowly and not stray too far from the coach, he pulled on the reins, turned, and rode off into the distance. As he left, he looked back several times, seemingly to confirm that Yunxi was truly obedient. Yunxi, was it really necessary to go to such lengths? She was always very reliable, okay? Yunxi sat on horseback, watching Zhou Shiyan ride. He gripped the reins tightly, his gaze fixed ahead, his body swaying naturally with the horse's movements. Hooves pounded the ground, dust billowed. The man's posture was upright, like a sword drawn from its sheath, imposing in his presence. Sometimes he spurred the horse, sometimes he gently stroked the mane, seemingly one with the horse, fully enjoying the thrill of galloping across the grasslands. Soon, he disappeared further and further from Yunxi's sight. So handsome and cool. Once Zhou Shiyan's figure was no longer clearly visible in the distance, Yunxi turned her gaze away and, accompanied by the instructor, began to trot on her horse. Riding a horse on the grassland felt completely different from riding in the indoor training arena. The lush green grassland and the breathtaking scenery were invigorating. Breathing in the fresh air and enjoying the embrace of the sun and wind, Yunxi felt as if she had become one with nature. Unfortunately, she couldn't yet gallop freely, experiencing that feeling of freedom, exhilaration, and grandeur. She decided that when she got back, she would select the riding course in the system, hoping that next time she came, she could ride freely on the grassland like Zhou Shiyan and the others. Yunxi trotted on the racetrack for an hour, having already mastered the riding techniques. Feeling a slight stinging sensation in her thigh pressed against the saddle, she stopped and secretly swallowed a recovery pill. Her skin was too delicate, so it was prone to chafing and injury. However, everyone learning to ride a horse goes through this process, and she had recovery pills, so it wasn't a big problem. As for the others, she couldn't worry about that. When Yunxi returned from the grassland horse racing track, Yunzhou and Fang Jiaxing had already ridden their horses slowly for a couple of laps. Neither of them were slow learners. As long as they grasped the basic movements and overcame their nervousness, horseback riding wasn't as difficult as they had imagined. Around midnight, several people who had disappeared returned one after another. Zhou Shiyan dismounted and looked Yunxi up and down. "How did it feel?" Yunxi asked. "It was wonderful, Yunxi. The grassland and the horse racing track are so vast. I haven't felt this exhilarated in a long time." Wang Yuxuan, who had been galloping the whole time, replied excitedly. After riding for over an hour, her face was flushed, and she was full of excitement. She seemed very satisfied with the place. "We can increase the publicity," Zhou Shiyan also offered his suggestion. As a native of Beijing, he had only heard about this place from a business partner. He wasn't entirely clear on the specifics of the situation. It was evident that the club hadn't done much advertising or promotion. Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi had the same thought about this. After glancing at Chu Ziyi and seeing him nod in understanding, Yunxi smiled and said, "I just took over, and there will be some moves coming up. Don't worry, Yunxi, this is such a great place. I'll definitely recommend it to my friends who enjoy horseback riding." Wang Yuxuan, a horseback riding enthusiast, frequently participates in similar activities and has many such friends in her social circle. "I'll introduce it to you too." Gu Lanxin also expressed her satisfaction with the place. Not to mention the others. Putting everything else aside, just based on their relationship with Yunxi, they should at least introduce a few clients. "Then, thank you everyone." No problem, no problem." "Everyone, go shower and change your clothes first. It'll be time to eat soon." After riding horses outdoors, covered in dust and sweat, everyone except Yunzhou and Fang Jiaxing, who had been indoors, looked a bit disheveled. Xue Xiaofeng arranged a room for each of them, making it convenient for washing, changing, and resting. Lunch was served in a private room at the clubhouse. The food was quite good, possessing the refinement of high-end clubs in the city, but with a rustic charm that those places lacked. Especially the vegetables, freshly picked from nearby farmers' fields, were sweet and refreshing, making you want to eat more. After lunch, everyone went back to their rooms to rest, agreeing to meet again at 3 p.m. During the afternoon break, and Yunxi, as usual, signed in for the day. Ding dong. Check-in at Yunxi Grassland Club has earned you a Ford Prevost H345S custom-designed RV. You can pick it up at the Ford Force dealership in Beijing. Wow, an RV.
Checking in.
For an RV here seems quite reasonable. Imagine a family taking an RV for a relaxing 2- or 3-day vacation in Yunxi Grassland. That sounds pretty nice. And Yunxi took out her phone and checked the RV's specifications. This RV costs $3.2 million, which is over 21 million RMB. Hers is a custom-designed version, so the price must be even higher. This is a mobile dream space on the go, a perfect blend of luxury and technology. From the outside, it's almost the size of a large bus. The interior boasts a plethora of high-end entertainment facilities, 5 extra-large TVs, aviation-grade lighting, and a massive 18-inch fireplace. There's even a digital art installation that allows users to browse a vast collection of top-tier artworks. Even more enticing is its built-in private digital sauna, offering a spa-like privacy experience at any time. Aerodynamic design, intelligent control systems, outdoor TVs, and other technological advancements all highlight its cutting-edge status. Furthermore, it possesses all the essential functions of a motorhome. A fully equipped kitchen, a bathroom with a toilet, shower, and sink, storage space throughout the interior, and a comprehensive electrical and security system. In short, it's practically a mobile home. At this moment, Yunxi is already planning her motorhome trip. Thinking of pleasant things, Yunxi lay on the bed and gradually drifted off to sleep. The afternoon's plan was to first ride horses to the grasslands to enjoy the beautiful scenery, and then explore the Yunxi Grassland scenic area. The group consisted of 8 people, but only 7 participated in the afternoon's activities. This was because Chu Zi had arranged to meet with Xue Xiaofeng sometime earlier to discuss the club's development. And Yunxi didn't participate in this. Her main purpose for coming was horseback riding and sightseeing. The Yunxi Grassland is characterized by its vastness and flatness. In early May, the grassland was teeming with life, birdsong filling the air, and green shoots quietly emerging. The boundless expanse of green, the winding river, and the herds of cattle, horses, and sheep grazing peacefully along the banks, all created a tranquil landscape. Here, cattle, horses, sheep, mountains, water, forests, and grass blended together, creating a beautiful and refreshing scene. Actually, now wasn't the best time to appreciate the beauty of the Yunxi Grassland. The peak tourist season here is from June to September, when the grasslands are at their lushest. With verdant grass, blooming wildflowers, and herds of cattle and sheep grazing, it's the perfect place to escape the summer heat. After enjoying the beautiful grassland scenery, the group tried out the go-karting activity at the scenic area. And Yunxi, with her godlike driving skills, drove the go-kart with incredible ease. Her go-kart sped along the track like lightning, the wind whistling past her ears. Accelerating, turning, drifting, she made a small go-kart feel like a race car. It was fun and a little thrilling. And Yunxi was surprised to find that Zhou Shiyan was also a very good driver. Brother Shiyan, have you ever driven a go-kart before? No, but I've driven race cars. And Yunxi. Brother Shiyan, you're so versatile. Back then I was young, a bit rebellious, and had many hobbies. And Yunxi was speechless again, mentally ranting. Could this guy be this good at all his hobbies? Listen to that, now you call it Versailles. This is a much higher level of Versailles. Seriously, aren't you only 23 or 24? Is it appropriate for you to speak so maturely? And Yunxi glanced at the handsome man before her and said with a smile, I don't see any rebelliousness in you now. Zhou Shiyan realized the girl was joking, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. He looked at her with a relaxed and cheerful expression and said, You won't be like that when you grow up and mature. And Yunxi's eyes flickered, avoiding Zhou Shiyan's gaze. Oh my God! Why did she sense a hint of doting in Zhou Shiyan's eyes?
No.
She must have misread it. Zhou Shiyan was just taking extra care of her like a younger sister, right? He definitely didn't have any other feelings for her. She must be overthinking it. She must be. At this moment, and Yunxi felt a little flustered. She carefully reviewed their interactions in her mind, finally confirming that Zhou Shiyan hadn't shown any romantic feelings for her. She shouldn't be presumptuous. She didn't know how she was sure, but that's what Yunxi believed. Having figured it out, and Yunxi tried to ignore the strange feeling in her heart and temporarily suppress the chaotic thoughts in her mind. Leaving the go-kart track, the group strolled around the folk culture village in the scenic area. Here, there were grassland viewing towers, lighted sports fields, amusement mazes, fishing and boating, outdoor roller skating, a three-kingdom city, and other entertainment and sightseeing activities. The group strolled around, enjoying the activities and buying many local specialties and souvenirs. At Xue Xiaofeng's suggestion, they decided to attend the evening bonfire party on the grassland before heading back. This is a classic attraction at the scenic area and very popular with tourists. Since they were there, they definitely wanted to experience it. At 6 p.m., the grassland bonfire party officially began. Xue Xiaofeng had explained the general schedule to them. First, they would eat and watch performances, then dance in a circle together. At this moment, in the spacious open-air bonfire dance area, a large bonfire was roaring in the center, and everyone sat around it in a circular seating arrangement. At the nearby barbecue stalls, staff were preparing various delicacies for everyone. Soon, Mongolian-style hand-pulled mutton, whole roasted lamb, and various skewers were placed on the tables. For those who enjoyed drinking, there was also wine to be served. Everyone enjoyed the delicious food and wine while watching the unique song and dance performances. It was truly a delightful experience. After the performances ended, everyone had eaten their fill. Led by the host and dancers, everyone formed two large circles. Following the rhythm of the music and mimicking the simple movements of the dancers on the central platform, they sang and danced together. Soon, everyone was swept up in the lively and joyful atmosphere, temporarily forgetting all their worries and troubles. The party continued until 8:30 p.m. before the group prepared to leave. Before parting, Yunxi asked Xue Xiaofeng to prepare club membership cards, giving one to each person, with 100,000 yuan preloaded on each card for future use. Anyone who wants to come over is welcome anytime. Yunxi, I won't stand on ceremony. Thanks. Thank you, Yunxi. I'll definitely help you promote it. Reply in the group chat when you get home. It was getting late, and the group didn't chat for long before driving home. Zhou Shiyan drove home alone, and Yunzhou rode in the car Yunjinyan and Fang Jiaxing had driven, just like when they arrived. Gulan Xin and Wang Yuxuan went together, while Yunxi went with Chu Zi. They got home after 10 p.m., and Yunxi went straight to her room, washed up, and went to bed. The next day, Yunxi returned to school and began her leisurely campus life of attending classes and clocking in/out. After only 2 days of classes, Yunxi received a message from the president of the Martial Arts Association, saying there was a large-scale national martial arts exchange event on Saturday and asking if she could attend.
Saturday?
That's the day after tomorrow? Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well go check it out. I can go the day after tomorrow. Where is it? Chen Junfeng saw the reply and quickly sent the time and address. Capital Gymnasium, Saturday morning at 10 o'clock. Are you at school? Should I send you the invitation? Yunxi checked the time. It was already dinner time. So, she replied to Chen Junfeng, let's go to Shiyuan for dinner later, see you there. After her first 2 probability and statistics classes in the afternoon, she had no more classes and went straight back to her dormitory. Right now, only she and Chuyu were in the dormitory. Chuyu, want to go to Shiyuan for dinner? Yes. The two went together to the Shiyuan restaurant, which was close to their dormitory, chose their preferred stalls, got their food, and then sat down to eat together. Halfway through the meal, Chen Junfeng got his food and sat down next to her. Yunxi, it's been so long since I've seen you, Since Yunxi joined the Beijing shooting team and stopped participating in the Martial Arts Association's daily activities, she's been rarely seen, making it a rare treat. There was a competition recently. You're really busy these days. After saying that, he pulled an invitation that looked like a beautifully crafted greeting card from his bag and handed it to her, saying, "Here, busy man, please do me the honor of attending." President, stop joking. Looking at the exquisitely crafted invitation and the prestigious organizer, the Chinese Martial Arts Association, and Yunxi glanced at Chen Junfeng. You didn't steal this invitation from your family, did you? She knew this man came from a martial arts family. His grandfather was the honorary president of the Martial Arts Association. And, even more so, he was awarded the title of lifetime honorary president after retiring from the position of president. The Chen family's status in the Chinese martial arts world was undeniable. However, for an event of this caliber, every invitation was precious. It wasn't something a junior member of a school martial arts association like her could obtain. How could that be? I mentioned you to my grandfather, and he wants to meet you too. The story of how Yunxi and Chen Junfeng became friends is a rather dramatic tale of initial conflict followed by eventual friendship. Chen Junfeng is a bit arrogant and cocky. Born into a family of martial artists and trained from a young age, his skills are naturally quite good. So, from the age of 13, he was particularly enthusiastic about finding opponents to fight. After entering university, he joined the Peking University Martial Arts Association and quickly became invincible within the association. Later, after becoming the president, he became even more domineering and bossy within the association. It wasn't that he had any bad intentions, he just always acted like he was the boss, ordering this person to pour him water one day and that person to massage his shoulders the next. If it were just a small favor, it wouldn't be so bad. The problem is that after someone helps him, he acts as if it's his due, never even saying thank you. It's as if giving you the opportunity to help me is an honor. In short, he's a bit of a jerk. After learning about his unreliable personality, Yunxi couldn't help but think how lucky the Martial Arts Association was to have a reliable vice president. Otherwise, who knows what chaos it would have become. In other words, Chen Junfeng was basically just a mascot in the Peking University Martial Arts Association. The vice president was actually responsible for the association's daily management. After the new semester's recruitment, a batch of new members joined the Martial Arts Association. Almost every new member had suffered at his hands to some extent. It wasn't a big deal, and there were no losses, but it still left a lingering unease. One day, Chen Junfeng actually reached out to Yunxi. "Junior Yunxi, right? Come on, get me a bottle of water." Yunxi glanced at Chen Junfeng, who was sitting with his legs crossed, looking like a gangster boss, and ignored him completely. Seeing no response, Chen Junfeng raised his voice again. "Junior, didn't you hear me?" Yunxi didn't answer him, but instead asked, "Senior, in our martial arts association, status is determined by strength, right?" Hearing this, everyone in the martial arts association looked at Yunxi in surprise. Is this junior so audacious? She actually dared to go head-to-head with the association's big boss.
Huh? What?
Chen Junfeng didn't react for a moment. What I mean is, does the association listen to whoever is stronger?
Yes.
Chen Junfeng finally came to his senses and nodded. Let's have a fight. How clearly this person didn't understand her meaning. Yunxi could only repeat herself. You fight me, and whoever wins gets to do what they say. You want to fight me? Chen Junfeng stood up in surprise, looking at Yunxi in disbelief. Yes, you fight me, and whoever wins gets to do what they say. I don't fight women. Chen Junfeng shook his head vigorously. This guy looks down on women and is sexist, and Yunxi couldn't tolerate that. Aren't you afraid of losing face if you lose to me? Yunxi was adept at using reverse psychology. How could I? I'll fight. Chen Junfeng indeed started jumping up and down. The two got up and went to the training ground, where the other members of the association gathered around. A beautiful freshman was going to challenge their association's big boss. This was definitely worth watching. Who do you think will win? Is that even a question? It's definitely the Great Demon King. I also think so. No one has been able to beat him in the last 3 years. But Yunxi seems quite calm. She must be very strong, too. This junior seems so confident. She should be able to handle it, someone whispered. However, another retorted, I don't think so. The great demon king is no pushover. Another added, this junior has such thin arms and legs. We don't want her to get beaten to tears by the great demon king. The surrounding crowd whispered and murmured, various opinions rising and falling. And Yunxi, with her excellent hearing, heard quite a bit, but she didn't care. To be honest, the school martial arts association's regular training activities didn't really showcase individual strength. Besides, Yunxi was a newcomer, and no one in the association truly knew her true strength. Junior, are you really going to fight me? Chen Junfeng still had some reservations. Fighting a girl, especially a junior, who had just joined the association, wasn't that a bit bullying? He was the young master of the prestigious Chen family, a family of martial arts experts. He had his pride too. Faced with Chen Junfeng's question, Yunxi answered without hesitation, stop talking nonsense, let's fight. And Yunxi didn't think this man could defeat her. Seeing that he appeared ready for battle but hesitated to make the first move, Yunxi, without further ado, decisively chose to strike first, attacking him directly. At first, Yunxi didn't go all out, only making light moves, wanting to test Chen Junfeng's strength and skill. However, after a few rounds, Yunxi understood this man's martial arts were truly extraordinary. After all, Chen Junfeng came from a family of martial artists, receiving rigorous training and influence from a young age. His solid foundation and exquisite skills were evident. If he hadn't encountered Yunxi today, probably no one of his age could match him. To the onlookers, the two exchanged blows, their moves flowing seamlessly, neither giving an inch. Each move contained endless variations, each stance a contest of power and skill. This duel was far from the flashy displays of martial arts. It was real, close-quarters combat. Punches and kicks clashed without restraint, each strike and kick carrying a sharp, forceful wind, as if tearing the air apart. Even in the Kyoto University Martial Arts Association, a place teeming with masters, such a spectacular real-life sparring match was a rare sight. A crowd gathered around, watching this breathtaking battle with rapt attention. At times, they were awestruck by the thrilling spectacle, involuntarily letting out gasps of surprise. At other times, they marveled at the skillful transitions between offense and defense. As time passed, more and more people were drawn in, forming a dense circle, all eager to witness this thrilling and intense battle. This junior looks pretty good, a guy who'd seen the whole thing exclaimed. So, will she win? I'm not sure, but it seems like she's not using her full strength. She's fighting like this? And she's not even using her full strength? The guy who asked the question stared wide-eyed, completely incredulous. Look, doesn't she look like she's playing really easily? Hearing this, the person next to him looked more closely and gradually realized that it was indeed true. Wow, is this junior really that good? How could they, the less skilled men, possibly accept this? As the saying goes, the layman sees the spectacle, the expert sees the skill. Among those present, a few could see that Yunxi was fighting with effortless ease and control. Feeling she had tested the waters sufficiently, Yunxi keenly sensed her opportunity. Like a cheetah, she swiftly seized a fleeting opening, her body moving with lightning speed. Her movements were fluid and graceful, a series of exquisite moves executed with seamless precision, each strike hitting her opponent's vital points. In an instant, the outcome was decided, and Yunxi had successfully taken control of the situation, firmly suppressing her opponent.
Wow.
The junior actually won. A gasp erupted from the crowd, followed by thunderous applause. Everyone was stunned by the formidable strength displayed by the seemingly frail junior student before them. The great demon king has met his match, someone shouted excitedly. The crowd, already filled with anticipation for the match, was now even more excited. Damn it, were you toying with me? Chen Junfeng, who had just scrambled to his feet, yelled. Initially, he had been delighted, believing this junior student was evenly matched with him and that he had finally met a worthy opponent. He was secretly pleased. However, To his utter surprise, he was defeated so easily, not even lasting a few moves before being swiftly and decisively defeated. To Chen Juanfeng's question, and Yunxi simply said, "Just a test." Then, she turned and walked towards the drinks, picked up a bottle of mineral water, gently unscrewed the cap, and took 2 sips, her movements elegant and composed. Seeing this, Chen Junfeng couldn't suppress his curiosity and quickly stepped forward, getting close to Yunxi and asking, "Junior sister, have you also practiced martial arts since you were little?" His eyes revealed a hint of admiration and doubt, as if he wanted to uncover the story behind this mysterious junior. So, which faction are you from? Who's your master? Why is this guy so talkative? I don't belong to any faction. My master's surname was Zhang, and he's passed away. The subtext is, I've told you everything, so shut up. Tell me more. I have something to do, I'm leaving. Hey, wait, Junior, and Yunxi, tell me quickly, and Yunxi ignored him and quickly left the training ground. She just didn't expect that from then on. This guy would pester her. In the end, he insisted that Yunxi teach him a few powerful moves. And that's how the two became friends. However, many times, Yunxi found this guy a bit annoying. But, getting back to the martial arts exchange event invitation, when Yunxi heard Chen Junfeng say that his grandfather knew he was going to give her the invitation, she didn't pursue the matter further. I'll go the day after tomorrow. Okay, Yunxi, I'll introduce you to my grandfather and father then. The food was delivered, the business was settled, and they had filled their stomachs, so they left the cafeteria and parted ways. Yunxi, is there some activity you're going to participate in? Chiyu had seen everything that had happened. Yes, there's a martial arts exchange activity. I'd like to go and take a look. That person from earlier? The president of our martial arts association. Him? The president? Chiyu was a little skeptical. That person didn't seem very skilled, and even a bit simple-minded. He really didn't seem like someone who had just been in the association for a short time. He's just a bit eccentric, but he's quite capable, and Yunxi gave a very fair assessment. If Chen Junfeng knew that Yunxi evaluated him like this, he'd probably be jumping up and down in anger. You've played against him?
Once.
Looks like you won. Of course, but... And Yunxi paused. But what? And Yunxi smiled slightly, her tone calm, and said, although he's not as good as me, he's the best among our peers besides me. Chiyu. She hadn't realized her roommate was so shameless. She'd underestimated her. Friday arrived and Yunxi, with no classes scheduled, returned to Yunshui Manor. She didn't do much else, just listen to music, watch variety shows and dramas, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Mainly because there was a housekeeping team here. Everything was taken care of, making it perfect for lounging at home. The system update today showed the sign-in location as the golf course by Tsuaming Lake. And Yunxi signed in on her drive back from school. The reward was 50 million. Luck seems to be on my side. I actually managed to draw the highest value reward this time. The RV I received from checking in at Kongxi Grassland has arrived. Since the underground garage isn't big enough, and Yunxi asked Minghui to have someone build a garage on the open space north of the annex, near the west wall, to shelter the RV from the wind and rain. Not only does it need to be spacious, but it also needs to match the style of the manor. I'll have to find someone to design it properly. Fortunately, her estate was quite large, and the 2 main roads leading into it were wide. Otherwise, such a large RV would have been difficult to drive in. While Yunxi was enjoying her leisurely life, she received a call from MS, Fang Mingxia. Hello?
Mom.
Xiaoxi, are you busy? Fang Mingxia called in the afternoon, a time when she was a little worried that her daughter might be in class or training. And Yunxi, sprawled out in the villa, seemingly indifferent. No, I'm free today, resting. Your second cousin's wife gave birth the day before yesterday. Think about what to prepare for the full-month celebration gift, and Mom will prepare it for you to take with you. The older generation's social interactions didn't need to be explained to her daughter, but Fang Mingxia would inform her about the younger cousins who were her daughter's generation and close relatives. Of course, this was only in the last year or two. Before, and Yunxi was too young to concern herself with these matters. It's born already? Boy or girl? It's a boy. Uncle and aunt must be so happy. The second son has a child, and the eldest son is married. For the parents, these are some of the most important events in their lives. Indeed, this is the first child of the Fong family's generation. For generations under one roof, it's truly a joyous occasion. Mom, I'm going to send it back. Could you take it for me? She wasn't in Yunzhou for the full moon celebration and couldn't attend, so she had her mother deliver it. Okay. By the way, aren't you going to Germany for competition? When are you leaving? It's still early. I only report for duty on the 23rd, and we're leaving on the 22nd. Bring plenty of warm clothes. It's still cold there. I've packed all the food and supplies you need. You might not be used to the food there. Also, bring some common medications just in case.
Got it?
Mom, I got it. And, never mind, I'll make a list for you. You can prepare according to the list, and I'll send it to you in a bit. The phone was then hung up. And Yunxi.
What could she say?
She couldn't very well say that she had all sorts of pills and medicines in her space and didn't need them at all. She could only accept her mother's overwhelming maternal love. Anyway, she could leave it to Minghui to worry about and prepare. Even if she lacked something, she had it in her space. Everyone might lack something, but she could have whatever she wanted. Saturday was a sunny day with a gentle breeze. It was a beautiful day. And Yunxi set off from Yunshui residence a little after 9 o'clock. Unlike before, this time Yunxi didn't drive herself, but had Chengdu drive her there in his Bentley Mulsanne. These cars were already bought. She needed to drive them from time to time. Come pick me up at 5:30 p.m. The rest of the time is up to you. After getting out of the car, and Yunxi saw a vibrant red carpet stretching like a winding dragon from where she got out to the entrance, seemingly warmly welcoming every guest attending the event. The exterior of the Capitol Gymnasium was also meticulously decorated with giant display boards, banners, and colorful flags promoting the event, filling the entire venue with a festive and lively atmosphere. And Yunxi stepped onto the magnificent red carpet without hesitation, walking lightly towards the entrance. It must be said that security for this event was quite strict. Without an invitation, entry was impossible. Moreover, one invitation allowed only one person to enter. Bringing others was not permitted. And Yunxi calmly took out the exquisite invitation from her handbag, showed it to the security staff, and smoothly entered the gymnasium. However, to her surprise, there was another long corridor inside the gymnasium covered with a red carpet. At the end of the corridor was the registration area for the event, next to which stood a massive signature wall. And Yunxi. This was supposed to be a martial arts exchange event, but it had become such a grand and elaborate affair, like a celebrity red carpet event. But whatever. And Yunxi strode forward decisively, heading straight to the registration desk to sign her name. Then, she took out her phone and scanned a QR code, successfully obtaining an electronic version of the event schedule. After carefully reviewing the schedule, and Yunxi realized, the morning was for an exchange summit, followed by lunch, and in the afternoon, there would be martial arts performances by various associations and schools, followed by exchange and sparring matches. How hasty! She should have come in the afternoon. Since she was already there, and Yunxi followed the signs to the conference room where the summit was being held. Upon entering the conference room, she quickly found her seat number corresponding to her invitation and sat down. After a quick glance around the venue, and Yunxi realized that the scale and level of this exchange event truly exceeded her expectations. Martial arts practitioners from all over the country, representing various schools of martial arts, were present. And Yunxi even spotted some people with Southeast Asian features. International movie stars, action actors, and directors of well-known action films were also there. At first glance, it was indeed a very well-organized event. Hearing the buzzing vibration, and Yunxi took her phone out of her bag and glanced at it. It was a message from Chen Junfeng. Yunxi, have you arrived? I'm at the venue. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. Shortly after, Chen Junfeng appeared in the seat next to her. Yunxi, the morning meeting was rather boring. The exciting parts are in the afternoon. If it weren't for his grandfather insisting he participate, he would have preferred to come in the afternoon. Is the afternoon's exchange competition open to everyone? And Yunxi's martial arts level is currently rated as advanced by the system. To break through to the master level, learning alone isn't enough. She needs to gain her own understanding. Staying stagnant will only lead to stagnation. If she could exchange and spar with more masters, perhaps she could find that breakthrough point. Her intuition told her that this martial arts exchange event was an opportunity for her. Yunxi, you want to participate in the competition too? Don't you want to go up and fight? Hee, I would like to, but my grandpa and dad won't let me sign up. And Yunxi guessed his family was afraid he'd offend someone in this kind of setting. Formal competitions require prior recommendation and document submission from an organization. But what? Keeping things half-said after piquing someone's interest would only invite trouble. The final arena challenge, anyone here can go up and challenge, and the final champion
Gets a prize.
Seeing his eyes light up with excitement at the mention of the prize money, and Yunxi had no doubt he'd likely rush onto the stage for it. Yunxi, you'll participate, right? If you do, you'll definitely be the champion. This guy could easily beat her. If she wasn't the champion, who would be? And Yunxi didn't know what he was thinking, otherwise she'd definitely give him a few sarcastic remarks. We'll see when the time comes. And Yunxi decided to hold off for now and see how things went. By the way, Yunxi, my grandpa wants to meet you. Your grandpa? Why does he suddenly want to meet her? Seemingly noticing in Yunxi's confusion, Qin Junfeng scratched his head and explained sheepishly, my grandpa heard you've practiced martial arts for many years and are particularly interested in it, so he wants to meet you. He then added unnecessarily, my grandpa, he's always admired young people who like martial arts. And Yunxi. Why did she find this a little hard to believe? The truth was, his grandpa and father had just heard that a young girl had beaten their arrogant son, and they were simply curious to meet her. Okay, so when are we going to see your grandpa? After the event. The two chatted for a while, and Qin Junfeng finally quieted down just before the event was about to start. And Yunxi wasn't particularly interested in the opening speeches from various leaders, but she did pay some attention to one expert's presentation. This expert detailed the current state of Chinese martial arts and the challenges it faces, while also offering some suggestions. To be honest, after listening to this keynote speech, Yunxi gained a much better understanding of the state of Chinese martial arts. In fact, the biggest problem in the development of Chinese martial arts is the break in its transmission. Many martial arts manuals have been lost over the long course of history for various reasons. Especially the internal energy cultivation methods. Very few have survived. And regardless of the type of martial art, no matter how fluid or brilliant your movements are, practicing only the external techniques won't unleash the true power of these martial arts. To truly become a martial artist, the techniques must be supported by suitable internal energy cultivation methods. And Yunxi, on the other hand, possessed quite a few such manuals. Some of these techniques were collected in the cultivation world, while others were taught by her teachers in the systems courses. However, because this world lacks spiritual energy, cultivating true qi like in the cultivation world is impossible. At most, one can cultivate aura and internal strength through techniques, allowing martial arts moves to unleash greater power. Even so, this is already a luxury in the current Chinese martial arts world. Currently, masters of internal strength are extremely rare in all of China. It's important to understand that without exquisite techniques as support, relying solely on one's natural talent and relentless effort to reach such a level of achievement is incredibly difficult. Using her master to provide a few internal energy cultivation methods isn't out of the question. However, she needs to carefully consider who to give them to and how to do so. After pondering for a moment, Yunxi slowly turned her gaze to Qin Junfeng beside her. If this guy's grandfather and father are reliable, then entrusting the matter directly to them will undoubtedly save a lot of trouble. The exchange summit continued until 12:30 before ending. Come on, Yunxi, I'll take you to see my grandfather. As soon as the meeting ended, Qin Junfeng pulled Yunxi to the Qin family's lounge. The guards at the door, seeing that the visitor was the young master of the Qin family, did not stop him. Qin Junfeng lightly knocked on the door, and a loud, powerful voice immediately came from inside. Come in. The two pushed open the door and stepped inside. And Yunxi looked up and saw two men, one old and one young, sitting in the room. Without a doubt, These two must be the grandfather and father Chen Junfeng had mentioned. Grandpa, Dad, Chen Junfeng greeted them respectfully. Xiaofeng's here. The old man who spoke was sprightly and energetic. Although his hair was completely white, his eyes were bright and piercing, showing no signs of age. He wore an antique-style tang suit, the exquisite embroidery on the hem seemingly telling the story of the vicissitudes of time. His eyes were deep-set, exuding authority even without anger, and occasionally, a sharp glint would flash within them. No wonder he was a martial arts practitioner. His physical and mental state far surpassed that of other elderly people his age. Grandpa, let me introduce you to my classmate. The old man turned his gaze to Yunxi beside him, saying mockingly, "Oh, the little girl who defeated you in 3 moves?" Chen Junfeng's face darkened, and he protested. "Grandpa, all right, I won't talk about my grandson anymore. Dad, don't spoil this kid. He needs to be given a good beating. He always acts so arrogant. It's infuriating." The middle-aged man glared at Chen Junfeng and said to his father. In his opinion, his son had had it too easy, never experiencing any setbacks. He thought it was great that a girl from the Peking University Martial Arts Association had beaten him. Finally, someone his age could keep him in check. And Yunxi was a little surprised that Chen Junfeng's father would say that. What surprised her even more was that the person he was talking to was now as quiet as a chicken, not daring to utter a single word in rebuttal. Seeing this, and Yunxi glanced at Chen Junfeng. It was rare to see this guy so obedient and well-behaved. "All right, hurry up and introduce them to this old man." Grandpa Chen interrupted his son. If he continued talking in front of the young girl, his grandson would cry. Hearing this, Chen Junfeng, who had been shrinking to the side, immediately stood up. "Grandpa, Dad, this is Yunxi, whom I mentioned to you before. Yunxi, this is my grandfather and my father. They are the former and current executive presidents of the Chinese Martial Arts Association."